MCN Mama and all that stuff again. So it's getting close to. It's been gone away for a while. Yeah, homesick a little bit. You know what I mean? Even though it's a shithole, I'm still homesick of. Miss it. Canada is beautiful, by the way. So it was not what I expected. The people, everything, but I was in like Quebec area, so it's a total different vibe than everywhere in Canada. Of course, I need to travel more at Toronto and all that and see it before I like to do that before I leave.
What I thought was funny was a Canadian guy. I can't remember his name, but I said, yeah, Canadians being polite and all that sort of stuff. He goes, yeah, you might think that, but deep down, all of us are in our garage pulling the wings off flies. Okay, yeah, just don't let that one get out. Yeah. In fact, someone pitched an idea
Yeah.
for a Big Brother show where you grab a Canadian, put him in Australia, and an Australian, put him in Canada, and just watch them both complain about how hot or cold it is. And yeah, I can see that. I would hate being in Canada because of how cold it is.
It's
Like that as
brutal.
well, like pulling wings off flies. I feel like I only heard it recently as like a thing to do while bored. Is that a Canadian saying? You're saying, Boomer?
Oh, I hope not. I'm gonna ask that when you get home. Oh my god, I hope.
What you do when you're nasty, I guess, but you can't be nasty outwardly, so you do it at home. I don't know.
Oh god.
Just when he said it, he kind of was defusing my "you guys are all polite." No, we're not. We're cruel. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's like a
it's
sort of
starting to make me
stereotype
wonder.
culture.
Exactly, Dawn. That's crazy. It's creepy. It's wrong. If somebody enjoys it, oh god, I'm just imagining little wings being plucked off. See, I have visuals, and I feel like I'm imagining I'm the fly. It's like it's wrong. They are normally, though, very polite here. Very reserved again, just like Europe was. Not the same. That's why I told Alex, buckle up. I'm from Indianapolis, Indiana. We popping over there. It's like bang, bang, shoot, shoot. Look at how many homicides have been. But I'm like, we're gonna go up north a little bit, and it'd be
I've no
okay.
idea what's happening right now. I've just literally no clue what you're saying.
You should look up seriously Indianapolis, Indiana. It's pretty brutal. It's not a place where you want to bring your kids up and at this point. Nah.
How about
But
that Indy
outside of that,
500
it's
though?
countryside. Right? That sucks too, by the way. Have you been? It's not that great. I've been. Mm,
I've not. And this is a
yeah.
dumb question for anyone who knows race cars. Do the cars in the Indy 500 race anywhere else ever? Like
Yeah, I
what
think so.
other
Don't you think?
tracks do those cars go to?
I don't even know what those
Good
cars
question.
look like. I immediately think those little penises with just wheels on the outside, but that's like
And the fins. Penis with fins. Oh, like the Greek
they look like
good luck ones.
they look very close to a Formula One car, don't they?
They do. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But they aren't. So I'm not. I just
Right.
need to look it up and settle this.
Yeah, because I don't know that. Listen, I wasn't really into it. I went a couple times in my life. You get burnt the hell up. You're sitting on a stand right with a shitload of people that are not that great, honestly. And next thing you know, you see the zoom. You don't see really shit. Zoom. There ain't much to see, and it's loud as can be. And then if you do the night tailgating, let me tell you something. There's some crazy party going on. You don't bring your kids there. People do, and you should not at a certain time leave. Right? But the cookouts, the food and stuff, tailgating can be a blast. Besides that, you're wasting your money. It's for people that are younger. We do that shit at home. You know what I mean? Nowadays. Forget the damn how much money for a ticket to sit there and burn your ass.
I like the small sport, like dirt tracks for racing. Like it's actually exciting, and you're really close to it, and it's like $10.
That's awesome.
Yeah, okay.
I think ATVs, all that stuff, right? That's what I'm talking about. That's fun.
Neighbor down the street has 6 daughters between 14 and 6, and they all race motorcycles and cars on dirt tracks.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like
yeah, damn.
There's somewhat of an age bracket, but they're really broad brackets because it's not really like physical difference. It's kind of like just mental game differences.
Yeah.
But I'm going to One of the races next week. I just got to remember where it is.
It's pretty cool though. Dangerous. Bikes, gotta be careful. But yeah,
I mean, ish, but like,
ish, yeah.
I mean, they do it safe, right? Like they work on their own cars.
Oh yeah,
They're stripped
exactly. I know
down
what they're
roll
doing. But
bars, basically, like roll bars with an engine.
I was involved in it when I was younger too, and as everyone says to you, like when you're about to go racing, they say you might as well stand in the shower and tear up $5 notes and watch them go down the drain. And
Yeah.
it is really just a money pit. But I tell you what, it's adrenaline. There's a whole thing. You get the itinerary at the start of the year. You start looking at all the meets, work out the gaps between them, what the weather's going to do. And then if you can get your family in and together, it's probably a very healthy family building experience.
Yeah.
But you've got to have money. Like you seriously, you need some
Yeah.
serious money to do it.
I would say
But I've got
that,
to,
but like the guy makes his money by fixing other people's race cars and the occasional win. So he's not like rolling in
Okay.
cash, but he has everything to do it himself and the land to do it on.
He doesn't have a sponsor or anything. They're doing this. It's just like on the side. It's something
Yeah.
like okay, I think so. Yeah. But still, it's a lot of money. I've seen it. Like people do stuff like this, honey, and then you break something, boom, you're back over what? Fixing it again, and then this constant battle of fixing everything. You gotta have money
My next
to a
door
degree.
neighbor, my next door neighbor had a race car that was like built out of a Hayabusa engine from a Suzuki sports bike. So like I think the most powerful production bike that for like 10 years
Oof.
running or something,
Oof.
into a little race car. And he's like 80. I shouldn't say it too loud. There's a chance he can hear me right now. And he just on his very first track day, or like, you know, they all turn up with these cars. So he's got to drive to this place down in Melbourne, which is fucking hours away, like 12-hour drive or something he's got to do. Like it's a good 1,000 kilometers or something. Is it 800 something? Anyway, yeah, very first time he took it out, he smashed into a wall and broke his thumb and smashed the strut.
Wow.
Cost him $10,000 to fix it.
At least
And
it
he
was just
tried
his
it like
thumb.
6 more times, then was like, "No, it's terrifying. I hate it," and he sold it.
What track did he go to?
Not sure. I
Do you-
should check again with him. He kept telling me, but they didn't mean anything to me, so I didn't memorize
Right.
them.
So Winton I'm imagining Winton possibly, or Sandown, or Phillip Island maybe. Probably Phillip Island.
Phillip Island, maybe, because I might have been like the bikes there. It could have been any of those three. I'll ask him again and I'll come back to you. But
Yeah.
it seemed terrifying. I don't think I'd enjoy it. I think I would skip getting in a race car.
Like I've had a skin graft, massive skin graft on my side of my leg. Right, it was huge. Where they had to do it. Right, I took it off to replace skin on everywhere else. Let me tell you something. One of the worst things I've ever been through in my life. It was worse than the burn that they had to replace of 4th degree inside. And it was horrible, honey. So I'm gonna tell you something. I never want to get on a bike hardly. Everyone's gonna scare the shit out of me because it's exactly what it's like. They explained it to me. It's gonna hurt you. Oh yeah, it's like road rash. Oh, it's no joke. But you fly off that bike and it skins you back down. It's like gritting you off. It's not funny.
Yeah, I thankfully have never had a bad crash. I've done like well over 100,000 kilometers, probably approaching 200,000 kilometers on road on motorbikes, and I've never
That's
had
good.
a bad crash.
I
Like,
think
most
it's a lot
recent
to
one, I
do.
wiped out my front wheel and just ended up
Mhm.
like flopping really softly into this nice pile of fluffy dirt. And it just felt really
Yeah.
nice. I was like, oh wow, I thought that was going to hurt, and it just felt like falling on a bed.
Well, the funny thing
Not
you
the
mentioned
same.
riding. Yeah, look, Harry. The thing about it is, a lot of races go a lot in the same direction, like motocross and road racing and that. And when you look at how races edge and how high the risk factor is, it's actually a disalarmingly small amount of people. It's when you commute to and from work on a bike is when you're going to end up in the front bumper of a car. And I think that's probably a lot to do with it. Road is fixed objects and commuting. But ever on the motocross track, sure, people get carted off in the hospital and you've all got to be an ambulance subscriber. But
Mhm.
the amount of people on razor edge, like for 30 laps, times 8 corners where you might crash, it's actually a very low rate of actual injury. It's just, that's the adrenaline of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think I buy that. Yeah.
Yeah, when you got the races that are going on like in Japan and whatnot, and they're out like long races around curves and countrysides, and there ain't even no freaking barriers that go off this damn cliff and shit, and you can just drift and go. But that shit's real that they have in some of these games and stuff and movies that you see. They actually have races like this, real ones. Now that shit is dangerous every time, and you just hopefully you're really good at what you're doing.
It's much more dangerous for the odd spectator than it is the actual racers a lot of the time.
Probably.
Yeah.
You're always hanging out at the bit that you're likely to crash. And I've tried that too. Like, I've never done enduro racing. I would love to, but I'm just shit at it. But I've gone out with enduro
That's what I meant.
riders. Yeah, and they go like up gullies and stuff like that. My mate is insane.
It's crazy.
But
Now,
one of
what
the
about
common ones
what
is
about-
like going up a hill and you stand it on the back wheel and you just make it do a backflip and it just can go cartwheeling down the hill. Anybody can cop that one. You just got to run out of the way. It's funny.
Okay, you ready for this? There's a guy I know called Beetle Bailey who was a motocrosser in Supercross back in the 80s, 90s when it was really dangerous. And if you've got a number, the old rule is if your number is below 10, it's like having a target on your back. Everybody wants to get you. Anyway, he did motocross, Supercross racing. He actually made some money out of it, then did road racing and did whatever. And now he's up in his 50s. He was talking to me a few months back, and he said that he went out and did some professional cycling. And he said he has never been in such a scary, over-the-top testosterone, young boys, old men trying to be young boys, want to prove themselves. He said he was scared of the peloton in cycling more than any fucking road race track or motocross track had ever scared him. And that was just because of the guys and their testosterone being cycling idiots. And cyclists are a bit fucking weird, man. So there you go, from the horse's mouth. Don't ride Supercross and ride road racing, but don't ride with a cyclist in a peloton. It's fucking scary.
So he wasn't really scared of actually the racing itself. He's scared of the people.
Yeah, just the people in the peloton. They're gonna fucking elbow you. They're gonna do shit.
Clearly, that guy didn't grow up playing Call of Duty because he would have been fully prepared.
Good call. Yeah.
Ready to go.
Well, your American Supercross riders, when they first came out here, they showed a few of our guys what happens. Yeah, and a few of our guys go, he elbowed me in the throat, and like, well, no one else saw it, so he obviously didn't. But yeah, we had two American Supercross riders showed us how it was done. They made it a contact sport, and they taught us a bit. That was back in the 80s as well.
Oh, man. Oops, sorry.
How about those figure 8 school bus races, though?
Oh, what?
You guys are fucking nutcases. Yeah.
They only do it once a year.
totally
Obviously, you got to get like 10 school buses ready to go, ready to wreck.
It's so ridiculous.
That's some good, clean fun right there.
Oh, my God.
You can't lie
Google
with
it,
fun, right?
Find the closest one and go.
We're a little cuckoo over here. But we like to have fun. At least I.
It was Indiana where I last saw that, so.
Hey, shut your mouth.
At
So I'm
the
like, I'm
sports
laughing. I
ground.
don't know. My people are crazy. I'm sorry. It's all over. I have like this is I know. Forgive my language. Like this ghetto side of people. Then you have your upscale. You have your middle class. I mean, it's all together in one. Everybody's just colliding. And yeah, it's like a kaleidoscope. That's what Indiana is, and Indianapolis especially.
Well, New Zealand's a
We
bit
have
crazy
wonderful
too.
country things like you're talking about, like we do out there. You get outside of Indianapolis, and we're like country folk.
Well, New Zealanders are
just said.
New Zealanders are a bit crazy too because they invented bungee jumping. I mean, that explains itself. But they also have powerboat racing. It's more or less a V8 engine on a fucking canoe, and they just power around a really small track, and they're nuts. That's really scary.
Is that a
I don't
New
know what
Zealand
Amos
thing?
think
I've
that.
seen that. Yeah, it's like a
Yeah,
raft
New Zealand power.
carved out of
Yeah.
mud.
Oof. Yeah.
look this up.
Now that's balls, isn't it?
It's insane.
And only their little head is poking out. And they're otherwise
Yep.
just like completely strapped into that fiberglass hull. No thanks.
Yeah.
Mental.
Oh, I'm
It's just
thinking of
what
the
about
one.
Yeah.
What's that one with the two guys where they have to lean on the front and it glides round the Everglades?
Yeah, airboats, right?
Is that the same?
Whoa.
I don't know. That's cool.
Oh, wow. But then in Holland, they do cheese rolls where people get carted off to hospital. You know, chasing the cheese down the hill. Fucking hell, what is it with people? Why do we
Free
want
the
to kill
cheese.
ourselves? Hey?
You see, we have some of the dumbest stuff in our country too of the things that we'll do for setting up for family events and stuff. I've seen some of them like, what in the hell is this? I saw one for pig yoga. I'm not going to pig yoga. I don't know what's going on here, but it's not happening. What's happening in my city?
Ew.
I know.
Wow, YouTube could almost be full of crazy sports. There's a lot of them, isn't there? This big one a week, you'd almost be filled
Absolutely.
out for the next 5 years, wouldn't it?
You know, one of the sports that I grew up playing actually wasn't a sport. It was just we played it, and we had fun, and we made shit out of corn. Okay, it was corn, so we called it cornhole. And now it's become a sport. It's called sax. It's called whatever. It's actually, I don't even know if it's an Olympics, but it's actually considered a sport, though. Real sport. People just throwing sacks into a hole.
Bocce ball or nothing.
Listen, I will beat you at that game now all day. In horseshoes. Want to play volleyball? Any of that?
Knife is spoony.
Does anybody get out and do those things anymore, though? I grew up in, like I said, doing that stuff where you went out and we set up an entire every year cornhole plays, the horseshoes, the volleyball. We had so much stuff to do.
Like an organized thing?
Yeah, we did it for you every year. Yeah. Tons of people, ton. But why does it have to be family? Why can't we be doing functions like that with our friends and family and whatnot? We just kind of avoided that now. We don't do it. It's like, oh, no, hush, I want my privacy. Don't knock on my door. No text. I'm about like every night going thinking, I'm cooking dinner. I like to cook, though. Guys, I cook a lot of food. And I'm like, who else wants some food? Anybody want to come over for dinner? Anybody? I'm offering food constantly. So for me, it's like, why aren't we festive like that anymore? We're just not as people.
It's a bit of
Well, Australia might be sweetheart for you guys. I bet you guys are more festive within all the time, like doing things together, aren't you? Or is it different, the same way over there?
Where I am up here, we get a lot of
Mhm.
people coming into the area, which used to be what you call a trailer park, and people built like little log cabins, and now the little log cabins
Okay.
got sold off, and they become like little villa unit areas, and you seal them off, and people buy them for good money again. And so, it's actually a good way of getting a house if you never bought one earlier in your life.
Yeah.
And where mine is, which I bought mine for 36 grand, it's worth about 70 now.
That's nothing.
The guys come up and go fishing. And now during the lockdown, what would happen is because we couldn't meet each other, they'll go and get all the fish out of the river. They clean them and gut them. And there'd be a knock on my door and there'd be about a dozen fish or maybe 2 dozen fish there. I'd pack them up with vegetables and potatoes and all that stuff and put them in silver foil. Then we'd take them down and eat them at the campfire and drink beer and all have fish and potatoes. Yeah, you do potatoes the same way. Just throw them in and have it. And that was real fun. But the COVID kind of killed it for us. You know what I mean? Like everyone stopped travelling and did whatever. But yeah, it was a real good spirit of every Saturday night there'd be a bang bang. Oh yeah, there's some fish there. Okay, I'll prep them up. And if I knew they were coming, like it was a long weekend, I'd buy some extra tomatoes and garlic and spring onions and whatever to put inside the fish. But the fish were fresh, like they were swimming around 6-8 hours earlier. So, talk about yummy! It just melts in your mouth and so juicy.
What kind of fish would they be? What species?
Trout generally.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah,
damn.
about a foot long from nose to tail. So the fillet's about 10 inches, but you'd stuff it with vegetables and then cook it in foil. So it's in its own juices and it's just very natural, very fresh and very yummy. And you didn't need to eat a lot either. You're very satisfied. It was fucking good food. I kind of missed the game.
Remember, we're really close friends. So when I get to Australia, knock on your door. Remember?
Yeah, you can.
We can cook it out.
We'll find you a little spot, I'm quite sure. And if you misbehave, we'll still find you a spot where to get rid of the body. So, yeah, we can do that. We can accommodate you. Just behave yourself. That's all you got to do.
That's awesome. Now, listen, these cabins you're talking about at $36,000, you got me so interested. I'm not saying it's still that price now. Of course not. But in that time, what is inside? Is it just like, I mean, you got your kitchen, you got everything. What's it set up like?
Generally, it started as a caravan, a trailer, a living trailer, you call them. Started like that, rather than drive them around because they're very dangerous to drive around with trucks and other cars and whatnot. So people would leave them at the same site because you're going to come back, 3-4 times a year anyway, or maybe more.
Yeah.
So they'd leave it there on site with water and showers. Then what happens is you can't drive it anymore. The rego runs out. So you start building things around it. So the original trailer is now the kitchen, the master bedroom, but there's a solid annex. It's like a shed that's insulated, and then an extra one, and then you might fit your own toilet, or you might have a gas toilet.
Cool.
So they get built up, and you get to end up with what is a very cheap log cabin out in the middle of the lakes. You know what I mean? So it's
My
good.
grandparents
That's pretty
did that.
cool.
Yeah.
And they got it. They got that property with Lakeside for like pocket money
Yeah.
back in the day.
It's amazing.
Now,
Yep.
now it's full mortgage
Yeah.
prices for shit like that in the same area.
Yeah. And we have what are called grey nomads. I guess you guys have got them too. They sell the old house off, get the $500,000 for the house,
Mhm.
and buy a big RV, and then just go north. We go north for the winter, where it's warmer, and come south for the summer, when it warms up. You guys would be the opposite. But you have those grey nomads, would you call them, or retirees with an RV?
Are they called nomads?
I'm not going to say what I call them out loud. I usually run into them at campgrounds where they're like illuminating the entire field of tents with suns as bright as the sun in the or lights that burn with the light of 1,000 suns
Oh, right.
right
Oh,
through
okay.
your tent wall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you get a
We call them snowbirds here.
snowbirds.
Yeah, I think I've
Okay.
heard that.
Snowbirds in
Actually.
Canada.
Yeah.
And it's because I'm in Canada. So when it snows, they fly south, and when the
Ah.
snow leaves Canada, they fly back up home.
hmm
But mostly they're in a lot of it's in RVs.
Oh, cool.
Hey, Tucker,
Yeah,
like,
speaking on that,
We do the same.
are they
Like,
going to be able to do
my
that anymore
father's
now? Oh, sorry.
my father's fishing camp was just like what the Australian gentleman was describing. He had a trailer, and then I helped him build like a building beside it.
Yeah.
And we went fishing there every chance we got.
Yep.
That's
It's a,
amazing.
And I don't know.
a full-time job.
I don't know if you remember me, but it's good to hear your voice, AI Trucker. I haven't heard you for about a year, and it's fucking good to hear your voice, mate. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. How are you doing?
Oh, well, yeah, getting older. I'm almost a grey nomad.
I thought he was
Oh,
Al
good.
Trucker. He's
Snowbird.
AI Trucker?
Me too. It's Al Trucker. It's Al Trucker.
No,
Yeah,
I
I
just
had to
prefer
put
AI.
a capital L because people thought I was an AI trucker.
I prefer
Yep.
that because AI trucking is becoming a thing, so I actually prefer AI trucker.
They say so, but like I could see
It's
the
shit,
truck
though.
steering itself down the highway. But what's it going to do when it's time to load, unload, back into a crazy site?
It'll be in a depot.
Split the unit and unload a hoe. What the hell are you going to do then?
I
Yeah,
think
you're
the
making
robots can do that.
You wouldn't do it
Al
as the same
trucker.
articulated lorry. I think you would do it as individual 40-foot or 20-foot or whatever containers just drive themselves around, so they don't need a cab
Okay.
in front necessarily. And I think what you still can have is truckers, but a trucker is a person like a drone pilot in Afghanistan is actually just sitting somewhere in Silicon Valley or Philippines, doesn't matter. And there's 10 of them while there's 10,000 trucks, and the trucks only call in when they've got a problem, when there's like a jam and there's cars who can't decide which way to go, and you've actually got to go off a bit onto the dirt, otherwise you're going to create a jam. And it hands over to a human who goes, "Excuse me, humans, I'm just going left now." You know, it plays a speaker, and then you've got this override function. That's what I think you'd do. And then at the facilities, I think you just instantly be able to unload the 40-foot container, which is what Amazon are doing, right? Where you don't need a whole team with forklifts and 20 people to do it. It just lifts off and robots do the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean that works for general freight. Maybe I could see that.
Yeah,
but
if you're loading,
the trucking I do isn't anything like that. So
yeah, that'll be
Yeah.
last time to go. But that long distance 18-wheeler, as we call them, I think articulated lorries in the UK.
Long haul trucking.
Al Trucker, what keeps it from an arm being created a certain way where it's literally stacking everything in that vehicle and pulling everything out, though, that they may have or trying to build? Because they got some really good technology out there that we don't even have in our hands yet. And I'm sure they do.
no, that's those. I'm sure they do. There's one other problem that people never talk about.
Uh-huh.
When you put me out of a job, and I either shoot myself or go on Pokey for the rest of my fucking life, who's going to buy anything from all these fucking companies that are now trucking stuff with robots? Are the robots going to buy it?
You're dead right. You have got
Who's
it right
going
on
to
the
pay
head.
taxes? Are the robots going to pay fucking taxes?
Hey, here's the one for you.
That's a good question, but I think that the same could be said for what's going to happen to the farriers and the coach drivers and stuff, and the people who made
Are you
horse-drawn
kidding?
wagons.
You just get a different
the farriers are
job.
still fucking. We just renamed farriers, so I have to pay a farrier every week because my daughter rides a horse.
Right.
So the farriers are still doing that, but the people that we used to call farriers, you know what they are now?
Mechanics.
Welders.
Yeah.
They're welders, or they're machinists, or they're and CNC machinists like use computers to get even more precise machining done. But they could still use, like, I was just over at my buddy's welding shop where they do machining, welding. I had to get some aluminum welded. He helped me out with that. That's a gas shielded welding thing. Yes, robots can do that over and over again. But something that was on my truck that needed to be welded way up in the air, and it was like weird shit that got snapped off because something hit it. What the fuck are you gonna do there?
Yeah.
Like, people can do things that machines can't.
Sure.
And people can use
That's
machines more intelligently and more creatively than machines can. And maybe machines will get there. But where's our economy coming from? That's what I really want to know.
Basically,
When we all start working, because every one of us.
They'd have to change everything the way things work. I'm going to tell you right now, people love being lazy in my country, United States of America. I've been around them. That some people do not, like myself and you, and probably ones who worked their ass off most of their life. But in reality, a lot of people are getting sick of working out here, and they don't give a fuck. My jobs, they don't. So if something comes in like this where they can, like, oh, robots are going to take over, and I could do a different job or do this and less and less and less, they just accept shit. Did you see what happened during COVID? Accept. I'm not talking about the virus. I'm talking about what happened during all this shit in our businesses and everything. Accept.
Are you an owner-operator, out trucker?
I'm not. No, I can't afford a truck of my own. I'm not even sure if I'd want to, but I ran my own construction company for 28 years, so I know what it's like to be in business. But it's one of the reasons I'm shying away from that. But I now work for a really small company. I used to work for a decent sized company.
Mm-hmm.
The smaller company's a little bit more flexible. The work I did before was a little different, but basically the same thing. I move big machines. I do things that robots and containers can't handle. I do a lot of open deck work. I move a lot of heavy construction equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Construction equipment is not 8'6" wide and in a container. It's 12'6" wide or 13'6" wide, and it needs to be loaded very carefully and secured. And the securement on one unit versus another isn't the same. Humans can handle that like really quickly. Like in 45 minutes, we can split a unit, put it on, hook it up, and leave. But if the robot doesn't have a perfect plan, how does it do it?
Sure.
And
so,
they'll get there. Sure, they'll get there.
But what that is I would guess maybe somewhere between 1% and 5% of your actual working time that you're paid per hour or per kilometer or whatever it is.
No, for me, because of the work I do, it's like 25%. But I get what you're saying.
So yeah, so if it's 25%, that's a big number, I think, to most truckers because you're obviously not hauling great distances. But yeah, you get what I'm saying, which is, and I'm not denigrating the work at all. I hope that's clear. I have massive respect.
No, you're just saying technology will take it over. Yeah.
Yeah, technology will take over, do the same thing it always does, which is take over the grunt work. Like same from the plow. The plow is arguably one of the first, or the axe was one of the first technological advancements. It's not like we couldn't cut down trees without an axe. It's just that suddenly now we could cut them down like bang, 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 I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas before it took.
Oh yeah, like the logging equipment is manufactured and used extensively in my country. So I've seen it, I've hauled it. It's pretty cool stuff. It's also like wildly destructive to forest, but there's a trade-off there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you're right. But up until very recently, that machination hasn't involved putting a computer brain in charge of it. A human brain has worked alongside a computer brain, or it's just been totally mechanical, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you know anything about this because in Indiana, but there was a lot of stuff going on during COVID of them putting stuff in the ground. It was a company called MCI, because I talked to people. And Amazon's now linked up and Amazon Cloud, and it's for working an AI integrated system, so they can literally communicate when it's in the ground everywhere. I mean, even in my house, every house had a distribution box. It's totally different new stuff they put in, and because of this, they're going to be able to communicate in an instant. They're saying. With this computer. So it's MCI, Verizon, and Amazon Cloud. They did this during COVID, and they're still working on all, but now it's already payment. They're still almost done. I mean, they're still on it, but it's almost done.
Yeah, so this is one of those things where they've run like new fiber lines and stuff like that. Yeah.
New cables, they went from literally a 6 gauge to a 96 gauge. This is a brand new communication, and Amazon signed off. Well, I've been talking about this since it happened. Nobody wants to listen to me. This is how AI will work, though. They're going to work with these truckers. They're going to work with anything that's running this way and be able to communicate what that robot needs to now change, right? You just said, I need you to do this. The next one, I need you to do this. It's instant communication to that robot.
Yeah.
That's what they've done now. Yep.
So but now with this universal basic income, like we're going to take all of Elon's money away and he'll have to live on that too, right? Like, is that how that'll work? Or are we still going to have billionaires? Because like, who's going to, like, if I have a universal basic income, what the fuck am I going to have money for to order? Like, cause it sounds like we're going to go into like the communist stands of back in the day, and the communist stands had bread lines. And so if I'm in a bread line and all I've got is I can just afford the bread, and I've talked to people that, you know, are my age that grew up in those countries, and they talked about, like, you could get a car. There was no problem getting a car. It was an 8-year wait, and you didn't tell them which car you wanted. They told you which car was available the day that your number came up. And that was the car you were going to get. And it was only an 8-year wait. And so you signed up and you had to pay money for it still. It's not like they just handed it to you. But everybody got, you know, the same car, any car you wanted, as long as it was the car that was on the list the day your number came up. And so, like, we can all see how that's going to be great for everybody when everybody's got the same amount of money and lives in the same house and drives. Well, you don't have to drive anymore because, you know, Amazon's going to drop off whatever you want, as long as it's what they decided you want, because like a robot will be deciding what you need at your house, right? And they'll just drop it off weekly, and they won't have to charge you any money for it because they might as well just not pay it to you in the first place. They'll just take it off of your check like taxes, and so now the corporations will own everything, unless we take all the money away from the billionaires first and say you get to live on the basic income, and the rest of us will fucking run society. Thank you very much, you assholes.
It's getting so bad. Al Trucker, my last position at my job, right, as a manager for Speedway, for Windows Speedway, they also are owned by 7-Eleven. We talk about this. I don't care if they know, anybody knows. The district managers were telling me they're going to create these smart cities, and the gas stations were going to be literally just for a city alone, and that city alone. And you can walk in. It's going to be completely automated, honey. Walk in. There's no cashiers. You're going to buy your stuff and walk the hell out. They already have you banked in the system, in the ground. You don't need to do shit anymore. This is what's coming to us. I have no idea how they got it because our systems are shit right now.
Why wouldn't
they
want
scan your
that?
face or whatever?
Well, hang on.
I'm having a deep. It's like I think that like that makes sense. Objecting to that makes sense when you used to have like a local general store that stocked nearly everything, and you had a great relationship with the shopkeeper, and he remembered that you were looking for that thing, so he specifically bought it, and it's a part of your community, and you know his wife, and then I can see like lamenting the loss of interacting with someone. But if you're talking about a petrol station,
that's what happens in Europe. But it was in the UK that was still going on in Kent.
If you're talking about a petrol station, I'm not enjoying those interactions. It's just some random dude who's like saying card or cash.
I agree.
And I bit my phone. So it's if you take him out of that, I'm not missing a deep and meaningful interaction in my life. I don't know Deepak's wife.
Well, you can understand too, Speedway is not like your Indian or whatever you want to call base people that are running these damn gas stations now, because a lot of them are crap. We're going to talk about your main ones, like that are the frontliners, your BP, a lot of them are being bought out in this moment last year. If you pay attention to them, they're about to change up big time, which is something I don't think people are paying attention to, because my company wasn't putting any money into the system. Other companies are, and so we need to focus on that. Where's the money? We've always said follow the money.
What?
But they're actually trying to lure this company where I worked out, honey, they do a lot of food. You know how much money we made? We did more in food, and I worked in the cafe as a manager, than we did in actual sales of anything else, besides gas. So you got your gas that people are going to always want and need to go there.
I just think everybody should be surprising. Of course, they're trying to make money. They're a business. They've got a fiduciary responsibility to return maximum profit for their shareholders. I don't think anyone should be surprised that a big company is making profit. That's their job. That's literally the only thing they exist to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on, though. Look, writing, though, what you didn't say there is that guy behind the console that you just interact with, who you don't particularly care whether he's there or not, when he goes home at night, he is buying food, and that food needs to be transported. So as Al Trucker pointed out, can AI grow food for people who can't afford it? Therefore, if the people can't afford the food, they won't buy the food that the AI has grown, and the AI can't grow the food anyway. So this is a diminishing return
now the AI's
cycle.
in the bogey line too, right? Because the AI will go out of business. And so will the billionaires that built the AI system in the first place. They'll be out of business too, because you know who runs... Like, they may think they make their money selling shit to this, that person, to the government, whatever, but when there's no income tax, and nobody can buy anything, so there's no sales tax. And
Yeah.
I mean, you could have a capital gains tax, but nobody has any capital gains anymore. Wait a second. What the fuck is our society and our economy built on? Well, it ain't the fucking shit it's built on now. So I'm okay with this universal basic income. I actually think it makes a lot of sense. Rather than letting companies buy up all the resources of the world and stuff like that, let people own it. But the thing is, if we don't have people as inputs to the economy, both working and as purchasers, as consumers, if you remove the consumers and you remove the producers, all of a sudden, all the things that the economy is built on, you've got AI working to do stuff that nobody wants or they wish they could have but can't. So now what? That's what I want to. I want to see where this goes. Where's the point? What's the big plan?
I was looking into back in the day when I heard about basic income was not now, no during COVID even. It was during Obama's time when he actually put in what is it, cotton laws? I'd say oh shit, my brain ain't working right now, but executive order. Okay, during those times before he left, he made sure to put in there about a basic income during a pandemic, and this basic income was basically making people have to work. If you don't work, right? You only get certain income, certain money, but they could force you to work. So people are still going to be working even on a basic income, but it's also going to be based on probably what you do. It's going to be a little bit different. You probably get a different basic income. People are going to pay taxes. People are going to still, things are not going to change to the manner that you're I think describing. I think it's going to still be a working system out here, honey, and everybody's going to have to get off their ass. They don't want people sitting at home doing nothing. They still need us.
I've been working every day since I was 12 years old. I would like someone to explain to me why I'm a better person than everyone else out there. Am I?
Because you have a work ethic. Can you please come work for me? Listen, I'm gonna work since 11 to and babysitting, making money and all that. And my dad was like, listen, we can make business.
Look, I'm only good for 14 hours a day, 5 days a week, and then I'm done.
I get you. That's a lot of hours, though. 14, 15 hours, 5 days a week. I mean, it's really in your life.
I need to do double that to keep up with the cost of living.
Absolutely, though. You're right on that. You are right on that.
All my friends, when nobody gets a job anymore.
All my friends that are truck drivers went out of business, so I'm like the highway man or something now because I didn't.
Yeah.
And I'm not selling my truck. Because it's not worth it anymore.
Oh, the rates are down. The costs are up. Same story.
It's not profitable anymore. I'm literally moving. I'm moving to another country. I'm just gonna kind of start over. Like, I'm not joking or anything. I'm very serious.
Oh, I don't know where you're based now, but yeah, I mean that makes sense for a lot of people to be somewhere else.
I drive over the road. I own my own truck. It's just I can't like. This is what happened after COVID. It just became like, do I want to live in America and eat ramen noodles and have my kids eat ramen noodles all day, every day? Is that what we're doing? Not go anywhere?
Yep.
I don't fucking want to do that because I was making really good money before COVID, and now,
and now
I'm actually moving to Serbia, where
Serbia, okay, yeah.
We can eat nice food again, and it doesn't matter. Like, I just won't work.
Yeah, I mean
that's how I'm doing it.
You can truck
I
there.
I cannot work over. I cannot work in Serbia. We're not work. I shouldn't say that. We're making like a little park for like birthday parties, zip lines and shit.
Oh, okay.
But, we're just changing gears, because trucking just ain't what it was. Like you said, you're a truck driver, and
yeah, and I'm
literally
still, and
all my friends were owner operators, 6 trucks, 5 trucks, whatever. They took them back. They dropped them off the bank. The one guy dropped them off the bank and left.
There you go.
I survived because I sent my family away to Serbia, and I continued working like a slave for years now, and I'm done. So,
well, don't go to Canada because seriously, I thought it was going to be a little when it comes to me. I love Canada. Go to Canada, but we want to buy a house or survive on food. I thought I had a hard time surviving on food at home. I can't wait to get back home. I'm like, holy shit! Like the cheese prices and milk, everything, the egg prices. I can't afford this shit to eat healthy, especially. Are you kidding me? No, can't survive out here.
Living here is huge. I found we traveled to the U.S. for probably the last time ever in our lives back in December. and the cost of groceries there was mostly higher than here.
Okay.
When we did the conversion, like the numbers looked okay until you did the currency conversion. But
Right.
what the basic idea I got was that the cost of living in North America, or at least in this region of North America, which would be like northeastern U.S., southeastern Canada, where which is one of the most expensive areas to live worldwide, I think.
I got you.
The cost of living's huge, and the rates for trucking are not. And my wife has a half decent job, but it still doesn't really cover the cost of living. It does, like, the cost of living's gone up. Like, people complain about inflation being like too high or whatever, but like inflation should be zero until people's wages
It
come
went
up.
up
Because if you,
threefold, dude.
it's
Like,
that's the
it
thing,
was
right? And they're
3
like, oh, we
times
want to get
bad.
it back down to 2 or 3%. It's like, fuck 2 or 3%. Bring my wages up in lockstep with it, and then I don't give a fuck. But right now, when my
literally
wages are going,
make
they're
less
getting
money.
worse. Like, fuck it.
I'm
Make less money
making
to
less
pay more
money.
money.
Fuel was more expensive, and food was more expensive.
Yeah, and the like,
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't live in
just
the
like-
US, but the interest rates went up here. Like, my house is more expensive. Everything's more expensive.
It was sudden.
Think about
too.
this, so
by a
for you
lot.
being to Indiana and stuff too, they were literally trying to get everybody to sell their homes, and they did right around this time right before all this shit went down,
Did you say
COVID and everything.
in Indiana?
Sell your homes. Yeah, they were selling their homes, signs were sell your home because they couldn't afford, and now they've sold their homes, honey, renting, and the rents went up so damn high they can't afford that. They can't even buy a house anymore. But now we can.
No,
No,
yeah,
we really
and
can.
there's-
In their mindset, they
And
feel
there's
like they
big
can't
companies
respond so
buying
much.
up all the homes that are people can't afford them, and large companies are buying up every apartment building and whatever in the U.S. for sure. I think that's happening here too. But I've heard stories about that where they're, these big multi-billion-dollar companies are trying to own all the real estate and then rent it to people at whatever rate they fucking want, because you
Yep,
can't go
that's what
go hunting for another apartment because they're also renting that apartment. So you can either rent this apartment or that apartment, but they're both from us.
Mhm.
And we'll tell you what it's going to be.
I don't know. I'm just
That's how
glad
they
I was
push people
doing
to
really
the city
well
and stuff too
before.
anymore. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just glad I was doing really well before COVID, because like I'm still living off before COVID. Like, I had 2 houses. I
Yeah,
was making a lot of money.
good for you.
Yes, you had
And,
enough money in the bank, so to speak, to weather the storm. But a lot of people didn't, and a lot of
Yeah,
people
like I
still
was
don't.
working really hard before that, and I'm just cashing out now. I'm just trying to sell everything.
Yeah.
A little late compared to when I should have done it, but I thought things were going to get better sooner, and they didn't really.
Well, they keep on
Now
saying
you pick it up.
They keep on
Okay,
saying
maybe
it
really
will.
good outro here, though, for real, because it's wonderful that you saved, and that's the point of the whole conversation here. And please, if you're young and you're listening anywhere, save your money as much as possible, if you can, even nowadays. Because I'll try to be real with you. I grew up, you said you've been
buying a
working since you're
home.
12. I've been working since I was 11. Where did our money go? Listen, when I was younger, I blew it on stupid shit sometimes, and I thought money could come again. Money was so easy, and I wasn't saving it like I should have. And then the time came around to save it, right? In my 28, 30s and stuff, I was too hard to save it. I was trying to survive, right? So we kind of put ourselves in that situation. I have accountability a little bit, and I didn't save, and I should listen to my mama a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I know where mine
when
went.
the working's good.
I know where mine went. I could save until the cost of living went up, and then I had to start dipping into my savings to
Okay.
stay afloat. And then last year I was sick for 4 months, so I wasn't working for 4
There it
months
is. Yeah.
because my lungs stopped working, and my doctor said I couldn't work, and so I sat, and recovered, and I was walking with a walker and bullshit like that. And you know what? It's hard to fucking recover from that. And the bank raised my interest rates on my mortgage, so instead of paying what I was paying before, it's another $750 a month. Well, where do I get that money from? That's $750
That's almost
a
enough
month.
whole
Not
rent
even a
that we
small
used
thing.
to pay. Yeah, that's
I
like
had
literally what we used to pay for it.
In the same year, yeah, and this is Canadian dollars, but they're still they're not that much less than American dollars. It's not
Right.
It's not like a total joke. I mean, we laugh about it, but it's not that bad. And then I had an investment property from some money I made on a construction project, and my partner and I had this investment property. And when they jacked the interest rates up, we couldn't afford to keep it afloat. We had it rented out, but we're not allowed to raise the interest rates to handle that. That was against the law, which is fine. I get that. People shouldn't have their the rug pulled out from under them because the landlord has a problem. I get that. You have to do it for like the term of the lease or whatever. It's contract on both sides, right? They can't break their lease, we can't break ours. But the fact of the matter was we had to sell because we could not afford to make the payments out of our own pockets because we were already being fucked over on our mortgage payments for our own home. So we ended up having to sell that property. So the little bit of money I had saved over a number of years disappeared. I didn't have to pay my medical bills, but I had to pay for everything else associated with it, and I had to pay for the fact that I wasn't working because the amount, even though I paid in the EI for decades, the EI that I was allowed to withdraw was less than 20% of what I usually made, and so I had to try to live on that. Well, I couldn't fucking do that because I was barely making it work on my full pay. So you take all that,
I kept working,
and all of a sudden, everything I saved for 30 goddamn years was gone in 6 months because that's how it fucking works. And
I did the same thing, love. Really good. Damn.
Sure, I'm pissed.
Of course, we are a little bit, but at the same time, it's like, what are we gonna do about it, right? I know.
And the company I worked for, when I got sick, had fired me as soon as I got back to work. So, you know, that was fucking awesome.
Though. And I hope you understand, a lot of people out here, and they have a little bit of money that they had it banked up a little bit. I did too. I had an injury. I was out of work. I burnt myself really bad, and I had to be out of work for a long time. I also broke my knee, had to be out of work again the next year, and I'm like, oh shit, and there's nobody covering that pay. Jobs ain't covering shit. So your medical bills and everything, and next thing you know, your bills are too high. I gotta leave my house. I don't get eviction. I don't want to get evicted, right? So you leave that, you do this, you do it right, try to. But in reality, you're stuck with what at the end of the day? I worked my ass off. I know.
You do everything you can, and you do everything they tell you to do, and then they pull the rug out from under you so fucking hard that you don't know what's you know, where's left, where's right. It's like, and I just say, you know what, fuck them. Fuck them. I'm gonna work as hard as I fucking can.
To my mother
Hopefully one day I get to piss on their graves. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, her mortgage went from like $700 a month, 705, something like that. And then, of course, she should have got it where it sets, right? But then everything changed and went right up. She got sick. She couldn't afford it. And at a time, it was like, are you kidding me? 2009. And boy, she could not afford that. She had let go of her home for the first time, filed bankruptcy. She was like, I've never filed bankruptcy in my life. I've always paid my people off. This is not. She cried. She felt like a horrible human being for doing this.
Nobody wants to do that. No, and people know. They know what the upshot of that is too, right? They realize somebody's suffering from that, right?
Yeah.
The only people that don't suffer is the lawyers and the what do you call them? The financial reorganizers, right? They do well in this economy.
My mom didn't want to get out of her house. She wanted to keep her house. She was forced out of her house, basically, because she couldn't afford the payments anymore. You want to go up to like $1,400, $1,500 a month, double the amount. And if someone could not afford that and out of work, what do you expect? Oh, my God. I did this to a lot of people, sweetheart. It wasn't just, I said us.
I remember those days. Yeah, good friend of mine. She ended up, lost her home, lost her marriage. Everything fucking fell apart all at the same time. And she, you know, she rebuilt and she's doing okay now, but fuck. And she wasn't even like a person who was... you would expect to be like, say, struggling, I guess, maybe in terms of like, you know, the ability to earn a living. She's an engineer and like, you know, made a decent living back then, makes it probably an even better living now, but you know,
this is why, honey, I have sympathy for some of these people that you see in tents or homeless. I've met some people myself traveling, sweetheart, that were like so addicted out, lost their marriage, lost their home, lost everything, and this is why they're on the streets. And they had one drug and they've been out there for 8 years. Thank God I talked to somebody recently who's no longer, and they're on the street, they got themselves clean and back to living like this. What happened? It was one time, and I don't know what happened for 8 years. Listen, shit goes down. People lose their plot because, listen, when you work your ass off like this, your home, everything, your stability, your foundation gets taken from you. Yeah, especially when you're older, like my mom.
Yeah.
This rocks those people. Of course it does.
Yeah,
and even our generation.
There's no way to do that. Yeah. Yeah, how do you recover from that? It's just not possible.
People turn to escapism, whether it's a beer, whether it's whatever, or something. Some people work really hard to get out of it, and they focus on that as much as they can, and it's still, though, not easy. And there is a way out, though, Trucker. We are going to find a way out. That's the whole point, because we're fighters, and that's the difference we were talking earlier. Why am I different? Because you're still here fighting. You can hear the passion. You're man. You're like, I'm going to find something. I'm going to do something. You're a worker. That's different.
You ain't gonna keep me down forever, but I'm still going to be trying to make things better for people. So, you know.
That's what we got to do. That's what we can do. Yeah.
I spend my volunteer time working as a patient advocate, trying to make things better for people living with illness like myself, and that's all I can do. I do that, look after my family, and I work as much as I can, try and pay the bills. That's what life's all about.
That's
You have time to
amazing.
do volunteer work?
Yeah.
We all do, guys. We actually all do. We just don't do it sometimes in life.
I spent the last few years just surviving. I don't know. I didn't want to lose. That's why I worked so hard. I don't want to lose. Everyone else lost. I survived. I want to cash out. That's all.
Yeah, but when
I
you sit there, it's time. Like when we're sitting here doing nothing on Discord, sometimes that's the time that we could be going and taking that. I get you, but donating. But let me tell you right now, when you go do what he's doing and you give back, or even if you feed the homeless, whatever you're doing, you're gonna meet people that you'll be like, wow, you're gonna get more experience from that. Honestly, I feel like sometimes I get more out of it than the people I'm feeding and everything that really need that help. I'm like, damn, it humbles me too. You know.
I offered a guy on the street a pizza once because he said he was hungry and he didn't want it because it had mushrooms on it. I don't know, kind of.
No, I don't want that either. Mushrooms make me ill. Like I'd be sick to my stomach. So like as much as I'd appreciate it, and I would be super appreciative, I just couldn't eat it.
Mushrooms don't make anyone sick. What are you talking about?
Oh no, queue up. You never mind. I'm gonna go there.
There's not even anything such as like an allergy to medicinal mushrooms. It's not a thing.
I didn't say there was an allergy. They make me sick to my stomach.
Yes. You don't like them.
They don't make you sick.
Okay, but why do I puke every time I smell or taste them?
Yeah, that's nothing to do with like your stomach. That's like your mental like I don't know handicap.
You don't care. The point, queue up. Yeah.
It still fucking happens. It's like I don't need you to tell me what doesn't happen to my body.
This is a scientific experiment.
Your gut wants bacteria and fungi, and the elites have hardwired your brain to want artificial sugars. So
the elites
absolutely. But some people just absolutely hate mushrooms. Some people, like when I make quesadillas, hate black olives, and they're like, "Oh, I want that really bad." Like, and as soon as they knew there was black olives on, I'm like, I'm gonna do that. I'm sorry, I can't.
I will eat a black olive, but I sure as fuck don't want them.
But it's something supposed to do.
I love them. It's a taste bud thing, honey. This is not a what's good for you, bad for you
no, that's what I'm
kind of
saying.
thing.
It's not a taste bud thing. Your tongue has been lied to.
By your tongue. Your tongue's the one lying.
Well, they made all these like really sweet things.
Hey, I gotta go deal with some work shit for a bit, but
sweetheart,
this will be great, I'm sure.
You have a great day. Seriously. Oh wow, taste buds. You are. Okay. Well, this is a eat shit type of day. I'm sorry.
Exactly. Like even pharma gives you shit when they need to save your life. Well, they don't do it often, but they do use that. And that just shows that your tongue is lying to you. Like it's not working correctly.
I'm gonna make a meme for that. Your tongue is lying to you. It is though. Wait, no, queue up. It's the tongue lying to you though. Let's get real. Let's get scientific now. Taylor might be around. She might be helping. Is it the tongue lying to you? Right? Or is it a chemical breakdown in the brain? Are the chemicals that you're receiving from the food that's lying to you and your brain and your tongue and all that? I'm pretty sure it's the brain that's telling you that and sending the chemicals and the wiring out to you, right? The signals. I don't like that. The gut too does that as well, absolutely. But some people also just, honey, have you ever seen Hell's Kitchen? I understand we have a different thing of food, but listen, I could taste food and tell you everything about it. A lot of people can't.
I like to taste food.
I love to cook it and taste it.
Nah, I'm hungry. I don't know.
Listen, I'm so super old school. I can't wait to own my house here soon, right? Start a big garden, do some pottery and all that stuff outside, cook all damn day for my mom and everything, right? Make homemade breads, and I'm ready to live that life that we all talking about.
So buy your first house soon, or what? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it'll be something for me and my man, our very first home and his first home buying one too. So this is a very big deal. Yeah, absolutely. Canadian coming to
Buying
America.
a house, land, or whatever is the best investment anyone can do. That's all I know.
It's your foundation. It's your serenity. It's your escape, honey. It's everything. It's your peace.
There's literally nothing better you can purchase than land.
Mm-hmm.
It pays off every time. That's
big kitchen. Big,
I don't
beautiful
even
kitchen.
know.
See, over here in Canada, they're not used to these big kitchens and big homes and big backyards, big all set up. $200,000, and I can have a huge home with 2 and 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, backyard still. It's out in the country. I don't need to over Canada. I'm getting a condo. What am I getting? I'm getting a studio condo almost for $200,000. It's nice, but the same nicest I can get in a home on the countryside. That's beautiful. So we still have this opportunity, guys, to buy houses. I know people don't want to, but I'm looking all over and I see what Canada went through. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm cool with buying now. This ain't that bad as I thought, because it is a situation that we're in. And I have learned over the years that the most important thing, like you just said, is that home. When you go back
your
to
bank.
it, everything.
It's everything, dude. It's the best investment you'll ever make is buying a home. Straight up.
For your
There's
spirit
really
too,
nothing else.
mentally, everything. Yep.
Yeah. We bought I have 2 houses. Well, I have a house, my wife has a house, and we had a tree farm in Serbia. And the tree farm wasn't really worth much, but we bought it for almost nothing. It's doubled in price. Like we could sell it for twice as much as we bought it for already. It was just a couple years ago. So, like, I don't know.
Yeah, man. If you bought a house before COVID in these times of before they jacked everything up, you are in a good set. You're in a good place. Don't sell your home.
I mean,
You're
we're
in a good spot.
renting. I'm renting all my homes, well, both of them. Living in my wife's mom's house in Serbia now. That's where we're gonna live.
I always look at those as sometimes you're like, I don't want to go back to family or with family. But to be honest, if we really get down to what we
don't know, dude.
family is where it's at anyway. Mm-hmm.
You go home to an empty house. You want to live like that? I don't. I want to go to an overcrowded house where I don't have enough room to even set up my computer. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
that's a
care.
love.
I'd literally rather not have any room and not be able to set up a computer, like, and put a chair down. Like, I have no room. I'd rather live like that than live by myself.
Yeah.
Which is
You're fine with a bunch of people being around, having fun, spirits without flying around. You're comfortable with that, though. A lot of people aren't. They want their space. They want to be alone. You have no problem with people being almost like a boy, invading your space.
It's not really my personality type, but I don't know. I'm not really that social, but I don't know.
Yeah, still a homie, like the comfort. Who doesn't like comfort? And
Yeah.
seriously, some people don't like it, but I love that. I mean, they have experienced it in their life. That true, like, comfortably with somebody where they hang out, they come home to, and they feel that love and that, oh, wow. Because when you have
Serbia's been providing all that because, like, even the neighbors come over and have coffee. Like, they just come over and they just open the door up and they're like, oh, they start making me coffee, and I'm like, oh, hey, all right, cool.
That's cool.
Cool, man. You know, that never happens over in America. Like, I don't know. Like, none of my neighbors will come over and make me coffee unannounced. I appreciate it. Please. But that doesn't
You wake up in your house one morning and it's like, oh, someone's already in the kitchen that you don't even know. It's one of your neighbors on the road making you coffee and themselves.
Yeah,
well, thank
literally,
you.
that happens. That happens all the time over there. It's great.
That's kind of cool. Seriously.
Oh, yeah.
I'm the one usually getting up and making the coffee every morning, so it's nice that someone did it for me, but I'm up too early. I'm telling you, I'm the wimp.
Turkish coffee, too. I love it. I
I've had that before.
Turkish coffee.
No,
it's basically like, it's really fine coffee. I can make it in the truck here, but you get really fine coffee, like it's a powder, and then you boil water, you pour a little bit of coffee in there, you take it off. You boil water, take it off, pour the powder in there, mix it up a little bit, put it back on, and then it'll just explode basically real fast. It'll like come up, and then you just pour it into a cup before it spills over. That's all it is.
Sweet.
That's how you make
Yeah,
it.
no.
It's like 10 cups of
Yeah.
coffee basically.
Oh, that's on me all day. Listen, because I'm over here getting Tim Hortons with them. Like, can I get 2 shots of espresso, please? I'm so bad. I love my espresso.
I can't function without coffee now. Like I just noticed this.
It's
If I don't
addicting.
have coffee, like I'm taking a nap in the middle of the day, dude. Like I don't know. I mean,
I'm still taking a nap if I can nowadays in the middle of the day. Exactly. I'm getting old.
Yeah. I just realized I have 2 kids and I'm 40 now. Like I don't know. Like what happened?
We're getting there. 42. Something happens even when you hit that 40 over the hill, they say. It's something real. So you know what? Never mind.
It's like depressing
Taking a break.
realizing that I was 40 the other day. Like son of a bitch.
Really? I mean, look, it makes me really close to 50 in my head, even though I'm 42. But at the same time, I'm like, damn, I'm 42 and I rock this shit. I'm out here dancing like a 20-year-old, so I'm having life. I'm living life. So it's how we look at it. You know what I mean? Maybe, life's pretty grand. 42 years old.
Hey, every
it.
year that you're alive is an accomplishment in my mind. Like I'm just
Absolutely.
I want to get so old. Like it's just like God dang, that guy's old.
I don't want to leave this place. Listen, and we talk about what is after, and it's a beautiful, beautiful thing we talk about sometimes, and scary sometimes too.
Yeah,
Curious,
sure.
but
I don't know. I'm not in a
I
rush.
don't know what's going on. Exactly. So I'm gonna enjoy what is here. Listen, I don't know what's going on after.
Get right with
I'm
you.
about to right here, right now.
Morning.
I worry about that when I'm there.
Mm-hmm. To a degree, I worry about it now too. I really do. God's like smacking my ass all the time. Like, stop it, Stacey. He really. Did I say he? I don't know. It still weighs deep on me because of church, and I've been talking about it a lot lately with people. But I want to go back to like a gospel church because I love me some dancing, and I grew up in a church where you couldn't even move because we're Nazarene. It was a sin. You couldn't play cards. It was gambling. You couldn't do anything. But they drink wine.
I like the Orthodox Christianity. That's my
Yeah.
like a lot of traditions, a lot of family values. I really like it. I'm not like super religious. I'm not like that. But
yeah,
I do enjoy the culture that's involved with the Orthodox.
Yes.
Out of all the other ones, I've been around the block. I've seen all the different religions based. I'm not Islam, but all the Christian versions of this. But that's my favorite one so far.
This is why I want to go back to church too, as a way that community. We talk about communities on here and stuff, and I know it may not be a structured, beautiful community, and there's shit that goes on and everything that's corrupted. I'll guarantee it. But in reality, there's actually community based there. If you're involved in a church, especially, no offense, I love my black churches. They are great. We dancing, we sing, and we having a good old time. They are more open to just being yourself and genuine, real, and I love it. So if I could find a good church like that again and get involved in, I think it's good for your soul and your spirit, whether what religion or book you're in. It's community, and it can help you in many ways. Yeah.
Like who cares if you have this philosophical debate about if you believe or not, but
yeah,
like it's the
it'll come to you on your own. Sitting in that church, whether you are supposed to feel it or not. But to be honest, there hasn't been a moment usually in church like that I haven't felt God. It's like, okay, God, I feel you. It's just, I don't know. I have my own interpretations when life hits you down. This is when you feel probably God the most. So we talk about that struggle earlier, everything. But when you're like, oh, that's why I know God, though. I know God deeply because of those struggles. It's kind of grateful, aren't we, in a way, to know the other side of what it could be, and we're not in that. Listen, my life ain't that grand, but compared to the out here rich and everything else and stuff, but I'm grand in my soul and what else I'm provided in life. God is providing.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
You know what,
Stacey? Cut you up earlier too. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you had kind of hit on something that's definitely something that I think about day to day. Despite being a non-believer, is that I'm fairly hopeful that I'm wrong and that there is something after the here and now. Because there are a lot of people. There's a lot of people that I'd like to meet for the first time. But there's also a lot of people that I'd like to see again. So I definitely feel you.
Amen.
Yo, Max,
I feel like you're wasting your time being a non-believer. Just, I mean, having no faith and like I don't get those people that are like, I don't believe in God, and then they're not only they don't believe in God, they want you not to believe in God. Like that's, I don't know what that is. Why would you do that? Why would you even waste your time?
Yo, Maxim, I'm pretty sure that I've heard you like defend a lot of like the evolution and Big Bang type stuff, right? So I mean, you realize all that stuff is like designed as like an any like kind of explanation to make things not appear like they're intelligently designed, right? Like, can you tell that?
Well,
I don't necessarily think that's the case. I've been talking to people about this,
you're
honey,
not
because it's
Maxim.
closer. Good. I understand, but I don't think it's the case. Go ahead.
I can see that from some people's perspective. That's how it appears. I would disagree because there are numerous other Christians who are theistic evolutionists, who are skeptical theists, who are open theists. Like they have ways of reconciling and making their worldview coherent as a Christian. So that's
not coherent at all, especially as a Christian.
I mean, you can say that, right? But there's ways that they do it.
Yeah, because their pastors tell them how to like interpret things and mix science, like modern science, with like what it says with parts in the Bible, and they forget like Genesis, and or I don't even know how they read. They probably just don't read Genesis because it's like literally says specifically, just like
But the thing is, right, is like all you're saying there is that they just interpret it differently than, right?
I don't even think they interpret differently. The one singular everything began with. I don't even know where it's like standing in what, right? What is it in? Because space was created from that. It's singularity just hanging there. Something. I don't even know what it's hanging in. But this is probably God, the beginning of all. But bam. And if you want to believe in that Big Bang, you can go ahead. But it doesn't take away that something that you cannot explain happened.
The difference is they refer to it as source. Some refer to it as the Big Bang, right? But the big difference is that I think that source is sentient. It's conscious. So it's not just like he's not just mechanical or quantum fluctuations with no sentience. It actually has intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big difference, honestly.
True, but can't both apply? Is it said it's not sentient? Like, they never said it can't be, because I've talked to Dross and others, and they're like, honey, it could be God. Some people actually think that God was that beginning, singularity of it all. The beginning,
well, that's what I'm saying. But they reduced it to nothing more than quantum equations and chemical reactions, right?
Yeah.
That there's no that source doesn't have a sentience, and it doesn't have feelings, and it doesn't have thoughts.
That's unknown. No one knows.
Nobody knows that, right? But at the same time,
that's not true.
Intelligence is all around you, right? It's all just is here, and creation is here. How did this begin from what?
You might not know it empirically through the scientific process of reasoning, right? But there's definitely ways to come to that truth without Francis Bacon's scientific method.
Maybe I could believe it was all like this Big Bang and everything was here the way they say, if it wasn't so like beautifully done by design. I'm not by like this beautiful design. Like when you see how everything is just so beautifully run. You know, snowflake, honey, that stuff, symmetrical, everything's done. You start realizing something bigger here is going on. It ain't just Big Bang, boom, and randomly put together. That doesn't sound even logical for what I see.
Snowflakes are like the best example of beautiful, organized, symmetrical things that assemble themselves.
Yes.
Because they're crystals, and all crystals do. So it's. I don't know that means the Big Bang.
But they assemble themselves based on what? Intelligence. It doesn't what? How?
Molecule shaped.
How does it know what to do?
Doesn't have to know anything. They're like magnets that snap together, basically.
No, yeah. I mean, the Big Bang is just an explanation, right? It's a rational explanation. In their paradigm, it's a rational explanation for the beginning of time, or our cosmos. But
I mean,
yeah, like I
it's
agree that a
just as likely
snowflake.
the fingerprint of God's creation, right? Like
Right,
that
right. That's
could
what
be
I'm
the
saying.
supernatural event. Everything after that, we can look at, but
Everyone's a creationist. That's all I know.
I would expect even a 6,000-year-old young Earth creationist to think that looking deep into the sky might tell us something about those first conditions.
Wait, because you said everything we can look at. I don't think that's the case. Is that a fact? No, I don't think so. There's things here all around me that are happening that I cannot verify, see, look at, or empirically do anything with. Still, things are happening constantly. We cannot break it down. We can try to do it in a computer system simulations that tell you what's happening. You might look at an interaction between something and tell me it's an atom, but in reality, the minute, looking it down to the scale of things are happening, the unseen, all the time. Still to
Do you
today.
think that
Yeah.
really requires like active intervention by the creator? Like at every moment, his hand is on every molecule and atom in the universe?
Yeah, that's source. Yeah, man. He's we're connected to it. But
Well,
we're
sure,
tethered
but
to
like,
the we're all reality is tethered to the source. Like right now, the big thing with theoretical physics is like, where's all this energy coming from? Right, they're adding missing mass to the equations because they don't, it's not adding up. Where's all the energy coming from for the spiral arms of the galaxies to be spinning faster than the internal part of the galaxy? Like there's all types of problems, bro. But what is energy? Where's it coming from?
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
think everybody's
but like,
missing one thing, that everything has been created from nothing at some point. So
I don't think
what
that.
do you mean?
I just
Everything.
looking for the distinction between like the active hand of a creator being required to sustain reality versus just setting up those initial conditions perfectly, and then boom,
Right.
like everything flows from that. But he's not like, and this molecule here, and this molecule here, and obviously that's an oversimplification. But just curious.
Yeah, I get that, and that's not a bad idea. That he like sort of like he set up the framework, right? He set up the code and the boundaries and the laws of physics, and he just kind of hit start, right? And he just let it play out.
Right. That would be the masterful, in my mind, and maybe I'm biased. That would be the masterful move, like a whole universe of
running.
dominoes that only needs the one tipped over because they were all perfectly placed, versus some sort of active server admin that has to keep on top of things.
Yeah, who likes server
actually,
mods? No one likes that.
I'm actually not in disagreement with that. I would just add to that we're also connected to it. It's not like he detached himself. He is the source for the energy needed to sustain all life and all processes, right? We're tethered to the source. If he were to disconnect himself, everything would just completely die. There would be no uniformity in nature. Everything would just cease to exist.
So, Lion, have you ever looked into Philip Goff's psychophysical harmony? His idea of God. That sounds very similar to what he talks about.
No, I'm not familiar, but if you post a link, I'm definitely interested.
Yeah, man. I'll see if I can do that real quick.
Yeah, I don't think that we came from nothing.
Discord.
It's a whatever Discord, dude. I don't know. It's Omni's a Christian and a Glober, but he chills with flat earthers on a regular. So
yeah, I wasn't sure.
No, it is. It's a
One of
half
those
and half.
flat earth
It's
guys
actually one of the
games.
servers. It's one of the servers where you have like a 50-50 split almost.
That's good.
But yeah, real quick. Somebody said that we all came from nothing. I don't think that Christians really believe that, and I don't think that physicists really believe that either. Because when you really probe them, they'll tell you you can't come from nothing, dude. It would violate the laws of
something was
physics.
created from nothing, no matter what, or it was always there, which is basically the same thing, I think.
Energy cannot be created or destroyed, and matter cannot be created or destroyed.
Be true, though.
So
it can't be true because we're here.
Why?
Because we're here and we exist.
Yeah. So how does that justify your premise that we came from nothing?
I mean, I didn't say like we came from whatever was created. I don't know, but the stuff that is around us came from nothing at some point. It has to be true because it's here.
No, no, because matter can be transferred, right? Energy can be transferred, reformed, and for
I was
all
just
we
simply
know,
saying it has a starting point somewhere.
right. And I'm just trying to iron this out a little bit because I get what you're saying, but I don't believe that we came from nothing. Like we just poof, like we're here, and then poof, we're gone. Like even when we die and decompose, the energy gets transferred, right? That material substance that you're made up of right now gets transferred in thermodynamics. It doesn't just disappear, get destroyed. And I'm not saying that's impossible, but as far as we know, right, theologically and scientifically, I don't think that you can get something from nothing. Everything is continuously in a state of change, right? So like a baby didn't come from nowhere. There's actually there's a line of ontology or causality that goes all the way back to source, right? So that's when I say source, that's where we all came from. We didn't come from nothing. We came from source. That's why when Tor's in here, he talks about the necessary antecedent for all intelligence, for all knowledge, for all logic, and for all energy and matter, for everything is source. And that source didn't have a beginning. That's why he's known as the prime mover, the uncaused cause in Aristotle's philosophy.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, what's up?
Why do you think that all truth and intelligibility are housed and upkept in the disembodied mind of a creator God? Can you affirm the first premise?
So real quick, I didn't
Since
say
you
he was
spoke about philosophy is my forte. So would you like to answer the first premise question?
Wait 1 sec. The definition of philosophy is the love of wisdom. So how come you're so clever and you ain't got a fucking lick of wisdom about you?
Really?
So since we can't science the beginning of time and where knowledge, logic, energy, matter, existence came from, sentience came from, we have to reason this. So my position, the position that I hold to be true, I believe is the most reasonable position. Instead of invoking that the energy, matter, and everything I just listed came from nothing, I propose that we came from a single source. And that source is what believers, whether you're from the Islamic faith or the Christian faith or the Jewish faith, he's known as source, he's known as God.
Okay, you're not listening to me. What I'm asking is, why do you think that all truth and intelligibility are housed and upkept by the disembodied mind of a creator God outside of this universe? Why do you think that's the case?
I have theological justification for my belief.
What does that mean? Theological.
It means that through deductive reasoning, right? Through the ancients, we've been passed down orally the secrets knowledge, right? This is secret knowledge that was passed down because at some point in the past, the God, he communicated with us. He communicated with Moshe on Mount Sinai, right? Jesus explained the same exact thing that Moshe explained, that we have one Father, one God. And he has a physical existence in the cosmos known as Mount Zion. Now, do I know that personally for myself? I've never been to Mount Zion. Right. So that's why when it comes to, but hold on, when it comes to like scientists, empiricists, that's not sufficient to persuade you. The deductive reasoning based off of scripture, right? That's not enough for you.
I'm not inferring anything right now. I'm asking why do you believe things, and you're just telling me because Jesus said so. Like that's not a.
I know.
No, listen. Even now, before even you heard about Jesus, even as a kid, and even if you didn't hear about God and that man, you don't understand what God is. Even you start wondering what things are and how they create a bigger picture. Looking at the world, looking at the sky. Wow, it's so big, it's so wonderful. You know it's outside of you as a kid. It's in a magical realm. You feel like almost. Okay. So you're automatically questioning everything and you're a child. Then you start finding out the books and the people like Lion's saying to you right now that have told you about what along the way have passed down to you. Now you could take it on board or don't take it on board, but that's how it starts. Starts within for me.
So I'm not ashamed.
Seems...
Hold on. I'm not ashamed of using theological justification for my belief. I knew that you were going to critique me for it, but that's not the only justification I have. Like we can talk about the philosophy, right? Of the cosmological argument or the teleological argument that talks about the fine tuning that we see present, right? The uniformity in nature. Now these are different evidences to support my premise, right? That we didn't come from nothing by accident through random chance, given enough time. To me, that's an irrational position to hold. That you have all of this complexity in nature in the universe, all happening by accident. Instead, what I see is intelligence. Go ahead.
There's too many points on the table. Would you like to talk about one specific thing to address one thing, or?
Yeah, sure. So let's talk about that.
Which
instead of but I just want to make clear that my main evidence for my belief is theological justification, is the Bible. The Bible, which to you guys that sounds retarded, right? Why you guys are gonna believe a book?
I never insulted.
No, I'm not
you.
saying, dude. Hold on, bro. I'm not saying you personally. In general, the people that I talk to, like, why would you believe a book? That book is my main foundation, right? Aside from that book, though, I do have philosophical arguments to put forth that are based off of inductive reasoning, based off of the observation that I see in nature and in life, right? So we can start with the teleological argument, if you want.
Okay, can you lay it out, please, so I can understand it?
Yeah, so the teleological argument argues for a divine architect, argues for intelligent design based off of the complexity in nature. For example, we could talk about the DNA, we can talk about biology. I mean, where do you want to start? Cells.
Okay, but let's start from a more general, like a zoom out perspective. Why does it have to be a god? Couldn't it be just nature? Like the universe.
You had to justify the intricate design.
Yeah, the universe.
The processes, the order, everything is orderly.
Yeah, the universe. The universe has ordained by whatever mechanisms, we're not talking about them yet, that this should be the case, that there should be life under these conditions and prerequisites.
There's over 12 constants that if any one of them was out just by a little bit, then life would be impossible. That's what he's saying to you.
Yeah, but that's different. That's another topic.
That's fine, but whether you realize it or not. But whether you realize it or not, all you're doing is you're making universe God. You still believe in God. It's just that your God is that's what God is. Your God is the universe.
No, not necessarily. I just say the universe is an entity that exists, right? And we exist within it, and it has certain mechanisms that when those mechanisms under certain preconditions or prerequisites are triggered, there's life, right?
Yeah, but
it's just mechanisms within mechanisms, like.
You brought up the preconditions needed, right? But you didn't bring up how those preconditions were satisfied. You think that the universe came to be by accident? You think the universe was orderly by accident? What gave it the uniformity?
Yeah, what was the cause? Why?
We don't know what was the cause for the existence of the universe.
But there would have to be a cause why everything happened, correct? Right? Wouldn't there be?
Maybe. We don't know if there is necessarily a cause when it comes to things like the universe. Maybe they always existed. They never ceased to exist.
How does something exist?
Well, hold on.
That's a good question. In philosophy, how would you define existence?
Well, I was created. I could tell us we create things, but how does everything else exist? The beginning.
As in state of matter, or
hold on, dude. You're asking many questions. So we're talking about philosophy here. We're trying to reason ourselves to a rational conclusion, right? It's a given that we don't know for a fact, right? Like 100%. Like when it comes to empirical science, materialism, we're not gonna know 100%, right? So just be like, oh well, we don't know. Yeah, obviously we don't know. That's why we're trying to reason which one's the most rational position to hold. Did everything come about by accident, given enough time, billions and trillions of years? Or was everything created with intelligence, with intent? And do we have evidence that things were created with intent?
Well, we don't know if it's accident or created with intent, right? That's what we're trying to discover.
No, we do.
And
we
making assumptions.
We have plenty of evidence to support that things were created with intent. Everything around you shows intelligence, right? For example, an apple tree.
Not necessarily.
See, the apple tree is
that.
just the cycle of life is the most simple process to understand that it can't, like, which one came first, the chicken or the egg?
Yeah.
That's not a. That's an incoherent question though, because like in the context of this in the context of this conversation, we're not touching like abiogenesis or cosmological quote unquote evolution, right? We're talking about why things are and what are their definitions and how things come to be, like from a philosophical standpoint. We're not even talking empirics right now.
No.
I'm just trying to probe your mind to understand how you think.
Well, I'm trying to explain it to you, bro. And you're saying that there's no evidence, and I'm trying to bring forth the evidence.
I never said
you're not being receptive. Well, hold on, dude. Hold on, bro. Right. So have you ever heard of irreducible complexity?
I have, yes.
So your idea, your possibility is debunked with irreducible complexity.
The problem is that if we want to engage in these conversations, I know the arguments from both sides, right? And I can bring up the flagellum being reduced to base components and still serving purpose in different organisms. But I want to avoid getting in that conversation, because that's just gonna make us dig
you're trying to avoid. You're trying to deflect. This is
I'm not deflecting.
Let me finish it why, because I like to hear. I like to hear why Zoidberg feels this way, because I feel the same way in a way, like you don't want to go down that path because that might reach the answer that we want to come to. So why are you avoiding it? Why?
I'm not afraid of answers. That on the contrary, I'm usually trying to understand things. I want to understand the universe and where I live before I die, because I have a very small time on this planet, right? Like small time, little time. And I want to understand things, but I don't want to go into the flagellum specifically, because Michael Behe is, according to the positions I believe in, is incorrect. We have seen the flagellum with base components removed, still serving a purpose in organisms. But I want to avoid that, because that means that I have to now dig my feet into the ground and start producing studies about the flagellum, and then you have to refute those, and that's not going to be a pleasant conversation. My idea was to strictly have a philosophical discussion, not even a debate, about the origins of things, the ontology and the epistemology of things, right? That's my. This is where I'm.
And you're being really chill, Zoidberg. Thank you for that, because usually at Jim's popping, and you're being really laid back and chill today. So thank you. It's been nice. I hear you there. Philosophy talk, chill talk.
Nobody's spurging. Why should I be upset?
All right, so cool. So I'm trying to get there too, bro. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but you're not. When I provide some of the evidence and I want to get into it and dissect the evidence, you start deflecting and start getting skirmishy. I don't know, man.
No, I know. Sure, okay. Let's do what you want then. Let's just give me
dive in it a little bit.
Put a position in, and then I'll think about it, and then I'll present you my arguments for it.
So before we get into that, I just want to make this clear that we're not doing science here, right? We're not sciencing the beginning of time. All we're doing is we're trying to use the reasoning that God gave us, the wisdom that God gave us, and the rationale that God gave us to come to a reasonable conclusion of how the universe might have came about. That's what we're doing. We can use, Occam's razor. We can use the process of elimination and figure out which one makes the most sense out of the possibilities. I believe it's a dichotomy, maybe a trichotomy, if you think that the universe has always existed the way that we see it today.
No, I don't think that. I'm just throwing possible explanations, right? We don't know. My position is I don't know. I'm an agnostic.
That's a given, dude. That's a given, bro. Right? But you can't use that as a defense. So if you keep saying that throughout the argument, we don't know. That's not a defense.
It's my weakness, but it's a weakness that it's very difficult to resolve. I'm not using it as a defense.
We can't appeal to ignorance, right? We can't appeal to.
Of course, that's why we're talking.
Or you can't make an argument from ignorance. We're trying to reason this, right? Clearly, we don't know for a fact 100%.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. So we got Hebrews 11:1. It says in the King James, now faith is a substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So we're dealing with something that we haven't seen. We didn't observe the beginning of time, but we still have evidence that we can dissect of things not seen. So faith, contrary to popular belief, colloquially, faith people think means blind faith, blind belief without evidence. That's not what faith biblically means. Biblically, faith, you have reasoning that you can use, your faculties that God gave you. God gave us faculties to reason. Doesn't mean that you have to be able to see God face to face to believe in him. The evidence for God is made known, made manifest all around you. It's self-evident in nature. You agree or disagree with that?
I mean, I would agree with that if I believed in God, but I don't have any faith in God. To me, the concept of a God is incoherent. I'm an agnostic.
All right, so let me read this in another verse. So let me see if you agree or disagree with this. For his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the beginning of the world, the creation of the world, in the things that have been made, so they are without excuse. So can we actually look and see his invisible attributes being played out right now? Well, we see the uniformity in nature, right? There seems to be a relative homeostasis, enough to sustain life and for you to wake up every morning and stretch, right? And just thank God that you have breath. You agree with that, right?
But he's basing that on luck. He doesn't look at a book.
No.
He does not think that way.
No. We don't have to look at a book. This is self-evident. Right? You wake up every morning, whether you believe the globe is moving around the sun or not, the globe is in a relative homeostasis where it's in a Goldilocks zone, right? It's just the perfect distance away from the sun. The moon just happens to be the perfect distance away from the earth, just enough to keep a balance, to keep everything in harmony. We don't need to depend on a book to see that, right? I'm trying to.
What is your name
through this.
What is your name on Discord?
My name is Lion.
I cannot read the runes. Oh, okay, Lion.
It's all the way down at the bottom with the symbols, honey, but his name is Lion. Yeah. Very bottom.
Yeah, I cannot read the runes. It's just I don't know the language.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, those would be fine arguments if I had a worldview where God was the ultimate source of everything, right? But if I don't believe in that, I feel like if you want me to accept these arguments, I first have to be primed to believe that God is indeed the center of everything, right?
Can I ask you a question then, Zoidberg? Because you're talking about things that just exist, and you're going back to the very beginning, the source, and how it's all basically then been here. Well, have you ever seen in your life that happen? Because even with the globe model, everything you can't, it's been here and created, boom, 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 it was all done. It had intent. Everything's here by design. So even if you go back to your shit, honey, have you ever seen anything in life that has just been there? Always, and creating something like this. You've never, ever, ever, ever seen something like that. So why would we ever reason with that? You know?
But I don't think that's the case. I don't think everything has always existed, though.
But I'm trying to get there, little by little. But we had to unpack it from the beginning, right? So, I want to get to irreducible complexity, but it's just one step at a time, baby steps. I don't want them to lose track and lose focus.
Okay. Literally the same bit.
So do you think these are the two possibilities, right? Either A, everything came forth by accident through random chance, through Chronos, right? Chronos is time in Greek mythology. Given enough time, anything is possible. Or B, everything was created with intent, intelligently designed.
Well, I mean, I think there is another possibility, given the infinity of the universe, and given the fact that we have infinite energy and infinite time, life is just inevitable. Right?
That
could be the case.
All right, but you can say that, but you have to actually explain how that's possible.
Well, I mean,
you have to justify that.
Well, there was a wonderful lecture by this I think it was Harvard professor of biology who's talking about the, and I have to find that to quote it correctly, but essentially what he's saying, and take this with a grain of salt, obviously, so do the research, don't accept it immediately. He's saying is that the laws of thermodynamics, essentially, when it comes to matter, right, specifically that be that organic or not, are geared towards the fact that also in this system that we exist in, we have like infinite energy, are geared towards some sort of local and global entropy, right? And due to that specific phenomena, we have a situation where life would be inevitable. And I like that perspective. I don't necessarily believe it's true because I have to research into it, but I think that makes logic, and that is logical in my head. I'm not a biologist, by the way. By profession, I'm a AI researcher. Specifically
That's
natural
fine.
language.
That's fine. The problem with that type of reasoning is that you're missing the mechanical component to it all, right? Like, how do you get complex life like a human being or the most simplest life form, even like a salamander or a bacteria, from non-life, right? How that process, how does that happen by random chance given enough time? And then you have to explain like how a human body was able to evolve from a primordial soup, right, of a single-celled amoeba. How do you go from a single-celled amoeba to a human being who has body parts like certain vital organs that without them life would not persist? That's what irreducible complexity states, that there are parts in the body that are indispensable, that it would be impossible to evolve from a primordial soup because you need all the parts together in working order and harmony to even sustain the organism. So how can you have this organism survive the evolutionary process of random mutation little by little when its organs are indispensable? So in my worldview, we didn't evolve from a primordial soup. The evidence shows that we were created perfect with all the parts in order from the beginning. So when man was created with all his organs intact in working order. You could have it there. You could have it literally no other way.
Why not?
Because
why couldn't man come from a different form of organism, and due to environmental pressures develop certain organs or certain mechanisms, right, that pushes him to this current form, to this current body plan that we have? Why is that preposterous?
Even the most simplest of cells, right? A single system is composed of several well-matched parts. Like we can talk about the cell membrane, the nucleus of a cell, the RNA, DNA. Like we can get into the intricate parts of the cell. What I'm trying to tell you is that the interacting parts that contribute to the basic function of that life form, of that organism, are indispensable. Wherein if you remove even one of the most simplest parts of that organism that are required for life, that organism would cease to exist, would effectively cease to function.
I understand, but do you think that cells are always like this? They were always this complex?
Yes.
Okay, do you think that cells, they don't have any, there are not any simpler cells in terms of like the organelles or the mechanisms by which they like metabolize, right? Why do you think that? I guess is my question.
Irreducible complexity, dude. I already explained to you. You can't.
Irreducible complexity is
you can't have this idea, right, that you have of the most primitive of cells, a single-celled amoeba, slowly evolving to a more complex life form into a mammal, is impossible because of irreducible complexity.
But the bacterial flagellum is reducibly complex. Is reducible. We can see that there are flagellums that do not have the entire apparatus, the entire organic quote-unquote engine, right? and still serve a purpose. So they can be reduced. There are different bacteria with the exact same flagellum plan, right? A blueprint, but the flagellum is missing a part and it has a different function. For example, injecting poison or creating movement through thrust, right? Not through spinning or a rotor. Quote unquote rotor it is. We cannot call biological parts.
It's not like so it's not a binary paradigm here. For example, you can still have within the biology, right, the habitat, you can still have different life forms from different amounts of complexity, from the most simplest life form. Like I said, even right now in the real world, we still have single-celled amoebas, protozoas, and then we have more complex cells and algae and
we have single cell organisms living. Yes, I agree.
You could still have all that. It doesn't mean that fungi or we came from a single-celled amoeba or a protozoa. You know what I'm saying? You're making a leap of faith there to suggest just because you can regress an organism, right, or take away one of its parts that aren't necessarily vital. For example, a human being, God created us to be resilient, right? So we can lose an eye, right? We have 2 kidneys. We can actually lose a kidney. We can lose our gallbladder. We can lose our tonsils. We can lose our appendix. We can lose a lung, and you're still going to survive, right? But just because you can take away some of the parts and still survive doesn't mean that you now have a rebuttal. It just means that the way that the Creator designed us, He made us resilient so that we could be adaptable and survive our environment.
No, I understand. I never made a claim about resilience or anything like this. I was just saying is that we can reduce these specific apparatus, right? Cell apparatus or bacterial apparatus, which is the flagellum. We can do that. They're not irreducible. They'll still serve a purpose, and they'll still push toward some sort of mechanism for the bacteria to employ in its survival, metabolizing sustenance and then propagating.
Even the metabolic processes are insanely complex, dude. For you to believe that ATP, adenosine triphosphate, that whole process came about by accident through random chance over millions of years, you would have to be willfully ignorant, right? And you would have to have a very, very strong bias and ignore the evidence that's all around you. You would really have to close your eyes and plug your ears and be like, la la la. You literally have to ignore intelligent design.
But I'm not. I just have a different view, a different perspective than you. I think that these are not random chances. This is just an incredible amount of time with an abundance of resources and energy, and the attempt after another attempt after another attempt after another attempt for compounds to create amino acids or from amino acids to proteins, right? And once given we have so much time and so much energy and so much resource, it's inevitable for those to appear. And then if it's inevitable for those to appear and stabilize, and then if it's inevitable for those to appear, stabilize, we combine into something more sophisticated. It's not random chance. It's just guaranteed. We just have to wait enough time. Life is guaranteed.
If it's not random chance, why do you have to wait enough time?
Well, because it takes a lot of time for these mechanisms to refine and create something sustainable, right? Create, and when I say create, I don't mean create as in the intelligent sense, but just that by mechanism of execution of the of combining components. Right?
As soon as life could appear on Earth, it did. I thought that's a consent, that's what they know.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Appear on Earth, it could. So it didn't take much time to create this life, if that's what you're saying.
I mean, a couple of billion years is not. I don't know the scope of cosmic.
Let me give you another example. So I like using the car example because this can hit home even to a 6-year-old, right? So right now we have a car, right? Now, human beings are orders of magnitude more complex than a car, dude. The car's not even sentient or alive. Yet, the car, if it didn't have its spark plugs, it would be useless. If it didn't have its alternator, it'd be useless. If it didn't have the wires connecting the spark plug to the alternator and the battery and the engine and the cylinders, it'd be useless. Think of it like that, dude. How could you have a car come about by accident? Even give it 1 trillion years, dude. I don't care. Give it 2 trillion years. How do you get a car slowly morphing into a car when it's not, until all its working parts, it's not functional?
But even in the quote unquote evolution of cars, we had very simplistic vehicles in the beginning to very sophisticated vehicles now. And if the initial vehicles were very like bare bones, they still transported you from one place to another. It still had a steering wheel and an engine, right? But the engine was incredibly like simple.
Yeah, but that's a horrible example. You know why?
No, I'm just saying that even in that situation, we still have like some sort of like evolution from very simple to very complicated. In this case, granted, it was created by humans, and because of science and technology.
Hold on. So you figure out why it was a horrible analogy, right? Because you have an intervener. The human beings are intervening in the process. So that's why it's not a good example, because in reality you also have somebody that's intervening, and that's God. So even if you believed in theistic evolution, like some of the Christians, they still invoke a creator organizing and controlling the process of evolution through time. He's intervening in the process. He's not just letting it happen through random mutation, through random chance.
I understand that, but I'm not even claiming it's not God. Keep in mind, I'm just being skeptic. I'm agnostic towards the proposition, right? What I'm saying is, essentially, we have multiple ways to achieve something, right? In one case, it could be God. Another case, it could be, because of the fundamental laws of physics by which the universe works, life is inevitable. Like no interference from an intelligent mind is needed, right? Like it just.
But wait, you just said laws. Why are there these laws that are here, right? Inconsistent and stuff like that. Wouldn't that also be another reason for intelligent design right there?
No, the laws of the universe are like strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetism, gravitation, right? Gravity are just things that they're essentially constructs, right? Like they're linguistic constructs that we use to describe like phenomena that exist. We don't know why they exist, right? But they're still here. They're consistent. At least for now, we know provisionally they're consistent across the universe. So we use them, right, for our science or whatever technology. We didn't create the laws of physics, right? We just discovered them essentially.
Exactly. Nothing here you guys really created. It was already here. And you just made something out of it and recreated things. But it was already here.
Yeah, I mean, this is all part of the theological argument, by the way, the fine tuning and the complexity. But yeah, somebody was trying to say something. Go ahead.
Well, the distinction that Zoidberg's making, Stacy, is that he's not assigning any agency over why those laws that we discovered are there. That's the point. He's remaining agnostic to that comment.
Yeah,
there's so many things pointing though to that.
Sorry.
Go ahead. You're okay.
No, I just said this from the start of the conversation. I don't know why these things. Like, for example, if we talk about philosophy, right? The let's say the classical laws of logic, right? Like those are instantiated every time we ration. We instantiate the laws of logic because they're our own creation. They're a construct, but they're also our own creation, right? Maybe we discovered even those, right? Maybe the universe deems that logic should work in this way, specifically within the framework of a human brain. I don't know. But for the sake of this conversation, I want to complicate it too much. I would say, yeah, we instantiate those. But the laws of physics, right? When I say laws, obviously I don't mean like the conventional or colloquial understanding of laws, like the principles. Yeah, we discovered those, right? We observe strong and weak nuclear force. We observe electromagnetism. We observe gravitational force, right? Or for those who believe in gravity, obviously, I know there's a lot of people who flat Earth here. But in general, like we don't know why those exist. It could be God, right? I'm open to be convinced that it's God. Like, but it could be just that these things are a fundamental byproduct of the creation of the universe, right?
Well, creation. Okay, you just said it's a fundamental process of the creation of the universe.
Byproduct.
But I don't know anything that has been created that, like, if we don't do something, we create. How is it being created? I mean, the
We don't know.
cause. This is what we're going to follow. It's the cause every single time. And I'm pretty sure there's a cause because every single thing in life that you've ever seen, there's a cause for, besides the phenomenon that we're talking about, these phenomena, like, right? But why are you going back to it if it's nothing? It's nature.
Well, hold on.
But we don't know this, Stacey, because it's a first order thing. Like, we don't know this.
What Stacey? I knew you were gonna go there. We don't know this. You can't appeal to incredulity, bro. I already told you not to do that.
No, but I'm not using it as an argument. I'm just saying I don't know, and I'm looking for a solution to that. But I'm not saying we don't know, and therefore I stop like exploring it.
But anyways, what Stacey's touching on is the cosmological argument. It's everything has a cause, right? It's a cause and effect relationship going back to the beginning. There has to be a first cause.
Yeah, and we should keep looking because
uncaused cause.
We should keep looking because
the uncaused cause.
Where is your uncaused cause in life that you can represent it?
We should keep looking because the theories. Well, we should keep looking because the theories we have so far are maybe not wholly convincing to all of us. Like some people believe that the Big Bang cosmological model is the correct model. It has predictions that not compile but correlate to reality, right? And some people believe that God, or a creator God, like not necessarily the Christian God, but a creator God created everything, right? Sure. I feel like we need to explore as much as possible these like alternative worldviews, essentially. And see which one is more correct. I myself think that. Sorry, go on.
That's exactly what we're doing. We're trying to, evaluate these different worldviews and see which one's the most rational to hold. Now, did the universe create itself? That's basically what you're saying. That's irrational. That's irrational.
The universe created itself doesn't. I don't understand the question. But if the question means that the universe came from nothing, I would say no. Right. Did the universe start by itself? Then I would say I don't think so.
Right. It's not logical, right? It's just not. I mean, let's just be real. It's not.
No, I think that the universe is a consequence of something else. We call that the singularity. We don't know what happened before the singularity. We know the effects of the singularity and the Big Bang and the recombination effect and the cooling down of matter, and right, we know that to a degree.
We have ideas.
We have observations.
Right, here you go. Okay. Beautifully said, Zoidberg. Look at that, man. Would you talk to me on gems? That's good.
I don't want to talk on gems because on gems I constantly get interrupted and people are incredibly belligerent. I mean, no, it's not always like this, but when Pete is talking and when Jin CBR is talking, it's impossible.
I got you then. Well, I appreciate you talking this way because this is a different Zoidberg that I'm seeing this morning, so I'm appreciating this conversation. You're getting too down. You've been talking about the globe. Like a lot of these things are, if you look at the universe on a grand scale, even the model starts seeming a little unlogical, right? We're talking about something big here. Bigger. A lot of things we can't explain here. In this world, Zoidberg.
Zoidberg thinks there's 17 genders, so he's definitely confused.
Did I say that? There's 17 genders?
You told me there were 17 genders. You also
I said that
all kinds of scientific papers to justify that position too.
I think I said that in jest, but sure. I don't think there's 17 genders, but I do think that like transgender people are completely valid. So you may take that as you want.
Well, they're definitely valid. They're here. I validated them.
No, they're valid in their like gender identity. That's what I mean.
For them, they're validating themselves, and I'm validating that they're doing that. But in reality, it's not valid that if a female is now a male, that you're now a male. Whatever you would call yourself, it's fine. But you started out a certain specific.
You guys really want to have the trans talk right now? I feel
no, not really. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, 17, you count 20. You can put 100 on that list. This is only 2. Huh?
What the fuck?
What?
What the fuck? What's a damn good name? Jim's server has been crazy this past 6 months, huh?
Yeah, so
It's fun. It's just
I wanted
fun.
to get in anyway, if that's okay. I kind of explained this the other day. The you've heard of Richard Dawkins and Hitchens and all those people. They were the four horsemen, as they called them, and one of them was a woman, though. That was quite interesting, actually. What's her name? Hershey Ali or something. I can't remember. She's pretty good though. She's pretty cool. Black lady. I think she was a Muslim, and then she's converted to a Christian. She was one of them. She's actually worth a good. She's pretty good to listen to, actually. But so
You're talking about Ayan Hirsi Ali.
Say it again, dude.
Ayan Hirsi Ali.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. Anyway, so they were addressing the teleological argument, the fine tuning, and they said that it's such a because the question was from the audience. It was like, what's the best sort of religious argument that makes you, where you struggle? And they said it was that one, right? And they sort of broke it down, and they said the best that it can point to, though, in their opinion, was a deistic God, which is basically that there's a God at the start, and then it doesn't intervene. Essentially, it's a little bit like what that Peterson said last night. He sort of invoked that, I'd like to think, when he was talking about his quantum fluctuations at the start of whatever this is. It sounded just like that to me. But the reason that they did that is because what comes with a theistic worldview is a moral situation, and that's what they don't want. That's what they don't want, you see. That's why they point it in that direction, because they like because to me, morals are objective, right? They're independent of a single person. And it's obvious. We know right from wrong, right? Rape is wrong. Even if you justify it in some clever way and say, if I rape this person and it'll save every human being on earth, then you'll do it. It'll be, no. We still know it's wrong.
Andy,
we still know it's wrong, Zoidberg. Okay, right and wrong is objective. You can't get away from that.
Respond?
Because God wrote it on your heart. On your heart. Hey, Def? On your heart.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Guys, Andy.
So, Zoidberg.
Eternal.
Is logic independent of a single person, Demo?
I feel this conversation is going to hell.
It's going to devolve.
Well,
no, what?
It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
For 9-month-old is eat everything in sight.
Logic's independent of what I'm trying to tell you, D-Mod. Logic's independent of any one of us. Like, we could all die and there would still be logic in the cosmos. It's a transcendental thing. It's not something that you can grab, but logic is computational.
It sounds to me that he is thinking about how logic is. I should have said it. We need words and we need definitions to agree upon how to use logic. A 9-month-old child does not have don't have that vocabulary to even understand what we are talking about.
So in the scriptures, Jesus is known as the logic, the logos, right? Logos is bro, listen, it's fine, dude. Logos is independent of religion. It's independent of man. It's an intrinsic property of the cosmos, literally.
Crazy.
So hold on. So you don't need a book to tell you what is right and what is wrong, right? Because it's something that you can reason in your heart. You can actually come to through computation, you can reason whether something is, bro, why are you, D-Mock, you gotta chill out, dude. I'm trying to expand. I'm trying to answer your question, dude. Well, you're not trying to listen, dude. Why are you asking a question if you're not trying to listen? I'm trying to explain it to you, bro, right? So logic is computational, right? It's not destructive, it's constructive. We have constructive, oh my, dude, can I talk? Can I talk? Bro, gosh, you asking me questions, bro, and you're not letting me talk, dude. This isn't a good conversation. I'm trying to tell you, dude. I'm trying to give you a real world example of logic and action, and you're not letting me, dude. All right, D-Mock, just get it all out. Vent what you got to vent. But listen, when I go to, all right, so get it all out.
Google definition.
Dude, I already told, dude.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T, find out what it means to me. Hey, for real, listen, respect. Come on, Tim, I ain't everybody in here. I just want to respect each other.
I already told him it's reasoning. And he's not like, he's going to ask me, well, what's reasoning, dude? I already know where this is going to go. But yeah, go ahead. Somebody read him the textbook definition.
Wait. Let me give the Google definition of logic just to satisfy him. 1 second. 1 second.
You're good. I heard a phone call or something coming in. Listen, when we're talking philosophically, guys, thinking about the bigger picture, right? That's going on out here, God and reasoning, philosophy. I know it's a great conversation, but I think that involves us having a good conversation back and forth and treating each other in that manner, that we can have a productive conversation with it. We had to at least agree on some basics and not argue about them, like logic. I mean, come on, reasoning. If we can't get there, then there's no point in having a conversation, even about the shape of the earth or anything.
Well, that's why we debate it.
Can somebody read the definition?
I don't. Let me see. Let me look it up.
He was just about to read it.
I got
one.
I
think he had a phone call though. Came in right to say.
The first thing that shows up on Google, dude. Whatever.
The study of the principles of reasoning, especially of the structure of propositions as distinguished from their content, and of method and validity in deductive reasoning. That's what came up for me from the American Heritage Dictionary.
Okay, thank you.
I've got logic as the study of correct reasoning. It includes both formal and informal logic. Formal logic is a study of deductively valid inferences or logical truths. It examines how conclusions follow premises based on the structure of arguments alone, independent of their topic or content. Informal logic is associated with informal fallacies, critical thinking, and argumentation theory. Informal logic examines arguments expressed in the natural language, whereas formal logic uses formal language.
Thank you.
I mean,
That's what came up for me.
Thank you.
Is that enough for you, D-Mock? He's probably muted.
I don't know.
Okay.
He's muted.
So I looked up. I also looked up logic, right? And I agree with all those. But if you go a little bit further, it says a systematic use of symbolic and mathematical techniques to determine the forms of deductive argument. So this is very simple to understand. It's either addition or subtraction. You can actually use addition and subtraction in reasoning to come to an answer, right? To get an answer, whether something is right or wrong. Right? So for example, right, how do we know that something's right or wrong, good or bad? Is it destructive? Is it harmful? Does it cause harm? And based off of that, if it causes harm, if it's destructive, morally harmful, morally destructive, then it's wrong. And you can reason that. You don't need a book to tell you that. We all universally in the world, right? There are some things that are universal that we all hold universally to be true, unless you're willfully ignorant and you're blinded, right? Murder is wrong. lying is wrong, stealing is wrong, adultery is wrong, right? Cheating on your wife is wrong. These things we all know are wrong. Why are they wrong? Because they're
Because they've
harmful.
set those as ideals. That's
They're
not objective.
They're destructive. They're objectively destructive. Unless you're willfully ignorant and you want to ignore that they're destructive, I can show you objectively with plenty of case studies that this behavior is destructive to a society, to yourself, to your family. The list goes on and on. Go ahead.
If I can speak on that too, like, I'm sorry, but cheating and all that stuff, even if you go down to relationships that are built upon 3 or 4 people together, if you want to look at your stupid stuff on TV that makes it look cool, that's fine, but you want to talk to those people that are involved in that, the man or the woman, what they go through, and the hurting and how it can break down an actual family. Yeah, we're talking about destructive. Destructive for you and when you look in the mirror every day, right? Why does he need more than me? Like, come on, guys.
Yeah,
Is
they
it
can
that easy?
understand
I
the
mean,
bigger picture.
you could lie. Let's say you told a lie to save 5. Say you have hidden 5 people in your house. If they are found, they will be killed. And you tell a lie. No, they're not here.
Yeah.
The lie is still a lie, but you have justified it by saving 5 human lives.
Right.
It's not very straight. It's not that simple, is it? I mean, yes, a lie is, but who is the lie destructive to? What?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with what you're saying, but even within that example, if you reason that example, you're preserving life, right? So computationally, that would be good. That would be considered good. So you have to understand, like we have destructive and constructive interference, right? You have resonant frequencies and destructive frequencies, and it's all about harmonious living. It's all about harmony, being in resonance, right? We want to be in resonance with nature, with our family, with our community. Anything that is destructive, in physics term, anything that causes a destructive frequency that's not resonating is wrong. It's evil.
It should be wrong. It should be.
Yeah, but shouldn't that mean that telling a lie, if that's bad moral or not, depends on the consequences of the lie?
Yes.
Yes. It's either that, or we must say that lying is always immoral, regardless what the effect will have.
No, that's not. See, that's not even biblically. That's not the case. We have plenty of examples where, depending on the context, well, for example, murder is wrong, but killing is justified, right? So
yeah,
you can, for example,
totally
there are self-defense is justified scripturally. So it's all about the context.
Yeah.
And is it reasonable to kill an attacker? Of course it is. You can reason that. You can justify that. It's computational. It adds up, right? Logic is computational. It's arithmetic. It's got to follow through. It's got to make sense.
Yeah, but that is why I have a little bit problem accepting that moral necessarily is objective. I sort of agree. Yes, I mean to murder, yeah, but to kill in self-defense. Not so much, even though the result is the same. Both actions ends up in a destructive position. It's difficult. Moral and logic is very difficult.
Yeah, but Stefan, if we're in a situation where somebody's not being moral and they literally want to take your life or take your wife's life right in front of you, no offense, they're trying to stab them or anything, I'm going to pick up something, frying pans, knife or something, I'm going to stab you. Is my intent to kill you? No, and in that moment, absolutely not. And I think that's what matters, where your intent is in the moment of doing something, whether it's a lie, whether it's murder, whatever's going to happen in that moment, you are literally doing it for what reasoning? But where does the reasoning come from in philosophy? How do we have it?
God. But hold on. So I want to give you a real world example of, like, in the Bible we have an example with Rahab where she hides the 2 patriarchs in Jericho from the soldiers that came to kill him, right? and she risks her own life to protect the lives of others by lying, right? So if she got caught lying, all of them would have been dead. She took that chance, and she was considered righteous, right? And also in World War II, for example, if you were hiding Jews because of the Gestapo, right? God's gonna evaluate all the variables in that scenario, and he's gonna consider you righteous, right? Even though you lied. It's all about context, right? And when it comes to evaluating the scenario, I forgot what I was gonna say, dude. Go ahead. I forgot. It slipped.
Do you think God can command you to do something evil?
Buddy.
I already know where you're gonna go with this, and he can test you, right? He can test you, so he can, like, for example, with Abraham, he told Abraham to offer up his son, but Abraham didn't actually offer up his son. He didn't go through with it. He didn't allow Abraham to go through with it. But if you read the backstory to that, there's a whole backstory to that, dude.
Well,
Yeah, but because
I don't
God
like that story.
he was fully willing to do it, though.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he was fully willing to do it. But if you read the text, he knew that God would had a plan, and that he was being tested. And because Abraham knew that this is not God's nature, this isn't his character. So he knew there was a catch. He just didn't know what the catch was, and his speculation was true, right? Because when he went to go actually follow through, God stopped him.
Yeah, but that story I hated and always hated. And it's like the reasoning behind, if we want to use real reasoning in that moment about this story in the Bible, I'm sorry, Lon, I've heard it and I've read it and it's been a while, but it's a horrible story. And I know people are going to make interpretations of faith, and it's like loving and it's caring. In reality, your God is asking you to give up another creation that he has created and do this. It sounds sick. It sounds like something the devil would do in that book, not God would do. So that story doesn't even fit for my God, I think.
Well, that's exactly what it was. It was actually. All right, go ahead.
So my point is that saying that morality comes from reasoning, but also that morality comes from God seems to be contradictory. Like, if God commands you to do something, whatever you may feel about morality, it should be justified, right? God commanded entire tribes to be wiped out, their women to be taken as spoils of war, even their livestock to be eradicated, and that was, in theory, if you believe the narrative, that was justified. It wasn't an evil thing to do because that command came from God.
So let me explain. Before we get into that, I want to go back because I remembered what I was going to say, right? So, contrary to popular belief, we're not supposed to rely on our emotions and our heart for all moral judgment. There are things that we all know to be true, like the 10 Commandments, or like, murder, stealing, lying, adultery, covetousness. These things most of us can agree on, across the board.
Keeping the Sabbath.
Go ahead.
Keeping the Sabbath be on that list?
Well, no. That's one of those. So, yeah, for the most part, right? For the most part, there are commandments that are unanimously agreed upon, regardless of your geographical location, unless you're some type of narcissist, sociopath, which they exist. So, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm trying to hold on. I'm actually going to agree with you that even though there are some moral judgments that we all know to be true, there's a scale, right? We need to rely on a higher authority. You can't get all morality from your own judgment. We're not the arbiters of truth. We're not the ultimate judge. There are certain moral judgments that the arithmetic, that the logic needed to process is too complex, that we don't know what the right judgment call is. Even Moses, Moses being a judge, he himself didn't have the faculties needed to process the logic and arithmetic needed to evaluate specific cases in court. He needed to go to God and like, hey God, I need you to tell me what to do in this scenario. I don't know what the right moral call. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, I got it. My only thing is.
Well, hold on. Let me just wrap it. Hold on. Let me just wrap it up with this. I'll end it right here. So that's why we need an external source to depend on which I believe he left us his word to discern what to do in those in specific scenarios that we can't make the ultimate moral judgment through emotional reasoning. In the Bible, we're told not to rely on our emotions. That's known as that's fallacious. That's actually known as appeal to emotion. And don't rely on your heart, because your heart is deceitful and wicked and exceedingly deceitful. Go ahead.
Right. So it seems to me that if we can universally agree on some commandments and we disagree on others, then it can't be God who is the source of that morality. I mean, just by virtue of God commanding something and it arbitrarily being moral, I think either God can command you to do whatever he wants, and morality is in some sense arbitrary, or we can judge God. Well, not we necessarily, but God's actions can be judged by a higher standard in which
there you
he's
go.
still not
Now you've
arbitrary.
hit upon it, Manufactured. Now you've hit upon it. He is the standard. He cannot murder. Do you understand? Only we can murder.
But he commands people.
Right.
He commands
Right.
people
So
to murder, doesn't it?
Only we can murder. You
Wait,
understand?
I'm gonna get
wait,
it.
that
I'm gonna
doesn't.
get
That doesn't. Hold on, hold on. That doesn't follow.
Yeah,
That doesn't follow at all.
It follows.
He flooded the earth and then said he wouldn't do it again. So I know
He just hit upon it perfectly. Then he went, but we can wait. No, we can't, because he is the standard in this paradigm.
No,
Get that
that's not
360.
why.
Oh my God, Andy.
No, I'm saying.
Why was there
first
war
of
in the
all,
heavens
most
then,
guys are
Andy?
trying
There
not
had to
to
be also stuff going on in the heavens before us.
Hold on, guys.
I don't know. I find it difficult. Yeah, I find it quite a bit of the so-called moral in the Bible difficult. Like Numbers 31, is that verse 17 or 18 or something like that, where they are commanded to kill every woman who slept with a man, every boy, but the virgins, the young virgins, you can keep for yourself. That to me, and those kind of stories in the Old Testament, is morally extremely difficult to accept. Unless, of course, you can have the excuse and say, well, it's up to God. He can decide whatever he wants to do.
By what standard?
So,
hold on. Hold on. Let me just. I'm going to let you guys go on with this. I promise. Because my word choice was not under attack. I just feel I need to address that. When I corrected myself, I was trying to avoid the suggestion that we are necessarily privy to whatever that higher judgment is. Not that we aren't capable because we're lesser than. Just to be clear. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's fair. Go ahead, Andy, or whoever wanted to talk.
It's just laughable. They don't understand that if he's in from this paradigm, he gives life. He has the power to give or take life whenever he chooses. The fact that it just makes me laugh. It's so silly.
So
well, that's not again, just because. Hold on, real quick. Just because he has the ability to give and take life, right? That has nothing to do with what's being asked, right?
And don't forget is the moral standard too, Maxim. All right.
Okay. So this is the distinction that I keep trying to point out to you, Andy. Right? Is that when you're making the moral argument, there's individual definitions that we need to be clear on, right? And just saying he's the moral standard doesn't do anything to help, like, progress the conversation.
Okay, so you're judging him from what standard?
This is the point, right? Hold on. Oh my gosh.
No, go ahead, Lion. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I just want to get again. We have a moral compass. We were born with a moral compass. That moral compass will only get you so far, right? There are things that are hard to discern, hard to judge, to make a judgment call. Even right now, like there's magistrates in court, very difficult decisions, very difficult judgment calls to make, right? God is the ultimate judge, right? He's the ultimate discerner of truth, not us, right? He gave us a book to rely on, right? Now, you guys might not agree with that book, and that's fine. You might think, oh, it's written by a man. Fine, that's fine, okay? My point here is that when you start to judge God's judgment calls, you are then trying to put yourself above God and thinking that you have a better moral call, moral judgment than he does. But you can't. The thing is, when it comes to the arithmetic, the logic needed to evaluate the position, right? To evaluate the call, you have to discern every single little variable involved in a scenario. There's unforeseen variables. there's variables beyond your peripheral understanding. Your wisdom only goes so far. You might think that is the wrong call, but are you discerning every single variable? Impossible.
Okay, so can I ask a question then? If I'm going to use my discernment and this creator...
because hold on.
Okay.
Because
you
need logic and arithmetic to actually process the moral judgment. We're not capable of that. So in retrospect, when you read Numbers, when you read the Torah, and you think that this is a bad moral call for God to call the Israelites to kill every woman and child, every animal in this city, are you really evaluating every single variable in that scenario? I highly doubt it. Because if you were, and if you understood the context of the story, those people weren't regular people. They were cannibals. They were Nephilim. They were hybrids.
Hang on.
In the context of the story, This is the thing. If you're gonna argue the story, you have to get the story correct. Or maybe you don't agree. Maybe you don't believe in Nephilim, right? That's fine. But if you're gonna do an internal critique, if you're gonna do an internal critique, make sure that you get the context right.
Hold on.
Hold on, bro. Wait. Stacy.
Housekeeping,
I'm about to land it right here.
Hello. Housekeeping. Hello. Lion. Let's. I hear you. I think everyone understood. Let Stefan or someone else get in. I think it's
let me land it right here.
The major problem I have with like numbers is not actually what happened, because as you said, God can do whatever he likes. If you go by that, then why didn't he kill them himself instead of ordering people to do the killings and the effect that would have on the people actually doing the killings, killing babies, killing young women who's been laid, old women, old men? That is something that's completely overlooked, because if you kill someone, it has an effect, and has an effect on you, on your psyche. That's completely forgotten. Why is that? Every story you read like that in the Bible, you never. That is never like when he was going to kill his son. How would he feel afterwards? What would a human feel afterwards, after you think someone told you to kill your son, and just as you're going to stab him, they say, no, stop.
So again, his ways are higher than our ways. His understanding is higher than ours.
Nothing to do with it.
Hold on, dude. Why, dude? I let you talk, bro. Dude. Stop. I'm responding. You can't just clip me 2 words in, bro. Listen, you're not evaluating the story properly. You're taking it out of context. You haven't actually reasoned all the variables. There's variables beyond your peripheral understanding. You're strawmanning the whole story, dude. Every single instance that you guys bring up, whether it's Abraham offering up his son or God calling the Israelites to slaughter a city, you're not actually evaluating all the variables needed to make the right judgment call. That's my whole point. You're missing variables.
Can I say something real quickly, pretty please? Because you're sitting there telling me, as my creator created me, was yes, discernment and all this, but not enough to evaluate a situation. Not going to lean on this creator. Got you. But then when I'm in a situation of discernment, my discernment, don't know, got to lean on creator, got to lean on an entity, right? What entity? Because right now I could be talked to by the devil in your book, right? Lucifer or whatever, and he could be guiding me in a certain way. What if I'm into the wrong entity? What book? Which religion? This is where you're going to go. I think the creator of us gave us quite good discernment. I think it's the opposite of what that book's saying. How do you even know you're leaning on the right entity? This is what I'm saying. Like, this makes zero sense of actually reasoning.
Right. So you're putting yourself above God. You think that your moral judgment is higher than his. By saying what you just said, you think that your discernment is better, right, than God's discernment.
No. I said I think God has given us the ability on purpose to use our discernment, right? And to ask questions and have logic and reasoning, right? Like we all have, right? This is why you have intelligence to make an actual understanding of the situation. Sometimes when you're leaning on God, it might be yourself, it might be God that's talking to you, and you're breaking it down, analyzing it because that's what your brain does, okay? And it tells you something that you weren't thinking about that you should do. So you want to reason this out. You could also say your brain's reasoning it out, then you're not leaning on any entity right now, okay? Because you're given something by the creator that's beautiful. You're not anything like the creator, because I can't create, okay? I'm not above God, but God gave me something beautiful to know what is right, what is wrong in my soul. To take that away from the individual, say, just don't use your heart, don't use your brain. I'm sorry, I'm using my heart and my brain, and that's how it come with my morals and logic and reasoning. If you don't use those in your reasoning, you fail.
I don't know if you're like purposely strong-arming my position. But
No, I'm not strong-arming you, because in that reasoning, if you want to use your
why are you
logical
clipping me?
reasoning,
Why are you clipping me? Stop being impulsive.
you clipped everybody else, and you're talking a lot today, and I want to
No, I haven't. No, okay, so time me, because when you said talk a lot, I probably only talked for 25 seconds. And you think so all of a sudden 25 seconds is too long? Yeah.
Anybody else?
Really? Last time you're like, oh, you're talking too much. It wasn't even 30 seconds. I should at least get I should at least get 60 seconds before you say I'm talking too long.
I'm really not, hon.
So stop. So stop. So just stop. All right. So you're strongmaning my position. I already said we're all. Why are you still going? We're all born with a moral compass, right? He gave us reasoning. He gave us the faculty to reason. My argument is that our reasoning will only get us so far. There are things, right, that are very difficult to judge, because we can't evaluate every single variable needed to make the right judgment call. Because when you do the logic, when you do the arithmetic, the computation, we're missing variables. And only God is aware of those external variables. So when you reason something and you come to a reasonable conclusion, if you're missing variables, you're going to make the wrong judgment call. And right now you have a problem. You have an objection with what's written in the Torah, right? You have an objection, and you think that somehow you have the better faculties needed to make the better judgment call, and God doesn't. Go ahead.
Not just me.
Go ahead.
Not just me as an individual, like I'm above people. We as what the Creator has created and gave us abilities. We do. Okay, because in that moment, you're trying to make me have a logical reasoning to bring in my child. You have a child, you understand this. Bringing your child up for offering. I'm sorry, yes, take up my heart out, take up my brain out. Like that person just said a second ago, no matter what happens, even if you take that child and you have faith, the actual concept psychologically that you'd have to do to yourself as a human being that God created then is out of this fucking world. Because then you're taking your child up to offering and going, you know what, God, I don't even know if I want you. How dare you trick me like that? That's sickening. That's my child.
I think you're missing the point of the story, Stace. To me, personally, it's pointing to the divine and saying it's more precious than what you think is the most precious thing in the world, which would be your son. But if we just look at it from the story, from the purview of the story, that is God. It's not, you're not being tricked. We know it's God. So if he says, do this thing, then you do that thing. All right, and check this out. Check this out. He could resurrect Abraham in the next fucking minute anyway, if he wanted. Don't you understand that?
But did he know
power
that?
to give and take life whenever it chooses, because that is the standard. You can't come in like Stephen Mudd with his fucking social justice pearl clutching and go, oh, well, I think this is immoral. No, it doesn't make sense.
Did he understand that his child was going to come back to him no matter what? Did he have that understanding? Did he know it was God for a fact? 20,000% he was dealing with God and not something else?
A little bit. Because what you're doing is you come in with your social justice warrior fucking thing, and you think from your goofy hallmark that you can just suddenly, oh, look, this is immoral. Yes, okay, Stefan, by what standard?
I said I have problems understanding the moral. That was my point.
Okay,
not that I'm saying it's moral or immoral.
Go contemplate a little more, and then maybe come back and think about it a little bit more.
Oh, I have thought about it quite for many years, in fact, and I still have problems.
You're still clutching your pearls?
Pardon?
I'm Andy.
It just sounds like he's clutching your pearls. To me. Andy, how dare he do such a thing? Oh,
that's how we evaluate all moral propositions, Andy. That's the distinction.
That's all I can hear. All I can hear is whining.
It's not whining.
You can say that, right? You can say that, but that doesn't make it the case, right? Like, we're just evaluating each of these individual.
Is meaningless to me.
Again, all you're saying is that you just don't understand what's being said, which is fine. Then just don't come into the conversation.
Really? Okay. Like that, is
Oh,
it?
come on, guys. It's all right. Let's simmer down. Everybody just relax. We're having a good conversation. I know it got a little tense right there between me and Stacy, but we good. Everybody's good.
I wonder
How many
why.
genders are there, Maxim?
I have a hang on, Andy. I have a Andy. I have a question. Okay? When I first heard this story, okay, many when I was little, you know, when they were teaching us about the religion and whatnot. When I first heard it, my first question was, why would God ask anyone to do such a thing? It only makes one sense. God is a bit messed up, number one, or number two, he's needy or he really needs some sort of attention. Otherwise, how would you morally justify such an action?
All right, can I give you a parallel? Yeah, I'm
No.
sorry. Can I give you a parallel, please?
How would you go to someone?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay.
I would
Why
like to
would you do
explain
that?
it. I would
Go
like
ahead.
to. Yeah, this is a parallel of Jesus on the cross telling you, the reader, that God is actually willing to do this thing that he asked Abraham to do. He actually does sacrifice his son instead of Abraham sacrificing his son.
I would agree with that too. It's when you really look at these passages, they really speak to you on a level of spirit. They really do. It's like an onion. You peel and bite, and there's so many levels and layers to them. There really is. But you're just taking a
Thank you, Andy.
You're just taking the surface level, clutching at your pearls and going, "How dare he?" It's I don't know. It just seems weird.
No, it's not weird, Andy. Do you have kids or not?
Did anybody understand what I said instead of just ignoring it?
No, I agreed. I agreed with you, Rob.
I did understand. But that doesn't answer my question.
It was a foreshadowing.
How does it not answer your question?
It didn't. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Let him talk. Go ahead, dude.
Oh, sorry, he didn't answer my question. My question: why? If you're as a parent, okay, if you have a kid, then you would understand why would God ask such a thing? It doesn't make sense. Logically, it doesn't make no sense.
So you know what
is he trying to prove?
You know what the Bible says the highest form of love is?
I'm not very familiar with Bible, so you have to explain.
To lay one's life down for a friend.
Right. So the highest form of love is sacrifice, right? And God offered up his begotten son, his only begotten son, so that we may have eternal life. He loved his son. And he gave up his son to die on the cross so that we could have eternal life. Now we might not understand the spiritual implications of that and how in the heavens there's all types of courts, dude. There's all types of stuff going on that's beyond us. It's beyond our peripheral understanding. And we don't understand why Jesus had to die, why he had to spill his blood, and why his blood was some type of spiritual currency that redeems us of our sins. Just because you don't understand the spiritual implications of that doesn't mean that there isn't justification for it. You understand?
I listened to you.
That was well said, Lion. Thank you.
It still doesn't make sense. So what you're saying is a promise to something which I'm not entirely sure for later when I die, my sins will be clean and whatnot, and for all that stuff, then it's okay to sacrifice?
So no, so there's heavenly laws, right? So the way the court, it's interesting. The way the courts are ran on the earth today are patterned after heavenly courts. Right? In heavens, there's laws, and there's judgments, and there's things that are beyond us. And somehow, Jesus dying on the cross, shedding his blood, being innocent, pays the bonds, in the courts, it pays the wages needed for us to gain eternal life. Without him dying and paying that in his blood, we would have no chance for salvation.
How do you know that the so-called courts in heaven are almost like the court we have on earth? Where did you get that from?
I get it from the scriptures. That's where. So justice.
Could you show me?
I'm driving at this moment, but justice, equity, restitution, judgment, the ultimate judge, like these things are the attorney, right? The defender of the brethren, right? We have the prosecutor who's Satan accusing the brethren, and then we have Jesus who's our attorney in heaven. Amongst the heavenly judges, the heavenly court. Go ahead.
Lion, question. All of these correct me if I'm wrong. If I misunderstood, my apologies. Okay, I'm not, like I said, I'm not entirely sure where this is going. I mean, I kind of do have an understanding, but all of this is happening, or all of this has happened because the afterlife, the afterlife, we would have such and such. We would have freedoms, and our sins will be forgotten. Is that okay? Is that a fair thing to say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
But how do
I'm
you?
struggling to hear what you're saying, but
No, my bad. Like I said, my voice is almost gone now. Hay fever is killing me. All of this is happening. All of this has happened because God want to guarantee our afterlife, a happy afterlife. If I want to summarize the whole thing together, is that a fair assessment? Is that a fair assessment?
so if we can do an internal critique of the Bible, but you have to don't straw man the Bible's position, right? So you have to be able to understand these complex aspects of the theology regarding the heavenly courts and heavenly judgment and how it all works. And somehow, right, sin and death entered into our realm, into our existence through rebellion. Because of rebellion and transgression, because of disobedience. Yeah, death, entropy, and decay, atrophy entered into our realm. Now, somehow, by Jesus coming down to earth and dying, that was a life raft, right? That was a lifeline that he sent out for us to be able to restore reality. From its right now, it's in a fractured state. It's in a state of gradual decline, of increasing entropy.
So, Lion, I think the question comes down to why was that the only possible world in which that could have occurred? Like, why was it the case that Jesus had to die on the cross in order for that to come to fruition?
Yeah, that is a mystery that I think everybody's trying to figure out, why God had to send his only begotten son to die for us, to restore us to everlasting life. And I think the reason being is because for God to make for him to make the right judgment call at the end of days, he had to actually send his son to be the judger, because in the scriptures, Jesus is the judge. All judgment is delegated to the son. But before the son can righteously judge not only the heavenly beings, but mankind, it wouldn't be fair of him to judge us and give us a permanent judgment, which basically is eternal separation from God, without him actually living as a man, suffering as a man, right? And being tried as a man in every single way that we're tried, yet victorious unto death. And since he was able to walk the walk unto death, now he can actually judge us properly from that, because he actually had the reference point as a man, as a regular man.
So then, presumably, right, he could have just skipped all that and had everybody up in heaven. There would be no need for that.
What do you mean?
Like, there's no need to go through the process of redemption, of the fall, redemption. Like, you can just skip all that, right? Presumably, there's no, like, did God have to do all of that in order to did God have to do all of that in order to instantiate, like, the affairs in heaven?
Yeah, to counter disobedience.
Is there disobedience in heaven?
I mean, what's point to having a journey, Maxim? What's point? Eh? I mean, that could be, to me, it could be symbolic as well. It could be the archetypal human that shows us that the suffering that we all must go through. Right? I could represent it in many ways. There's loads of layers to that story, which is pretty awesome. But sure, you could say, why bother with any of it? Yeah, I get it.
Well, the reason I'm bringing that up is because presumably we would all consider that to be the better option, right? Because in the normative sense of good, right, I wouldn't ask somebody to sacrifice their child in order to atone for my debt, right? I would never ask anybody to do that. We could just skip that whole process to avoid the suffering of the child, and we all end up in the better place. That's the point.
All I hear is clutching at pearls.
I understand.
Okay,
Go
ahead, Lion.
You're asking why did God allow rebellion to even be a possibility, right? because he could have skipped all that if he never even allowed rebellion to even take place in the first place. He would never had to offer up his son.
But you understand the reason why, right? Like, it would be better. It would all around, like, in all possible worlds, it would be better. It would be a better state of affairs if he had not done any of that at all, and we were all just in heaven. There's no reason to go through the rigmarole of, like, creation, the fall, redemption, all of that. There's no need to do any of that, and it would be that much better. That's the problem.
I get your point, right? Why did he allow Adam and Eve to rebel and fall from grace? Why did he allow Satan to rebel, right? Why didn't he just create everybody as automatons that automatically followed his every will all the time? Hold on, dude. I'm getting this.
Automaton, but you're misunderstanding what I'm telling you.
He didn't finish his thought.
They're not automatons, right?
Well, this is a true dichotomy, right? For to have it your way, he would have to have created the myriad of angels and human beings as automatons that would have never violated his commands. Is that true love?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Question.
Lion, that's not what I'm saying.
Last thing. You don't think that God would have reasoned everything out beforehand, and you don't think he would have chose the better option, which is, even though with Murphy's law, anything that can go wrong will go wrong with free will. If he gave his angelic hosts and mankind free will, that eventually they would rebel. But he'd rather that option than have automatons and robots.
Doesn't sound very
Okay.
reasonable.
So again, that you're missing my point, right? I wasn't saying that all people have to be automatons, all agents have to be like robots. I think that's what you meant to say is like robotic. He just doesn't have to instantiate that affair at all, and that would be better, all things considered.
Yeah, if he's God, he can do whatever he wants. So he can just miss all. Why suffering? Why any suffering at all? Just make a world without any suffering at all, right?
Correct.
In his infinite wisdom.
Yeah. What's the problem? What's the problem with that though? Like, that's what I'm not understanding.
I'm trying to explain it to you. In his infinite wisdom, he calculated and weighed out all the possible variables in the scenario, variables that you're excluding in your calculation, in your logical reasoning. Like I said earlier, there are variables outside of your peripheral understanding that he evaluated and concluded that the reality that we're living right now was the best option.
No. This is the demiurgic option.
No.
There's the direction of
like,
love, and then there's the opposite of that, which is this world here.
But what about
everything's eating everything
tsunamis,
else? That's the best.
Parasites, sickness. I mean, diseases, cancer. Why did he create those things? He could easily have stopped
all of it.
Big earthquakes and tsunamis. Couldn't he?
We have justification for that in the scriptures. That was due to rebellion, right? So death, decay, disease, famine, plague, that's all a consequence of our own doing. That he warned would happen. That he warned that would happen if we disobeyed and we rebelled. Once rebellion, this is the problem, dude. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. This is a true dichotomy, right? To have it your way, the only way that we could have it your way is if God designed a universe with automatons. Then there would be no
that doesn't follow. That doesn't follow.
Okay, so so what's the other option?
Well, I pointed it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we created a world where we had free will, but there was no major disasters or whatever, bone cancer, whatever. He could easily have done that. Why the extra suffering? That's unnecessary.
So he did it. It was known as paradise, dude. Right? Adam and Eve lived in paradise. Everything was pristine. There was no death, dude. Right? And then all of a sudden, there's death and decay and atrophy, and we grow old and get arthritis.
But you're also skipping a crucial step, right? The reason why that rebellion occurred is because Satan was allowed to be in that paradise at the same time. That's a problem.
No, it's worse than that. he didn't have to put the tree there in the first place. He didn't have to set
Well, that
those
too.
rules at all.
Yeah, so
it took,
you guys,
honestly, it took less than a single generation for that rule to get broken. It's a little suspicious.
yeah, he already knew that was going to happen, but you're missing vital parts of the story, right? If you read the whole story, Satan had rebelled in the heavens before Adam and Eve were created. There was a heavenly rebellion, right? And Satan actually, contrary to popular belief, didn't actually step foot in the Garden of Eden. He was barred from stepping foot in the Garden of Eden. Actually, the word garden, if you look in the Hebrew, gan, means hedge or fence. There was a hedge of protection around the Garden of Eden, protecting Adam and Eve from the fallen angels.
Yeah, that'll
Yet,
keep
yet Satan, it gets real. It gets real mythological. I mean, you're not going to believe it in anyways. I can give you the story.
No, we could grant all of that. That still doesn't resolve the problem. The point is that God, considering all of the best possible worlds, right, would instantiate the one that has the least amount of suffering.
This is
And
why,
one of those worlds.
I have to say, you guys, you've got all cleverness in the world and not a lick of wisdom about you, any on you. The thing is, suffering can be a great teacher as well. That's one thing I've learned in my life. I've been an alcoholic for 10 years, right?
Yeah, the distinction, though, the distinction is unnecessary suffering, though, Andy.
Yeah, but look, from this, I won't argue from this paradigm because I don't necessarily subscribe to any of it, to be honest. But I understand that there's a deeper wisdom there. There's a deeper meaning to it. Just to grab the surface level shit and be like, look, this is fucking dumb. I just, no, you got to look a bit deeper inside yourself.
You really think this is like surface level?
Yeah. All I'm hearing is whining and clutching at your pearls. Why did you do this and something? It just sounds like you're whining to me.
Yeah, because there's presumably reasons that. All right, again, if you don't want to have like an honest discussion about this, then just fuck off.
No, be honest with yourself, friend. That's what we need.
I am. I'm considering
be
all
honest
the
with
arguments.
Yourself. You're a little bit.
I'm considering all the arguments.
Oh, come on, Andy.
Right, and
relax,
you're a dishonest piece of shit. How about that?
Whining.
That's fair. So you guys threw mud at each other. That's fine, guys. But he's asking challenging questions. These are questions that a lot of people have asked in the past, have asked themselves. Very difficult to answer. At the end of the day, just because you don't understand the reasoning why God does what he does isn't a defense, right? It's appeal to ignorance or an argument from ignorance. Just because you don't know or it doesn't make sense to you, that's not a rebuttal.
But you don't know either.
No,
the reasons why he did this.
I have some of the.
Let me finish.
Wait.
Hang on.
Right,
no.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Why can't you let others speak? Because as you said, you don't know the reasons either. You have no idea. So please don't use that argument.
I can give you I can give you the biblical justification and reasoning for why he did what he did, but it's not persuasive enough for you guys. It's not satisfactory. I do have justification. What do you mean I don't?
Hang on. You have mentioned several times that we don't know what the reason God did this and that. That's what you have been saying quite a few times. So
you guys don't know, and I have the justification, and I'm bringing it forth, and it's unsatisfactory. It's not persuasive.
Justification is not knowing why.
In JTB, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Okay, I don't want to. Dude, we can get into JTB later, but the point is, I do have justification for my knowledge, for my belief, what I hold to be true. It's based off of theology. It's based off of the scriptures. So it's not satisfactory for you guys. When I bring up the true dichotomy that either A, God would have created automatons that would never rebelled against him, or B, he gave us free will, and because of free will and Murphy's Law, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Given enough time, eventually things will go wrong, and that's exactly what happened. God rather it that way. God rather have people that truly love him and truly want to follow his commands versus people that don't want to love him at all, dude. That's we've been
trying to unnecessary suffering. That would not change anything. If we created the world without tsunamis and earthquakes and stuff like that, that would hardly change anything for us. That's unnecessary.
That's an emotional appeal, dude. You're like, oh, it's unnecessary suffering. Who are you to decide what's unnecessary suffering when some people need to go through? Hold on, and scripturally justified, right? Some people need to get tried in the furnace of affliction 7 times as silver is purified in the furnace and the dross removed, right? Some people need to go through trials and tribulations for them to finally look up to the sky. They need to hit rock bottom. They need to hit the bottom of that bottle.
So then, do you think that it would have been? Do you think it would have been a better state of affairs if God had or hadn't allowed for the Holocaust to occur? I don't know why that's funny.
God allows all that to occur.
Do you want to get into it? Because
for the greater
I don't think
purpose.
that happened.
But I'm not. I'm gonna back out. I don't want to talk about the Holocaust, dude. I already know we're not even allowed to talk about that stuff in here. And I have a lot of.
Can I attempt to build a bridge here? Because I think maybe I'm understanding the arguments on a fundamental level. I'm not in a habit of defending the religious, but sounds to me like there may have been a certain set of circumstances that could allow for the best possible world, and anything different than that wouldn't have been better than what we have, in the sense that there's perhaps some set of situations or not situations, parameters, let's say, that God had to abide by, lest the world be contradictory, or that certain values in life hold meaning. But to the other side of that, it seems like that kind of validates what I was saying earlier about God not being the ultimate authority. Like, it sounds in that sense that he's not perfectly omnipotent to make the world any which way he wanted to. Either side can correct me on that if I've gotten that.
Yeah, all I heard was, why can't we have butt babies? Can I have butt babies with my boyfriend? No, you can't.
If that's what you've heard, you should.
What the fuck are you talking about, Andy?
No, that was an honest question, and I'm gonna try to respond to it as best as I can. So, in the biblical framework, God is the only thing that is actually perfect. And even Jesus himself said there's nobody good but God. So ultimately, like, this idea of perfection, perfect, can't be accomplished by anything or anyone but God. He's the ultimate reference point for all intelligibility, all knowledge, all logic, all wisdom, all you already know. So with that being said, anything that he creates is not going to be on par with him. Not only is he the prime mover, right, the source for all life, anything that comes afterwards automatically is going to be second to him. And you know, in the scale of things, the hierarchy are always going to be lesser. You understand? Ontologically.
Yeah, I don't know if that really addresses
those of goodness.
Yeah, ontologically, right? If he's first, he's the prime mover. Anything that comes afterwards is second, is lesser.
That still puts pressure on his omnibenevolence, though.
So, you guys are saying, why didn't he create everybody perfect? Well, he created everybody perfect as perfect can be, right? With given free will.
Wait, why can't he create the perfect with free will? Do you have free will in heaven?
That's exactly what we're trying to get to.
Yes.
So he could do both. What's the issue?
What do you mean do both? What do you mean?
He can create you
That's what
perfect
was my
and have free will.
Right, that's what we're trying to get you to understand is, like, clearly the best state of affairs is in heaven.
Here's a simple one. Does God have free will?
Yes.
Is God perfect?
Yes.
So obviously both can exist at once.
Correct.
Yeah, but I told you he's the only one with that.
Why?
Because he's source.
Yeah, but he could have made other things like that.
Yeah, but he's the only one.
Yeah, but he could have just made other things like that.
Like
No,
that's what
no.
that's the problem.
No, that's not how. That's not how. That's then wouldn't be God then.
Why?
If there was others like him,
Wait, no, that doesn't.
Why?
That doesn't
because
follow.
Why?
God as defined, right, is one
Okay.
God,
Okay.
biblically speaking.
Okay. What's your
Yeah.
point?
So there's what I'm trying to tell you is that there's one ultimate necessary reference point for all intelligibility, all knowledge, all wisdom, and that source. There's only
We're
one
already
source.
granting you that.
There isn't two sources. So that one source is the prime mover of all things. There isn't a second one. He's non-contingent.
Yeah,
We're not asking God to make another God.
Yeah, you're just asking to make a perfect being with free
That's
will.
literally what you're asking me. That's literally what you're
No,
asking me.
it's not.
You're saying that it
No,
should be
no.
within his character, in his nature, to be able to make another God that's as perfect as he is.
Well,
No.
he could do that. He
But
could
yeah,
do
that too.
No, he could make all Labradors and no pit bulls.
Yeah, he could do anything.
Correct. Anything that's logically possible.
The closest
Why are
thing
we
to the
hating on the
Father, the closest thing to the Father is the Son. And even the Son said that I am lesser than he. He is higher than me.
Okay.
He was begotten from the Father. He came later. By that mere fact that he came later, he's second to the Father in hierarchy for always and ever.
That doesn't mean anything, though. Even if it did, you're avoiding the point, which God could do that, though. He could make another God.
And it would be better.
True. He could do that.
The closest that we have to that is the Son.
Yeah, I'm not asking what the closest thing is. Do you agree God could have done that? Could do that?
No,
still,
dude,
in fact?
I'm trying to tell you guys that when you guys
Okay.
think that
Why
God is
can't he?
I'm trying to explain to you the reason that God is not omnipotent in the sense that he can do anything he wants all the time, always. That's not the biblical God, dude. God is
then he's not.
restricted.
By what?
God
What
is
he
restricted
by?
by
Who
his
put the restrictions on him?
Well, hold on. One, first of all, God is logical. He can't be illogical. That's not in his
turning water
nature.
into wine,
He's
obviously. Like turning water into wine.
hold
obviously.
on, dude. I'm still talking. He's computational, right? So anything that he does has to follow through, has to process. It can't be. The code is not going to be corrupted, right? It's not going to be irrational.
Well,
Bro, what are you saying? Doesn't he regret doing things? He regrets making Saul king.
For
Are
example,
you saying that God is
in
bounded
Hebrews,
by the laws of logic?
yes.
So they're transcendental
Exactly
to
what I'm
God?
saying.
Yeah, that's a
No,
problem.
no. That's not what I'm saying, dude. That's not what I'm saying. Stop strawmanning my position. I know you guys are eager to tear it down.
We're not strawmanning.
Stop.
We're just
stop.
asking you for
Yes, you are.
clarification.
Well, no, dude, you're smirking. You're strawmanning my position, dude. All right, so God, dude, I'm trying to explain to you guys. God is bound by His word, right? His word in Hebrew, right? The devar in Greek is where we get the word logos from, where we get the word logic from, right? So God is bound by His word, by logic. Anything that He says, He can't backslide. He can't lie.
Why not?
If God lied, if God lied, it would make him a liar. It would make him immoral and unjust. Which he is not.
According to God, you think all morality is God. If God does something like lie, lying is good. Still works in your worldview. God can absolutely lie.
Yeah, okay. In your hypothetical scenario, which is illogical, doesn't make any rational sense.
It works exactly in your world. God murders the entire planet. Anything God does is good. Murdering the entire planet is good.
Yeah, by definition.
No issue.
Yeah, by definition, anything that God does, according to you, is good. Period.
So lying is good if God does it. So there's no issue with God lying.
No, dude. God, no. If God were to if I was to entertain your hypothetical scenario, and if God were to lie, it would make him immoral. It would make him unjust. He wouldn't be God because God, dude, God as defined in the biblical narrative. Now you can appeal to another narrative, some other philosophy within the biblical framework. God is just and right. If he lied, he wouldn't be God.
Right.
He wouldn't be God.
Is this just
No,
a problem?
okay,
is
you're
this
just crying.
Semantic problem like murdering and killing. Like God can kill, but He doesn't murder. Like if the word lie suggests some sort of dishonesty or immorality in and of itself, like saying something that isn't true, would that be possible?
That's
that
lying.
by definition,
that.
that's lying. That's a problem.
Yes. He could do that.
Right, but without the connotation, the immediate definitionally being immoral, like murder and kill. Right? We don't have another word for it, but if we did, like, is that the issue?
So we have this idea that God can do all things whenever he wants, however he wants, and it doesn't matter, right? That's not. No, I'm trying to explain it to you guys, because what you consider restriction, right? That God is restricting himself from lying or
we don't even consider that.
not keeping his promises. Because if he were to make a promise to man, he made a promise to Abraham, made a promise to Isaac and Jacob. If he were to then not follow his promise, it would make him immoral. In which he's not. That's not in his nature.
Wait, why would it make him immoral? Why do you think
because earlier we were talking about what makes things moral, right? And I was trying to explain to you guys
why do you think it makes him immoral?
Because it's not logical.
Lying is not logical.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, those promises to Abraham, how'd those go?
So real quick, Lion.
So hold on. Logic and reasoning are.
Letting him talk.
Logic and reasoning are intertwined, right? You can't separate the two.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with lying and lying being bad. If God does something,
because we can logically conclude that lying is wrong computationally.
But not if
God does it.
For you to say that arbitrarily that lying all of a sudden is moral, you'd have to justify that, which you can't.
It's not arbitrary.
Because we're using your worldview.
No,
by
you're
definition,
not.
By definition, anything God does is good, correct?
God is good.
Yes or no?
Within the biblical framework.
Yeah.
Not your own God that you've invented in your head.
Okay, so if God does something,
my goodness,
anything, that thing is good, right?
Anything. Doesn't matter what it is. Anything he does is good by definition.
So there you go. Yes. God can lie because lying is good because it's moral because God did it. There you go.
Nope, wrong.
That's it.
That's oversimplification fallacy.
That's
an oversimplification fallacy.
There's no issue there.
Dude, you gotta chill out. You gotta chill out, bro.
Way more calm.
Ever since you entered the chat, I can't even get 2 words out without you clipping me, just like yesterday, dude. If you're gonna keep doing this all day, I'm gonna talk to the mods. I'm gonna time you out, dude. This is unbearable. No, because we were having a good conversation. I was having a good conversation with the other guys, and ever since you joined, I can't even get 2 words out. But yeah, anyways, go ahead, dude.
What's the logical contradiction?
Right.
So again, you're oversimplifying, right? You're ignoring the complexities, right, in logic, right? So when I say anything that God does is good, it's with the premise that anything he does is logical.
Okay.
You can't remove logic from morality and expect God to still be moral and illogical at the same time. Because lying, stealing, murdering, adultery, etc., is illogical.
Not if God does it.
Not if God does it.
Yeah,
that's what you're not understanding.
In a hypothetical scenario, if you invent your own version of God outside of the Bible, fine. That's not the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is rational and logical and computational and moral and just and righteous. So if you want to invent your own God, that's fine.
Like First Samuel's happened that's in the Bible, that's accurate, that's correct scripture.
Go ahead, now you can talk, dude.
Yeah, I asked, do you think the events that occur in First Samuel's, do you think those are accurate, correct scripture? That's not my God, that's the God that you believe in?
I don't know what you're saying, dude.
Okay, so First Samuel's?
First Samuel, okay, what's up? What about it?
So you agree that's the God you believe in, the God that's described there, that is correct scripture, accurate scripture?
Yeah, all the Bible, yes, the whole Bible, correct.
Okay, so do you think God regretted making Saul king?
Yes.
And how did he do that? How did he regret that choice?
So if you go look at that word regret there, and this is the problem when you try to interpret the scripture without the proper context. It also says in Genesis that God regret creating man. Now, what does that actually mean? What does it mean that God regret making man? Well, if you look in the context of that word regret, it means he was remorseful. He was sorrowful that he created man. So he was sorrowful that he allowed Saul to be king.
Oh, okay, so should we look at the word together? I mean, we can all look at the translation. Do we want to do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Sure,
God made
yeah.
the wrong choice?
No, it's not that he made the wrong choice. It's that the choice that he made hold on, dude. You asked me a question. I go to answer you, and I get 2 words in, and you clip me. Stop doing that, dude. Right? It's that the choice that he made impacted him emotionally. Go ahead.
So you don't regret you don't regret good choices, do you?
Yep. You can still regret good choices.
So he made a bad choice.
No, sometimes you have to make certain choices that will have an impact on your emotions. Will be impacting. Just because they're impacting, or just because they're emotionally afflicting, doesn't mean it's the wrong choice.
Why would you describe it as regret?
He's emotional now. Was it his time of the month?
Actually, yes. The biblical God is a personal God with sentience and emotions. Yes. Wow, you have a problem with that?
Uh-oh. How do you have emotions?
Maybe he shouldn't be. Maybe he
chemistry?
shouldn't be in charge if he's all that. Maybe if he's all that emotional, he shouldn't be in charge.
Well,
sounds to me like you have a personal problem.
We could get into that later,
We need somebody
Rex,
who's quick-thinking.
Okay. Do you think that emotions come from like the brain or like from this metaphysical mind?
Ooh, good question.
I think that's a false binary, honestly.
Where do you think emotions come from?
I think it's a combination of, the metaphysical concept of love and sadness and sorrow, but there's also, clearly a connection to the anatomy, the biology with neurotransmitters and serotonin and endorphins and stress hormones like cortisol and stuff like that.
Do you think people felt emotions before they had a brain? But they had a metaphysical mind?
No, on a philosophical level, I think that consciousness is a byproduct of the body and the spirit being intertwined.
The spirit independently without a brain isn't conscious?
Well, no, what I'm trying to tell you is that consciousness develops and unravels and awareness increases when the spirit enters the body, right? So once you have that union of body and spirit, then awareness starts to develop. And the longer that you have that, the more awareness you start to gather as you get older. And that's what consciousness is.
Wait, just to be clear, you don't have it until you have the body and the mind?
Yeah, I don't think that we had sentience and consciousness before we were born. No.
And so you think that, what about emotions? For emotions, do you think you can have emotions without a body and a mind?
Well, hold on, dude. It's contextually, if it's before, no, you can't have emotions or sentience before you were born.
Yeah, I know, but can you have it without a body or a mind? Like, do you require a body?
No. Now, if it comes after you've been born and lived a life where you've acquired a character, right? Because you are a compilation of memories, of past experiences, of breakups, of love, of whether you have a son or not. When you die, you don't just stop being a father because you're dead, right? The fact that you were a father and had a son and had a wife, that character, that residual essence continues even after you're dead. And you still have recollection, you still have awareness after your body has decomposed.
I have no idea what residual essence is, and I'm pretty sure that you cease to exist when you die. So I don't know what the hell you just said. But disregarding that point, you just made a lot of spatial and temporal references, but you think God exists at all points of time, right?
Well, dude, why are you skipping so fast through this? Can we entertain this for a little bit?
Sure, if someone else wants to, go ahead. But I would like an answer to my question.
So I'll give you the
what was your point, Lion?
So when you become alive, like what's that actually entail? What's that mean to be alive? Without the soul, right? You're just a vessel. You're just a body there, right? Without any animation,
Also a body with a soul?
You're just dust of the earth, right?
Wait, but aren't you that with the God too as well? I mean, you still have your body. Your body's still made of. Do you think your body's made of atoms?
So even if you were to technically be able to clone somebody,
we can, yes,
and have that body. No, but I'm talking about like a full-grown man, right? Not a baby. Like if you were to clone me right now at my age and have a perfect replica of my body, how would you instill my sentience or replicate my sentience in that clone without him actually having to grow and develop sentience?
That's a leading question because you're assuming sentience isn't a product of the brain, which I believe it is.
No, I didn't say that, dude.
No, I know, but you made a leading question. You said, how would you be able to copy sentience if you're able to copy a whole body? I'm saying that's a leading question because if you copy a whole body, including the brain, you would be copying sentience. I believe sentience is a product of the brain. If you copy the whole body, including the brain, you copy sentience. You asked a leading question.
No, hold on. Let me give you an example. So let me try to stick this
out.
So we have, biblically speaking, we have the Ruach Haya, which is the spirit of life, the breath of life. And then you have the Nefesh. The Nefesh is the soul that's distinguished from the spirit of life, right? So God breathes into Adam.
I don't know what you're saying.
There's this metaphysical force, right, that enters your body.
No, not right. I don't know what you're saying.
All right, so even right now in anatomy, you can actually see this happen. When the egg is fertilized by the sperm, there's a flash of light. Some say that's the breath of life. I don't know. That's speculation, but we can reason that at some point, there's a.
You said when someone's fertilized, there's a flash of light?
Yeah, dude, it's fascinating. Yeah.
Okay, how do you think light is produced? Do you think that's produced metaphysically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
you think lasers are
ultimately,
metaphysical machines? Is that what you think? Like that's how lasers work?
Ultimately, all the physical comes from the metaphysical, right? It emerges from the metaphysical.
Okay, can you prove that claim?
No, well, it's metaphysical. Scientifically, it's beyond the boundaries of science.
I didn't ask you to scientifically prove it. I just asked you to prove the claim.
Yeah. I can prove it with reason.
Okay, so we think an argument is proof now?
No, I'm not saying 100% proof.
Oh, okay, so you can't prove it. You're just going to say, I have evidence towards this claim.
Yeah.
Okay, do we think an argument is evidence?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. There's in JTB, you know what JTB is? Justify true belief. Yeah, so you have a whole list of justifications for knowledge, for knowing.
Wait, you don't even think that's true. You think there's only one justification for knowledge.
Oh, I was about to say that.
Justification. You don't even agree with that statement. The statement you just made, you don't believe. I'm not being difficult. That is true of you. You don't believe what you just said.
I'm entertaining your framework, bro. So working from your framework, it's not satisfactory enough, right? Justification outside of the scientific. Dude, why do you do that, bro? You got to stop doing that, bro. You got to stop doing that, bro. You ask me a question, I go to answer, and you start interrupting me in between.
You a question.
It's like if why are you threatened by my speech that you feel the need to interrupt me every single time? Okay, so working within your framework and your paradigm, anything outside of the scientific framework with empiricism, naturalism, and materialism, it's not evidence for knowledge, right? But that's not how I work, right? So when I said that to you, I was working within your framework, bro.
When you say it's not satisfactory, that's pretty much your lacking.
Yeah, what's up?
Did you understand what was just said? Wait, why was he muted? What the hell?
All right, yeah. So I didn't understand what he just said. But this is kind of like the weird, like, what's the dude's name? Jim Bob. He says that you're absurd, but then also uses your absurd claim to say you're absurd. Well, if you're reducing to absurdity, how are you going to accept my view of absurdity to disprove my view of absurdity? You can't have it both ways.
It's funny you say you can't have it both ways, but your whole worldview is contradictory, dude.
Wait, but you just use my worldview to say my worldview is contradictory. How can you use an incorrect worldview to correctly prove that a worldview is incorrect?
No. I have my own worldview, dude. I can still put myself in your perspective from your reference point and argue from your reference point. Any wise person can do that, right? You know what? It's called an internal critique, dude.
No, but that only works if you think that there's some validity to the position you're critiquing. If you're gonna you can't say that I can't use my worldview to argue something, but you can use my worldview to argue my worldview makes no sense. That doesn't make sense. How can you wait? Hold on, really quick. Just to explain what you're doing right now. You're literally telling me I'm going to take your worldview to tell you that you can't use your worldview.
Yeah. So you can either when I put myself in your shoes from your worldview, right? I can either steel man your position, which shows that I have a good grasp and mastery of your worldview and understanding, or I can do an internal critique and tear it down from your perspective. That shows wisdom. No, people that don't do that,
you can straw man it.
Hold on, or you can straw man it. You're right. People that don't like to do that, right, aren't actually arguing with good faith. Because if you were arguing from good faith, you would evaluate my position from my worldview, from my eyes.
Hold on. Two things. How can you use my worldview and say I can argue your worldview makes no sense from your worldview, but you can't argue your worldview? You're literally saying you're incorrect. I'm going to use your incorrectness to say you're incorrect.
Bro, is this some type of sophistry right now, dude? Like, what are you doing? What are you saying right now?
You can't reduce my position to absurdity, but use my absurd position to do so.
Bro, you're speaking in riddles right now. Like you're literally using sophistry tactics to try to, and this is a tactic. This is a tactic that a lot of Globers use to try to confuse the audience into obscurities. You're just speaking in obscurities right now. You're not making any coherent sense.
We'll grant for the sake of argument, right, that we're going to do internal critiques on both sides to evaluate the validity of their worldview. So from Akna's worldview, right, how would you completely reduce it to absurdity? How about we go from there?
Wait, is he talking right now and I just can't hear him?
No, I'm not talking now.
Oh,
So
okay. Someone asked you a question.
Oh, I thought can you ask that again? I thought he was talking to
I
me.
was just saying oh no, you're good. I was just saying that we can grant, right, just for the sake of moving forward with the conversation, that you want to do an internal critique, and we can set aside Akna's criticism of doing an internal critique to see if you can reduce his worldview to absurdity. That's all I was saying.
Sure. So if I was to put myself in his shoes, he claims that he thinks that my worldview is contradictory. Right? Is that what you said? And the reason you said that is because the reason you said that is because I said that I believe, and I have justification for my belief theologically, that the material world, the physical world manifests from the metaphysical world. It emerges from the metaphysical world. That's metaphysical means beyond the physical senses.
I simply all I asked was, can you prove that? And you said, no, I don't have 100% proof. And I said, okay, can you evidence that? And you said, yes, I can evidence that with reason. And then I asked, do you think arguments are evidence? And you said yes. And then I was like, okay, that's all that happened, dude.
So okay, but it's fine. But in my worldview, the physical, right, has a necessary antecedent, which is the metaphysical. And this is the case actually in your worldview, dude, whether you realize it or not. If you ever,
what's my worldview?
Hold on, from today on, if you ever start invoking space-time or the bending and warping of space-time, those are metaphysical concepts, dude.
What's my worldview? Because you said that my worldview does the same thing.
I just explained it to you, bro. Even though you critique me from my understanding on reality, saying that it's contradictory, this and that, it doesn't make any sense.
I just
meanwhile, right? You still hold to the truth of space-time, which is a metaphysical concept.
I'm pretty agnostic on it. I don't know. I've told people before this. I don't know what the fuck electrons are. I don't know what the fuck Albert Einstein meant when he said the warping of space-time. That literally makes no sense to me. That makes as much sense to me as people will say God spoke the universe into existence. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't understand the math. I don't understand the theology. Both of those things mean squat to me. Okay? One just happens to predict the world better than the other. That's the reason I believe in one and not the other. I've said this multiple times in this chat before.
I listen. I respect that because at least that makes your worldview somewhat consistent and not, you're not devolving into absurdity and diletheism where you try to hold on to two different contradictory worldviews, right? Because if you truly hold on, if you truly are a naturalist, materialist, empiricist, you can't possibly hold on to the Big Bang Theory, the singularity at the beginning of time, and space time, while also call yourself a materialist empiricist. That would be diletheism. That would be absurd.
I don't think that necessarily follows, but
and that's not true either. The Big Bang is just referred to as the expansion of space, which we can still see today. So I don't know what that's supposed to be. I don't know what the singularity of the Big Bang was because I just don't know. But yeah, I don't know what you're saying about me. I haven't said any of these things.
This is where the straw manning is.
No, but listen, bro. I respect the fact that you said that you don't really hold any of that to be necessarily true. It's just you're agnostic on it.
Yeah.
That's all. That's good. That's good.
How could I not be? I don't understand it. I don't know the math. One just happens to predict the future. One just happens to predict the future better than the other. So I believe in one and not the other.
That's fine, but you can't believe in both things at the same time. That'd be contradictory. That would be absurd.
Don't even know what that
means. That would violate the logic of non-contradiction. Not contradiction. It would violate the law of.
If you're going to accuse people of using logical fallacies, learn about logical fallacies first.
Can I get an answer to my question though?
Wait, hold on, wait. Do you have a response, or are you just bitching? The guy that just talked. Do you have an argument? Can you form an argument? Or are you just whining?
You've been throwing out all of these. You're going against logic and everything. Where did you obtain your information on the rules of logic?
Hold on. Do you have an argument, or are you just bitching? Now you're asking me questions.
I'm not bitching. I'm asking you where you're getting all these accusations from.
He's just wanting to know, like, if you've got any formal training in
logistics,
or are you just repeating things you heard in YouTube videos?
Listen, I don't know if you know about me, dude, but I'm a Christian, right? I'm a Torah observant Christian. I would consider myself a Hebrew and a theologian, right? And with theology,
you're no theologian.
You're talking about logic.
All right,
you're no theologian. You're not.
Okay, fine.
When you study theology, have you any study at all, or you just sort of like read the
Bible?
Yeah,
I am studying. Yes.
Where?
I do have a teacher.
With what? A teacher.
Don't worry about it.
Your pastor.
Don't worry about it, bro. I do online studies.
Online studies at what? Jerry Falwell's.
Don't worry about it, dude. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you're doing online.
This is a derail. This is a derail. Hold on. We got to. We got to get back.
Theologian. He claimed to be a theologian.
Look, NASA.
I study under mentors, dude.
I'm willing to grant, right? That's fine. But we were on the how holding those two independent propositions entails a contradiction. That's where we were at.
Yeah, so it started with him critiquing the idea that the physical emerges from the metaphysical. That's where this started.
I just asked for proof. Why do you keep saying that? I didn't do that.
You called it absurd, dude.
No, I didn't.
Because he has no proof and he has to deflect from it. That's why.
No, the proof that I have is theological.
That's not
which I already know. To you guys, it's not evidence, right?
That's correct.
Right.
Well, if you think it's evidence, then you just have to accept every other religious claim.
No, that's not the case at all.
Well, it exactly is the case, but okay.
No. In JTB, in Justified True Belief, it allows for theological justification
No, it only allows for one theological justification.
Go look it up, dude.
What do you mean, go look it up? Do you think there are other theological justifications or justifications other than the God you believe in?
Yeah. People can have other theologies that they want to justify their beliefs for, but that's fine.
Are they justified? Are they justified true beliefs?
According to JTB, it's justified true belief. Yes.
I'm asking you, do you think there are any other justified true beliefs other
Yes, dude.
than the
I
God
already
that
said.
you believe in?
I already said yes, dude.
Okay, like what?
Any other religion you could actually use to justify your belief. But
So
does
in your
that?
world,
I already know where you're going with this, because right now what you're gonna do is just it's gonna be, oh well, it's not truth because it's not absolute.
no, that's not what I was gonna say. I was saying if you think that other religions have a justified true belief, why aren't other religions just as justified and true as the religion you believe in?
Because mine has way more coherence and reasoning to it, right? When you actually
said they're all justified true beliefs.
when you start to scrutinize it, right, you'll find out that the Christian worldview is the most coherent worldview in the world.
Wait, hold on. You literally just said they're all justified true beliefs. You just said they're all justified true beliefs.
Yeah, but you can just because you justified your belief through theological means doesn't mean that it's ultimately absolutely true.
What makes your justified true belief more justified true belief than another religion?
Dude, I'm trying to explain it to you, bro. So what it comes down to, right, is reasoning, and you have to reason yourself, right? What makes the most sense when you compare, Islam to Christianity to Judaism to Buddhism to Hinduism? You start to scrutinize their worldviews and see which one is the most rational. And that's what I've done. And I believe that the Christian worldview is the most rational, reasonable, coherent worldview.
In which religion were you raised in?
And it also has the testimony of the apostles, of the disciples.
Which belief
we got
raised in?
Hold on.
We can grant all of that, right? But just because this is something that we've pointed out before, right? Like the internal coherency of the book, like the scripture that you appeal to, doesn't therefore make it true.
Yeah, that's why I asked. You said all religions are justified true beliefs.
Yeah, I'm trying. I get that, and that's why with materialists, empiricists, right? If it can't be validated in front of your eyes on the scale, you have this scale reliability that you appeal to, which is fine, dude. That's fine. And if it doesn't, and it's funny because even amongst some of you scientists, you'll admit that there's no such thing as 100% truth.
Okay, dude.
Well, I don't.
You just jumped a whole lake and a half over from what we were talking about.
No, bro, I'm not. I don't live my life like that on this scale of reliability.
But you
no one said you did.
But you justify everything wearing your Christian sunglasses.
But hold on. Do you think, Ryan, that you could appeal to certain forms of empiricism and still be like Christian theist?
Absolutely. I'm not disregarding the scientific method of acquiring knowledge whatsoever. But just because I don't use a scientific method of acquiring knowledge, and you guys think that knowledge is synonymous with truth, which I also do, but that at the same time you think that you can't actually come to 100% truth using the scientific method.
Our issue is
I think the distinction
knowledge is just like how every other religion obtains knowledge.
But also the other thing to keep in mind is that we just don't believe in like absolute certainty, right? We believe that we could still be wrong, right? Like I think that's the other distinction that we can't forget.
Just to be clear, that doesn't mean that truth doesn't exist either. Things cohering with reality are different than knowing the things that cohere with reality. Things will just cohere with reality. Yeah.
I know, but when people say like the enemy of knowing is belief, right? Like you've heard that before. But within the scientific, some empiricists, materialists will say that you can't ever actually know with 100%, even using the scientific method. There's always going to be a degree of uncertainty. Therefore, you're actually not acquiring 100% truth. Some people really believe that. I've heard Goldbergs argue that.
hold on. That's just because Humes suck and his problem of induction really sucks for science. It does. But this is also a problem for religion. So I don't know why you're saying that. It's the same thing. You guys try to get around this by just saying God can't lie to us, but there's literally no reason. There's no reason that God couldn't lie to you guys. There's none.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't Max?
So
it's literally a thought. It's like Maxwell's demon or whatever. So that's just Hume's problem of induction for religious people. They just won't acknowledge it though.
yeah, so I'm connecting the bridge, and just because I don't live my life through the scientific method of acquiring knowledge doesn't mean that all of a sudden the knowledge that I've acquired through theology, through the scriptures, through God, or through reasoning is untrustworthy.
So that's just to be clear, that's not the critique most atheists make. The critique that most atheists make is that you think your religion is true, but you acquire knowledge the exact same way as so many other religions, and as so many other sects in your own religion that you disagree with.
What it ultimately boils down to, regardless, is persuasion. Are you persuaded by the evidence? Whether it's third parties working in labs that you're reading lab works on, right? Experiments on, because you're not doing all the experiments yourself, but yet you rely on third parties to dictate to you what the truth of the matter is regarding, science.
Now you're jumping to your own personal belief in the thing, not the reality of the thing. If you want to make a claim that God is real, that he really exists in reality, and you're going to appeal to your knowledge and scripture, I'm going to say, well, guess what? A bunch of other religions do that. But now you just completely move the goalpost by saying, well, now what matters is if it's convincing to you. I wasn't asking about your personal opinion. I was asking, how do you come to the conclusion that the God you believe in exists in the real world when the form that you use, the appeal to your knowledge, is the exact same appeal that so many other religions and people in your own religion, but different sects, make that exact same appeal? You're jumping between two different things here. Do you see that?
No, yeah. So there's plenty of evidence to support my belief, right? And I start off earlier. I already had this conversation, dude. I already had this conversation earlier. So my main basis for my belief system, my foundation is the Bible. I already know that's problematic for you guys because you guys have an irrational skepticism of the God of the Bible, right? You think
that's
that
not the criticism.
Dude, hold on.
Why do you say I haven't said that?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. All right, it's fine, dude. It's fine. Outside of that, right? We can appeal to our mental faculties, right? We can evaluate the world around us. We can look at nature, right? We can read testimonies of history. So we can use historiography to justify our beliefs. We can use the theological argument to justify my belief, which I talked about earlier, the fine-tuning argument, the complexity in life. We can also use a cosmological argument. Dude, I could go on and on and on and explain to you why I believe God exists.
But again,
but at the end of the day, hold on. At the end of the day, if it's not satisfactory to you or persuasive enough, what am I supposed to do?
I see what you're supposed to do, and you completely avoided the thing. You could go on and on and on, but everything that you go on and on and on about can be applied to any other religion. You just say it's not convincing. So why should I say yours is any more convincing?
Well, okay. Next step. So that was just to evaluate the position that I have of a God existing. Now, if I'm going to try to evaluate which God is the right God and compare all the different religions, well, this is where I go. Which one's the most coherent and rational, right? And then once you start doing that, you start figuring out, well, historically, which one has the best defense, right?
No, why would you see that?
The fact that Jesus died and resurrected is the best evidence out of all the religions to support the Christian doctrine. Because we have a man that claimed he was sent from the one true God, died and resurrected from the dead.
Okay, so that's great. It still has nothing to do with the reality of the thing. If I wanted to determine which Marvel comic actually happened in the real world, I'd never go into the Marvel comics and see which one's the most coherent, right? It doesn't make a difference.
Okay, to you it doesn't, but to me it does. And so
no, it doesn't.
Historically,
I can make a religion right now that's more coherent than Christianity, because I could just say 3 sentences. I could say, my God exists, my God is the Christian God, my God created the universe, and that's already more coherent than Christianity, because I just simply have fewer premises and less of them contradict each other, and that would be more coherent than the Christian God, but you wouldn't believe in my God.
No, dude, it's not. I'll explain to you in a second. Give me a second, dude. I'm driving, dude. I don't have all my notes in front of me. I don't have all my studies in front of me. If I did, dude, this conversation would be over.
I'm sure it would be. Yeah, I'm sure.
Appeal to I left my homework at home.
Dog
No, I'm
it?
actually
Not
trying
written
to
on your heart.
Ooh, is that not more
What?
impressive than I'm doing this without any notes?
No, but you hold on, dude. Just give me a second.
All right.
Seems like, Lion, you're the
What?
only one defending Christianity right now. Thank you.
True. Yeah. Come on, Ethan. Why don't you do more?
I'll try to contribute. Lion's doing a great job. I'm just listening in.
Like, very few religious people do. The ones who do, I think, are the most honest. But you do understand the fact that arguing everything that you say in religion could just be applied to any other god that's said to exist.
Is he roboting for me or everybody?
Yeah, Akna, if you could rephrase that, it was roboting. Thank you.
Oh yeah, my Wi-Fi did just crash.
Even God doesn't want you to speak.
Are you still there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
So I'm gonna appeal to an authority here, right? He's an attorney, Lionel Luck, who I've talked about him last week. I suggested you become familiarized with him. This attorney is special. The reason he's special is because he was able to win over 240 murder trials, right? Where he's in the Guinness Book of World Records for the most acquittals. Right now, he's from Indian descent. He studied in England. Luck, who converted to Christianity after examining the evidence using. Hold on, dude. I'm just gonna post it. I'll be back, dude. All right, I'll be back.
That's the story of Devil's Advocate. You could also defend people who didn't do murder and still be a hero.
Oh. Can anyone name the 3 fallacies that are about to go down?
Appeal to ignorance, non sequitur. Wait, I'm just guessing because I wasn't even here for the beginning. Oh, we're not going to finish the. Sorry, did I totally just break again?
I can fill in the secular humanism is progressing, but they'll never control the world because they don't have enough money.
Oh, normally it's that
They'll
they're
never
not
be able to
producing
replace
enough.
themselves.
Yeah, that's the one that I was. That's the one that most
they're
people argue.
so unresearched on so many things.
You know, a funny thing is, I think immigration solves this problem, and then people don't like immigration. So can never win with these people.
We're so off put by other people's beliefs because beliefs get quite personal over thousands of years. So if you then show that to someone else, they think you're a fucking weirdo.
It's funny that we have to bring people who do have some kind of religion or they do believe in God. That's quite funny that you suggest that.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah, but
You
the
need
world in its
missionaries,
entirety is.
You need some people to share the good news.
I mean, I feel like the less issue is the belief in God and more that people just can't afford it. Right? That's why people aren't having kids.
Well, I mean, feminism played a big role, didn't it, in the West? So
Nowhere near the amount that the cost
that's
of
right.
having a kid and having a home plays into it. I guarantee you, if Christianity really wanted to solve the problem of people having less kids, they could just pay for like school lunches and stuff like that. And I guarantee you, housing, all of those things, you can make, child products free. You could like this. You could just do that, and I guarantee you, people would have more kids.
Yeah, they should definitely incentivize it. I think Hitler did that actually.
To have more
If
kids.
you had 4 kids, you got a house or something like that. If you had,
that's not what I said though. I said that you should bring down the cost of having kids, not that you should give money to people for having kids.
But I'm sure you'd agree that it's it's a young. If you got a young female, her most fertile years, and she basically wastes them in a cubicle or something like that, and it's like, well, have a baby when you're 30 or something. Well, and let's not forget, it's more dangerous, right? So
you didn't finish your point. What was your point there?
Well, they're wasting the most fertile years.
I mean, if you mean for having a kid, yeah, but it's also the best years to. I mean, you have. I mean, it depends. Some people disagree with this, but you would basically have the highest housing rate, depending if your parents are still supporting you. You have the best, not housing rate. It would be income. It would be like best support, but also the most free time. You have the most energy. You are in your best health, so you could do other things, stuff like that, right? This is the time for new experiences. I mean, you don't want to be having new experiences when you're like old, because you just physically can't in some cases, and also you get like midlife crises and stuff like that.
Yeah, better to have wine-stained teeth and 3 cats and be 40 and can't wait for that invite to the wedding so you can hit on the groomsmen.
Wait, but I don't know your point. If you're gonna make the saying that they're wasting their best, but they're not wasting it in their view, you think they're wasting it.
Yeah, because they've been psychologically operated on. Basically, they've been told that you've got to kick back against the hierarchy. Hence the reason I said that feminism is a literal death sentence to any society that takes it on.
Yeah, I don't know what you think the entailment of feminism is, that you can't have kids. I don't know why you think
You
that's
just
entailment.
agreed with me, Dick. What are you on about? 2 dicks. Are you listening
There's
to yourself?
no entailment
You
in
just agreed with
feminism
me.
that says
You just
there's
agreed with me.
No, I didn't. There's no entailment in feminism that says you can't have kids at a
That's
young
your problem.
age.
That's your problem. You're slobbering that much. You don't even know. No wonder you hate God.
If you want to find me
That's
any
all I hear.
feminist, if you want to find me any feminist that claims that you're not allowed to have kids when you're young, go ahead. I don't know any single one that would say that. Like even the most radical.
No, I just want a butt baby with my boyfriend.
Yeah, but you think it is the case. So have you heard a feminist say this?
Dude, you're hilarious.
Okay, cool. So there's no part of feminism that says you can't have kids when you're young. It's just that the case that people are deciding not to have kids when they're young for many reasons. I think the biggest one is it just costs more to have kids. It's just more expensive.
Andy,
Do you want to acknowledge that one or no?
Consider tonight that God is a black woman, and just see how you get on. Like after
God is a black woman. Why am I thinking God is a black woman, John?
It's a good meditation to do when you're at your point, when you've already found that God is unfindable. You have to look into gender and all that.
Yeah, I don't really think of it in those sort of terms. In fact, I don't think of it as anything.
Feminism just means let's all do what we want equally, yeah. Because the boys,
without the duties, yeah.
The boys can't run everything. That's what it means.
Yeah, they don't want to do that. I get it. I totally get it.
I don't know why you guys say this duties thing. You guys literally believe.
I don't want to be sent to war either.
Yeah, no one wants to be sent to war. That's why we have a draft.
If we let some females control, they'll have less fights, and then we'll have to go to less wars.
That could be
I
true.
don't think that's true historically. That's not even true historically. I think it's like unironically.
We've got to test it. We're at that point.
Well, in the United States, I think there was 14,000 homicides committed by men in 2024, and only 1,400, I think, by women. And the women population. Oh, go ahead.
Well, the issue there is that you have to take into consideration repeat offenders and physical aggression. So men are more physically aggressive, but women are more socially aggressive. And murders tend to show a really good comparison. The amount of cyberbullying that happens for women is way higher than the degree to men. Like the amount of young girls that experience anorexia or trauma from and I'm not talking about girls crying about their feelings. No, like actual reportable. You have to go to the real shit, right? This is way higher in women than it is in men because women are far more socially aggressive than men are socially aggressive, but men are more physically aggressive. So if we were to compare some incidents, we could compare murder, but that's a very physical act. But if we were to compare, social bullying sounds weird, but I'm just saying, if you were to compare social bullying or social acts of aggression, women would score way higher than men.
We just need a bit of balance. That's all I was saying. I know there's
women are bitchy. That sounds about right to me. Did you see the? Did you see the? Sorry, Don.
Sorry, there's a big agenda around feminism. I'm aware of that, but I'm just saying we can't rule out the women. Some are good.
I posted a video earlier, Dr. Berg's latest video, and they were basically talking about the testosterone crisis. I mean, it's well known that we're at record lows for testosterone, but in that video, they talked about how estrogen was the driver for aggression, not testosterone. And I was like, oh shit, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, again, you're misunderstanding. There's different types of aggression, right? This is very well known. There's not just one way to be aggressive.
Just to finish the last topic, dude, I'm done if you guys are done. I posted the relevant information in the side chat for the guy I'm talking about, Lionel Lacou. Lionel converted to Christianity after examining the evidence using the same rigorous standards as he applied in court. He became convinced. I have spent more than 42 years as a defense trial lawyer appearing in many parts of the world, and am still in active practice. I say unequivocally, the evidence for the resurrection of Jesus Christ is so overwhelming that it compels acceptance by proof, which leaves absolutely no room for doubt. And this guy is famed for his 245 consecutive successful defenses in murder cases. And
wait, sorry, do you want to just mean what you mean by resurrection of Jesus Christ? Do you mean by miracle or by some biological occurrence? Because your case is already dead in the water if you don't define what you mean by resurrection.
Well, it is a miracle, right? Okay. It is a miracle, but it can be explained through rational processes that are beyond our understanding.
By definition, miracles can't be done like that. That's literally the definition of miracles.
Yeah, we would say the same thing 100 years ago or 200 years ago about the modern iPhone. You know, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's magic. We're not saying it's magic.
You are. That's literally what a miracle is.
No, dude.
Do you think miracles are the act of supernatural forces?
Hold on, bro.
Okay, see, now you don't want to look it up because you know that's literally.
No, I'm not, dude. I'm trying to get this out, dude.
Oh, then I'll look it up. Then I can just tell you guys. So, do we agree that miracles are the act of supernatural forces?
No, hold on. But this guy, he believed that the cumulative weight of his arguments met the legal standard of proof beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah, but again, you have a defined resurrection, so it's dead in the water.
No, hold on, dude. And the reason he said that, I'm trying to look for the.
Can I just define magic for everyone here?
Says Luck, who converted to Christianity after examining the evidence using the same rigorous standards as he applied in court with the 245 murder cases. He became convinced that Jesus was a real historical figure, and his crucifixion and resurrection was undeniable. The resurrection was the best explanation for the evidence, including the empty tomb, the eyewitness accounts, and the transformation of early Christians, and the commotion and the ripple that it caused through the world, dude, at that time.
Yeah, okay, so I'll say again, until you define what resurrection is, your argument's dead on arrival.
Well, dude, come on, bro.
There's no argument to be made.
According to the biblical account, a guy was dead for 3 days, dead, completely dead, and resurrected from the grave.
That's not an answer to what resurrection is. Do you mean like his heart started beating again? Like what happened?
Roadside parking detected.
Yes, his body was restored, and the life of that body was restored to 100%.
Still not an answer. Was it biological processes or non-biological processes?
That's more of a arbitrary standard, to be honest with you, because
Fine, I'm going to ask it anyway. Was it biological processes or non-biological processes?
Both.
Okay, so what caused the biological processes to occur again?
I'm trying to explain it to you, bro. So life itself, right, is a miracle in your standards, right?
Yeah,
the way the way that life came about from nothing, or at least from something over time, is still a miracle, right?
Actually, it's not.
Remember earlier we went through this. That
yeah, let's go through it again.
Right now, life right now, matter was manifested from the metaphysical.
That's just not the case. But we can go through it right now. Do you know what an acorn is?
Yeah.
Okay, how much do you think an acorn weighs?
I don't know, a couple grams, dude. What's the point?
So do you know what an oak tree is?
Yes.
Okay, do you think the entirety of an oak tree is inside of an acorn?
No.
Okay, so we agree. Yeah, so we agree that something non-living, such as the water, the oxygen, well, there's oxygen in water, the nitrogen, the sun, all of those things, right, are then produced and they turn into the oak tree, right?
No, you'd be, for your premise to be true, you'd have to believe that acorn came from nowhere. That acorn came from a living organism. It came from life. So either way, it's still life from life, dude.
Okay, and again, we can critique your view on this too, because it doesn't make any more sense, but I'll ask again, do you think chemicals are living?
I mean, water's living, isn't it?
It's not sequitur. He's like, dude, oh yeah, the sperm became alive. Yeah, and where'd the sperm come from, Brainiac?
That's not what I said at all. I asked you, do you think that the entirety of an oak tree exists inside of an acorn?
Bro, again, it's just logically irrelevant. Your premise is faulty. Your premise is faulty. It's still life from life. He's trying to say that life came from non-life by using the acorn as an example of non-life. But what he refuses to see is that the acorn actually came from life. Ontologically speaking, the acorn came from life.
Yes,
just follow it to the end.
He won't do that, but it's fine. I'll explain again.
Why would I when the premise is faulty?
There's no faulty premise. What I said is that we agree chemistry isn't alive. Chemistry produces an oak tree from an acorn. Right? We agree with all of those parts. Chemistry isn't alive. Chemistry produces an oak tree from acorn.
Yeah, you still don't have an argument, bro.
Okay, you think that there's no such thing as life from non-life. Is water, is the sun, and is the air and the dirt, are those things alive?
No.
Okay, so do we agree that an acorn needs those things to turn into an oak tree?
Yes.
Okay, do we agree that the entirety of that oak tree does not exist in the acorn?
Yes.
Do we agree that the acorn needs those things to become an oak tree?
Yes.
And finally, do we agree that the entirety of the oak tree is a living thing?
Yes.
Okay, so at what point do you think that non-life, right, the chemistry, the water, the sun, the air, all of those things, when do you think that turned into life, the entire oak tree?
Roadside parking detected. Please deploy safety.
When did the acorn become alive?
Oh, that's not what I asked.
When it sprouts.
When do you think the chemistry, right, the sun, the water, the air, when did all of those things, when did that non-living thing become part of the living thing, part of the oak tree? When did it become living?
I don't know. It sounds like a malformed question to me, dude. Honestly, I'm not following what you're saying.
That's fine.
I'm really trying to answer you, but it just doesn't make any sense.
I can ask it a different way. How actually will how should I phrase this? Because I don't want to sound condescending. Do we agree that zygotes are not the size of adults?
Yeah, but again, I'm failing to follow your logical sequence.
Do we agree that zygotes need water and air to turn into adults?
Yes, dude. Yes, but is your point that life is contingent on non-life, therefore life came from non-life? Is that your argument? Is that the logical sequence?
My argument is that you're making a strange distinction between life and non-life when all life is chemistry. But you're saying some kind of chemistry is non-life and some kind
I
of chemistry
understand the
is life.
logical sequence. So for the audience listening, his argument, right, to justify his position is that the life right now that we have in the world is contingent and necessary on certain antecedents that are not alive, i.e., water and sunlight.
Exactly. That's the exact opposite of what I said. I said that you're making a really weird distinction between certain types of chemistry, calling some kind of chemistry alive and some kind of chemistry not alive, even though that all life is chemistry.
I would argue there's an aliveness to everything, though, so I just disagree with the whole thing.
Yeah, but you'd be disagreeing with the other dude as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and just to be clear, Lion, you think that life comes from non-life in the same way. Do you think God is like living the same way that humans and other living organisms are living?
The whole thing, dude, like this is what you do all the time. You just ask questions back to back to back that are logically irrelevant, right? Don't really follow like a coherent sequence. And you're grasping at straws, dude. Because in my worldview, even the non-life, including the material that's needed to create life, came from life. Just like the acorn came from life, the material needed to create life came from life. So to me, the whole thing just faulty from the premise.
God is living like his creations. Do you think that's the case? The same way?
I don't know, dude. I'm gonna back out. You guys, because I know the audience is probably already sick of this, dude. But this is not where I wanted to go, anyways. But it's all good, dude.
I agree. It's all good.
I can tap in. What's up?
So I was just asking what it means. Oh, you can go, Maxim. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask if Eden had heard what you were talking to Lion about.
I heard a little bit of it, and I think I've heard him propose this question before about the acorn, how it, and then I've heard the responses he's received in the past. Like, I think Tuakna asked if literal trees are within the acorn, and I've heard people say yes, but I think maybe that they didn't understand the question correctly.
They wanted to say that every part of the oak tree is in the acorn because all of the code was there. And then I asked them, do you think a blueprint for a car is the same thing as a car? And they said no. So something's not following there.
Yeah, yeah. And then when you've heard them, when you've asked them about when they cut it down, is it in there to see their response? And the responses were kind of funny.
There's no way around this. There's no way to disagree that life comes from non-life, unless you just want to say chemistry is alive, or you want to say atoms are alive. Yeah, there's just no way around it.
You're sort of just rephrasing the chicken and the egg argument. Like, what came first, the chicken or the egg?
Just to be clear,
supposedly
wait, hold on. Just to be clear, it depends on how you define those things. But just to be clear, I love how you keep saying that I've said things that I just simply have not said. I have not done that once to you today, and I've actually been pretty nice. I've only been muted once today the entire time because I've been chill today. I don't know why you keep saying I've been saying things I haven't said. I haven't said that.
It's not an analogy to the chicken and the egg argument, bro?
No, I didn't say anything about a chicken or an egg, and I didn't say what came first. I made the claim that you're making a weird distinction between certain types of chemistry, some being alive, some being not alive. And then I added another point. Even if you were right on that, you also agree life comes from non-life because you don't think your God is living in the same way his creations are. You don't think God is formed from cells, even though he created cells, which we all agree are what life is today. So even in your view, you think that life comes from something that is not the life it is. So I don't know what to do with that.
Dude, I thought, see, this is a problem, dude. Maybe we're talking past each other, but I thought you were making an argument from life sprouting forth from non-life. And in your worldview, you consider the acorn non-life. And as, you're using the example of the acorn sprouting into a full-blown tree as example in justification for your worldview. I thought that's what you were arguing for.
So again, I'll say again, never once today have I said justification for my worldview because that just sounds really dumb to me. I will not say that, and I haven't said it. And then I'll say again, we all agree that the sun isn't alive. We all agree water isn't alive. We all agree air isn't alive.
I didn't agree with that.
dirt is okay.
No,
Besides this
no,
one
you're
dude,
going
besides
too
the one
far,
dude,
dude.
we agree
Bro,
that these things aren't
dude,
alive, but we agreed that these things are required to turn an acorn into a very large oak tree. So somewhere on that line, we have to say that life came from non-life.
Why won't you just have a good faith discussion and stop being so slippery? Just tell me your argument, dude. You're saying you're using the acorn example as justification, whether you realize it or not. You can say you're not doing that, but that's what you're doing, dude.
No, I'm saying somewhere if we agree to certain things such as air and sunlight and water not being alive, but we say an oak tree is alive, well, somewhere air and water and sunlight turn to living things. That has to be the case. There's no way around that.
Nah, dude, I don't believe that. And there's a difference between inanimate matter, as in matter that's not animated, that's not alive, that doesn't have the breath of life, and matter that has the breath of life, that's animated, that's living. Now, we can argue about the different types of awareness, you know, the awareness of a bacteria to the awareness of a tree to the awareness of a dog or a human, but that's besides the point. Those all have animation. They're animated, dude. They're alive, right? Water is not alive, dude. My opinion. Dirt is not alive. Like, it has things in it that are alive, right? Like there's life in it, but the dirt itself is not alive. Like the matter is not
You're
alive.
just simply disagreeing with how trees grow. Trees need sunlight. Trees need water. Trees need air to grow. There's no way around this. And we know for a fact that these are the things that cause an acorn to turn into an oak tree. That's where the mass comes from. If you think the mass comes from the dirt, then why aren't there just giant holes of dirt around oak trees? It doesn't make sense. We know the mass of oak trees comes from the water, well, it eventually turns into sugar, comes from the water, the air, and the sun. You're just disagreeing with how plants grow now, but you're agreeing that sunlight, air, and water aren't life.
No, man, I'm not disagreeing with that, bro. Why are you strawmanning me, dude? I do believe that life is contingent on non-life, dude. Like, we're contingent on the existence of the earth, right? We're contingent on the existence of the firmament. We're contingent on the water cycle, on the carbon cycle, right? That doesn't mean all of a sudden that life came from non-life.
Say it again. The oak tree comes from an acorn plus a bunch of non-living things. Somewhere, all of those non-living things turn into a living thing, the oak tree.
Yeah, the ingredients for life need to be there. No doubt about that, dude. Right? We need it. We need the
ingredients for life are not living themselves.
We need right, and that's not. Yeah, I agree with you. But
so
the uniform
life comes from non-life.
No, you're making a leap of faith there, bro. So
I know how plants grow.
Gosh, dude. Okay, so the uniformity in nature has to exist, right? You need the stabilization. You need the homeostasis to exist. Something is causing the uniformity in nature. Something gave way to life. Something needed to establish the ingredients needed for life. And that something is alive. That something is alive in my worldview.
Okay, I get it.
What do you mean by uniformity of nature?
Well, hold on, really quick. I get that you think that, but you don't agree with that statement anyway, because you don't think God is cells, even though you agree life is cells. So still, in your view, life, cells come from non-life, non-cells.
No, dude. No,
Cells
God
are
is alive.
Cells are alive.
But what do you mean by uniformity of nature?
The uniformity of nature has to do with the consistency, right? We got the on a daily basis, right? We know the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, right? A year's granted, there's a negligible difference in the sidereal year. That's besides the point. We see the uniformity, right? The periodicities of the luminaries, they're consistent in their orbits.
So you're saying just things work in a predictable way, essentially. You have to strip it down. Okay. Well, how do you tie that to like life, evolution, cells?
Intelligent design.
But
intelligent design does not answer the question. It just seems like a buzzword you're using.
No, it's a justification for life, right? Intelligent life that we see all around us, including the double helix and the DNA. Right now he's talking about the cycle of life with acorns and oak trees. That process itself has to be justified by something other than accident alone or probability alone. That's not rational.
I understand that, but like when you say uniformity of nature justifies these things, I'm just like I don't see the logical connection. So essentially, I guess I'm asking you to make the logical chain, like proposition.
Yeah. So if I make a logical syllogism regarding the teleological argument,
not syllogism, but like sure, okay, we can do.
Well, yeah. The premise is that there's a divine architect, right? Premise number one, that there's a divine architect. Premise number two. Premise number two is that life is complex because there's a divine architect, right? And then the conclusion.
That's not another premise. That's literally your conclusion.
Well, yeah, you're right. So premise number one.
Ryan. You won.
What happened, Don? I won?
Yeah, you won. Just redefining it as divine architect. I think that's enough. They're not going to be able to say anything.
Okay, just keep going.
So I mean, that was my syllogism right there. That life is complex. There's harmony in nature, and because there's harmony in nature, there must be a divine architect.
That's just a non sequitur.
It's not sequential. Why?
It's a non sequitur. The conclusion doesn't follow from the premise.
First statement was not related to the second statement.
How is it not related?
Because they're independent statements. Life is complex, right? There's harmony in nature. Where the fuck did you pull the conclusion of divine architect? Like what? Those things, there's no coherence there. They're just literally three independent sentences.
It has to be.
Those are the two premises. The two premises are using deductive logic, right?
No.
But fundamentally, you're saying that your fundamental your fundamental intuition is there is a God, right? And through that fundamental intuition, you have to lead us to why is life complex. You're starting backwards.
Hey, can I give an idea?
That's deductive logic, bro. You can actually hold on real quick, Issa. That's the last thing now, you can take over. Deductive logic can actually be based off theological reasoning. So you can have theological justification and already have a premise of there being a divine architect, and then use observations that we see in nature to have, and then use inductive reasoning to create a logical syllogism. It's perfectly coherent. Go ahead.
Can I just offer like a refinement to what I think Ryan's trying to say real quick? That's all. Is like if man can take like base nature and make things out of that are more complex than nature, and then when we look over at nature and we see that it's made up, let's say, of molecules and shit, and out of those molecules came trees and organisms and all kinds of living things, we could kind of deduce that just like we take the base things that we're given and create things, maybe God created and created the what we observed before us using other base things. Right.
Your principles.
Real quick. Hold on. So I just asked ChatGPT to correct my reasoning to see if I was wrong. All I did is I asked it, make a logical syllogism for the teleological argument. It literally repeated my syllogism.
No,
it literally did. Hold on. It says here, sure, here's a logical syllogism for the teleological argument, which is the argument for God's existence based on the apparent design and order of the universe. Major premise number one: all designs imply a designer. Minor premise number two: the universe exhibits complex design. Conclusion: therefore, the universe has a designer.
You could
you're saying that you said it was a non sequitur.
No,
hold on.
We can just remove the design and it will still be valid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
right. So
it's a wall more complex. Yeah, is a wall more complex than a brick? Yes, but if you stack enough stone bricks on top of each other, you get a wall.
Yeah, the thing you missed
Yeah,
was you had to say that complexity requires a designer, which ChatGPT did in its major premise one. You missed that in your syllogism because you just said 3 independent clauses, but if you added complexity requires a designer, then it would have been a proper syllogism.
I said that, dude.
but you'd also still have to defend.
Stop, bro. You stop.
You'd still have to defend that other premise.
It was
That's
a proper syllogism, dude. You guys are saying it was improper. It was non sequitur. No, it wasn't. Stop.
You're presupposing, Lion, you're presupposing that a creator is necessary, that like any existing universe, any world, like necessitates a creator, right? Which like people don't agree with, right? That's the
Yeah, you don't have to agree with it. It's still a sound argument, right? The major premise is that design implies a designer. That was my main premise.
No.
That was my main premise. I said that the complexity in nature implies a designer. That was my logical deduction. Go ahead.
Lion, but you keep making this, and it's okay because everybody does it, right? The validity of the argument is not in question, right? It's whether or not the argument is sound. That's what we're disputing. The structure of the argument is valid, but the premises don't follow necessarily. That's what's in dispute.
It's actually the contrary. The argument is sound. What's in question is the premise of the argument, whether it's actually valid or not, and that's based off of persuasion and your world. Yes, it is.
You're talking about truth
the argument
property.
is sound. The argument is sound. Whether the premise is true or not is based on your philosophy and your persuasion. Whether life could come about by accident or not. Whether life could come about by accident. Yes, it is, dude. Stop, dude. You guys are gaslighting like crazy right now.
We're not gaslighting. We're explaining to you why
People
that's
disagree.
Not the case.
That doesn't mean gaslighting.
Yeah, you can disagree with the premise, right, and say the premise is faulty.
It's
but
a
the
structural
argument
disagreement.
My argument is sounded.
No,
Yeah,
the
but
argument
if the premise is wrong, the logical conclusion from it will still be wrong, even though it's a valid logical.
If it's wrong. Now, with deductive reasoning, right? The conclusion doesn't always have to be true, bro. Like, just because you make a syllogism and it's sound doesn't mean that either the premise or the conclusion is true.
You are confusing validity with the soundness of the argument. That's what we're pointing out to you.
Also, just your premise two is unsubstantiated, and the only evidence you could possibly give for your premise two would be your conclusion already. There's no way to substantiate your premise two outside of the conclusion that you're making.
No, that would be circular reasoning, right? That would be begging the question. I'm not doing that.
That's what I'm saying.
I have no. It's not a because this is the difference between a rational inference and propositional logic and a presupposition. A presupposition has no justification. I have justification for my rational inference. It's not circular reasoning. It's not begging the question. It's not affirming the consequence. You guys don't know logic. I'm trying to explain it to you guys, and you guys are gaslighting me.
Hang on a minute.
That's why we've been having to walk you through the distinction between validity and the soundness of the argument. So don't say that we don't know logic. Really?
Projecting. Yeah.
Dude, can you substantiate your
Do you know that I just explained to you
Lion.
the difference between a rational inference, right, and a presupposition.
Lion, can you substantiate your premise two? The minor premise.
There we go.
Yes, we can. That's what I'm trying to get into that, but we can't even establish whether this is a sound argument.
Sure, we concede. Can you substantiate your premise two?
Right. So in the theological argument, we can look at self-evident axioms all around us, whether it's the cycle of life, the carbon cycle, even if you're a glober, the fact that the Earth just happens to be in the Goldilocks zone, and all the conditions have to be just finely tuned so perfect to sustain life. That is supporting evidence for a divine architect.
But that is a biased perspective.
That's your conclusion. You're saying the fact that those things are the case is that there's a divine architect. The substantiation of your premise two is your conclusion.
No, earlier this morning, I don't know if you were in the chat, I was talking about another line of evidence, which is irreducible complexity.
Okay,
now, unless you can justify life with irreducible complexity in mind, which you can't, my premise is more rational.
Yes, we can.
Well, I have a question.
Wait. Real quick. Just
all right, go ahead, Akna.
Explain irreducible complexity. Just explain it for us.
Yeah, so the fact that an organism you cannot reduce the organism to a primordial amoeba, because that organism cannot live without some of its organs, which are indispensable. So without all of its organs in order, its nervous system, its heart, it would cease to function. It would cease to live. Yet, and you want me to believe that human beings all evolved from a single primordial amoeba in some soup billions of years ago? You can't justify that.
That's not a reducible complexity.
Can I explain why that doesn't make sense?
And that's not even
So,
what
like,
it is.
Guys, there are too many cooks in the kitchen.
No, one example why that doesn't make any sense is like your liver metabolizes hormones and stuff. So does your stomach. You know, we need these because of our brains, because of our aggregate metabolism. It doesn't make sense to have these cells producing hormones, right? You know, this is one of those cases where it's like, well, how did that get there? You know, you can make a list of 1 million of those. It doesn't prove anything.
And by the way, irreducible complexity is more like saying they use the flagellum as an example. That there's lacking some building stones in between for the construction. Like when you build these old stone bridges, which is like a curve. You build up a scaffold beneath it, then you build a bridge, and then you remove the scaffold. If you didn't know they use a scaffold, you would think, oh, this isn't possible. This is irreducible complexity.
No, that's a horrible example. That's a horrible example, dude. I used a car earlier as an example. A human being is orders of magnitude more complex than a car. A human being is alive, yet a car would cease to function if you removed plenty of its indispensable parts. I brought up the alternator, the spark plugs, the wiring harness. Like, dude, the list goes on and on and on. That car would cease to function with any one of the. Hold on, that car would cease to function with any one of those parts. Now, you want me to believe that something that's that is way more complex than an inferior car, right? Somehow just slowly evolved into being over time. How?
Do you understand? Hold on. I'll explain it again, because I've said the stereotypes. I talk about evolution all the time. Do you understand that there was no point that a human existed without a brain, because it wouldn't have been a human? You understand that, right?
That doesn't answer the question. You have a huge dilemma. You have a huge dilemma in your worldview that's irrational. You can't get life from non-life.
Okay,
Impossible.
we just went over that. Okay, we just went over that. I'm going to talk about the irreducible complexity. You think that a human developed over thousands of years, but it was always a human over those thousands of years, or billions of years, or millions of years. You think it was always a human, and humans slowly started getting their brains. But those things that were developing were not a human. They were not that thing. So you keep saying if you remove a car's engine, it will no longer be a car. Well, yeah, no shit. If you remove a human's brain, it will no longer be a living human. But that's not how humans develop. The human developed from other things that were not a human.
I
and by the way, you can remove several organs in the body, like a kidney or whatever, and still function.
Yeah, that's not a rebuttal to my position. Just because just because the creator by design created life to be resilient and robust. And yes, I agree. You can live without one of your kidneys. You can live without your tonsils and your appendix. So what?
Well,
so what? That doesn't mean that you can get. That doesn't mean that you can get life.
Hang on.
Go ahead.
If you move similar parts in a car, it could still run.
Yeah, there's certain parts that you can remove and it can still run. I'll grant you that.
Same with the human body. So what's the point with that argument? Or that I don't understand.
Because you're saying that you can get a single-celled amoeba through small successive modifications over millions of years to evolve into a complex organism. Even the most complex, even the most simplest organisms like a salamander.
We're not single-celled. Wait, hold on. We're not single-celled amoebas. That's not what we are. You don't understand how cladistics work, and you don't understand how evolution works. So you're going to try to make an evolutionary argument for God. At least understand what it says. These things were not us. They weren't us. Do you understand that?
I get that, but in the evolutionary tree, if you go all the way back to the first forms of life, we're dealing with protozoa, single-celled amoeba, and bacterium, dude. right? Algae, all that shit. So all life has a source, and that source came from a primordial soup in your model, dude. Stop
Hold
acting like
on.
that's not your model,
Okay,
bro.
hold on. You understand that all humans start as single-cell zygotes, so there's no issue, even in your known world, that single-cell things turn into humans. Even then, and it happens in so much less time. So I don't understand why this is a huge, like a mind blower for you. You agree that this thing happens.
Yeah, you think that it happened. You don't
even
know that it happened.
Right, even the
Show me
most
pictures
simplest
of
life
it.
form, a single-celled amoeba, protozoa, is orders of magnitude more complex than a car, dude. And within that cell, it has systems that are so complex that it boggles the mind, so intricate by design that without even a single part of that system, that organism would cease to function and would cease to live or move on.
That's not true for starters. And the second thing is, you just so shifted the goalpost. It was hilarious. You think that it's impossible for evolution to occur from a single cell thing to turn into human over millions of years, billions of years, but you acknowledge it happens in 9 months all the time.
Dude, that's so horrible. That's your analogy, dude.
It's literally what you think can't happen.
Dude, you keep using life from life to justify life from non-life.
I didn't say life from non-life. What you that's
You're
another
ridiculous,
goalpost shift. You said that single cells can't turn into humans even given millions of years, billions of years. You just acknowledged that it happens in 9 months.
Yeah, that's different, dude. That's life from life, dude. That's life that was designed to give birth like that, dude. The creator designed us to reproduce.
I'll say it again.
Everything
You didn't
according
say
to
life from
its kind.
non-life. You said that
No, but-
single-celled amoebas can't turn into humans over billions of years, even though you acknowledge single-cell things turn into humans all the time.
Listen, bro.
Another thing is, are you saying? Hang on, just 1 second. But you mentioned like a single cell organism. Are you saying if they lose some of their gene, they can't survive?
Dude, I'm telling you that there are multiple reasons within the simplest life form why that organism would cease to function without a plethora of indispensable parts.
I didn't ask you that. I asked
a plethora of indispensable parts.
Can
I want to get in.
that's
I
not-
want to get in a second. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's not my question. The question was, can like a single cell, like let's say a bacteria, lose some of its gene and still survive?
Wait.
No.
And can the gene change?
There's some.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
There was something.
I'm
Sorry.
trying to get in. Go ahead. He's slacking. All right, whoever. Go ahead.
Okay. So, for the people who are saying the 9-month thing, the perspective that of the people you're talking to, and for purposes of this, I am including myself in it. There is some spark of life, for lack of a better term, or a soul, or something like that, that is not present in non-living matter. It's present in the acorn, but it's not. It's present in the egg, but it's not present in the dirt. So that now the issue with that is that I don't think we can define what that spark of life is. At least I can't. But
it's just different chemistry. A rock is just different, like molecules put together than a human.
Yes,
Sometimes it's the same molecules just rearranged.
Okay, I completely understand that argument. However, if the people that you're talking to have the spark, for lack of a better term, spark of life understanding, then you're just going to talk past each other. So when you say it's just a different arrangement of chemicals, can you identify what that different arrangement of chemicals is?
I can explain the chemistry if that's what you mean, but that's not the issue with discussing with the people who think about a spark of life, is they don't even know what they mean by a spark of life. That's why they're saying spark of life.
Well, that's why I'm saying spark of life, because
I know, but it's just yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's what the discussion needs to be about, in my to my observation, is that what we need to be trying to figure out is what is the quote unquote spark of life that people on the life non-life side are identifying, and that people on the it's all a non-life that becomes life every time I eat a cheeseburger. What is it that how do you explain the distinction between non-living matter and a living system? And I have to drop it.
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, those things aren't like you could have both of those things. It's just that when people say there's a spark of life, they don't say what they mean by that, right? But you can still make a distinction between life and non-life and not believe in a spark of life. I don't believe in a spark of life, and I make a distinction between life and non-life. It's just different chemistry.
I think most Western, specifically for humans, most Western science, medical science would say life begins at conception. That's
I had to drop.
That's at least academia, as far as I know.
Now we get into like some stupid philosophy, but everyone would say that life starts before conception because both sperm and the egg and the woman that's there are.
Yeah,
both
I mean,
alive.
I'm talking about human.
Yeah, unique human life, but then you get into really weird things with how DNA is supposed to determine a unique human, right?
Yeah, but that's the point. I'm trying to nullify the spark of life argument because it's just simply a merger or a fusion between those two cells, right? That's not a spark. It's just a biological mechanism by which humans reproduce, right?
Yeah,
I
but
don't think there's anything
I get what
magical
you're
or
saying.
mystical. Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but Lion or someone, I won't call out Lion specifically, but some people who would believe in spark of life would just say God implants a soul at that point.
Oh no, that would be very unsubstantiated. Sure.
So
yeah, but that's what they're gonna say.
The best evidence for a divine architect is the teleological argument. It's the best evidence because it shows that you can't have life come forth any other way, logically speaking. Everything that was created like relatively perfect. Right? When I say perfect, I'm not saying perfect as God is perfect, but with
We
all
love
its working,
pediatric cancer here.
with all its working parts in order, in harmony, right? All the organs in harmony. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's just not true, and we all agree with that. I mean, we all agree pediatric cancer exists. I mean, cancer by definition is non-functioning cells that exist and our life and are your life too. So I don't know what to do with that. The other thing is arguments they don't show that life can't come from any other way. An argument for a teleological argument or argument for purpose has nothing to do with the biochemistry that is life. Right? Those things aren't even remotely connected. If you try to go into any field, any biochemical field, and try to make a teleological argument as proof of how abiogenesis is, they're going to laugh you out of the room. It just will never happen.
Dude, why are you, dude? Everything that you just said right there, that was all rhetoric. None of that was true. None of that. There's plenty of geneticists, physicists that believe in God and use a teleological argument to justify their belief in God. So whatever you just said, dude, is complete rhetoric.
I never asked about a justification for a belief in God. I said a justification for abiogenesis or the start of life. You will not go to a single research paper. You will not get a single paper published in a scientific journal. You will not go to a single lab where they use a teleological argument as a justification for abiogenesis. It does not happen. It's not meant to be. That's not what the teleological argument is made for.
Yeah, because you can look at the cell, you can look at the genetics and show that this is intelligent design, bro. And you could have it no other way. No other way. Besides the divine architect, creating everything with intent.
Not an explanation for abiogenesis.
We don't believe in abiogenesis, dude.
What do you mean?
I'm arguing against abiogenesis.
No, you're not. Because you agree life exists now.
Dude, are we like what's going on? Are we talking past each other? I'm arguing against abiogenesis this whole time, dude.
Dude, do you think life exists now?
Bro. Hold on. Do you understand? Do you even understand what irreducible complexity is, dude?
I don't think you know the argument you're making. Do you know what do you agree that life exists now? Yes or no? It's not that hard.
Yes, obviously, dude.
Do you think life has existed always?
Yes.
You think life existed before God decided to breathe the universe into existence?
Yes.
Okay.
God is life. God is love. God is alive, and He's always existed.
He's not
eternal.
cells.
He's eternal, dude.
He's not
He has
cells.
a substance. He's substantive.
Lion, when you go into these claims, it would be like really difficult for you to justify, right? Saying God is eternal. What does eternal even mean?
It's not difficult to justify. It's difficult
Outside
to justify.
of time, outside of what?
It's difficult for those that are bound and restricted by the scientific method. Yes. For you guys, it's difficult. For me, it's not.
Yeah, but again, no one
I
says
never
that it's
even
not
mentioned the
difficult for you
scientific method.
by your measures. It truly isn't difficult for you, but it's truly not difficult for anybody else. It's never the critique that it's difficult. It's just that it's the same as every other religion.
So, again, do you understand what the irreducible complexity actually, why it's significant, what it means?
Okay, if I say no, will you explain it again?
Yes.
Okay, so then yes, I know what it is.
So tell me what it is.
You think that the fact that there are things that have necessary components that cannot exist without them need to be developed all at once because there's no way that these things can exist independently and still have the same functioning organism.
Fabulous. Good job. I just wanted to make sure. Go ahead, Don.
I understand this stuff better. Bro, I swear, bro. I know what I'm talking about. I understand this stuff.
I'll explain it to you in another way. Irreducible complexity. However deeply you look into something or cut it apart, there's always more detail. However far you zoom out into space and look for things, there's always more behind that.
I don't think that's how Michael Behe, the creator of this concept.
Just want to finish. That's always true because we've tested it for thousands of years.
I don't think even Michael Behe, who invented the concept, thinks this is the proper definition of it. There are like, I think, at least 2 or 3 definitions of it, and none of it.
Understand it.
Michael Behe, the man who's Christian and also a biologist, the man who invented the concept, would disagree with you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, maybe Lion's closer on the original definition, but I'm helping you guys understand what people mean. And actually, I'm telling you my truth of it.
Okay, but I mean that would. That's a problem because now you're implanting like.
You can never explain an acorn, so God's real.
Okay.
You never explain an acorn, therefore God.
Not fully, no. You can say it's an acorn. You can say that it goes into a tree and it came from a tree, but eventually you'll get to a big, huge question mark.
Did the chicken or the egg come first? That's a big question mark.
But you can follow that back. You can make a decision one way or the other. There'll always be a huge question mark.
Why do you think this question? Do you guys just say that this question mark doesn't exist for you guys? What came before God?
Why am I forsaken? Why am I searching? Why am I doing science? This is the ultimate irreducible complexity.
No, irreducible complexity is for biological organisms. Michael Behe does not apply it for philosophy.
No, it doesn't just apply to biology. It applies to the whole universe.
Yeah, but Michael Behe, Michael Behe, the creator of this concept, who's a Christian, by the way, who was part of the Fitzmiller versus whatever that evolution trial thing that happened. Yeah, he invented the concept and he applies it only to biological organisms. He doesn't apply it on philosophical concepts or constructs. That doesn't make sense.
Well, even if that were the case, since then it's been applied to the whole cosmos because it's observable in all of nature. The irreducible.
So are you saying is that
there are things that are contingent on other things for their sustenance?
Okay, you don't have to yell at me. I'm just trying to because you're piling points and I'm trying to engage with one because we're gonna forget about it. So my question is,
I apologize. Real quick, just for the record, that I am driving a semi on the highway, dude, a V12, dude. It's kind of loud in here, and between me getting passionate plus my headphones in and my loud truck, I'm gonna sound like I'm screaming more than I should be. Just for the record, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the context. Then I understand. Well, my point is what would, let's say, modern day Christian philosophers would talk in regards to irreducible complexity and, let's say, a cosmological model, right? How would, like, would they say things like, if we remove gravity from the fundamental forces of the universe, therefore the entire universe falls apart?
Yeah, actually, that's if you. There's actually I forget his name, but there is
that an actual conversation?
Yes, that's an actual. Yeah, there's actual astrophysicists that did the probabilities of all the laws of nature being the way that they are, so finely tuned, including like gravity, right? If everything was off just a fraction of a degree, dude, we're talking about like a fraction of a degree, life would not exist. Everything's finely tuned perfect.
But don't you
Hold
think
on,
that's
that's
kind
for
of a
life that exists
bias?
here.
Yeah,
You
that's
can't
what
do
I'm saying. That's a
yeah.
biased perspective, right? Because life, for the way we know it, needs these specific parameters, but life somewhere else may not need these specific. That's very like human centric,
This
or like.
sounds like a straw man, but this is literally what you're saying. If things were different, things would be different.
Yeah.
Like that's literally what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
that's what he's saying. Yes.
It's part of the argument that look around. You have to understand what we're saying by this is really complex and weird, and we can't explain why.
Yeah, but don't.
Look around.
Look
around.
Yeah, you gotta look around, dude. You gotta literally look around. It's self-evident. Like our position from the sun just happens to be the perfect position.
It's not just happens to be.
Guys,
That's not what that is.
Imagine, let's do this like brain teaser exercise, right? Imagine there are two universes. In one universe, our universe, the fundamental laws of physics have to be gravity 1, strong nuclear force 3, weak nuclear force 0.5, and electromagnetism 10, right? Those are the stats. And in that universe, there's humans, right? There's another universe where gravity is 7, strong nuclear force is 1000, and weak nuclear force is 3, and then electromagnetism is minus 10, and then there's life also, right? So you realize how, like, from your from like a perspective of a human, that will make sense in our universe. But to say that this is the exact thing that life needs universally is a stretch, at least philosophically.
Universally, across universes. That's what they're saying.
Across
They're not even saying
universes,
universally.
Yeah, but like they may not believe in like multiple universe theories or whatever. I'm just trying to
argument because they have to believe that another universe could exist.
That's fine.
obviously,
I mean,
that's
technically, God could have created other life, other places in the universe, other galaxies. That's fine. That's not a rebuttal, though.
To your argument. Yes, it is. Because
No,
you're saying that no, it absolutely is. You're saying that the world is so fine-tuned for life as it is now, but why does it need to be fine-tuned if God could just keep life alive no matter the conditions?
I'm trying to explain to you that there's certain preconditions that need to be met for life to exist. Hold on, dude.
Not if God exists.
Bro. There's certain preconditions that need to be met for life to exist. And there's those conditions are so intricate, right? That even without one of those conditions, life would not exist. And that intricacy, that complexity is evidence for a divine architect. It can't happen by accident because all those conditions have to be in order all at the same time to support life.
Okay, you do not believe that statement, and I will show you don't believe that statement. Your statement says that we have to be in the Goldilocks zone of the sun in order to be alive, right?
That's one of the conditions, correct.
Okay, great. But you said all of them need to be met at once. Could God keep us alive if everything else was the same, but he moved the Earth outside of the Goldilocks zone? Could life still exist? Could God sustain us?
Theoretically, yes, he could sustain us.
So you don't agree with your own statement that you just made that all those conditions have to be met in order for us to be alive, because God can override those conditions. God is the defeater to the argument that you just made.
Can I ask a question? Why in that case wouldn't we be asking about, like, isn't this just a totally phenomenal description? We're asking about like how the metabolic process of life actually works. Right? That's not a theological question in the first place.
Wait, I agree with you 100%. They just think that it is, and I just proved that it isn't.
What do you mean what's the metabolism have to do?
that metabolic functions is a result of God.
Everything is, yes, everything.
Exactly, but I just proved that it isn't because I just said that you could still be alive without certain metabolic functions.
What are you talking about? Like what?
Okay, do you think if we weren't in the Goldilocks zone of the sun that God could keep us alive?
Yes, theoretically he could. Yes, supernaturally
okay, so all
sustain
of those
us.
yes, all of those conditions do not have to be met in order for there to be life. God is the defeater to the argument you just made.
No, bro, because it's funny because you're using God to defeat my argument. You're actually borrowing from my worldview to then try to defeat my worldview. It's irrational, dude.
No, I'm not trying to defeat your worldview. I'm trying to defeat your claim. The single claim that you made that all these conditions need to be met in order for there to be life it doesn't cohere with your worldview. I'm not trying to defeat your God. Hold on, I'm not trying to defeat your God thing. I'm destroying this argument, this individual argument, not the God thing, just this one argument.
Bro, you're borrowing from my worldview to defeat my worldview.
No, I'm not defeating your worldview.
Fine, but you're using God. You're using God to defeat my worldview in support of God.
No, I'm not trying to defeat your worldview. This one argument is defeated by a God.
What kind of God is he dipping into, even, dude? I don't understand how that would make sense.
So God could rearrange the variables and sustain life. That's basically your rebuttal. Okay.
Yes, but your
I don't have a problem with that, dude. You're saying you're saying that somehow contradicts my original premise that God is a necessary antecedent to support life.
No, that wasn't. That was your conclusion. Your premise is that there's evidence for this thing because all of these variables are exactly as they need to be. But they don't need to be like that to have the same life because there could just be a God that sustains us anyway. You just said that your conclusion was your premise, even though it wasn't. What you just said was your conclusion. Your premise was the evidence for that conclusion is that the conditions of the universe are perfect for life, even though they don't need to be that way.
Yeah, so I've made multiple arguments since this morning regarding the existence of God. I've attacked this from many different angles, and I have not been persuasive enough to you guys. I don't know. I'm kind of running out of arsenals. Like we brought up the cosmological argument, the teleological argument, the fine-tuning argument. None of it is sufficient for you guys. You just want to cling to the idea that you don't need a God for life to come about by accident, or you don't need a God for life to come about.
You're not saying anything necessary. There's not even a sufficiency in there. So, like, if you said, well, what I actually am, I'm life floating out by Mars or some shit. I'm a little teapot. I'm a mental state that is observing God's creation or something. A little way left field. It's like, okay, well, why is it necessary that you have to deal with metabolism in the first place then? Can't I just equally say this is all God stuff to deal with? That doesn't make any sense.
So again, you're borrowing from my worldview and said God did it. Like, what are you? Are you guys serious right now? You guys?
You're just not tracking.
No. He knows. He's just not going to engage.
Exactly what you're saying. I'm borrowing from your worldview to show that it doesn't make any sense.
What doesn't make? Okay, so walk it out. What doesn't make any sense? Go ahead.
So just like, okay, so if I'm imagining that this is a God that supports this view of a magic wand in the universe, then how do I deal with things like nomological conditions? How do I deal with something like, well, what does it mean for something to be sufficient, or what does it mean for an object or a person or a being to be necessary? Just even asking the first intuitive question for me, which is like, well, how in what possible world does this make any sense? I can't even get 1 foot up the first step of stairs. I'm floor bound.
Break the laws of nature. How are there laws of nature? Why are they laws?
Dude, hold on, bro. Hold on. Can you form an argument? Because you've yet to form an argument.
No, you're okay. So I would say something like, well, if we define life using the biology definition, which itself is an entire other conversation I'm sure you'd want to pull from at some point, because it appears you want to be rude and disrespectful. But if we're talking about biological life, there's a very robust set of conditions that really aren't that contingent, only a little bit on like physics and stuff like that. So we at least know that there's distinctions and constraints that we might have based on natural science, based on natural philosophy. And so saying that, so if I say that, I'm done. I'm happy with that. My cognitive mechanisms, my brain is happy, my spirit is happy. I'm just so happy. But if you say, well, no, God can just revive, little teapot man, somewhere outside of the solar system, that doesn't make any sense. Who is this person being revived? Now you're losing all clarity in whatever you're claiming in the first place. I didn't do that.
Are you done?
I didn't hear the. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go, dude. You go. I haven't heard you. Go ahead.
Wait. So am I making a different type of argument? Am I supposed to be?
Wait. Eden's going now.
Am I
Go ahead,
supposed to be
dude. You talk, dude. Wait, bro. Eden. It's Eden's turn to go. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Astro. We'll give you another moment. Try to think of a way you could phrase your question, and maybe in a very succinct manner. Maybe like one short sentence.
Why is it impressive that we're in the Goldilocks zone if God could keep us alive anywhere? There you go. Why is that impressive?
Okay, I'll do an internal critique of the globe. Why is that impressive?
What the hell? No, answer the question. Why is it impressive that we're in the Goldilocks zone if God could keep us alive anywhere?
I'm actually on the. I turned you down, Akna. Let me turn you back to normal volume. Just give me one moment.
That's hilarious.
Well, I turned you down to like maybe 30%. I think I heard the question, but let me just turn it up so I can hear it really clearly. One moment. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Can you please repeat one more time?
That we're in the Goldilocks zone if God could keep us alive anywhere.
Oh yes, I heard your question. That's a good question. I'll have to propose something for you. Just give me a few minutes, see if I can formulate a response. When I heard your question, I thought that was a good question, so it does deserve a good response. Just give me a moment. If someone has some questions or line you want to continue, I'm just picking up my food from my restaurant. One moment.
I did ask Lion this question earlier, and he didn't answer either. So I don't think I'm gonna get an answer from him.
What's your question?
So what entails so I would ask, like, if we accept that the Goldilocks zone is like this very firm thing we have to definitely believe in to describe reality. What about that entails or supports that description in the first place versus this being like some sort of statistical observation that scientists have made?
Yeah, so statistically, what we have right now in reality, and mathematicians and astrophysicists have actually done the calculations with as many variables as they could fathom, right? And when they did the calculations, even given the current estimation of the universe, 13.4 billion years, even if you doubled that, the probability of life coming about through random chance is impossible.
I'm gonna say this one last time because it's very clear being dishonest.
Because the amount of zeros needed, right? It was literally it would be literally impossible.
Dude, I'll say it again. You cannot run probability tests on things that exist. It's gonna be 100 every time. That is not possible. It doesn't work. It's not possible. You just don't understand basic math. You're just lying about this. It's always gonna be 100. Things that exist, probability always 100.
No, the reason I say this is because the conditions that are needed to be met in such the right proportions.
It's 100.
You're talking about thousands of dials that all need to be dialed in and tuned just so perfectly to be able to sustain life.
It's 100.
It has to be done in such a way.
No, you're not responding.
It has to be done. It has to be done in such a way.
You're not responding.
It has to be done in such a way that it would be impossible for that to have happened by
no.
accident.
No,
don't
very
agree with
bad.
that.
You're responding to my claim again.
Yeah, that's not working. Not only do I doubt that
You're
assessment,
competing with
but
it. You're
also we
competing
call
with
it a
it. You're not giving
Goldilocks
the answer.
zone. We call it a Goldilocks zone, not a Goldilocks precise line.
True.
So the Goldilocks zone is just one of millions of conditions that have to be met.
And there
What do you
are
mean have to be
trillions of
met? They're
conditions.
met.
Right, they're met, and what's the justification?
What do you mean? It's 100%. It's reality. What the hell do you mean? You can't do probability on things that exist.
Bro.
It's always 100. It's just you don't understand math, or you're lying about it. Either one. I think you're lying about it because this is I don't even know how to explain this in another way.
Bro, it goes back to irreducible complexity in the fine tuning.
It doesn't though.
If you don't, you can deny it all you want, right? But the more rational conclusion, right, based off of deductive reasoning, is that you can't have life come about by accident. It's probabilistically impossible.
You can't run a probability analysis
to have
on things that
slowly
exist.
evolved over listen, you can give it 1 trillion years. Probabilistically, it's still impossible.
You can't run probability analysis on things that exist. It's always 100.
Okay, so can you just turn it down a notch? Hey, Lion, are you aware of the puddle analogy?
I heard it, but I already forgot it. Can you repeat it? I heard it recently in here.
What you're saying is it's just like a puddle saying, oh, look at this, like this hole was designed specifically for me. And reality is just the way it is. You can't run the counterfactual on reality. So you can't have a probability to say there's no way that this could have happened because this was designed specifically for us, because reality just what it is. Like I disagree with the other guy saying you can't. It's 100% probability, but I would just say that reality is what it is, and you can't run a counterfactual. So it's kind of a dishonest analogy.
Well, you can run the simulations, right? Theoretically, you can run it to see what would happen if a certain condition was eliminated. That's easily
If things were different, they would be different. We agree.
Yeah, reality is what it is. Like that's just the simplest way to put it.
Right, but we're trying to figure out, how did reality come to be? What was the mechanical processes that led to life coming about? They think it was random chance.
No, we don't. And saying God did it isn't a mechanical explanation. It's not a mechanical explanation. Saying God breathed or willed or spoke the universe into existence is not a mechanical explanation. Like I don't even know how you pretend that it is.
I didn't say that it was. I'm saying that you reduce everything to mechanical processes, right, of sequencing, right, from sequence 1 to sequence 2, but you can't actually give me the sequence from a single-celled amoeba to a modern human being. It's never been done. There's no transitional fossils. You can't even logically, coherently demonstrate that. Even on paper, theoretically, you can't demonstrate it. How, for example, right?
Well, why? Let me ask you this.
If you were to reduce a single-celled amoeba, right, to all its individual parts, right? How do you get those individual parts miraculously self-assembling?
So you're
There's a lot of
overmining.
biochem there.
You're overmining this. You're making it more complicated than it has to be. What is so drastically different in terms of physics from a planet with complex weather or something? Like we have, like basically, you know, a lot of solar systems, many millions or billions of solar systems have planets with weather. That itself is almost an absurd claim if you're talking about the actual laws of the universe. So how is that different from like life? At least we know we have life on Earth. That those aren't that different of claims on the level that you're talking about it.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm not following.
You're saying weather unique, life unique. Why are they different?
Unique life. Why are they different?
Alien weather.
What about it?
How
you
is
talking
that
about why life is dynamic? Why the elements are dynamic? What are you trying to ask?
You and I accept. Okay, so in the beginning, right, Book of Genesis, or I talk about expansion or the Big Bang or something. You see this thing that is nothing. That is basically nothing. So why, from the Big Bang and again expansion, So why is it more crazy to think about like, oh well, this actually turns into billions of solar systems and billions of galaxies with billions of those solar systems or hundreds of millions, whatever, and you have different weather systems on every single planet. Bro, my mind is blown, right? How is this that different from saying, well, we know that at least one place there's life, and that happens to be Earth?
I have a response line but you can go first.
No, I'm still struggling to follow the logical sequence. I don't know what he's trying to say, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Is this Astro? Okay, thanks for the question. Look at it like this. Okay, we indulge you for that belief. Yes, there's a huge universe, vast. It's got countless galaxies and planets. But let's just indulge the flat Earth for a moment. Just put on your flat Earth hat just for a moment. If you lived in an enclosed system, hold on. If you were to put yourself in an enclosed system with a local sun and moon, right? Not this vast galaxy that's expanding from a Big Bang, rather the complete opposite. Would that change your point of view on the creator?
Like in a Tolkien-esque way, in a Tolkien-esque or Kafka-esque way, sure. But even then, you're basically asking in that same sense, if I'm treating you guys like you're novel fanboys. Then in this case, what I would say is you're still asking me to go find the reason I suspend my disbelief in the first place. I don't know what that reason would be.
That's fair. Well, the reason why I just wanted to pose this question for you is because I want to put you in two different environments. One environment is what
Did he cut out?
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to put you in a juxtaposition or just forgive me. I wanted to show contrast in the two environments. One where you're in the vast darkness of outer space.
Anyone there?
Am I cutting out?
No, I can hear him.
Yeah, I think he's just trolling you. I can hear you.
Okay, no, well, essentially, I just wanted to propose the two environments. You've got the one enclosed that looks designed similar to a house, a well-built house with many furnishings and maybe even some pets, versus this vast Big Bang time space that's expanding where heaven is far away and lots of potential alien and hostile life. Those two environments are completely opposed to one another. So let's just go with the latter, the space one. I guess we could just look at, sure, there could be potential life, but what the creator did there was maybe made it safe where you won't be attacked by aliens because it's physically impossible for them to get there because I guess the limitation is the speed of light. So you're still safe, but I get it. But then we can look at, wow, look how powerful this
aliens.
Can I?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry,
That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Can I just make Can I just make one quick point about the fine tuning argument? It's one quick point. It's irrelevant for a flat earther to make the fine tuning argument because the fine tuning argument presupposes the heliocentric globe model to make the actual argument. So for a flat earther to make the fine tuning argument, that's just goofy.
Oh my god.
Well, don't we want to entertain your position too?
No, you're saying that we know God exists because he fine-tuned the heliocentric model, but you don't believe.
That's sort of a weird point. That's a good point.
No,
If you don't have gravity, then you also don't have fine tuning at all.
Yeah, all of like the 14 points or whatever it is in the fine tuning model, all are based on a heliocentric model, not on a flat Earth model.
Nah, I did give that disclaimer.
Hold on, he's cooking. He's
beginning.
cooking.
I gave that disclaimer at the very beginning that even though even a glober, right, could see in their model that there's a fine tuning aspect to it. I said that in the very beginning, and I'm working from that model. I'm working off of that. The distance to the sun.
Yeah, if you combine Judaism with the Muslims and the Christians, that's the majority of the world, and they believe in a creator, so they see something that you guys don't see, obviously.
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, again, this is a self-defeating argument because none of these things are impressive if a god could just sustain us regardless.
That's
right?
the whole my whole point is that there is a God sustaining us, and He's the one who created us.
I know,
And
but you're
that's why
saying
we
it's
see the
impressive that
uniformity in
all
nature.
these
That's
things are
why this.
fine-tuned, but
That's
they don't
why
need
the
to be
conditions are
fine-tuned.
met. That's why the
No,
conditions are met.
no, but you're saying the conditions don't need. It's like you're saying there are laws of nature, but God could break the laws of nature. Then how are there laws of nature? If God can keep us alive in any condition, why does it matter what the conditions are?
That's not the argument, though. I mean, that's not even a rebuttal, dude. Like that's nothing. It's just logically irrelevant.
That is
The fact that
argument,
God,
though.
I don't
the
know how
fact
to
that
tell you this
the
any other
fact
way.
that God
I'm
could
asking a
could
question.
I'm saying the fact
'Cause you
that
need
God
God
could
to keep the
theoretically,
meaning on stuff.
re-engineer reality and the parameters to reality, you think that's somehow a rebuttal?
I'll say again because you're just lying about what I'm saying. Why is it impressive that we're in the Goldilocks zone if God can keep us alive anywhere?
It's why it's impressive is because there's so many conditions that have to be met. There's
No, they
preconditions
don't
for
have to be
life.
met.
And the
God
only
can keep
way
us
that
alive
those
anyway.
the only way that those conditions could be met is God.
Yeah, but those conditions don't need to be met at all. Period. Point blank.
All right, so you have to display that rationally speaking. You have to actually convey that to me. Like you can just assert that. Like the reason I bring this up, right, and the reason I bring up the teleological argument and the irreducible complexity argument is because those are justifications for my belief that God created us. So now
Okay.
you saying that we don't need a God. Okay, so go ahead, justify your position.
And not only did he create us, he created our habitat. So
Right,
before
cool.
we were
But
created,
there
he had to
didn't
create
need to be a
our house.
habitat. There didn't need to be a habitat. Literally, there doesn't need to be anything, and God could still create us. You literally
No,
think, yeah, you
no, you have
literally
to think
think
logically.
it's
Let's say
creation ex. Hold on, you literally
okay.
think creation ex nihilo, like unironically. You literally think something from nothing. There literally needs to be nothing for God to keep us alive.
Sure, but that's an
So
imaginary hypothesis.
teleological
We're
arguments out the
talking about
window.
reality. So
No,
think of
but
it like
not
this: before parents have children, they have to prepare the home. They have to
not all
prepare.
powerful. Not all powerful. Why do you compare God to humans when you want to make an argument for when you don't want to acknowledge the all powerful thing? The reason people had to do that is because they're not all powerful. You legit think God can keep us alive from nothing.
Okay, even if you were to believe in evolution like Matthew Learns, right? Matthew Learns has a rational justification for cells evolving from a
Why do you
primordial
just keep
soup.
avoiding my point?
I'm trying to
quoting the
explain to you
Bible?
that at least the people that believe in
No,
evolution
bro, you can't
theistically
quote the Bible.
have
You
a
can't quote the Bible
justification for.
talking about evolution. You can't
Dude,
quote the Bible and talk about evolution.
bro, wait a second. All right, you can respond right after I'm done.
He doesn't know what
Do
evolution
you
is,
know
so
who
he's not
Matthew
actually quoting
Learns is?
evolution.
There are Christians that are Globers that believe in evolution that
Darwin, yeah,
justify
Darwin. Yeah,
evolution.
Darwin. Darwin is
They
one of them.
believe that the evolution was guided by the Holy Spirit,
Yeah,
by God
Darwin.
Himself, that
Yep.
He guided the evolutionary
Yep,
process.
Darwin.
That's actually a more rational explanation for evolution than what you have brought forth today. You have
What did
yet
I
to
bring forth
justify
today?
your evolutionary processes. Go ahead.
You want to hear the biochemistry? Do you want to hear that? I can give you the biochemistry.
Yeah. So how do you get the individual parts of a single-celled amoeba miraculously self-assembling? Go ahead.
So self-replicating RNA, there was originally two parts. You just have your RNA molecules, and then you have they're like, do you know what I don't know how to explain this to you without getting super technical about it. The outer layer of a cell is kind of like they're fatty. It's polylipid bilayers, so it's like two layers of like fatty like lipids, and then those things came together. There's a few other ideas like where viruses were another form of life, and they kind of degenerated into a more basic one. But abiogenesis, there's a lot of explanation. mRNA is self-replication. There's a lot of biochem behind it. I don't know that much of it, but you can look into it, I guess.
Hey, I mean, at least you tried, dude. All right. So, but I don't know. Maybe
Okay,
you
well,
guys
I
can.
tried to explain to you. You asked a question about amoebas, but that's not the start of life. mRNA is. Do we? I don't know what to tell you.
How about this? When an engineer designs a perfectly running, let's say, piece of machinery, do we then go and say
Really quick, are they all powerful?
the engineer?
Yeah.
Sure, but even with being powerful,
Yeah.
you have
So an
your
all
own
powerful perfect
rules.
engineer. Got it. Go ahead. All powerful perfect engineer.
Okay, thank you. So they've designed let's say they've created a perfectly balanced machine that runs with precision. Do we then go just say that he did it random by magic and he could have done it another way?
Yeah, but no one, well, at least no one, or I won't speak for other people. I don't believe in the starting premise of the design thing, so I don't know what to do with that. Your question doesn't even apply to me.
Okay, so from your perspective, you see no design, you just see randomness,
Depends on
perhaps.
how you define design. If you define design as requiring a designer, then no.
Well, okay, how would you perceive the realm around you? Was it is it chaos or is it random?
What
Or what
makes
are
you
your
think
thoughts?
it's chaos? What makes you think the natural state of the world is chaos?
Well, I think there's two theories in general relativity, if I'm not mistaken. It was either randomness or
Okay, no.
determinism.
You can't be a flat earther and talk about general relativity. So I'm not going to even acknowledge this.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't want to put words in your mouth or steal, man. You how do you perceive the world around you? You don't see. I know you say you don't see. Wait, design definition, I suppose, is different for us. So,
No,
with
if you want to say design requires a designer, I would agree, but that I would just say that doesn't apply to evolution.
even if the creator,
I don't
put
believe the
evolution.
creator.
Oh yeah. Okay. But how about this then? Do you need to see the creator for you to believe he existed or exists?
The
Because he could
Christian
be dead
creator?
1,000 years ago.
The Christian creator?
Any yeah, or any creator.
I
Does he
believe
have to
my
be
parents
physically alive?
exist.
Or does he have to be alive for you know? Does he have to be alive and in front of you to know that he exists or existed?
Depends on what the he is you're talking about in that sentence. I agree that my dad exists and is alive and was in front of me and is in front of me. Like I don't know what you're saying. You're the he here. What you're talking about is a Christian God, which there's no way I could ever perceive that because they're supernatural beyond space and time. Like,
Yeah,
there's
I was
nothing
also
I could do to ever believe in that because I can't even fathom it.
You can't perceive supernatural things. You ever watched a movie?
or we can remove
I'm not going to acknowledge that part.
we can remove the supernatural part.
stance.
Let's say you're looking at a building, but the builder died 5,000 years ago. Should we say there was no builder?
You understand a building is by definition built by a builder.
Yes, but some people will.
Yeah.
And what would you say to someone who says this wasn't designed? Would you call them crazy?
What's the this in that sentence?
The building, everything involved with the heating, the cooling,
If
the
someone said a building wasn't built by a builder, I would call them crazy because that's what a building is.
yes. So even though the builder is now deceased and no longer around, maybe we don't even have evidence of who it was. To say, yeah, the building just popped into existence would be somewhat ludicrous. I get what you're saying
Because
about
that's only because the definition of a building is something that was built by a builder.
yeah. So some
That's
people
the
try
only
to
reason.
use that sort of. Some people try to use that logic. So a book, author, builder, building, creation, creator.
Can I jump in for
Yeah,
2
but
seconds?
you're not talking.
I love the watchmaker thing here. It's a lot of fun. It's Eden, right? That's trying to move goalposts all over the place with watchmakers and shit. Hey, Eden, how's it going? It's Al Trucker here.
Blessed.
Eden, when you walk across like I don't know some till or something and look down and you see like a really cool rock, does that mean there's a rocker?
Ooh.
No, but the rock would, to me, and the other Christians are, that would be evidence of a creator creating mass or objects.
You think God created cancer, pediatric cancer? Do you think he created
He must have.
Well,
the cancers that killed my father, God made those, right? Or did he just give those to my father because I'm an atheist?
True.
No, from the Christian worldview, we're all under attack from Satan, right? And Satan is the he's the father of lies, so he uses lies against.
How do you know you're not being lied to
creation.
right now for believing in the false creator? How do you know Satan's not doing that?
I mean, there's a lot of Christian preachers that sound a lot like fucking Satan.
True.
They talk
True.
about fire and brimstone all the goddamn time, like they like it even
Goddamn.
more than I do.
Preach.
Hey, Al, how about this? Let's propose
No,
Christianity is
question.
real.
Yeah, okay, well, let's do that. Let's do that. But first, Eden, where do you buy the casters that move your goalposts around? Because the bearings on them are fucking mint.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
If you ask me a question again, I'll try to answer, and then I'll ask you a question if you're open.
Okay, you go ahead. Ask me a question. Ask me a question, Eden. That one was just meant to slap you in the face with your
calm
tremendous
down,
number
calm
of
down.
fallacies.
Let's relax with the meta. Let's stick on
Yeah.
topic.
All right.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, get on topic then.
No,
What
you.
is the
That's
topic?
you. I was talking to you.
That's for me. Yeah. What's the topic? What's the topic? I don't even know.
You were kind of derailing the conversation. I thought you had something substantive to say, rather
Evolution.
than.
I do have something substantive to say about evolution. And I don't know. I don't think it was Eden that originally had the line of reasoning that it was impossible to explain evolution. And I believe this person was also demanding that abiogenesis be explained as well. But leaving abiogenesis out of it, because that is a as yet unconfirmed hypothesis. And there's a few different hypotheses that make up the abiogenesis thought process. We're not there yet. But what we do know is that if we go back in time through layers of deposition, and we do the different types of things we can do to date layers of excavated area, and we look at fossils we find that the oldest fossils we find are the most simple of organisms. And then we find in progressively later layers more and more complex organisms. We don't find layers where there's all really simple organisms.
You know they invented the geological column in about mid-1800s, right?
I hope he knows.
First of all, they have no fossil evidence of this, no proof at all.
Well, get this, SE. They date the rock from the fossils and the fossils from the rocks.
Well, guess
exactly,
what?
but they have no transitional species.
Well, we
Andy,
also
they
have
have no
carbon-14
transitional
dating.
species.
We also have carbon dating, and there's also just genetics. But we never acknowledged genetics during the evolution conversation because it's just
And then,
a
of course,
wrap.
there's the rock that they sent from Mount St. Helens that was 10 years old that they got drastically different dates for like from 300,000 to millions of years. So,
So still not acknowledging
You
genetics.
remember, Andy? You remember the guy yesterday, that clown, Planet Peterson? He said a pile of garbage is more complex than DNA. Did you catch that?
yeah, that guy's
Yeah.
hilarious. He's no different
So
to any of these people, to be honest. They're all delusional.
Same thing. Yeah, exactly. Same thing.
Yeah, because I asked
So-
him about his thoughts from Bill Gates in Bill Gates' book called The Road Ahead on page 228. He stated that he thinks, from his experience, that soft DNA is like software, but far more advanced than any software ever created.
But just to be clear, we're not going to acknowledge genetics during the evolution debate.
No, it's a crucial tool of evidence of a creator. Software code.
Yeah, but there being a creator and evolution existing are not mutually exclusive. So
So we're supposed to believe that just chemicals got together on their own and created life.
what do you think evolution is?
What do I think evolution is? Why don't you just answer what I said? You're talking about abiogenesis, and you're
he's
trying to
talking
make
about
fun of these guys,
abiogenesis,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, so they believe rocks and chemicals got together and created life, and they say it willy-nilly, like, why can't you believe this? Because you have no proof.
So if that was the case, where did moral absolutes arrive from? Where did they emerge from? Or are there no absolutes?
You guys really like leading questions. You really like them.
No, you have nothing but a story, man. Put that through your head. You're not gonna come and sell your snake oil medicine. Abiogenesis is just an idea. You have nothing to prove it.
Everything is just an idea.
Yeah, Lori, If you don't mind me asking, or anyone else here, where do you guys get your morals from? I'm just curious.
Depends
Is it
on what
from
you
the
mean by
government?
morals. Depends what you mean
Yes.
by morals. If you mean morals as in like objective morals, I don't think those exist. So I wouldn't have those.
Okay, thank you. And essentially, you align with the society norms and morals, then, right? Where we don't steal
No,
and.
not at all. Oh, you mean do I? Yeah, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Okay, thank you. Let's.
So what do you mean
What
by
would you?
morals? Do you mean like objective morals or like what do you mean? Can you define morals?
I'll remove objective. We'll just I guess subjective morals or society norms. And this is what I was going to ask you next. Let's say if you were in a society that descended into madness and they wanted you to start killing people, otherwise
Well,
you
I'm
will.
living in America right now, so I'm already there.
He's already, yeah, I was just about to say, he's already descended
Yeah,
into
so
madness.
we're
So
there.
if the government is setting this moral standards, right, through the law
It
system,
doesn't do
and
that. That's not what
I
law
know, but
is.
let's say if we're evolved into a city where it's descended into madness, and now you either have to kill someone who could be innocent, for whatever reason, and if you don't do it, you go to jail, or someone, we'll just go with that. You go to jail. What would you do?
See someone? Are you asking me if I would kill someone to avoid going to jail?
Yes.
Maybe. I don't know. It depends. Depends who I'm killing.
Okay, and
Jail sounds like it sucks. Killing someone
someone
also
innocent.
sounds like it sucks, but it depends on who I'm killing. Like if they're a
Someone
dick,
innocent.
maybe.
Someone very innocent.
Do I know they're innocent?
Yes.
Do I get any other option?
No, it's either jail or you do it and you get money, financial reward.
I probably wouldn't kill them, honestly.
Thank
But
you.
but what would probably happen is I just wouldn't live in that society, right? Like, why would I ever be in that position, right? Like, you're just
Yes.
creating a really strange position. Like, here, I could do the same thing you just did. If God told you to kill an innocent person, would you do it?
Yeah, thank you. They did ask me this question the other day, and no.
You wouldn't do it? So
Oh,
would
wait
you
a
be doing
minute,
something objectively wrong?
wait a
Would you be doing
minute.
something objectively wrong?
Eden, wait a minute. In this scenario, you know that it's God, okay?
I wouldn't do it because
Wait a
You'd be
minute.
doing
Wait.
something objectively wrong.
It's not Satan tricking you or something like that. It's
I
God.
said if the creator came to me and said I have to kill someone innocent, I'm not going to do it. I'd rather die.
Yeah,
But
you're
wait
doing
a
something
minute.
objectively
Wait a minute.
wrong.
He could bring them back 5 minutes later.
I won't do
You
it.
could.
I won't do it.
I mean, okay.
The fact that you disobey God is kind of cringe as a
Yeah.
Christian, honestly. Disobeying God like that is kind of crazy, gotta be honest.
No, I understand. I understand.
Yeah.
But I don't
You
think
sure
God
you're a
would
real
put me in that
Christian?
position. I really don't think God would put me in that position. But if that
I don't
was
think I would
the
ever
God
be
of
in that
this
position
world, I
about
wouldn't do
jail.
it. Yeah, I would just do the jail, or he could kill me. But
No, that's not the option. The option is either you kill someone innocent or he destroys the entire planet. Duh.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's pretty selfish if I don't do it, I suppose. But
Wait,
I don't
wouldn't
know.
it be selfish if you don't do it anyway? You're choosing your own desires over God's desires. That's like El Christianity.
No, well, but my desires have a standard I believe come from the creators. But if that creator changed, I would just go with the ones that
God's
I.
unchanging.
Well, in the Ten Commandments and the teachings of Jesus, we're not supposed to. We're supposed to help our enemy, our worst enemy. They're not even
Yeah,
our
God
enemy.
isn't your worst enemy. And it's not even murder because God told you to do it. Because when God does the killing things, it's not murder because God said so because it's good.
I
Right? So
realize
there's no
that.
issue here. Yeah.
No, yeah, but you're gonna. You will find Christians and Muslims, and I've met a Christian that said they would do it. I couldn't do it.
That's a good Christian. I think you're being a bad Christian.
That's okay. No, because Christian. No,
Well,
it
it's
would
not
be
even that I think you're being a bad Christian. You are being a bad Christian.
No,
You're putting
because
your
a
desires
theist.
over God's.
No, because a theist can believe in God, and that God could tell them to kill people. So a theist can be a killer, but the Jesus God doesn't want us to do that. He calls us to put the sword
What are you
away.
talking about? He literally says, "I am the flaming sword." What the hell are you talking about? He literally says that. Like,
Yeah,
it
but
actually comes out of his
remember
mouth.
there was two times when a literal sword was. And if you were familiar with the full armor of the Lord, the last one is the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. So yes, God has a literal sword. But when there was two times when the disciples tried to stop Jesus from being murdered. Once was at the Last Supper. I think it was Peter. Jesus said, "I'm going to die," essentially, and Peter was like, "No." He stood up with this probably
God
sword, right?
tells you to kill people, though.
No, but Jesus called Peter Satan. And then there
Yeah,
was
but
a time when they were at the Olive Garden, and the guards came to collect him. Supposedly, two accounts. One account says one of the disciples pulled out a knife, cut off one of these guards' ears in the scuffle, and then Jesus put it back on there and told him, "Put he who lives by the sword dies by the sword." So it wouldn't be the Christian God that would tell me. It would be a God, but it wouldn't be the Christian God.
all the time. What are you?
Oh,
You're just
sir?
not being honest now. He tells you to kill people
No,
all the
I'm
time.
just being honest. I'm not gonna be. If God told me to kill someone, I'm not gonna do it. But you're gonna find other Christians that will.
Yeah, they're good Christians because they're listening to the word of God.
No, they would be a good theist, not a good Christian. But I get what you're saying.
You know, like the Canaanites.
Oh, hold on, guys. I'm at the lake. Looks like they're gonna do some gardening. I might have to check out.
Okay.
Hold those thoughts though for next time.
Mm.
Maybe someone else wants
No,
to get
okay.
in.
I know you won't ever answer, but it's fine.
Okay, hold on. The guy's going away. We can continue.
It's still not an answer to the question. Do you know the Canaanites?
Oh yeah, that was a terrible story.
Does anybody know him anymore?
Did God tell you? Did God tell people to kill other people there? Or
I
was that
think so.
Satan?
I
Was it
think
Satan?
so.
Yep.
I don't know. It seemed like it was from the account. It seems like God.
So you think God told people to kill other people?
It seems that way.
Yeah, but do you
What
think
if it was Satan? What if it was Satan wearing one of those rubber God masks?
Ooh.
Yeah, it
You know,
wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise
It's
me.
entirely possible
if
that
you
Satan
were one of
flipped
those people
over
back
to
then-
like Scream story, yeah.
To answer your question, Tuakna, no, because I'll tell you why. In the Old Testament, there was a prophet named Jeremiah. So Jeremiah was a young boy, and he was about to do his first sacrifice and become a man in front of at the temple. But God chose him from the beginning and told him that he was going to be
Yeah,
used as
that's
a
not the
prophet.
situation I asked you if you were in.
Yeah, but
I asked
I'll
you
just
if you were one of the. I asked you if you were or just slaughtered the Canaanites. Would you do it?
probably not. I'll tell you why though, because
So if you disobey God's direct word and you're open about that, why should I believe you're a Christian? You
well,
just be
remember,
lying.
being a theist and a Christian are two different things. A theist believes
I
in
know.
God, whereas
Why
a
would I believe
Christian
you're a
believes in
Christian?
the teachings of Jesus.
Yeah, but if you're willing to openly just defy God's command, right, the Christian God's command, you're also willing to lie too. Why should I listen to you?
Lie about what?
About being a Christian.
I just explained being a Christian and a theist are two different things.
I never said anything about these.
Christ
If
said
you're
to
willing,
follow the Old Testament as well, did he not?
Well, no, yeah, but
To
my
do
point
everything
about
I said plus everything I said when I was God.
I mean, this
yeah,
is
but hold on.
such
I
a
just wanted to
weird set
finish
of
the point by
arguments. Like,
Jeremiah. So Jeremiah was okay. These guys, all these Jewish kings before, but essentially these guys stopped following the Ten Commandments. So God went to Jeremiah and told him, go to the king and tell him to follow the Ten Commandments and stop sacrificing the innocent. If they did that, they can live on the land. If they didn't,
wait,
they were
why
going to
are
be
we talking about the Canaanites, the example I brought up?
Oh, well, yeah, I'm just trying to show that even in the Old Testament, God didn't want people killing each other.
Wait, but he literally did, as he did with the Canaanites.
Yeah, I get that point. So there is some sort of contrast there. I get that point.
Okay,
God
yeah,
also
that's why.
killed people.
But,
Yeah, he also
but
just-
Directly killed
that's a
people.
very, I don't like that story for sure, that part. And you'll see Christians defend it.
Yeah, but I'm
kind of
not asking if you like it or
that.
not. I'm asking why should I listen to you if you're willing to disobey God's command?
Well, I don't think that's in the new. I don't think in the New Testament that was any command.
Yeah, but I'm
So,
not asking about
you
the New
don't-
Testament. I'm asking if God commanded you to kill someone, would you do it? You said no,
said no.
which means you would violate God's command. So why should I listen to you if you're willing to violate God's command?
Yeah, I don't expect you to believe me or listen to me. I want you to do your own research.
I know, but why should I listen to you?
really weird
Well,
questions from the atheist.
It's just because, yeah, just consider what I'm telling you, and you can choose to make. It's like
Yeah,
I guess
why
it would
should
be
I?
similar to like someone's driving down the road, but someone took the sign down saying there's a dangerous turn up ahead. I'm kind of just on the side of the road saying, "Hey guys, there's something dangerous up ahead."
Why should I just believe that you're lying? You could just be lying.
I have to
right?
listen to him.
Yeah,
You
don't
don't
believe
have
me.
to listen to
Don't
him.
believe
You
me.
don't have
Do
to
your
listen
own
to him. You
research.
can make your own decision.
Yes.
You can make your own decision and not listen. Just do your own thing.
I made my own decision. I ain't doing any of that bullshit.
Yeah,
But-
that's what I'm saying.
But Eden's made a decision to and Eden, I don't mean offense by this, but you sound like listening to you talk on a number of occasions. I don't mean just from this conversation. You sound like you're along the lines of like what some people call, and it's maybe an unfair characterization, but I get what they're saying. It sounds like a cafeteria Christian, where you choose the things that sound okay to you, and you like, you know, if something's got a sauce you don't like, you leave it behind. So you like some of the stories in the Bible and some of the things that you think are there, but the ones that aren't to your liking, you just leave them behind.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Nah, you sound like a cafeteria Christian. Why
I'll
would
be
what you said
really
matter?
quick, and then you guys can engage with whoever you want. So that was directed to me. So I'd like to respond. So
Yeah, no,
essentially,
it's directed to you. Eden, you're welcome to respond to it. As far as I'm concerned, I think you should.
thank you, Al. I really appreciate that. Okay, so look at it like that. I actually don't think that's the case because I think I'm actually more fundamental than a lot of these modern day Christians. A lot of these modern day Christians don't believe in creation. They don't even know the rules. They don't know the judgment, and they don't know how to share the grace. So I think when people claim that I am, I'm not offended. I don't take it as an insult. I think I'm more fundamental than the majority of Christians today. And I'm not saying that out of pride. It's just there's a lot of Christians that literally don't know the they don't know the parables of Jesus. They don't even believe creation. So I'm not the one picking and choosing. Sure, there's a few things I dislike. I think I'm entitled to do that. But I'm more fundamental than the average Christian you're going to see. I'm sure you've witnessed that by now. I believe in creation. I believe in the rules. I believe in the judgment and the mercy. Thank you.
But you could just be
Okay, if I could just add a few words, as I've just come in, just a few. I'll only be like 20 seconds or less. Now we must remember that if you're not a Christian, then you have to leave. You have to understand this. I'm not a Christian myself, but every Christian has the right to take whatever he or she deems suitable and fit for them to exist on this earth. So if he's taking out things or doesn't want that, that's fine. Only God's going to judge him. I can't judge him, neither can you. He can only be the best Christian he can be at the end of the day. So if he's doing what he's doing, that's fine. You don't have to listen to him. You don't have to obey him. You don't even have to shake his hand if you don't want to. Okay, that's freedom there. Please.
Yeah.
We're acting like he can't do what he can do now. Thank you. Bye.
I'd like to get in if I could just for a second, please. I think it's a pretty good point, really, that there is a lot of difference between like the God of the Old Testament and the God of the New Testament, and you know and that's kind of where Eden is kind of deciding that. Well, that's where we hear him say yeah, okay, so that's the criticism. But I didn't know, and just in case anyone didn't know, Carl Jung wrote a book called Answer to Job, and in it, he kind of gives a case for God changing his mind after the story of Job in the Bible. And I found it's it's actually one of my favorite and I recommend checking it out if anyone wants kind of an idea of how to hold those two parts of the Bible together. It's kind of interesting.
Okay, wait, I want to respond to that particularly. And that is the whole point of the New Testament is the revelation that Yahweh God of the Old Testament came to earth as a man. That is, so to say that God of the New Testament and the Old Testament are different is, for Christians, a Gnostic heresy. And you can go online, and you can look up, and it is one of the biggest studies in Bible study is you can study how Jesus claims that he's the God of Yahweh. You can go watch 16 hours of content, and none of the content will repeat itself, and all it does is painstakingly prove that Jesus Christ is claiming to be the God of the Old Testament. And that's what Christianity is founded upon. Thank you.
Totally no, and that's what Jung says. He's giving a justification for why God came to earth. Basically, because after the whole Job fiasco, he changed his mind and kind of turned into the God of the New Testament.
Wait, Job is like one of the oldest books in the Bible. So there would be many prophets after Job with the in your case of what you said, God changed his mind, which we don't believe happened. But let's say that's the true case. There would be many Old Testament prophets after that date in which the new change God's mind would be in the Old Testament. So it doesn't really work that way either.
Yeah, I'd refer you to the book. I can't remember if he addressed.
Thank you for pointing out that book. I'm interested.
I thought you might be Eden. I think it might be right up your alley.
Would you guys be shocked if you heard Christians say that if God told them to kill, they would do it?
Not in the least.
Yeah. Were you shocked to hear that I wouldn't do it?
Not in the least.
Okay,
You
good.
seem like
Because
a way better person than a lot of the people in the Old Testament. Definitely better than the God of the Old Testament. That guy was a fucking psychopath.
Yeah, I don't think
Well,
Jesus is about killing people.
How is God a psychopath?
Holy fuck, man. He like flooded the entire world and left an incestuous family to repopulate it.
Well, the only reason incest is wrong is because it causes deformities in the children. And you can even go in the Bible and you can even go. Why are you in the middle of interrupting me when I'm clearly talking? You can go into the Old Testament and you can see where God outlaws incest. So you don't commit incest today because God said so, not because you have some sort of moral authority over him.
I'm way more moral than God in the Old Testament.
And then God determines the death of all creatures. So if he determines to do it through drowning or through dying in your sleep or whatever, it does not make him a psychopath. Psychopath is a human psychological condition. You can't put that on something that's not human.
Are we made in God's image or
your whole
not?
statement is just not.
If humans can be
logical
psychopaths
sense.
and we're made in God's image, then God can be a psychopath. Or are we just wearing like a God costume?
It's like your arguments are just not good. Like you would not do.
If I can just ask a question, if I can just ask a question,
I would not fare well where, like when
if
I go.
I can just ask a question, just a question here quickly. You've got the God of the New Testament, God of the Old Testament, and I don't follow those two that at all. There's only one God, as Taking Back Eden said. So, what do you mean by the God of the Old Testament and then the God of the New Testament? What happened to the God of the Old Testament?
They're the same God. The new,
where is the God gone?
The new one had a change of heart. It's one of those. It was the new. It's kind of like the Grinch, right? Like the Grinch who saved Christmas or stole Christmas and then saved it by doing what he did.
Yeah, this guy has a complete misinterpretation of the scripture, and he's basically just attacking his own misunderstanding, not actually the God that's revealed through the Bible.
I'm strawmanning the God of the Bible.
Yeah, you're attacking something that, frankly, only exists in your mind, not in the scriptures.
Fair enough. Okay, so I'm wrong when I say that in the Old Testament, God drowned the entire population of the earth except for a certain number of animals that were put on a boat that was called the Ark. Noah, his wife, his 3 sons, and their 3 wives. Is that incorrect? Is that the straw man that I've made? So please steel man that for me so I can attack that instead.
Okay. Yes.
I'm waiting for the real story. Oh, okay. That's okay. I got cut off earlier when my boss called me and I was trying to explain how the fossil record shows like all that stuff. So I get it. It happens to everybody. Okay, so was that Eden? Eden, do you think I've got that wrong? Is that the wrong number of humans and the wrong, like I don't remember the whole passage. It's 7 of the clean and a pair of each of the unclean animals. Like I know that's in there, but like, how have I mischaracterized the people that were killed by God? Or got the math? Do I have the math wrong? Do I have the means? Like, did they drown in the flood? Or I guess maybe some of them bumped their heads on a log and didn't drown, but like they were knocked out hard by like the violent storm and the rising of the waters from the deep and all that. Like I get that. I get there was other ways people might have died, right? They might have been impaled by a tree branch. But a drowning must have been like one of the big ones, right?
Yeah, I think that you were pretty accurate when it came to the event. But your interpretation perhaps could be debated.
Like my characterizing it as a straw man. I start like as God's a psychopath, right? And God, like, there's no passage in the Bible that says he made Adam in his own image, right?
Man in his own image, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's not in there, right? Is that the straw man I made? Is that where I fucked it up?
No. I think the straw man, in his opinion, maybe where he drew offenses where you were calling God a psychopath. Now, I can understand where someone would draw that conclusion. Yes, someone killing people.
If I'm made in God's image and I kill everyone except for 8 preferred humans, like say I go do this tomorrow, and one of those 8 humans happens to be like working for CNN or Fox News or whatever, how will I be depicted on the news? When they describe my behavior, will I be described as a psychopath?
Yes.
Yeah, but how are you going to apply a psychological
and
condition?
based on that, do I look just like God if I was made in His image?
No, you don't. You're tainted by sin. You don't look at all like him.
I've never sinned ever in my fucking life.
Well, that's a lie.
No, it's not a lie. I have never
It is.
sinned in my life because I don't believe in sin and I don't believe in that God. I cannot commit.
You not believing in something.
I don't believe
you
in.
not believing in something doesn't mean you haven't done it.
I never fucking did it once.
If I said I don't believe in killing people and I go and kill people, I still killed people. So it applies the same way.
No, that's different than a sin. A sin is like this weird sort of thing that people have applied to a bunch of normal human behavior, and then a bunch of things about like exactly how you have to love.
Not at all what a sin is.
Gods.
That's not at all a proper. That's not at all a proper interpretation of what sin means at all in any way. It is so drastically misinformed. I don't know how you even got there.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean,
Okay.
I have a feeling that you got there by just determining your own opinion that you don't like it and then going along with it. But I don't actually know for a fact that's how you got to that conclusion.
No, I just it sounds like a bunch of bullshit. I don't care whether I like it or not. I could have taken it or left it when I was a really young man and people are trying to teach this to me. Looking at it as an adult, I'm just like, this is the biggest load of crap I've ever heard in my life.
You deny
never went
doing
back to it again.
You deny doing actions that have a clear fucking description of what they are.
Yep, I do.
And you know what they are. Yeah, you're just lying. You know what a sin is, and you know that you've done it.
You're accusing me of a sin right now, aren't you?
100%.
Yeah,
lying is a sin.
But am I lying if I think I'm telling the truth?
Yeah, but you know what the word sin means, and you know you've done behaviors that has matched that. So I know for a fact you're lying.
I actually haven't. I haven't done those things.
Oh, can I send you a video where you can test yourself?
You're just a clear liar. That's funny.
Eden,
your side of the debate, automatically loses because you're lying.
Eden, if I'm not lying, Eden, if you respond to my response to your other videos, go ahead and send me another video. But not until you respond to I wrote you up a very thoughtful response, and you said fuck all after that. So that's one at a time thing. Okay. Yeah, if you want to respond to that, that's fine. If you're not going to respond to it, don't send me more videos because I'm not going to spend any more time with them. Well, anyway, for the guy that thinks I'm a sinner, that's fine. There is no God for me to sin against.
I don't think.
So I cannot sin.
I don't know. I think. Okay, so yeah, you admit that you are sinning. You just don't believe you are.
No, and I also like the things that are in there as sins. I don't do those things. Haven't done them, and I don't do them. The things in there about killing, I do not kill.
Really? You've never lusted after a woman in your life? Or a man? I don't know which way you swing, but you've never done that in your life?
I'm a cis hetero male, and I lusted after a woman. I married her. She's my wife. She was not another man's wife, and so there was nothing fucking wrong with that.
So you've never lusted after another woman other than your wife? That's what you're claiming?
That's right. That's what I'm claiming.
Sure. For sure, bro. For sure, dog.
What are you saying? What are you saying about me? What do you know about what goes on in my brain? Are you saying that I do not love my wife? Are you saying that I'm not faithful to her? Are you saying that I've committed adultery in my heart?
No. Well, I mean, this could have been before your wife. What about
Did I hear
They're-
you say cis hetero? You're a cis hetero male.
I am a
That's
cis
the-
hetero male. Yes, yes. Yeah, because the guy doesn't
What
know
is
which
that?
way I swing.
I don't know what that is.
Well, it's hard to
I-
assume, bro, in these types of
It's just a
servers.
straight. I'm a straight
All kinds
male
of
whose
freaks.
my gender identity, like comically, aligns with my genitalia.
So you're a man,
Comically?
in other words. You're saying you're a man.
Yeah, he's a man that's not a doesn't
I'm
identify
like
as
for
a man.
those of you that can't handle trans people and homosexual people, etc., etc.
I didn't say
I'm
anything.
all
I
the
just want
things that you
clarity.
love
I don't know what that
about. Yes.
means.
Yeah, I know.
I never said anything.
Cis just means that you comport with what people expect. Before people started getting all over the trans community for existing, and then the trans community had to push back by saying who they were and
No,
saying,
I'm
"Hey, we're real
confused because
people."
when I grew up,
come
hold
all
on,
over
I'm
us here.
confused because when I
Yeah,
grew
you
up,
don't need a
cis
community
meant,
to be who you are. Sorry, Essie, go ahead.
I don't.
no, just one more thing. I'm confused because when I grew up, cis meant my sister. Like when I
Yeah,
talk to
this
my
is
sister, I
spelled
go,
with
"Yo,
C. Yeah,
sis,
SE.
what's up?"
And SE, I'm not sure if you're a Franco. If you're a francophone, this might be like a little bit of like a very
what?
Like a very weird thing in that like CIS cis and SIS cis. Cis is short for sister, and CIS is, I have no idea the etymology of the word. All I know is that it exists, and that word is about someone who was born with traditionally male or female genitalia, like a guy with a penis
Traditional genitalia.
is a male acting, like what we traditionally think of as being a man when you have a penis and being a woman when you have a vagina. That's what we're talking about with cis. That's what the word means. I don't know where it came from. I didn't know the word until a couple of years ago, and I'm just using it because people seem to use it and know what it means. I didn't realize people here wouldn't, and I'm sorry if I confused anyone.
No, good. Okay, thanks for the
Traditional
clarity. All right.
genitalia. That's the craziest
Me, I
thing
just
I've
say
heard.
man.
I don't mean
I don't know.
traditional genitalia. I mean traditional gender roles assigned to the genitalia, like the way our society has been working for a number of years. Like a few centuries ago, like men would have worn.
So would a
stockings and
stay-at-home
stuff, right?
dad be considered a non-cis person?
No, a stay-at-home dad
That's
still
not a
could still be a cis person. When I stay at home and look
That's
after
not
my
a traditional
kids,
gender
I'm
role,
still-
though.
I don't know what kind of fucking awful parents you've had, but like my dad looked
No, I'm
after
talking
me
about
when he wasn't
tradition in
working.
our
I look after my
society.
kids when I'm not working, and my
I'm
wife
talking
works
about
too. Like,
traditions in our society. I don't know why you have to get it. I don't know why you have to get it
oh,
personal.
you're talking about
and talk
Wharton
about
June
me when
Cleaver,
you don't.
yeah.
I don't know why you have
No.
to get personal and talk about me when you don't even know me. I'm just saying,
I don't know you.
traditionally,
I don't know you.
in this
You meant Wharton June Cleaver. I got it. Okay.
Traditionally in this society, if we go
Yeah.
back 50 years ago, women did not have jobs. They stayed at home and took care of the kids. That would be the traditional gender role in this society. Now,
Yeah, well, traditionally, women have stepped up and done all sorts of shit in the past.
nowadays, there are women. There are men who stay at home and take care of their kids. Would they be considered not cis because they're not conforming to the
No, it has nothing.
traditional gender role?
That has nothing. That has nothing to do with that. It would be more if they were to actually assume beyond that, like dressing in what is socially considered to be female dress and presenting themselves in what we think of as female way would be when you move away from that. Just looking after your children doesn't that's not. I think that's a. I mean, I get what you're getting at. You're talking about the Wharton June Cleaver thing, but
I said stay at
yeah,
home.
stay at home. Stay at
Because
home. Okay.
traditionally, that's not a thing, right? That's traditionally the woman's role in our society. Now, a lot of traditions went out the window in the past 50 years. So you're saying it's not about traditional gender roles. It's actually about your vestige, i.e., being a transvestite or not. It doesn't have anything to do with gender roles.
No, transvestite or like dressing up as something is quite a bit different than being a trans person. A trans person.
You've given nothing but what you dress
just
as.
putting on different clothing. A trans person is taking on and becoming something that is much more aligned with another gender. And some people are non-binary. I'm not one of these people. I'm not the person that should be explaining this because I know what I know about it. I know from meeting and talking to people that are living in that situation, and being maligned by some other people in society that find them a convenient punching bag.
Well, they are a convenient punching bag. I'll give you that much.
Yeah,
It's actually really low-hanging fruit to hang on people like that.
The people that are so fucking weak that they're banging up on people like that and trying to take their frustrations out on them should fucking shake their heads and maybe give themselves another fucking look at like who the fuck they are and what kind of weak fucking bullshit people they are.
But also, there's some people I think who are seeing that this type of behavior is more popular, and they don't think it's a good thing for society. I don't think necessarily everyone who's speaking out against it is.
Don't do it.
I don't think everyone
you don't
who's.
have to.
I
No
don't
one's
think.
asking you to. No one's forcing anyone to do it. They're just forcing people not to do it. So I'm saying live and let live instead of being fucking brutal to people, especially people that are having a rough time as it is.
Oh. Yep.
I mean, I don't think
some
Jesus
people
would
are
do
speaking
that,
out
but
against it. I don't think they're.
I would do that.
He would probably tell them to stop their behavior immediately.
Yeah, I don't really give a fuck what Jesus wants. He wasn't that great of a guy, if he ever existed at all.
You literally just said this is not what Jesus would do, and then as I explained what Jesus would do, you said I don't give a fuck. It's like.
Yeah, I'm saying
you're a very rational
you.
guy, dude. At
I
least
was
in this
agreeing with you.
circumstance.
Jesus would not be nice to these people.
Well, I think he would be nice, but he would say you have to stop. And then if you stop, he'd be like, you're forgiven. That's what he did for all the prostitutes.
Yeah, and Jesus and his followers get the fuck out of everybody's
one of his closest followers was previously a prostitute, Mary Magdalene.
There's nothing wrong with being a prostitute. That's a great fucking job. People should be allowed to do it, and they shouldn't be treated like garbage because they're doing an important job in society.
What's
and
the
it's not an
important
important
job in
why the
society?
fuck does it exist? It is a job in society.
It's not an important job.
It's a tremendously noble profession.
What's
It's
the
a noble
minimum
profession, and you're goddamn lucky people do it.
Al, what's the minimum age?
The minimum wage where I live?
No. The minimum age. Should any child?
Oh, the minimum age for what?
Prostitution.
I'm sure no children should be put into prostitution. That's fucking awful.
I thought it's a noble pursuit.
It's a noble profession.
Be noble.
I also don't think children should be made into truck drivers, for fuck's sakes.
This guy.
So you want some?
You want
the minimum
to go back to that time when 7-year-old
this guy alone should be proof for the irrationality of these types of beliefs.
Am I being irrational? Should 7-year-olds take coal mines? Should 7-year-olds take coal mines?
No, not that
Should
part.
they?
You're not being
Answer the fucking
not in regards to that. Not in regards to
In regards
that.
to what?
In regards to prostitution and how you advocate for it.
Yeah, what's the minimum
prostitution's
age?
great.
18, 19, 20, 21?
It's definitely 18 or older. That's for damn sure. In my country, it is. 18, you're an adult in my country because you can fight and lose your life in a war. And I think if you're old enough for that and to smoke a cigarette and drink a drink, yeah, that's fucking awesome. Go ahead. And then you can also be a prostitute if you choose. If you choose, not if someone else chooses for you.
Okay, thank you. What are your thoughts on late-term abortion? Like, let's say 6 months.
I don't care. It's between a woman and her doctor. Get the fuck out of everybody's personal lives with your bullshit. If there's a reason to do it, at 6 months, it'll be a damn fine reason. So stay the fuck out of it. Don't legislate women's health out of the access for them. That's the biggest fucking load of bullshit I've ever heard, and it makes me so fucking angry. You should be able to tell from my tone of voice. Get out of my doctor's office when I'm in there. If you see the same doctor, deal with your health issues when you're in there privately, and get out of all of our offices and let us and our doctors decide what's good for us.
So wait, is it my body, my choice? My body, my choice?
Yeah, it is your body, your choice. Until your body's coming at me with a fist, in which case expect mine to come and meet your face.
So my body, my choice.
Just
I mean,
one question.
yeah, go ahead,
One
guys.
question real quick. Does an unborn child have no moral consideration in your opinion?
Don't give a shit about that. If the woman's gonna die, my sister-in-law almost lost her life, and if the termination of the pregnancy was already determined, her fallopian tube exploded. and they had to save her life. They rushed to save her life. And you know what? If she had died because no one would let her have that abortion, her daughter would have been left without a mother. My brother-in-law would have been left without a wife. And they wouldn't have had the child that they did have a couple of years later. And if you want her to have a child, let her fucking live. Because that's what ended up happening.
You're melting down. One more question. So what if it's completely elective? The pregnant woman is not in danger at all. She just decides at 8 months, I don't want this child.
Also fucking fine. Get the fuck out of her doctor's office. Let her make decisions for her. If she's not making that decision lightly.
Okay, so
why should I?
You're saying that a child.
People's lives are at stake here.
Okay, you're saying that a child's life has no moral consideration until what point?
When they're born.
Okay, so when they're born, then they have moral consideration. So we could kill them like right before she goes into labor, but then as soon as it's delivered,
Bring
we
up
can.
one time where that fucking happens. That never fucking happens. And yes, that should be legally allowed. It should be legally allowed on the basis that it's not how we should handle things.
I'm not talking about legality, I'm talking about morality. If you're saying that a child has absolutely no moral value up to the moment, like what, it just pops out? And then it's magically wrong to kill it?
If a child outside the womb lives on its own, then it is a person. It is a child, and whether the mother can care for it or not, society may have to step in some other regard. But yes, the mother should be allowed to terminate that pregnancy right up until half an hour before she gives birth. The fact of the matter is, though, that's impossible. She would just end up delivering the baby and some other decision would be made. No one is using this as a form of birth control at 8 months and 3 weeks. That's just not fucking happening. So stop pretending that it is. And using it as some sort of emotional manipulation tactic, which is what that is.
No, it's not a manipulation tactic. I'm testing your morality. So you're saying a person has no value.
I don't have morality.
Okay, so you don't have a problem at all with killing a baby at 9 months old. Is that correct?
It outside the womb or not?
Okay, so outside the womb, you're not allowed to kill it, in your opinion?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, why not?
Because it's been born.
So what does it have value at that point? You just said you don't have morality, so you're saying you don't have morality, but it has value?
I don't have the morality that you have if you're asking me these questions. Asking me these questions suggests to me that you and I disagree on morals. Because I put the living woman, the mother's life, in front of that child. That child or unborn fetus, wherever they're at, does not have a right to that mother's body and her life. I just believe that's just the way it is. In the same way that I can't come harvest your organs, or I can't graft myself to your body and to continue living for whatever reason, right? Like if my kidney fails, I can't just walk up to you and say I need that kidney.
Dude, you're ranting and melting down. So you're saying fundamentally a human doesn't have rights.
Stop saying I'm melting down. I'm not.
Yes, you are.
JC's working good today.
Okay, listen. So after it's born, it has rights according to you?
Depends on what country they're born in and what gender they are.
I'm talking about moral rights, not legal rights.
That's a non-existent thing.
Okay,
There's no such thing as moral rights. You have to be born. You have to deal with the society you're born in. Some societies are better than others.
Okay, so you're saying you personally have no moral framework, which is why you have no personal problem with killing a 9-month-old.
I have a moral framework, but you wouldn't identify it as such.
Okay, well, I'm asking you what it is. Can you just explain it to me? I've got about 5 minutes left of my drive. I'm sure you can explain it.
Yeah, I can explain it. Do the best that you can for your fellow humans. Do the best that you can for the other living things on this planet, and try to leave things in a better shape than you found them.
Okay, so an unborn child, that's not a human then?
It's a human embryo, it's a human fetus, and eventually it becomes a child.
Okay, so you're saying that an unborn child at 9 months is not a human being?
I'm saying that I'm not going to make the distinction because, like, no one is having an 8-month and 3-week abortion unless there's something drastically wrong that needs to be solved by some sort of huge medical intervention. And that is extremely rare, if not never has fucking happened ever. But it's brought up to emotionally manipulate people and say, hey, you're killing babies. Like, you're suggesting what we're doing is pulling a viable baby out of the womb and stabbing it in the ear so that it's dead and throwing it in a garbage can. And that ain't fucking happening. That's
No,
just
all
not
I'm doing
happening.
is all I'm doing is testing your moral system, and you're saying that person, 9 months old, right, is not a human being, so it has zero rights according to you. So if
Absolutely, it has zero rights. It has zero
Okay,
rights according to me.
So it's not a human being. It magically becomes a human being once it pops out, and then once it's a human
Born
being,
and
it
lives on its own. When it's born and lives on its own, and if at 8 months it somehow is delivered in an early term and somehow survives and they can keep it alive, I think maybe that's okay. But I'm not going to call it a person with more rights than the mother. It just when it's still inside the mother. If it's using the mother's body to survive, it's not a person. It's a potential person, maybe.
Okay, what about a 1 year old? You think they can survive without the help of someone else? They depend on someone else to survive.
Are they attached with an umbilical cord?
Oh, so it's if they're attached, that's when they don't have any values.
I'm saying that they don't have any rights over the mother's body, and you shouldn't dictate that either. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you have no justification for that belief. It's just except for a magic moment.
No, I do have a justification for that belief, and that is that I want the mother to survive and be able to live her life as best she can. And I'm not going to allow some people's feelings about a fetus to take over her life. That's not something I'm willing to let happen. Her health is paramount. She's already alive. She already has value. She's already lived a bunch of time on Earth and now has to make a terrible decision. And some people are trying to sway her decision one way or another, and with a whole bunch of manipulation tactics and not letting her get good medical advice from her doctor and then make a decision with him or her, like, and possibly like, you know, a husband, partner, whatever, any type of person like that in their life. This should be a private decision that they make based on the reality that they're facing. And I don't know why people are trying to legislate that.
Let me ask a question. I'm interested. Osco and Eden, in that situation, what would you guys do? What he just said now, right? The mother, it's either the mother or the baby, right? What would be the ethical decision in your eyes here? What would you guys do?
Do you want to go first? Friend?
So, I would rather not personally get into my personal opinions about abortion. I'm just trying to test this guy's moral consistency.
Oh, how fair is that, bro? You're grilling this guy now. You don't want to say?
Just keep testing.
No, it's okay.
I'm
Go ahead.
solid. I'm solid on my feelings about it.
Yeah, but they're just your feelings, not based on anything.
Choices.
So like all you're saying is, if a human being relies on another human being, then I can just kill it willy nilly. But then I say, okay, well, what if it still relies on another human being? A year later, you say, well, yeah, but it's not attached.
You're avoiding my question.
What if my kidney fails and I'm hooked up to you because dialysis doesn't work and your kidney is somehow keeping me alive, and you decide life isn't worth living and you kill yourself? You've also murdered me. But should I be able to say, hey, you know, you're not allowed to do that. I'm taking you to court. You're not allowed to kill yourself.
Yeah,
you're not allowed to have autonomy over your own body. If that happened, like, what the fuck would we do then?
No, we already have laws against murdering people. So some people believe that extends to the baby, whether it's a late term.
Yeah, but like, what if he volunteered to keep me alive, but then took it back and said, you know what, I got to get out of here. Like, I can't handle my life anymore. Some terrible shit's happened, and I honestly can't handle being hooked up to you right now. It's totally analogous. It's the exact same thing. The baby can't live unless it's hooked up to the mother. That's how it works. That's how babies are gestated.
That's temporary, only less than 9 months. But to answer your SE's question,
but like if someone dies and donates a kidney to me, then it'll be temporary as well. What if it's only for 9 months, but 6 months in he decides, nah, I ain't doing it no more? Then what?
Okay, hold that thought for a second, then we'll return to SE. So to prevent you from keeping waiting, I've actually lost a close friend of mine. She didn't during birth. She died. It's tragic. But back to your question,
Can you repeat it one more time, please? What would I do?
Yeah, the question Trucker asked you guys, right? Because you were grilling him, and he in turn about
I
like
kind of answered
mother.
a different way about them, but yeah, like you can make it about a mother. And Eden, I'm very sorry that you lost a close friend to that. But yeah, if you want to talk about like what your like if it had been between your close friend and like their fetus was not viable or whatever, and they could have saved her life, or maybe just think about a hypothetical person, because it's a more emotionally involved thing about a real person, but a hypothetical friend of yours. Do you want your friend to stay alive and maybe have another child if something goes wrong? Like that's kind of what this is about.
Yes.
If something's going wrong in their life, whatever, and it doesn't have to be medical, but if something's gone wrong in their life, they cannot manage to bear the entire gestation of a child for whatever reason. Would you want them to stay alive, or is it better that they be forced to full-term pregnancy no matter what?
Okay, great question. This was actually covered in an episode of a program called Highway to Heaven. It was, I think, the very last episode before it was canceled.
It was Michael Landon's show. It was a very, very terrible show, but yes, I'm sure they handled a bunch of this stuff. There was a lot of God shit in there.
Okay,
so
if I can
lay it on us here.
30 seconds. I'll need about 30 seconds though, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
In this episode, the mother was told by the doctor that she is probably going to die during birth. So he recommended an abortion. So now she had to self-reflect. In this episode, she decided to give her life to the baby. Rather than be, quote unquote, now people won't maybe think it's selfish, but she decided to be selfless. Instead of choosing her life, she decided to give a life to her baby. And in the episode, she survived. So now let's go to this question. We can just disregard that completely. Doctor goes to the woman and says, there's 100% chance you're going to die. Do you think that's 100% accurate, or do you think he could be mistaken?
With medicine, there's always some chance for being mistaken. There are some cases that are like they've seen this happen like 100 times already, and 100 times previously it's ended in death, or they've studied this particular thing and like it's never worked out for anyone ever before. That doesn't mean that everything couldn't align and allow something to go right. That does not mean it's impossible for something to go right. And I know of people that have been diagnosed with cancer and gone through a bunch of treatment and told, no one's ever managed to go into remission from this, or we're not sure if these treatments are going to work, and like this is a real gamble, and somehow they end up living like 10, 15 more years, or even the cancer does magically go into remission, if you want to call it magic, but they don't think they actually have a solution for it or whatever. Yeah, medicine's a weird thing. The human body has a tremendous amount of resilience in weird situations, and it's also tremendously weak and vulnerable in others, right? Like I think this is something that's true in more than one way, right?
Thank you. So if you're open to that person, even though the doctor, and let's say 10 doctors said it was 100% chance of death, I don't think force is necessarily the option. I think counseling, and I think today we live in a society with technology where we can help make the baby survive, and we have countless people in line who are unable to procreate for whatever reason, maybe environmental hazards and whatnot, or genetic, that have been waiting in line to be a parent to a loving child who some people are willing to just disregard. So I think there's a solution. I think we could reward the females rather than punish them, and we should reward them generously, very generously, and then help them transition, get the therapy they need. And I think we do have the medical technology to help them and the baby survive, rather than just pay a doctor to dismember the body of this baby without any sort of pain management. Because again, there's people who literally give birth and still die.
Okay, can I just say one last thing real quick before I go back into work? This worldview where you think an unborn child has absolutely no human rights or moral consideration is ghoulish and grotesque, and I think that you should reconsider it. There are logical and reasonable arguments to be made about, okay, abortion should be allowed before it's conscious, before a heartbeat, if the mother's life's in danger, so on and so forth. But just to say it's nothing, right, and it doesn't matter whatsoever until the umbilical cord is cut is really just disgusting, and I think you should reconsider it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I won't be coming to a different conclusion, but I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate that you have that opinion.
Thank you, Oscar, and thank you, Al, for taking the back and forth. That was a great. I really hope you reconsider. And yeah. Thank you, Oscar.
I'm never ever going to put an unborn baby's rights above those of a fully extant living woman.
That's understandable. Like
won't happen.
I can envision a world where, let's say, women who are advocating for it now, they all come together because of some sort of information. Now they are staunchly opposed, and if in that world, I still see people who disagree with them. I don't think maybe we'll ever get to 100. Maybe we'll get to 99.9.
What we need to do is let the women make their own decisions for themselves and not pretend that we have some sort of dominion over them. We don't. We need to help support them in whatever decisions they need to make. And I also hope that all of you that are suggesting this also agree that universal health care should be universal around the world.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And not something that costs people money.
Yes.
If your life shouldn't cost you so much money that you're medically bankrupt. Is that something we can all be on board with?
100%. Anyone else?
And that women and men that find themselves in situations where they're living in such dire circumstances that bringing a child into the world would devastate them financially to the point that they might as well kill themselves and the unborn baby. Like, maybe we should get rid of that kind of bullshit too. Is that all right? Are we good on that? Like, can we make society better all the way around? I don't know. Maybe we should.
Well, there's a trade-off between individual freedom and collective benefits, right? So,
if we have collective benefits for everybody, then everybody can have more individual freedom. How's that sound?
wrong. Like, not necessarily. Like, for example, like I have the individual right to bear arms in the United States, and in my state,
in the United States,
so. Yeah. But that leads to a infringement on a collective benefit because that it increases the rate of homicide. So, like, it's not as simple as, like, in government, like, there's a trade-off between, like, liberty at one extreme and controlled safety on the other extreme. Like, a country like Singapore, they have, very little actual liberty, but they have, an extremely peaceful, ordered society with, very, very little crime. So I guess my point in that is that, like, while universal healthcare is an ideal, the type of government that enforces a universal healthcare policy generally also has to enforce restrictions on liberty as it relates to healthcare.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they got to enforce a whole bunch of laws. The USA is one of those places where they hardly ever enforce any laws. In fact, they have the smallest level of incarceration worldwide. No one ever gets, like, it's so free there that no one is ever incarcerated for anything. You can do anything you fucking want. It's the freest society, and everybody can do anything they want. There's no laws there. Nobody has to enforce any of them, and they don't even have a single prison because there's not a single prisoner because you can't even break the law there. It's an amazing thing about my neighbors to the south.
Yeah, it's pretty great here.
Wildly amazing society that they've built.
Greatest on earth.
Who makes a prison system a business?
Bunch of fascist bullshit artists. I don't know.
Bunch of Americans
at its worst, at its worst fucking possible level. Fascist capitalism, I guess. Is that what it is? It's like, let's charge everybody with a crime so we can put them in a prison and use all the working people's money to keep them there. And make sure that people are afraid of the boogeyman instead of us.
People are what was I gonna say? Sorry, I got distracted by something in the text chat. Yeah, I think to your question, SC, like a prison becomes a business when it's privatized and profit is made on incarcerating individuals. So, I mean, but you could also argue that it's a business if the operator of the prison, whether they're private or public, benefits from forced labor of the convicts, which is generally the case even if a prison isn't privatized.
Yeah, but a lot of prisons just let people sit there and rot. They don't actually have forced labor. Not all by any means. I know there's like a variety of them, but yeah. It's not just a one size fits all kind of thing in prison.
Sure.
And some places are like they just kill people so they don't have to worry about warehousing them.
Wait, where?
Which is cheaper, but it does waste a lot of bullets.
Oh, you mean like countries? I'm confused.
Yeah, countries where like capital punishment is like the thing that you do with anybody that like is accused of violating the law.
Yeah, like in most communist countries, it's been pretty common, you know. Communism.
Yeah, some of them do that. Yeah, so like to be very, very strict penalties for like drug infractions and stuff like that. I'm trying to think of a country where like having a couple of doobies in your pocket would land you in jail for years.
I don't know, Cuba maybe.
Maybe USA,
Saudi Arabia,
China. Yeah,
China.
Saudi Arabia. I mean, Saudi Arabia, they can put you in jail for not wearing the right scarf on your head, or just sentence you to death.
Yeah, they have a witchcraft.
Driving with a vagina, I believe, used to be against the law.
Yeah, women were not allowed to drive until recently.
Yeah.
So, do you support keeping Afghanistan's assets frozen until they address human rights concerns in their country? Or do you think that those funds should be made available to Afghanistan based on national sovereignty?
I don't know. Is it cold enough in Afghanistan to freeze them? Or maybe we should let that country do their own shit their own way instead of constantly interfering. I don't know. Like my country went and interfered there for a long fucking time after 9/11. My country joined my neighbors to the south in a lot of weird fucking shit. No, some of it made sense and some of it didn't. And there's nothing wrong with trying to help other countries if you're actually trying to help them. I just feel like a lot of that isn't like the help part's kind of missing. It's a lot more of like stealing resources.
Yeah, totally.
And using them as a scapegoat.
You generally don't go to war with the country to help the country. Like it's basic.
But it's always presented as like we have to help those people. Right? It's presented as we got to help the poor people that are in this terrible country and bring our wonderful way of life to that country. But the people in that country see your way of life as actually like a terrible thing. They've been taught, just like you've been taught that their way is terrible and evil and the work of the devil. They've been taught the same thing about your way of life, and so they don't want that help.
Yeah, but sometimes they're
It's a hard
desperate
thing
for
to
help.
understand, but it's true.
Sometimes these people are really desperate for help.
Sometimes they are. Like I think like for certain human rights things and things that are terrible for women in particular, like I'd like to try and bring more of the human rights ideals of my country to other places, but I think my country could use a lot of help in getting even better itself. But I do feel like in certain countries like the USA and Afghanistan, women's rights are like they're made like 5th or 6th tier citizens just for being female. I think like that is something we could deal with in certain countries around the world. I'm sad to say that the country that preaches freedom takes freedoms away from people for being the wrong gender or the wrong color or the wrong religion. Those things are terrible. I'd like to stop that, but that's something that's afflicting countries around the world.
One of the problem is most people in our countries, Canada and the States, have no clue what's happening beyond their borders. More the Americans than the Canadians, but we're almost as bad. Yeah.
Oh, we're very blind to a lot of things. I agree, Essie. And I know you and I may not agree on a bunch of things, but I think I think we both live in a country with a lot of riches and a lot of freedoms and legal protections that don't exist around the world, and there's far from perfect. And our country's fucked up a lot of stuff for a lot of people. But I think, like, you know, we are trying to do better. And a lot of people call us communists for that, but I think, you know, I don't give a shit. Call me a commie. If treating people with dignity and respect is communist, like, sign me up.
Now, I was thinking about that today. The sun is out, the grass is growing, it's green, and I was thinking about people getting bombed and shit, right? And I'm saying, look
Yeah,
how
I was
lucky we are,
talking to my
man.
kids about that last
Yeah.
night. Exactly. I was talking to my kid. SDN, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I had this exact conversation with my children last night. We were sitting around the table having supper. And they had come home from school. I got home from work early, and my wife was home. We all got to eat together on a weeknight. That's not something we always get to do. It's awesome when we get to do that. And I said, you realize, and the reason this came up is because my daughter was practicing what to do in a bomb scare. And they were being taught to hide under their desks again, which is awesome. I'm glad they're being taught that. And I said the reason for that is because if things start crashing down because of a bomb or some sort of like terrible weather event or whatever, an earthquake, if you're under your desk, it's safer because the desk might help protect you from being hit in the head or crushed by something. And I said, you realize there's people for whom this is a regular daily occurrence. This is actually happening. They have to hide under their kitchen table if they're lucky enough to have a kitchen table because the bombs start flying. And it's a real fucking problem. And I told my kids how lucky they are to not live in a war zone, and that there are lots of children today living in that situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's very few things that boil my blood, but that's one of them, right? What's happening right now in those two countries, and we're responsible. That really boils my blood when I see those guys talking and smiling, and when they're interviewing like congressmen and women. What do you feel about the children dying? And they're just walking around like just pretending nothing's happening, avoiding them, ignoring them. That really boils my blood, bro.
And it should. Okay, I gotta go. It's been a great conversation, and I know I'm a hard ass in some of this shit, but I believe the shit I believe. And I gotta go get this thing unloaded here, so I'll talk to you later.
So yeah,
Later.
thanks for dropping in.
Okay, bye.
Eden, I have a question for you. No pressure. No pressure. Eden, are you there?
Until he responds, we're so freaking lucky and privileged, right? That we get to argue about stupid things like the shape of the earth, right?
We sure are. And we have the internet access to do it. We have generally like running clean water in our houses. I mean, I'm assuming everyone here has that. Heat, maybe air conditioning. I mean, everyone here may not have that, but we all definitely have at least some way to heat our house. Yeah.
Yeah, let's make sure our politicians don't. Oh, sorry.
A lot of people around the world still use like hearths and like indoor fires for cooking. Like I think it's something like, I don't know, 40 to 50% of the world still uses like an indoor just like fire without a chimney for cooking. Which is
Yeah, bro.
crazy.
There's like 200 million people living like that in China alone. Like all of the states. Like, okay, there's the developed China, yeah, but there's also still poverty in India. Don't even talk about India.
Yep.
But yo, I wanted to ask, God help me, they're making me look into chromosomes and all this stuff now, ribosomes, and God help them. Because once I start digging, but anyways, I'm glad Taylor's here because I wanted to ask something. Taylor, can you talk?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so I've been checking out because of these evolution people are getting me pissed off, like, you know, so I did a little bit of digging and I found out that, what is it? Amino acids combine to form proteins. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now the byproduct of this is water, right?
Oh yeah, from a hydrolysis reaction.
Right, right.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so now I'm wondering, can this process take place in water?
A dehydration reaction. Um, I don't think so.
Because like if that's not possible, right? Like, could that have happened in, like they say, in the pond, in the primordial pond?
Yeah, well, that's what they're like. Oh, it happened in some hydrothermal vent. Yada yada.
Sorry, say it again.
I think that they have the wet dry cycles that they talk about in the hydrothermal vent in a micro environment in a pore in a rock. They're like, okay, well, they have wet and dry cycles in the pore of a rock in a hydrothermal vent. It's crazy, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, now they're saying it started in that. Of course, before that, they were saying it started in a pond, but then when they and needed sun, right? But then when they found out that life could happen underwater chemically, right, in great depths, the story changed. So it's kind of confusing.
Yeah, I know.
So could these proteins combine? Could these amino acids combine in that environment down there in that pressure and that heat?
Yeah, through like a wet and dry cycle, they're gonna say basically like that the wet and dry cycle happens because it had to be. You're right. It can't just be like in water, right? They have to be dry as well. So they're gonna say in the hydrothermal vent, like it happened in the pore of a rock, and they're gonna say like the bubbles basically or something like that allowed for these wet and dry cycles to happen so you can have a dry environment for protein formation.
Damn. So what you mean they're gonna say the rocks formed under the ground in the ocean? Those
Yeah,
rocks, like, oh man, okay.
crazy dude.
I have a question for Taylor or Jesse, I guess. If God
Uh-huh.
is all powerful, could God affect evolution? Even if some things like, say, irreducible complexity seem impossible to you?
Ask it again. Sorry, I'm kind of
If
doing
God is
some.
all
Sorry.
powerful, if God is all powerful, could God create a world in which it appears that evolution has occurred the way it has occurred? Or maybe not appears, but like intervene in such a way that that's the way life has been propagated.
Of course, God could do anything. That's a simple question, right?
Anticipated that one day people would lie about it, and we can have a record to apply compared to.
So, do you generally accept the word of the Bible as a literal interpretation of reality?
Yeah, I
I think
do.
it's
Okay.
yeah.
I was just
I agree.
yeah. My
Historical
dad is
record.
my dad is a literalist too, so like
Wow.
I got it.
And if
I don't know.
anyone,
To me, that story.
oh, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say, to me, that story doesn't wash, right? And the more I look into it, and I know the more I'm gonna look into it, the more problems I'm gonna find. That happens all the time. Same thing with the gyro compass, whatever like road they lead me on, I always find problems. But anyways, that's another story. So yeah, it just doesn't make sense the way they say it.
Okay, what makes more sense to you, the creation model or the evolution model, SE? If you had to pick one for $1 billion.
Look, for me, the only thing that makes sense is a creation, right? But not like the kind of what you're talking about, Eden. Not like the God of the Bible kind of creation. Something
So not
unimaginable. I don't know, a force, whatever. I can't think of it. It's ineffable. That's the word, right? It's unimaginary. This thing for me.
I have a feeling you would do probably something very similar. You would probably lay the foundation such as time. So you would set up a time system, right? Like right now we go by 7 hours, 24 hours, sorry, 7 weeks, no, 7 days, 24 hours, 365. So he laid down that. I think you would do that. And then you would have to create the creation. That's essentially what how would you differ from the creation story? Do you
Oh man, you want to get into that? First of all, I wouldn't make animals eat animals. Number one.
I don't think they did that in the in the Jet Garden, but yeah, I agree. That's why I'm vegetarian now. I don't even want to pay someone to kill an animal. I think Osco's vegetarian.
Yeah, I think so. Hey, Brenda, what's up?
I've been watching Planet Peterson utterly humiliate the flurfers who come here.
Oh.
Oh, nice to see you, Brenda. Yeah.
Yes, particularly you, SE.
Yeah, I like the bit he put out there. Yeah. This guy is a total clown. You know what he told us yesterday, Brenda? He told us that a pile of garbage is more complex than DNA.
Yeah, I don't know what the context of that is. I don't care. I don't think.
Oh, but you just came in to jab at me. Okay, gotcha. Go ahead.
Yeah. You made a complete fool of yourself, SE.
See, there it is.
In front of hundreds of people.
There it is. See,
about what?
That's another hater.
No, it's not a hate. It's just what happened.
About
you
what?
Embarrassed yourself.
Dark matter and galaxies. This clown came in to tell us about to ask him questions, right? And he came up with dark matter. So I asked him about dark matter. So this clown thinks he knows what dark matter is.
That's not what he
and
said.
then we got into galaxy rotation.
How do you measure galaxy rotation?
What's a reasonable question, I think.
Yeah, it is a reasonable question, yeah.
Yeah, SE, how do you measure galaxy rotation?
You measure galaxy rotation, they measure the center of the galaxy to stars using the Doppler effect. And gas, you can use gas as well, Brenda.
Yeah, you learned that the other day. That's what he told you.
You see, this is what haters do now. Like, watch this now, right?
How is it?
I'll tell you, stop talking. Stop talking. He picked on the whole conversation we had, Brenda picked one instance, right? Now, the whole issue was, my argument was, how does this clown know how the galaxy spin? Like, and I made a comment like, nobody knows how the galaxy spins. And he turned it around into asking me a question. Oh, well, how do you know? Do you know how galaxies spin? That's not the issue.
Yeah,
the issue was that nobody knows how galaxies should spin, Brenda. Did you catch that part?
That's a tactic they'll use. If they feel cornered, they'll just start
yeah.
asking you questions until they ask you something that you don't know, and they'll just say you're an idiot.
Yeah. Right, exactly. Yeah.
So you're just doing it all over again, SE.
Brenda, let me ask you something. Since you're so smart, right? You're the smart one in the room.
Not really.
No, I know you're dumb, but I'm just saying that. Tell us, how does anybody know how galaxies should spin, Brenda? Tell us.
It doesn't make any sense, moron.
Listen, you clown. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the clown yesterday, right? And I'm going to show you that you don't know your cosmology. Tell us, Brenda, does anybody know how galaxies, the correct speed of galaxies? Tell us.
SE, if I have a top and I spin it, how fast?
So the answer is no, right, Brenda?
How fast should that top spin?
You see, she's asking me a question. So
yes.
The same thing I did to that clown yesterday, I'm going to do to you. So Just admit it, Brenda. Nobody knows how galaxies should spin. Yes?
If I have a top, a children's
You
toy,
can have 10 tops, put one on your nose. That's not the question. We're talking about
I spin it
galaxies,
on the
Brenda.
table. How fast should that top spin?
Do you see what she's doing here?
You're not
You
getting it, are
you have nothing, Brenda. How fast
You're not
should
getting it.
galaxies spin? Go.
You're not getting it, are you?
You're not intelligent enough to have this conversation with me, Brenda. You're just not.
I'm not. Right. How fast ought galaxies
Brenda,
spin?
you did come in here insulting him, so you can see why he's
What?
upset, probably.
I said, well, he always acts like this. I don't detect any upsetness by SE. He gets angry when he gets upset.
Brenda, your personal insecurities, right, and your hatred, right? It's not going to win you. So
Not hatred.
show us your intellectual honesty. Tell us, Brenda. I'm asking you the same question I asked that guy yesterday. Tell us, does anybody know how fast galaxies should spin? Go ahead, Brenda.
SE, it depends. Don't you
You
understand
don't
that?
know, right, Brenda? And nobody knows, right, Brenda?
How fast should a car go, SE?
How fast, when I fart, how fast does the gas come out, Brenda?
How fast should it come out?
Once again, do you know the answer to the question I asked the guy yesterday? Planet Peterson, the guy you came in to White Knight for. Do you know the question that
No,
he did not know?
I'm not white knighting for him. I'm just sort of like celebrating.
You find him cute, Brenda? You find him cute?
No, he's not attractive to me. So I find him, I was celebrating.
Yeah, you were celebrating the fame. It's okay. I understand.
Well, that's
now
not
tell us.
That's not
Yes, it is. Tell us, how fast should galaxies spin, Brenda?
As fast as they do.
You see? She came in,
Cars,
she doesn't know.
Right?
The same answer, the same question I asked the guy yesterday. So just sit down, Brenda. You're embarrassing yourself.
SE, cars should go as fast as they go. Shouldn't
Well,
they?
maybe write that down and like send it into some scientific journal. They might publish it.
Yeah. Do you think that there's a speed at which cars ought to go?
Brenda, just say it again. I don't know. I made a fool of myself coming in to challenge you, right? Because I don't know, just like the guy I came into White Knight for, I don't know how galaxies should spin. Say it.
No, I do. You just don't understand. You can't even understand the English.
Another ad hom. So, Brenda,
no, you don't know the
maybe
difference.
if you don't have anything, just go on mute.
Well, yeah, it's the difference between thinking that there's some speed at which galaxies ought to spin versus what speed they do spin. Right?
So you admit, just like the clown yesterday that tried to embarrass me, the same thing you're trying to do right now. You admit, just like him, that nobody knows the galaxy's speed of spin, right? What they should be, correct? So I corrected him, just like I'm correcting you now, Brenda. Do you understand that?
It's measured, dude. We measure it.
It's measured. You sound like a parrot, Brenda. It's measured. It's measured.
The outside of the galaxies should orbit more slowly as the gravitational force weakens with distance proportional to 1 over r squared. However, the observations show rotation velocities remain roughly constant. Flat rotation curves at a large radii. So that's the issue.
Exactly.
Could you that was kind of, could you try make another stab at reading that?
Yeah, the outsides of the galaxy should move more slowly as you get away from the center of gravity. The gravitational force will weaken with distance, right?
Yeah.
However, the outsides of galaxies also rotate just as fast at a flat rotation speed. And that's the issue.
That's the evidence that we have for dark matter. Right?
Yeah, all that's telling you is that there's more matter that we cannot see.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Newton's laws of gravity, they don't work.
No, that's not true.
That's not what it's
Oh, really?
saying.
Mm.
What that's saying is there's more matter that we cannot see.
Based on what we observe and the amount of matter we observe, the gravitational calculations don't work. Therefore, there should have to be more
They
matter.
do work. They do work. The gravitational calculations do work. That's how we know that there's matter we don't see.
They just don't work in outer space.
No, that's not what that means.
They literally work in outer space. So in our solar system, we used that idea of gravitation to figure out where Neptune was.
Don't change the subject. You agree that nobody knows what speed the galaxies should turn at, right?
We do
Nobody
know.
alive, no scientist, nobody knows this, correct?
Manfred, do you know how fast galaxies should spin?
It depends on the amount of matter that you can see. But in this
There you
case, there's some
go.
that we can't.
Yeah. Given
No, even
given
if you
what we
know how much matter a galaxy has, which obviously you can't, how do you know how fast it should spin? What are you comparing it to?
The amount of matter tells you how fast it should go. That's why
Negative.
there's
You
a
have
universal
no
law.
clue.
That's why
No.
there's a Jesus Christ, SC. Be a child again. Let's try this one more time. That's why there is a universal law of gravitation. It describes what should happen given the amount of matter.
No, you're absolutely wrong.
No,
Nobody
that's
knows
not true.
how. Which gravity are you going to use? Are you going to use Newton's or the
There's
other
only one
clowns?
gravity.
Or what? Why are you interrupting me? Are you tricked?
Because you're already wrong. There's only gravity. There's
No,
not
there
two
isn't
gravity.
only gravity. Newtonian gravity, there's Einsteinian gravity, and now Einsteinian gravity is showing to not be working. How do you like that?
There's just gravity.
That's not what that says. Yeah, that's not what that says, SC. That's just your interpretation.
It's only in your mind. This is something somebody convinced you, named Einstein, right? And you bought it. Trust me, nobody alive knows how galaxies should, you see I'm making quotation marks up in the air, should turn. And if somebody convinced you that somebody knows, you're in fantasy la la land.
See, the problem is you're
See, the statement that you said doesn't make sense given what Taylor just read aloud. If you're going to say nobody shouldn't, or nobody knows how much they should rotate, then there's no statement from anybody that says they should rotate slower further from the center. So it's a contradiction.
No, let me explain you how it's not. It's according to Einstein, according to your guy's prediction. You looked out there and you saw the beauty of nature, right? And one guy said, that because of my prediction of gravity, those galaxies should turn a certain way. And guess what? When they measured them, they found out they were wrong. You got that? They were wrong. Yeah. Now let me finish. I'm almost done. And when they found out, I'm not finished. And when they found out they were wrong, they didn't say, we got that wrong. They invented dark matter, and that's the way it happened. And nothing you say or do is going to change that.
Because you don't understand, because they found out that there was something missing.
No, wrong.
Yeah, they did.
Jeez, hold on. Hold on real quick. SE, nobody can tell you how fast they should rotate is a contradiction with the statement that somebody told you how fast they should rotate. You understand that's a contradiction, right?
No, your simple mind cannot separate those two things, but it's okay, bro. It's okay.
Did somebody
There are two individual statements. There are two individual statements.
Let me try again. Maybe you didn't get it.
One says nobody can tell you how fast they should rotate. The other one says somebody told you how fast they should rotate. Those two statements can't possibly fucking agree with each other. It's not possible.
Calm down, take medication, whatever you need, and aspirin.
Is that true,
whatever.
SE? Is that
Take
true?
medication, SE. Why don't we resort to some bullshit attacks? Take medication is your dumbass response to what I just said. You gotta attack the person. You gotta attack the person instead of the argument. You got to do
You're
some
yelling
shitty
at
thing
me. You're
instead
both
of
look.
you
Look at
said
him.
you
Look at
got to
him.
do
He's
some.
an unstable
No,
human
fuck off,
being. Check him
SE.
out.
No, fuck your bullshit, SE. Fuck your
He's
bullshit.
unstable.
You
Listen,
don't get
listen
to.
to this
You
guy.
don't get to respond. You don't get to respond with take your medication to somebody who just made a point. That's a personal attack. That's a shitty thing to do, isn't it?
Okay, I apologize. My apology. Now, listen up. Those are two different things. You're making me repeat myself, right? My statement is nobody alive, listen to it carefully. Nobody alive knows how that majestic thing out there should be spinning. That's a fact. Number two, somebody does say that they know, which is Einstein, which I'm trying to show you is bullshit. Do you understand those two differences, doofus?
So does he tell you how fast they should rotate?
He did say it, and guess what?
Yes,
Doofus? When
yes,
we checked,
there we go.
it was wrong. This is where you guys get triggered because you can't handle the truth. Yes, some
Right,
clown.
the problem is your
Are you gonna-
statement
are
is
you gonna
wrong.
interrupt- Are you interrupting? Doofus?
Right, you need to fix your statement. That's the problem. It's not what you relayed to us. It's the statement you made that's wrong.
No, you
it's
need
not
to go on
nobody.
mute.
It's
Stop
not
getting
nobody
triggered and let me
says.
finish
It's
my
not nobody
sentence then.
says. It's not.
Why did
It's
you
not
interrupt me,
nobody
Doofus?
says. It is
Doofus, why
not
did you
that.
interrupt me?
It is not that nobody says, or it's not that nobody knows how fast they should rotate. It's that somebody says how fast they should rotate doesn't match observations. That's the statement that you need to make. I'm trying to
No,
help
I'm gonna
you.
make it the way I want to make it. You don't get to tell me how to talk. Do you understand that? Now sit down, go on mute, and I'm gonna talk now. It's my turn to talk.
Okay.
Thank you. So I don't care how triggered you get. I don't care who told you differently. In your model, in this cosmological model, they had an idea of how galaxies should rotate, right? When they tested them, they were wrong. Now, instead of saying we were wrong, they came up with dark matter. Now, you don't have to like it. And as a matter of fact, I want you to get triggered. You know why? Because that's the truth.
Hey,
right. So you want me to get triggered by personal attacks that you make, but that's fine. Regardless,
no, that's not a personal
your
attack.
Statement,
That's
your
not,
statement should.
I gave you a statement of
yes,
fact.
Yes, you did. Oh my God, dude. Yes, you did commit a personal attack. Anyway, we'll go over. So somebody tells us how fast they should rotate. What they
that's
what
right.
What your position is what they tell you doesn't match observations. That's the statement you're trying to make. But you keep saying nobody can tell you how fast they should rotate, which is not the right.
Man, are you that simple? You cannot differentiate between the two statements I made. Maybe you're not equipped to be in this conversation, bro.
Hey, SE.
Maybe you should fix your grammar. You don't know how to speak English all that.
Hey, SE, I want you to consider something. Can you do that for me? Oh, did he walk
The
away?
person that came in swinging and attacking me is asking me nicely if I can do something.
Yeah.
You know what, Brenda?
I
wouldn't give you a toilet paper. I wouldn't give you a roll of toilet paper.
Suppose I have one box that weighs 1 pound and another box that weighs 2 pounds, and I put them both on a scale. How much should they weigh?
Go play patty cakes with one of your neighbors, Brenda.
Yeah, they should weigh 3 pounds, right? But if I measure that and it says 4 pounds, does that mean that I was wrong in weighing in how much they weighed? No, it means that there's something else that I don't see.
You know what I say? Next time you see Planet Peterson, the guy you came in wet nighting for, tell him how SC straightened you out and corrected you, just like he should have understood the correction I made. You tell him that.
So if I weigh the boxes individually, one weighs 2 and the other weighs 1, so I know that it should weigh 3 pounds, but it doesn't. It weighs 4 pounds. That doesn't mean I was wrong when I weighed them, because I wasn't wrong. I weighed them correctly, but that means that there's something I don't see that is adding to the weight. That's what's
Stop eating chocolate cookies, Brenda.
That's
what's
what's
putting
going
on the
on.
extra pounds.
That's what's going on. They made a prediction based on what we know already, right?
Try
But
eating
there
a
was
carrot,
more.
a carrot and apple,
Just let
that's
me
what
Is that the second time you're going to make an attack, SE? Is that the second time you're going to make the same
That's
personal
not an attack, that's a joke. An attack was what I did to you, I did an ad hom.
Stop eating the chocolate cookies, SE.
Chocolate cookies are delicious.
Look, I'm laughing. It's funny, bro.
The point is, SE, we know how fast the galaxies should spin, but they don't.
No, you don't.
Which means
no, you don't.
Which means that there's something missing.
No, as a matter of fact, I like that video, right? I like that everybody should go watch that Peterson video.
What video?
How he behaved like a little sissy girl and ad hommed me from the get-go and then muted me. So I would advise everybody to go watch that video.
Is that why you're attacking people here?
I'm not. I just attacked you, bro. I just gave you an ad hom. Are you a little girl? You can't take a little joke. You attack me back. Come on. You have nothing else? Is that what you can't argue
Brenda,
the
I think the way
argument
you
and you
came in
want
here might
to
have
just
been
say, yeah, it's unbelievable. He's like a little girl.
Okay, I think that the way
You should
Brenda
probably
came in
take your
here was
medication
kind of
then, I
hot.
guess, SE. We should just take our medication now.
It seems he's who's taking medications. Hey, come here. You're being told
Can't get over it, man. They just can't
Who's
get
that?
over.
Who's
Argue
that,
about
man?
the argument. Look, I destroyed you guys on Galaxy rotation.
Montreal, man. Let me
Now,
handle him.
here's another hater. Now, instead of taking it out on me, just say, look, SC taught me something today, right? And that's it. Move on.
You haven't taught anybody anything.
I
Not
think
one.
Allie wanted to say something, or Taylor.
I just don't think it's very nice to come in here and be, yeah, you made a fool of yourself. I mean, that's gonna be kind of hitty, you know?
Indeed.
Okay, well then, if they are acting the way that they are, or like responding back with that same energy, we can't really, blame them, because if you're putting a bad foot out to begin with, like you kind of get what you give in that case,
That's right. With me, you're gonna get what you give. Learn that. I'm gonna teach it to you slowly.
Montreal.
The bad foot, the bad foot is coming into a discussion about dark matter and then making a fool of yourself by saying something that is not being said.
You see, there it is. That hatred. Let it out, bro. It's like a demon. Let it out,
I love it.
bro.
Just get your shit in.
Let your demon out, brother.
Let's
Tell
try it again
everybody
until
how
I get it
how
out.
much you
Let's
hate,
keep
bro.
trying
Let it
until I
out.
get it out. I love that you're a moderator and you can't fucking control yourself. Let's try this one more time.
Well,
So I'm trying to show
if
how
we can
much
get
of a
this,
fool you're making
this
yourself.
is, oh my God, Jesus. Okay, let's try this again. All right.
Sure, go ahead, ad hom me.
The way to get the bad foot out there, Jesus, God damn it. This will keep going until you actually let me say it, for fuck's sake. All right.
I'm clearing the floor for you,
The
bro.
way
Go
that
ahead.
the
Tell me
bad
how
foot
much,
is out
go
there,
ahead.
oh my God, SE, shut the fuck up.
Oh my
Stop
goodness.
fucking
Blaspheme.
talking, SE.
Yeah,
Jesus
he's
Christ. Let's just keep doing this shit. Okay, let's
Why are you
try it
thinking?
again. See if maybe I can get it out without a damn interruption.
Or insulting
The
someone.
bad foot gets out, motherfucker. The way the bad foot gets out there, every fucking second, the way the bad foot gets out there is somebody comes into a conversation, making a fool of themselves by arguing against something, by changing what they're arguing against. They're creating a false argument to argue against.
Listen to that hate. Did everybody hear that? That's pure, unadulterated hate. I feel sorry for you, brother, but I still love you.
Well, if you didn't interrupt all the damn time, it wouldn't be so difficult. Now,
Doofus, you're not a believer, are you? Are you an atheist?
it doesn't even matter because I'm trying to get to the argument and you're trying to derail to something else every
No, I'm
fucking
just
time.
wondering about the blaspheming and the swearing.
It really doesn't matter because, as I said, the bad foot you put out there, the bad energy that you're putting out there in the first place. Why the conversation always devolves to this shit is getting yourself involved in a conversation where you make a fool of yourself by arguing against something that nobody's.
You see, he just can't help it. He hates me so much, right? This is the hate they have, right? I've made him look
This is
bad
you
in
not
so
addressing
many
the argument.
arguments.
This is you not
that
addressing
all
the
he
argument.
has is hate.
This is you not addressing the
Essie,
argument.
can you mute him
This
for a
is
second
still
or
you
something
not
so we can
addressing the
talk?
argument.
I could
This is
him,
you
but I'm
not
gonna look bad
addressing the
'cause I'm a
argument
mod
at
and
all.
he's gonna cry
This is
like a
you.
little baby.
This is you avoiding the
He's just
argument.
derailing the
This is you.
conversation. He's not even
This
allowing
is
you
you
to
derailing the
anyone.
conversation as to not address the argument.
Doofus,
irony
he
is-
did let you talk. He did let you talk. Maybe we gotta do that to him.
Right. His only response is to say, "Look at all the hate he's got." He's not fucking addressing what I'm saying.
Either way,
What are you saying? You just insulted me.
I know.
What
He
did-
doesn't
what
even
did you
see
say
the irony
exactly?
in it.
It's
He doesn't
not
even
just
see the
an
irony.
insult, Essie. That it's not just an insult. It's specifically telling you why the bad energy ends up in the conversation.
So you just made a comment about me, the way I speak, that always ends up in a bad conversation. You see, that's just pure, unadulterated hate. You have something personal against me, which is fine. I don't mind, bro. But you're not gonna, if you're not gonna argue, like you just look like a little girl. That's it. Argue the argument. Don't talk about me.
Yeah,
I
you
know
didn't
don't
argue
like
the
me.
argument.
Maybe I
You
don't
look
like
at you not arguing it.
Okay, so let's break the cycle.
This is you avoiding the goddamn argument again, SC.
Let's-
This is
let's
you
break the
avoiding
cycle.
argument.
Yeah, I
You're
didn't
just
say
whining like a
I
little
didn't
girl.
say it's a personal. I didn't say it's your personal problem. What I said was the way that a person, any person, comes into a conversation and misrepresents their opposition. That is how the conversation devolves into this shit. So start addressing
Not
what I'm
really.
fucking saying, or just
Not
make
really.
a fool of yourself some more.
That doesn't always happen, and you're actually just wasting everyone's time by repeating yourself. That's like the fourth time you've repeated it. We've got the message. You don't see the irony.
Nobody
in
addressed
what
it
you're
yet.
doing.
Yeah, nobody addressed it yet, though. That's the
Okay,
problem.
let's break this cycle and get back to the topic and some science.
The topic at
I'm
hand
trying
is
to
this.
get to the
Brenda
topic.
came
I'm
in.
trying to make it so that you guys
That's
acknowledge
again-
the fact
that's
that you're
again
not
you interrupted
addressing.
me.
I'm
You can't
trying
control
to make it
yourself.
so that you guys are. I'm trying to make it so that you guys are. I'm trying to make it so that you
Moderation,
guys are
moderation, please.
addressing. What the fuck, SE? I'm trying to make it so that you guys are addressing the argument.
already got
That's
the
what I'm
message.
attempting
You've
to
repeated
do.
yourself
I'm
4 times.
attempting
Can
to
you
get you
stop it
to
already,
address
please?
the goddamn argument. I'm trying to make it so
Doofus?
that you actually
Can we
have
please
the
get to
correct
moderation?
argument against.
SC
The
can't mod his
moderator
own
is already
conversation.
asking
Yo,
to
hold
stop
on, hold on.
talking.
Eden,
Okay.
hold on. SC can't mod his own conversation, so I'm gonna mod. Let him go so he can stop wigging out and have an aneurysm. Let Doofus talk for like 30 seconds and then you can respond. Go ahead, Doofus.
All right, all I'm trying to say is I'm trying to get you on topic. Don't say we need to get back on topic when that's the thing I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it so that you guys address what the actual argument is that you're opposing.
So tell us, what do you want me to? Okay, ask me a question. What's the question?
The question is, does someone say how much the galaxies should rotate? Do we have somebody that's
I already answered that, Doofus. Are you serious?
well, the answer is yes, since you wanted to do that. You could have just
Didn't I
said yes.
tell you yes,
Then you
Einstein?
can't. Then you can't say nobody knows how fast they should rotate.
My God, man. Could somebody please explain to him those are two different things that I'm saying? This is what you're pissed about. This is unbelievable.
They're
Could
not
please
different.
somebody
SC.
explain to him those are
Does
two
somebody know
different
how fast they
subjects?
should rotate? Yes. Then you can't say nobody knows how fast they should rotate. They're
No,
not
he
different.
doesn't
They're the
know,
same. They're
Doofus.
exact opposite.
Doofus, he doesn't know. He took a guess. It's a guess. You think Einstein knows how galaxies
It's a prediction.
rotate?
It's a prediction based on a hypothesis. That's what it is.
On the
Right. So
current
does he
model.
know? Does he know?
That's
Does Einstein?
okay.
Did Einstein
You're saying
know
that nobody
how-
knows how fast they should rotate, but we have a prediction based on a hypothesis how fast they should rotate.
Guys, do you see what he's doing here? I mean, like seriously.
Yes, what he's doing is that he's showing that based on the current model, which was there, they realized that the rotation of the galaxies, the bending of light passing big masses in the universe, how it affects the CMB. There's several observations which does not match the current model, and since they don't know what's causing that, that's why it's called dark matter. So it's based on
they don't know what it is, right?
It's based on a hypothesis, and when they did the measurement to try to confirm the hypothesis, it shows that the hypothesis is not correct.
So they got it wrong. They got the galaxy rotation hypothesis wrong, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
So based on how much data they, on how much mass they could
remember, see. Yeah. And remember, based on the current model, if they manage to figure out what dark matter is, well, then the model would change, and we might have a solution for why the galaxies rotate the way they do. What is the problem?
The problem is my original statement, which you agreed. Try to keep up. Does anybody here on Earth know how galaxies should rotate? The speed which they should rotate.
Oh, for fuck's
I know
sake,
you've been
you
against
didn't
it,
understand
trying to cut
anything.
in, but
Okay, let me
control
try.
yourself, man. Control yourself.
The outside edges should rotate slower than the inside, based on Newton's laws of gravity.
All right,
But
so
then-
somebody does know how fast they should rotate. Good.
That's just based on rotation. That's not the question I asked. Listen to the question.
Yeah, you don't.
You did ask about rotation.
The words are very important in the question, right? Not that they predicted because how centrifugal forces work, that the edge should rotate slower. I'm not talking about that. That's known physics. I'm talking about, does anybody know the actual, like, how they should be rotating? When you look out there in that majestic thing in the telescope, does anybody know how the actual speed should be?
They observe the speeds they are rotating at, and that does not completely match the current model.
Right. So that means they were wrong about the model, right?
No, it
you already
doesn't.
said yes to that. Yes or no?
Or
no, or there's another alternative that you're not addressing, Essie, which is there could be more matter that we're not absorbing.
That's where they came up with the dark matter.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't handle the no, just like Doofus can't handle the no.
Yeah.
They came up with more matter, hence dark matter.
SE.
Yeah,
So
and just
let's hold on a second.
hang on.
I want
Oh,
to get one basic understanding real quick from SE. SE, the law of gravitation tells how fast something should be able to orbit given the amount of matter involved. If the orbital speed does not match that value, there are two possible outcomes. Either the law is wrong or there's more matter involved. You have to acknowledge that both of those possibilities, you have to acknowledge that both of those possibilities are possible, right?
Yeah. Another fancy thing there when it comes to it is the recent observation of this gigantic field of inert hydrogen gas around our galaxy, which in fact can amount to a lot of the dark matter effects we see. This is a paper that just recently came out.
Those are all assumptions. You have to understand that. Those are all assumptions. Dark matter is a made-up thing. If you don't understand that, you're just not gonna get it, man.
What should they have?
Hold on.
Should they have?
I need to get clarification from SE for the one thing that I just said. I just want to have that one thing addressed. If we have a law which says how fast something should orbit around something else, that it depends on how much matter is involved, there are two possibilities. One is the law is wrong. Two is that there's more matter. Right?
There's a third one, like I told you. that maybe you can't see some matter there because it's so far away. That's what I'm saying. These
That's what
objects
number
are
2 is. That's number 2.
No, that's not.
That's not
What do
number
you mean?
3. That's number 2. I
You
said
if
number
you know
2.
the matter.
There could be
If
more
you know.
matter involved.
He has to interrupt every time,
No,
man.
right, because you just said number 3 is number 2. Number 2 is there's more matter involved, and then you said number 3 maybe there's more
I
matter
agree
we
with you,
can't see.
Doofus. Yes, you're right. Let's move on. You're right, Doofus. Yeah.
Okay, so
that's the only way you're going to be
so-
happy. So.
Well, yeah, because you said some nonsense. Here we go. So if it's these two possibilities, either the law is wrong or there's more matter that we can't see, then you can't conclude from that information that the law must be wrong because you're ignoring the other possibility.
Yeah, the other possibility is making stuff up. That's the other. The dark matter possibility is making up stuff.
He's not going to get
the more accurate. You see, he can't. They have to. You know what?
So it's
If
your
you
claim
interrupt me
that
again, I'm out of the combo. I'm telling you now. If anybody interrupts me again, I'm out of the combo. You're not going to get me upset. It's not going to happen. So you have a belief. You had the prediction of Einstein was wrong. The galaxy predictions of how they're going to spin, and I don't care if you like it or wrong, they got it wrong. And what they did was, instead of saying they got it wrong, they took the option of creating more matter, calling it dark matter. Whether you like it or not, I don't give a shit. That's what happened.
See, you interrupt people too, so it's really kind of not fair to be upset when other people.
Look, I do it too, but you guys are like unfairly, like 2, 3 of you at the same time, so it's
I'm
kind
not
of aggravating.
I'm not doing that. Yeah, and they are definitely upset. Yes.
And by the way, dark matter is just like a bag full of options. It's just called a possibility. It's just called dark matter for simplicity.
Brother, you have to come to terms that these people are lying to you.
Why?
Not only did they
are they
make up,
lying?
I'll tell you why. If you can just stay calm enough and not get triggered, bro, I'll explain it to you. Not only did they make up 26% of dark matter, they made up the rest, 68 or something percent of dark energy, because they got another thing wrong, the contraction. So everything they looked out there, they got it wrong, and they made up 96% of the stuff. Do you understand that, man?
So let me ask you.
You meant expansion and not contraction, yes?
Is it your position that the honest answer is to lie and say that the law was incorrect when they aren't sure?
No, the law is incorrect. There's no question about it. The
So you're
law
saying that
was incorrect. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Listen to my words. The law that you think was correct was not incorrect. You know why? Because your laws are based on predictions. And guess what? The prediction was wrong.
But what are those based on? Is it based on observable baryonic matter?
I guess so, yeah. I guess they base it on observable matter, but it doesn't matter. No matter what you say after they're wrong, bro, it's just an excuse. I try to understand that.
Hang on a minute.
It's like the
Someone in here just mentioned to you, it could be that there are matter that doesn't interact with light, or we can't observe it with the technology we have now. We don't know yet. So if
just
that's
say
the
we don't
case,
know.
if that's the
That's what they're
let me
saying.
finish. Let me
No,
finish.
they're not
Yes,
saying that. They invented dark matter.
They'd be lying by
No,
saying
there
the
is
law
a big
is
project
incorrect.
going on trying to come up with technology to try to detect whatever dark matter is. And if they do find and measure or observe dark matter, which gives this effect, then you add on that mass to the current model, and it's probably going to work. For now,
You realize what you just said?
Sounds like some
For now,
flat
it's
earthers right here.
unknown.
Go ahead, Eden. I think Eden's trying to get in.
Oh yeah, thank you. It almost sounds very similar to those people who are almost rejecting the flat Earth. The 24 hours in the South, right? And they're coming up with some quote unquote excuses according to the globe.
Exactly, yeah. Domes and this and that, lights and yeah, exactly like that. It's just the inability to admit the model is incorrect for whatever reason, and they just don't want to see it. like 96%, guys. 96% is made
Make
up.
a comment.
The principles that they used to make these estimations were obviously correct for whatever principles they work for. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And so that being the case, how is it that the model is wrong?
Are you serious, bro?
There are parts of the model that we clearly understand if you assume that we used predictions based on previous understandings of how physics works.
I was just gonna say, the properties of matter, you know, like I learned that they have like a melting point, a boiling point, density, elasticity. Like you could describe the matter, and you know, it's just crazy. Like this dark matter can even be like associated with matter, and it's like
Let me finalize
untouchable, unknowable, and it's
let me
just
finish
just
my
a
point really
placeholder just
quickly.
to make their calculations work.
Just really quickly, I want to finish my point. My point is
You
that
were
if we
finished.
understand, well, I was leading you to my conclusion. If we understand how these principles work, and they did not work for this particular instance, then we clearly have an understanding of how our model works to some degree. With that being said, to conclude that our model does not work is dishonest. And that's what you're saying that they should have said, that the model doesn't work.
Or perhaps you're being dishonest about the results, and you're just kind of.
I'll like to answer that, but let Taylor get in because she got cut off there.
That's
Thank
right.
you. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's just crazy how we can even associate dark matter with matter because, like, matter is something that, like, you know, has mass. And I know they can say the dark matter has mass and stuff, but just like the properties of matter do not seem to fit what this dark matter is. It just seems like it's something that we can't observe whatsoever, just as a placeholder. It just seems like cop out, but it's cool.
It is a cop out.
It's the honest position. It's the honest position to say you don't know why we are getting these results, but we know that the model works. We understand the principles that we were testing in this particular case. We don't understand why they did not work correctly here. That's what they said. How is that lying?
Bro, with all due respect, I don't think you realize what you just said.
Well, then enlighten me, please.
Well, you said they know they got it wrong, right? But then they just put something there. So what's wrong with that? Like, do you not realize, like, what you just said?
They understand the principles that they were using to test these predictions. Do you agree with that? They understand how those principles apply in certain instances.
Yeah, they
did
think
not
they
work.
understand the principles of gravity. Correct.
The outcome was inconsistent with what they predicted. Therefore,
wrong, you mean? Not inconsistent, wrong.
Okay, say wrong, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
They were wrong. Okay.
Right.
That doesn't mean that the model doesn't work. It means it doesn't work for this prediction that they made.
Okay, let me put it to you in simple terms. You design a fan, right? You design a fan, you get the calculations, you know the mass, you know the wind, you know the blade angle, you know how fast that blade should spin according to your calculations, right? Yes? Are you with me so far?
Yes, I'm with you. Go ahead.
Okay. You put the fan, you put it in a wind tunnel, you put the correct speed, you know how fast it should turn, right? And you see that it's not turning that fast, right? Now,
It's
what are
turning
you
kind
going
of
to
fast.
assume? No, what are you going to assume out of that?
That there's something wrong in the design.
In the design, bravo, exactly.
The fan spins at a medium speed. It just doesn't spin at a high speed the way it should.
Exactly. You're not going to assume maybe there's something else in the wind tunnel that I can't see that's
Well, we got
causing.
the fan. The fan works. We can see the fan rotating.
Do you not understand the analogy, bro? Do you not understand it? I'm trying to make it as simple as possible, bro.
I think what you're trying to do is say that the fan doesn't work, and I'm saying that the fan works, but it doesn't work how it's supposed to.
No, you don't have the critical thinking, man. I'm sorry, bro. I don't want to insult you, but if you can't see what I'm telling you,
explain to me
you're
how
never
my
gonna get
analogy
it,
is
bro.
incorrect.
You're
Explain to me
just
how
never
my
gonna get
analogy
it.
is incorrect. So your analogy is that the fan doesn't work. Go ahead.
No, did I say that? That's what you said. I'm asking you questions.
I said it
I
doesn't work
said,
properly.
are you gonna assume because the fan is not spinning due to your predictions, right? Just like the prediction of how the galaxy should be spinning, right? Trying to make an analogy here. Are you gonna assume that there's something wrong with the fan or your calculations, or are you gonna make dark matter appear in your fan in your wind tunnel to come up
Those
with
two,
why it didn't work?
those two are not mutually exclusive, and that's what you're not getting out of the discussion is that you can say, hey, we got something wrong, we don't know what it is, but it seems that the behavior is what we would expect if there was matter here, but we cannot see matter.
No
And so until we
disrespect
figure
to
it
us.
out, well, if it didn't work at all, right? If we did not experience the rotations of galaxies, then sure, the model's broken. We just got inconsistent results. We got wrong results according to you. That's
Let me
fine.
ask this question. What is wrong? What is how can I ask this question? Is there something wrong with our knowledge of the universe because we don't understand everything about the universe that we can observe? Is there a point at which we can say that our understanding of the universe is completely wrong to the point where it isn't the universe?
Well, we can get to that, yeah, and I can make a good case for that. But we're talking about a specific thing now.
Yes, you
matter.
can change the subject
Yeah.
and avoid the answer. This is what you can do.
The other thing is, if we're let's go with for a second. Let's go with the fan idea. It may sound stupid. I'm going to say it anyway. What if the fan is 150,000 miles away, and we can see that what appears to be a fan, right? But it doesn't behave exactly like a fan. But it looks just like a fan. We think, is that a fan? It looks like a fan. So we think, okay, is that a fan? We sort of ask ourselves, is that a fan? Can we identify that as a fan? But we're not sure if it's a fan or not. But our best guess is it's a fan.
Some of the mathematicians that have looked at it, they said that it's one of the worst scientific experiments in the history of science. Shouldn't that be a clue?
Can you be more specific about that? I'm not sure I get what you're saying on that.
So if I'm not mistaken, I think they were referring to the number of that should be popping into existence, if I'm not mistaken, and it's off by 10 to 120.
Right. I think you're quoting Michio Kaku. Can you be more specific about what he was talking about? Because we've talked about this before.
Yes, just give me one quick moment. I did take notes. Just if someone wants to continue, I'll jump in a moment when it's silent.
The question I have is, though, because we don't understand everything about the universe as a whole, does that mean we don't understand anything about our solar system? We don't know things such as, what the planets are that are local to us?
No. We can start getting some aspects of our realm correct. But
right. So the question is, what is?
I have it right here.
What is the issue? Sorry.
Okay, so quantum field theory predicts the vacuum of space should have an enormous energy density due to the virtual particles constantly popping in and out of existence. When physicists tried to estimate this energy, the value was around 10 to 120, the power of 120, times larger than what we actually observe in the universe. So this is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science. A discrepancy of 10 to 120 is mind-blowing because in physics, even a factor of 2 to 10 is considered a big problem. So it either means that our understanding of quantum mechanics is incomplete, or there's some other unknown mechanism that cancels out most of this vacuum energy. So, I mean, the math is pretty clear that we're off in probably the wrong direction.
Wrong direction in regards to what, though? On this one specific thing? Or are we wrong? Does that mean to say, do you mean to say that means then that we're also wrong about the nature of the planets that are in our solar system? That is my question.
To the planet? Well, as a flat earther, yes. But if I was to presume globe, not necessarily. It would just perhaps mean we have to go back to the drawing board, analyze the variables, and such. And what do you guys think?
I have a proposition. Maybe Oh, maybe deep space behaves different than it does around the Earth.
Mhm.
Is that an
Yep.
option?
Yeah. Maybe our observations are wrong because our assumptions about what is going on in the deep space are wrong because we don't have. I mean, we have distant observations, but we don't have close-up observations. We can't. We're too far. It's too far away. It seems to me that it's reasonable then to say that it's possible that our observations are incorrect, and so our conclusions are also incorrect. That could be what's going on. And I'm not a physicist. I'm not a astronomer or anything like that.
And to go a little further, to conclude anything other than we don't know why it's happening would be the dishonest position. We did, in fact, say we don't know what is happening. We can measure what's happening. We understand the measurements, and it's behaving as if there is matter there, but we don't understand why we can't detect the matter. They can detect the matter, but they can't detect it using classical physics, as far as I can understand.
Right.
And it might not even be matter. That's the,
Yeah.
that is the whole point. Is hypotheses are put out there, a large sample of observations are made, and trying to see what single group of physics can answer these things. So it's not like, oh, the galaxy is rotating faster than it should. No, it's rotating faster, but we don't know why. Under the current hypothesis, that shouldn't be, but that means the hypothesis is wrong. So that's called science.
What if?
Yes, and doing science is a good thing. Trying to understand something that we don't understand right now is a good thing. But closing our eyes and saying we don't know that
Let me
is
ask
the
you,
ignorant thing.
Are
Yeah,
you
go ahead,
finished?
Taylor.
I was just gonna ask, like, is there an option, okay, that heavens and the earth are fundamentally different?
Yeah, and then put forward is MOND, the modified Newtonian dynamics. Yeah, they're putting it forward. They're testing it out. Yeah, there's several hypotheses hoping to achieve theoretical status.
The thing I've noticed is that this draws a little bit of an analogy with businesses. Stay with me for a second. So you'll see a business, and they will have their quarterly results. All right, and their stock will go down because they missed expectations or estimates of what their stock price should be. It's not that they. What's that?
But it's not exactly like that.
I mean, no, it isn't exactly like that. But what I'm saying is, it's not that it's not that it's
Let him
it's
finish.
not that it's things are wrong. All right, what we observe is just they're not what we expected. It's not that that Apple didn't was wrong to not sell as many iPhones as they did. It's just that the people were expecting them to be under current market conditions to sell more. They just didn't do that. It's not as if what they did was wrong or bad even.
Yeah, Red Cloud, that totally reminds me, and I see the parallels with the flat Earth experiment and flat earthers. Some people had some predictions and potentially they were wrong, but it doesn't mean that their overall theory is wrong. So I agree with you. I see some parallels there.
I see what you did there. All right.
Thank you.
This is why I didn't want to let you finish, because it's a bad example with
Okay.
many. Please listen, okay? Your example about the stock market. In that case, there is endless reasons why it wouldn't fit the expectations and so on. And you're trying to find an example in which we have a clear expectation, and there's like two maybe explanations for that thingy.
Okay. Yeah, I just all I'm really saying is that if we look at the universe as we understand it, it doesn't match our expectations. It doesn't match what we think should be happening. That's all. It isn't as if it's behaving wrong. It's just that we don't understand why it's doing what it's doing.
Right.
We use principles that we understood to make the predictions. And I think even flat earthers would agree with that. We just don't understand the results that we receive.
I think it's behaving wrong.
Wait. Exactly. The way she jumped and said wrong, and 20 minutes ago she said antimatter is crazy because it is crazy.
No, I
And
said
it's
dark matter.
not
Dark matter, yeah.
dark matter. Yeah, but you never say why it is crazy in your opinion.
Yeah, I did.
Everything that
I
you
gave you
don't
one.
understand is crazy and magic.
Do you remember why I
Pay
said
attention.
You don't remember why
You
I said that then. I
NSC
gave an explanation.
But you not
Remember the
even
basic
let me
properties of matter?
let
Like
me
properties
finish
of
the
it, and then I
sentence. Be
Okay, go ahead.
honest,
Yeah, finish.
okay? I'm not even talking about you exactly. I just used you as an example. I'm just talking about the overall claim about talking about general topics like galaxies, antimatter, high observations, and trying to poke holes at them without actually saying any reason why you poke holes at them. It doesn't help your position in a magic way. The shape of the earth doesn't change because you said that our theory about antimatter is crazy or something like that. You
No.
understand that?
Yes, and let me tell you why I said to call it matter, like the dark matter, is crazy because in school I learned the properties of matter, like that they can be, they take up space, that they can have color, mass, volume. One of those colors can be clear, right, for a gas. That is clear. They have density, melting point, but then none of this is actually applying to dark matter. It's just like some anomalous, like
Okay.
placeholder.
So when you say stuff like that, the other people in the room understand that you actually didn't pay attention to the definition of antimatter even or dark matter.
Not answering, dark matter.
It makes you sound more crazy than the stuff that you're actually saying.
So what did I say wrong? What are the properties of matter that I did not describe right? It has mass, it occupies space, and it has physical characteristics. So what is that? What is wrong with it?
Dark matter behaves gravitationally behaves exactly like normal matter.
But it's not matter. So the fact that they call it matter is fine. That's it. That's all I was saying.
When it exhibits properties of matter, calling it dark matter, what's the issue?
Other than it fills the spot for gravity, other than that it has gravity or whatever, occupies and acts as a placeholder for the gravitational constant. What other properties of matter does it actually have?
And some years from now, they may redefine it as not being matter. But it's just currently that's put forward as the hypothesis, and it's under current testing and analysis, as best we can by remote observation.
What is wrong with any of that? What is wrong with that?
But also in both cases we are talking about matter. We just gave it a complex name that may be not understood, but this is simply a matter with the properties of matter that doesn't react with light. And that's it. This is what dark matter is. It is still a matter.
The only thing it reacts with is gravity. It causes gravity, right? It has a gravitational force. But it doesn't.
Okay, so what's wrong about
matter
that?
in any other definition of the sense of what matter is?
Again, it is still matter.
In what way? Other than it has gravity.
Electromagnetic interference. I believe it doesn't. Light doesn't behave. What misinformation agent was mentioning about how light doesn't interact with it in the way that it interacts with normal matter. I believe those are really the core principles, that it behaves like gravity. It behaves like matter in the sense of gravity, but it doesn't for electromagnetic radiation.
But it doesn't interact with EMF. Yeah, it does not interact with EMF. But it doesn't have any physical properties that we can observe whatsoever.
What other properties do matter in space in a measurable way do we perceive matter to behave other than those two
we can Yeah, well, right, it has gravity. Matter has gravity, right? So other than that, though, it has it can occupy volume. It has density, melting point,
And we
boiling
can see
point.
it, right? As
All
far as we
these
can
other
tell.
observations.
So
Yeah.
I'm asking, where is the issue? This is our understanding right now. Our understanding can change in the future. This is what we have, and we work on it. Where is the issue?
The issue is that they're calling it matter, but it doesn't have any of the properties of matter other
The
than
issue
it.
is the name. Then the issue is that it's called dark. It's called something matter.
Again, we gave it a certain name because of a certain reason that that you may be missing.
Yes, ma'am. Since
Uh,
7 to 10 business days, and it has like a tracking tone on.
Are you hot micing?
Did anyone hear?
Trying to see who that is.
It's ICS.
Oh, yes, it is.
Can give you a number of customer service.
This one
If that's
I see.
like it's a call, see if
Yeah, we should mute him.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I'll do that. Thank you.
If he's on a device like I am, for whatever reason, it turns my mic back on.
Yeah,
I've turned it off.
That used to happen to me, but enabling push to talk, and it's never unpushed to talk or push to talk to itself. So
Done that to me
okay.
3 days in a row now, and I was like, oh my god, I bet I did it again. But my apologies.
Push to talk is awesome. It's a little pain in the ass the first time, but it saves you from yourself or from Discord's bullshit.
But it again, in the end, you know, what has been called dark matter is being called dark matter because of it has some material, you know, behaviors, or it in the end it may be redefined as some completely yet undiscovered, you know, or uncharacterized, you know. Yeah, it's new edge, and it'll have, you know, easily have a revised name which doesn't share any property of matter, you know, as far as, you know, nomenclature. So yeah, that's dark matter is the least of our problems when it comes to the shape of the earth, though.
Yeah.
Come on.
Right.
Also,
hey, I'm sorry, really quick. Let me say something. I heard someone. I just jumped in real quick. I don't want to derail the conversation, but I heard someone say about matter, the properties of matter, and that kind of reminds me of when flat earthers talk about the sun, how they don't know if it's a physical object. But what would be something that is not a physical object that would produce light and heat?
Everyone's forgetting about states of matter, like the properties listed by some as what matter has. Different states of matter do not possess all of those qualities or properties at all. So it wouldn't be inaccurate to think maybe it's a fifth state of matter or whatever. Like it's a state of matter that has those properties instead.
Okay, but it would have to it would have to be matter, because there's nothing that produces light and heat that isn't physical matter.
again, it doesn't matter the properties, because in physics we take dark matter as something that is a mass solution for our general missing mass in the gravitational fields or whatever. Just by definition, we give it properties of matter that simply doesn't interact with light. And that's it. This is what we know. And the debate about it, and again and again, it is stupid.
I wouldn't go as far as to say stupid, but I would say that. I mean, I thought, oh no, okay, dark matter again. It's like every few times I come in with, but why are we talking about dark matter? We don't even know what it is. What?
Okay.
What is this discussion about dark matter for?
Let me clarify why it is stupid. Because flat earthers use it to falsify the globe model. This is
Brenda
the
came in
only
here.
thing that is going on here right now.
Okay, we got it. Let somebody else
Got
get
it,
in.
dude.
Thank you for your
All
opinion.
right,
We
Brenda
got it,
came in
Essie.
here.
We got it. Yeah, he's a
All right.
fucking moron.
That's
Okay, all
good,
right,
though.
all right, all right.
All right. So
Taylor, go ahead.
Brenda came in here coming at C Montreal about one of his comments that he made in the past, asking about dark matter and stuff like that. And Brenda brought it up. So I just want to tell you how we got here.
Oh, that's why.
Yes.
Okay.
How Peterson
That's fine.
owned Essie yes.
Also, yeah, SC, when you mentioned how Planet Peterson said something about how a pile of trash would be more complex than DNA. After that they did explain to you why he said that and why it makes sense, and I think you agree, didn't you?
Are you kidding me? Listen to this. A pile of garbage. The genius. It's my turn to talk now. Please try not to get triggered while I answer you. You think you can do that? Okay. The genius, this that I call it, I'm gonna call him Clown now from now on. Clown Peterson, right? He said that a pile of garbage is more complex than DNA.
Yeah, didn't PhD Tony explain to you why he said that and why it makes sense, and then you agreed after that?
As he said, you might have gotten me there, but it was kind of he's laughing while I said it, so he didn't say. Yeah, you're right.
So it might be more complex in the sense that it has more nuances and intricacies. However, what's interesting about DNA is that it has complex specific information. So while it is complex, it is actually meaningful
and useful. It could create a body, it could create, life, but a pile of garbage is useless. It's just sitting there.
Yeah.
That was
awesome. That pile of garbage contains different molecules, probably multiple different molecules, right? Billions, and it could also even it could also have DNA.
That's
different
stupid.
types of DNA. I mean,
What's the
I
point?
think that's what they were getting. That's what they were getting at.
Well, he certainly didn't. He doesn't understand a lot of things. Like he came in here, right? So we could ask him questions, so he can answer questions. And the first question I asked him, he got triggered, like a little girl. Oh, I know USC. You're a troll. That's how the guy that you're sticking up for. That's how he came in. I love it. I freaking love it. And he seems to know me. I know. He says I spoke to this guy. I don't even remember him. I don't even know who he is. Planet Peterson. Wow.
But aren't you a troll?
I wish Taylor was in here last
There
night.
it is. There
I
it
tried
is.
getting you in here last night because he went on and on about evolution and mutation and all this other stuff, but I wasn't
was
feeling
busy
I didn't
last
have the
night.
energy last night to engage with him.
Bro, they have nothing. That's why they get triggered. Evolution is the easiest thing. You can make them double speak on command. Just ask them one thing and they're gonna break apart. Just ask them. You started in a pond, right? As a single cell? Yes. Then ask them, does one thing turn into another? And listen to them double speak all night long. All you gotta do to destroy evolution is just ask them that one question.
We can give him a little bit of credit though.
Let me ask Taylor.
Oh, just
Let
quickly.
me ask Taylor a question. So, all right, go ahead, dude. Yeah, you good? Go ahead.
I can wait. It's okay. Thank you, bro.
No, yeah, I was gonna ask you about last night because he brought up an example, a real world example of evolution, and he brought up the difference between I don't know what kind of dog did he say? Either way, dude, it's
Foxes and
a
wolves.
chihuahua. What did he say?
Oh, I thought you were talking about when he brought up foxes, but it's whatever was in SE's profile picture. That's what he was talking about. English bulldog.
Oh yeah,
or
the
something.
bulldog. Yes, the bulldog. It's all coming back. Yeah. So he brought up the example of the bulldog and the wolf. How a bulldog is a descendant of the wolf, right? Taylor, why is that a bad example? For evolution.
Because dogs are in the same genus and species. Like nobody really denies like the changes within a species, like microevolution that can happen every time, but it's like changing kinds. That's another problem that we can't really show in the lab.
And that's exactly what I said. I said that that's a horrible example because bulldogs, chihuahuas, whatever the case may be, Australian shepherds are all part of the same family. They're all canines. And even though they show vastly different genetic expression, right? Varying genetic expression, it doesn't mean that now all of a sudden you have an evolution into a different species.
And that's why
All
he
you gotta do
immediately
is ask
followed it
them.
up with foxes, because foxes, I don't think anyone's proposed that a fox could crossbreed successfully with a wolf, right?
Yeah, but that's under the impression that foxes are come from the same
Yeah, how do you know
ancestors
they came from a
as
wolf?
bulldogs and chihuahuas. When that can't be the case when foxes have literally more than half of the DNA than dogs and wolves do. More than half of the DNA they're missing. So while dogs and wolves have like 78 chromosomes, foxes have like what, 30?
And that this was all like dancing around the what is a kind question that he was asking the group, that this was like,
yeah, but
is the
that's
fox a
all.
dog kind? Is it were foxes on the ark? That's the follow-up question. Like where do you figure that out? Can you
We
figure
use
that
that. We use that every day, though. When you see someone with their dog, what kind of dog is that? Or what kind of bird is that? What kind of fish is that?
Yeah, but it's the
use
same
that.
thing, guys. It's the
Hold
same.
on.
It's still a canine. It's always going to be a canine. So whenever they use a dog, just ask them, and it dies right there. Does a dog always remain a dog? And they
Is
have to
where
say
do
yes.
hyenas fit? Is a hyena a dog?
It doesn't matter. This is all post-dictive. For evolution experiments, you need to have a predictive experiment where you can actually show these things changing. If you're claiming
No, these are questions about creation science. So like I think it's a fair question to ask. Like, is a hyena
Can
a
I
dog
actually
kind?
ask a question about? I didn't pay attention who it was, but one of you said that we use that term every day. For example, what kind of a dog that is? Well, that kind of assumes that the answers that you would get to that question is, oh, it's a Chihuahua or it's a Bulldog. So those would be then under that definition different kinds. So I see a problem there.
Well, I admitted last night that like the term species as defined in modern times is arbitrary. And I don't have the wisdom to be able to discern all the different kinds of animals in the world the way that God defined them. Like when he said he created everything after its own kind, well, what's a kind actually mean? I don't know. I don't know what that entails entirely.
You're getting bogged down in definitions, Lion. It doesn't matter what they call it, bro. It's irrelevant. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna try to take you down the road of species, genomes. Did you know this? Do you know the proper terminology? It doesn't matter, bro. If one thing doesn't turn into another, their evolution can't work. It's that simple, man.
No, I understand,
That's simple.
but right
There's
now,
no
like
need
for
to
example,
get into the chromosomes and all this stuff.
But hold on, dude. The thing is, bro, like I don't know how to define speciation on the earth or
You
different
don't
kinds
have
of
to,
animals on
bro.
the earth. Oh, hold on,
You
dude.
don't
I
have
get
to
that, but
define
they try to, right? Because they have infinite wisdom. They think that they can all of a sudden classify different animals by arbitrary standards, and that's all I'm trying to say. And like, for example, felines and canines are very similar. They all have 4 legs, right? They walk on all 4s, and they have paws, and they have a snout, right? So they look alike, but they're not from the same common ancestor. I don't care what they say. Same thing with hyenas. Hyenas are they look just like dogs, but they're not dogs. Same thing with the pink.
They're huge, though. What? Yeah, but that's all true, right? But it's all irrelevant to the conversation. You can talk about felines, dogs, cats all day long. The crux of the matter is evolution. They sold you evolution without evolving. This is what they're arguing. You have to understand that. They're arguing evolution without evolving.
Yeah, I know that, and I've done that. But we had
No,
to
I'm not
try
trying to tell you how to argue. I'm just saying, like, just think of what they're saying.
You're saying it's redundant, right? You're saying it's redundant.
Yeah.
Don't get lost
yeah,
in the
it's redundant.
minutia.
Yeah,
Who
he doesn't
cares
want
what a
you to learn.
ribosome does? Who cares how many peptides, how many amino acids it takes to make a protein? All that is fine, and you can learn that. And actually, I'm starting to get interested in that, by the way. But it's
The ribosomes.
irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Let me finish. I'm almost done, bro. Don't get triggered. It's irrelevant to the overall conversation.
The ribosome is their biggest problem.
That is a problem for them, yeah?
Oh yeah, say the least.
You see, somebody like Taylor could argue that, right? Because she knows what she's talking about. But somebody that doesn't know, they're gonna make it look like you don't know what you're talking about, right? And they sound smart. So be careful of that.
Yeah, I wish I would have came last night. Whenever I saw his message, it was too late. I tried.
Thank you.
No, it's all good. I
can't
know.
get
I know you got a life. Some of us in here all day.
don't
We ain't got lives apparently.
Don't learn too much about evolution. Don't learn too much. Just a little bit.
I think that's bad advice. I think you should definitely learn as much as you can if you're interested in a topic, especially if it's consequential to your life.
Correct.
I'm curious how it should be proven.
Yeah,
Very
show that
simple.
nuclear. Go ahead, see Mancho.
No, you go, Taylor. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that yeah, put some nucleotides in there, which is what makes up DNA, and make a meaningful code, without already giving it templates and codes to go off of. If a DNA code can form on its own, just simply show it. That's it.
How would that prove evolution, though?
Yeah, I mean, you're at least proving that these codes that can actually encode information can just come about by their own, which is what they propose happened.
Well, no, I guess I'm talking. It seems like you're talking. Once upon a time, a rock turned into a squirrel. I'm talking evolution in the current day. How does it prove that?
Yeah, it shows some new function that hasn't been observed before form on its own without pre-existing genetic information. Show new genes come about with completely novel functions.
So you're arguing that new creatures that are born don't exhibit new functions?
Yeah.
Like never, ever.
Well, they're saying that happened in the evolutionary timeline. I'm just saying show it happen now. There should still be completely new functions that are able to form. That are not pre-existing.
See, I don't know much about evolution, but aren't there like species that had tails and they don't have tails anymore?
What new function is that?
That they used to have them because they were used for something and now they don't need them anymore?
Yeah, a lot of things that actually they're calling evolution are actually silencing genes, turning off genes, or upregulating genes. So you
That
could
makes sense, especially if you're adapting to your environment. That definitely makes a lot of sense.
So you mean it's
losing an
already in the
ability.
code?
Yeah, losing an ability is not evolving.
What?
It
Why not,
seems
though?
it seems that when we observe things, stuff is taken away. We lose things. We've lost whatever the coccyx led to. Maybe it was a tail, maybe not. And then we have an appendix which doesn't have any use. It seems that there's new things being added. There's stuff being taken away. They're talking about our pinky toe that's getting smaller and smaller and smaller with time. They're not saying anything is advancing. It's doing the opposite, which isn't what we would have. I mean, we have been observing this sort of thing. We haven't seen the new abilities. We've been seeing less abilities. We're not seeing new things come into existence. We're seeing things go extinct.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying, is that in the evolutionary timeline, you would have had new traits come about, completely novel functions. And if you wanted to demonstrate that that is happening still, then you just need to demonstrate it.
Well, I think
what's the argument?
You put a species in a different environment, maybe it might evolve to better be able to be suited in that environment.
Okay. Well, if you think if you did nothing but lose functions, how would we ever evolve to higher orders of species?
Well, it could be. I mean, it could be like both ways. Like let's say we evolved to have fins, and then we stopped living in the water, and then we started living on land, and now we evolved to have feet. Like I said, I don't know
Okay.
much about evolution, so I never really argue. So I don't know.
That's fine. And you can say, turning off genes or losing functions is evolving in the sense that it is changing. But like for the theory of evolution, you would have to see new functions come about, is what I'm saying. And we just need to demonstrate that.
I don't know that that's a requirement.
Well, it would have had to have been. Because you have
It
a
would have
bacteria or something of a simple organism turning into multi-cell organisms with sexual and asexual reproduction, aerobic and anaerobic respiration. You have to gain new abilities.
Right.
You
But
can't
what I'm saying is not every evolution isn't gaining a new ability. Evolution
Okay,
is
well,
still occurring.
fine. Well, that's just what you need to demonstrate.
Well, hang on though, because it sounds like you acknowledge that things are lost, but what you're not doing is taking the next step in acknowledging why it was lost.
Okay, if you do
Because
nothing
it
but
wasn't
lose
necessary
functions, how are you
in the
going to get higher
environment they were living in anymore.
That's right. That was one proposal. So,
Well, hang on though. The point I'm trying to make is that it lost it for a reason, and it didn't consciously lose it, right? The baby didn't pop out and decide I don't need this anymore. It just happened, right?
So the problem with evolution is gaining new information. Let me just cut to the chase.
No, Taylor.
The answer
Taylor,
is
you're not
environmental
engaging.
pressures.
Exactly. You're not engaging with what I'm putting forth that you seem to agree with.
Okay, so organisms can deteriorate over time. How is that going to solve your?
That's
Yeah, but that could also
deterioration is not the most. Deterioration is not an accurate word there, and you'll need to use a more accurate one.
I don't care. You have to show new functions being gained. You want to prove your theory?
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
deterioration.
Well, then never gain anything new. That's fine.
So
then
if
we're
I
already
so if I
created
used
with these abilities.
if I used to swim and I had fins, and now I learn now I'm walking on land, my new ability would be having feet.
Okay.
He doesn't realize what he just said. Well, hold on. How did you get from fins to feet?
Yeah.
This is it. This is where they die right here. How did you get from fins to feet? What's the double top?
I'm not saying nobody's saying that. Actually, I'm just proposing that.
You see the walk back? You see, this is where they look how easy it is. He said it.
familiar
It
with
goes from
technology.
fins to feet, right? How did that happen?
Because now I'm on land.
You have to
So
gain
that
the
means
information.
the animal that had fins changed into another animal, a mammal now. That means a fish changed into a mammal, right? So that's one animal turning into another, right?
It could have been the habitat that I was in, right? It's no longer viable for me to survive. So now
Answer my
over
question.
time-
Are you backing out of the question?
No. So now over time, I can't live in the water that I've been living in for millions of years because it's starting to dry up. So now I'm starting to land. So now because I live on land now, I have to develop something else so that I can maneuver on land.
So a fish became a mammal, right? Right, B-Ball?
I'm sorry?
A fish. You had fins, you said, right? You couldn't survive in the water. The water dried out. Now, anybody listening knows that the fish would die right away, but we'll give him that. So now, the fish then grew legs and became... Why are you interrupting me, bro? Try to control yourself. Try not to get triggered.
Relax.
The question is, can you do it, bro? Can you do it? Okay, thank you. Now the question is, the fish that had fins, that grew legs, became a mammal, right? So that's one animal turning into another. That's a fish turning into a mammal, right, B-Ball?
Was I specific that it was a fish? Could have been some animal that lived in the water.
This is the part I love.
I posted it in chat. It's Tiktaalik.
Are walruses fish? SE?
Do the walruses have fins?
Walrus fish.
This is what I love. You see that they're gonna double talk now. So how did this happen? Was it a walrus? Was it a walrus that had a fin?
Yeah, they have fins
and gills.
Walruses have fins?
Do they? Yeah, they have. They swim, right?
This is the part where you embarrass yourself, guys.
It's a flipper,
Yeah.
guys.
That's how you.
It's
that's where you
unbelievable,
answer
man.
from.
You see, you come to a point where you just got to make stuff up, and we can
Are you
make you
just
say
not familiar
stuff.
with
And why are
Tiktaalik?
you interrupting? Why are you
Because you
interrupting?
don't shut up. Are you not
He's
familiar with
Canadian. He should
Tiktaalik?
know a lot about
Why are you
walruses.
interrupting?
They're
No,
like
no,
next
no.
door
You're not
neighbors.
gonna interrupt, bro.
to the
Can
meta.
somebody can a mod mute this guy?
Just land your plane, please.
No, you're not gonna speak, bro. Can a mod mute him, please? While I finish?
You're not
You
gonna
asked-
You're
speak.
not
Yeah.
gonna. No, you're not. I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you, bro. You're not gonna interrupt. Okay,
Can I
good
ask
boy.
Taylor a question?
Now you can speak. Go ahead.
Let's all listen to SC.
My point was
Taylor.
that you're asking for a. You said I could speak, yeah?
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Okay. All I was saying is you were saying that there's no transitional fossils, and I'm sure that you're familiar
Nobody
with
said that.
TikTok. Okay, then what was his point? Is that there
No,
can't
I
be.
did say that. There's
can't
no
be-
fully formed transitional species. Like you can show a fish and go down the line like in another thing and show it growing a leg and then growing a. There's none of that, unless I'm wrong.
Well, they have fossils that have both capabilities of dwelling
I
on
didn't
land
ask for
and
that.
in water.
Did you hear what I asked for? Don't give me.
No.
Don't bring me waters from 100 different wells. Did you hear what I asked for?
Then please clarify, because that's what I thought you're saying. Go ahead.
Okay, a transitional species, in other words, showing like a fish, because you guys say you have millions of years of strata, right? So a fish slowly turning like what our buddy just said, slowly going into a mammal. Do you have that?
Yes, Tiktaalik.
But Tiktaalik, that's just one. You have what? One picture of one thing? Is it exactly what I said, or are you going to walk it back now and say, well, I didn't mean that?
No. I'm posting a sending right now. So be patient for a second. There it goes. That's what you're asking for, yeah?
That thing's still alive.
That is a transitional species.
That's one of my
Martin. You
favorite
have to
pictures.
admit.
You gotta be kidding me, right?
No, I
You
mean
have
you're
to admit-
laughing, but that's what you're asking for, though. I think I
I'm
understood
asking
you.
for a half fish out of the water. What the, bro?
That's what you asked for. You said a fish that could live on land.
We already
to
I want
summarize.
everybody
do
to
that
see what he
today.
posted and just laugh.
I want to
Just
see
laugh.
a fish. I want to see a fish with a foot. That's what I want to see.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
I think I
I
get
want to
what
see
he
a
asked.
fish that smokes cigarettes.
Here come the ad homs. When you
I had a quick
ridicule them
question.
and they realize they have nothing.
Yeah, but
that's what they do.
you have to understand that there is a reason why we ridicule you.
Oh.
The reason is we gave
I'm not
exactly
interested
what
in
you
that.
wanted.
Just keep quiet, Lori. Don't
let's not
We
do
gave you
that.
exactly what
Lori,
you
let's
wanted.
not do that. Lori,
This is not the
let's
place
not
for
do
Lori,
that.
you're gonna get muted, Lori.
Let's not do that. Can I just jump in real quick, please, to talk about the
I've
Tiktaalik?
been trying to say something forever, but go ahead.
Well, no, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Taylor. Go ahead, Taylor.
I've been trying to say since he mentioned the fish getting out of the water, you'd have to gain new information 4 feet. And that's what we need to demonstrate in experimental research, experimental
Well,
evolution studies.
Are they allowed to lose?
Exactly what I wanted to ask you.
Are they allowed
Taylor.
to lose their abilities to swim in the ocean?
Hold on, real quick. I want to ask Taylor: is there more information in a foot or in a flipper?
I don't have any clue.
Then how
It doesn't
are
matter.
you asking for how more information is injected into the system?
Demonstrate new genes, completely novel genes with novel functions forming.
No, I'm asking about information because that's what
Do you
been
think I
saying.
care how big the genetic sequence is for feet and flippers? I'm sure different fish have different sequences of DNA.
So it's the size of the sequence? What constitutes information?
How many genes are required to make it? I mean, that would be one starting point.
That's what you that's what you define as more or less information then. The number of genes required?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
We'll go with that. Are you guessing or is there a reason
I mean,
you
there's
think
different
that's correct?
requirements because you can have more spliceosomes. There's more complex functions that require more types of proteins and more genetic sequences, more genes in general.
But what in what you just said constitutes more or less information?
Yeah, so the amount of genes, I gave you that as one standard. But then again, you can splice a gene 10 different ways depending on how many spliceosomes that you have for it. you can splice a gene 10 different ways and get 10 different types of proteins from one gene. So I mean, it's a little bit more complex than that. Either way, show a novel function happening. That would be some good experiment you could do.
Well, that's progress over time. We at least understand it's more complicated.
Somebody's got an echo. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
For the atheist arguing for evolution, if you found sorry, for the
Go ahead,
atheist
Roman.
arguing against evolution, if you found evidence counter to evolution, what would that entail, or what would that leave you with?
Rum hum, I
Rum's
think
hand.
that's you.
Yeah, thank you. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. If you came to the conclusion, if you were presented evidence that showed evolution is not viable, what would that leave you with? Where would you go from there?
Depends on the evidence.
Or what would that evidence look like?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, we already have to presume that we have the law of biogenesis, so we already have some sort of understanding on how it works. We're just, it seems like there's a lot of people using inductive reasoning to leave room for something unexplained, which is understandable, but
What would
it
evidence
seems like
against evolution look like?
Well, if we weren't able to have vaccines, for instance, if we didn't know how viruses behave, and we know how to and we didn't know how to eradicate bacterial infections, that sort of thing, that'd be good evidence against evolution.
Or
Oh my
rabbits
God.
in the
Little
Mesozoic,
man.
maybe.
Do you know how antibiotic resistance happens?
Do they come out with a new flu shot every year?
Do you know how antibiotic resistance happens?
Go ahead and enlighten me.
You think that they're gaining some new gene that they didn't have before?
Almost that information.
Yes, yes, I do, because we get new flu shots every year. That's why I asked the
Okay.
question.
So do you know that one of the things that they could do is upregulate the transport membrane proteins to get rid of the antibiotic out of their cell, and that could infer antibiotic resistance? Or they can use different metabolic pathways to cope with the presence of the antibiotic using information that's already there.
In other words, they can evolve. That's what you're saying.
No, they can utilize information they already have. A lot of times they're
And
turning off
evolve
stuff.
function. Right,
A lot of times
exactly.
they're
That's
turning off
what evolution.
functions or upregulating functions they already have. So I don't know how this would be evidence that new information can evolve.
How do you define evolution?
Well, that's a little bit arbitrary.
No, I think it's
What would be
on point.
required as evidence for evolution, as you stated? Or what is evolution in general? Adaptation. Is adaptation considered as evolution? Because there's actually different types of evolution: micro, macro evolution. So adaptation. There's epigenetics, which can be a type of evolution where you're regulating gene expression. So it all depends on.
It's just living organisms changing.
Another creature or a genus or whatever words we want to not agree on, because that's what a lot of this is around here, is us not agreeing on terms. Thank you, Taylor.
As far as I understand, it's simply living organisms that change over time.
So
and pass those
epigenetics.
changes on to their offspring.
So if I upregulate and downregulate gene expression in my body, am I evolving?
Could be.
Does it pass along to your offspring, and now they have new functions that they didn't have previously, that
No,
you
not
didn't
new
have, or
functions.
that you're? I'm sorry.
Yes for the first answer, no for the second one.
Okay. So how can you have one without the other? Maybe I misspoke.
Okay. For example,
So
you can pass down methylation patterns to your offspring, particularly males can pass down the methylation patterns and epigenetic patterns to their offspring. In terms of new functions, no, you're just up and down regulating the functions that are already there.
So
well,
if you
I'm not
have
being
a
pedantic. By new function, I mean a function that you didn't have before. I don't mean something that just pooped out of existence. I mean a different function.
Well, then no.
Well, here's a question: if a mother takes a vaccine, that gives her resistance to a certain virus, is the baby then born with the resistance to that virus?
It could be because your immune system can be transmitted, especially through like childbirth. Like you transport like immune. I can't think of the word for it, but basically the basic
Bacterial. Yeah. The genome. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So don't
It's not
don't
the
all
DNA
children
though.
but don't all children need to be vaccinated for whooping cough and mumps and measles? If it's passed on, then that child grows up, and then if a girl has a baby, that baby wouldn't need measles or mumps vaccinations.
I mean,
So
I
it's
see what
not.
you're saying. The microbiome is definitely transmitted in some of the immune cells, but in terms of what is and isn't, I'm not sure. I'm not an immunologist.
When we wiped out mumps or whooping cough with vaccinations, we should have only needed one generation of people vaccinated, and everyone else after that would be immune to measles and mumps, and that isn't the case.
That's a good point.
It
But some
seems to
people are
me that the
asymptomatic.
idea that we gain new function, evolutionary function, from one generation to the other, that's in that instance. I've just looked at it just now. I mean, I've just thought about this just now. It's not as if I've been thinking about this for a couple of years. It just occurred to me: why do we still need mumps and whooping cough vaccinations if new information is passed down from generation to generation, as would have to be the case if evolution or evolution or whatever you want to call it is really going on?
I don't know if that's
Beneficial,
necessarily true. But go ahead,
beneficial
Killer.
evolution. If beneficial evolution is going on.
Ian, I think that he's agreeing with us.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
I don't think that evolution needs to be beneficial though. It's evolution regardless of if you gain or lose a function.
Okay.
Otherwise, I mean, you can cite something that I can read, but I've never read that.
It seems the appearances when we look at what's going on currently, it just seems that we, like Taylor said, we seem to be losing things. Like I said before, our pinky is getting smaller, our pinky toe is getting smaller, that type of thing. And we have a coccyx that doesn't appear to have any use, and an appendix that doesn't appear to have any use.
Would you agree that viruses? Let's personify it for a moment for the sake of argument. But that they are also evolving and getting smarter.
There you go. Or they're just changing. I don't think they're adapting. I don't think they're adapting.
Well, then why do we have? Why do our previous antibodies not protect us against new viruses?
So the viruses adapt, but we don't.
I was going to say, I think genetic health is a thing, and how robust and resilient your genetics are can mean the difference between you developing cancer or not, even if you're exposed to the same environmental chemicals and conditions as somebody else, because your genes are healthier, more resilient. You know, your body has a better chance of not developing cancer, regardless of your diet. Like, you could have the same diet, live in the same environment, raised the same way, have everything the same, and yet you develop cancer and the other person doesn't. Why did you develop cancer? Well, there seems to be the genetic over generation after generation after generation becomes more corrupted, and the mutations compound. And the more corrupted the genetics are, the more mutations, the more you're prone to developing genetic diseases. So I think genetic health is a thing.
Yeah, I'm just asking the question.
Wait a minute.
I'm not drawing conclusions. I'm just asking the question.
Wait, have the viruses been proven then?
No, I'm not talking about viruses. I'm talking about genetics.
He was talking about viruses. Is virus proof?
Okay, wait. We have people that say that viruses aren't real?
Yes, we have experts that say that they're not what we've been told. Human to human contagion as well. You haven't heard any of this?
I'm arguing with the for the sake of argument, assuming they're true. That's a
Oh, for
different
the
topic.
sake, so we're in imagination land. Okay, that's fine.
Well, if we're going to argue about viruses and the fact that we have to get new flu shots every year, then yes, of course, for the sake of argument, we're
You have to
assuming they're
get
real.
flu shots.
I don't take flu shots.
Andy,
I
what's
don't
your
get a
last
flu
thought?
shot. I'm saying in general, they're released. People can get them. They don't need an
Well,
appointment.
again,
That sort of thing.
imagination land. Okay, I'm fine with that.
We can get into the whole germ theory versus terrain and vaccines and all of that. I didn't want to go down that route because we're talking about genetics right now, but I don't mind. But before we do that, I just want to say that we're not disagreeing with you guys regarding adaptability, right? Or what do they call it? It's microevolution, right?
Adaptation.
Yeah, so you got microevolution and adaptation. I'm not in disagreement with that. I don't think anybody here is. We know that the creator, when he created the first human prototype, and every kind of, for that matter, every kind of animal for that matter, when he created them in such a way that in their genome, it has all the expressive capability, right? It has all the expressive potential that you could ever imagine locked up within the genome, right? So that when certain environmental pressures are introduced, and this is where you get to epigenetics, the dormant genes can then be awakened or expressed or upregulated, whatever language you want to use. But the point that Taylor's trying to make is that expression that you guys think is some type of evidence for evolution isn't actually evidence for macroevolution. It's really just the divine creator's fingerprint, right? He created the genetics with that in mind, with that purpose in mind, by design.
I hope, Lion, you don't mind if I push back a little bit on the sort of presumption then that God needed to prototype Adam, because humans do that because they're fallible, and I don't think he needed to do a prototype first before he went into full production.
Yeah. It was poetic wordplay. I was
I know.
simply trying to convey the original man, the first man, the prototype.
Yeah.
That he had all the expressive potential locked up in the genome from the beginning,
including a belly button and hair already grown and fingernails.
So for the potential for him to become darker skin or lighter skin, or get hairy or whatever the case may be, that you guys think is some type of evidence for evolution. Not you specifically, but the ones that do subscribe to evolution.
I wonder how fast
Can I
he healed when he was cut or injured. I
can
wonder
I
how
ask
fast
a
he healed.
follow-up question? I don't know your name. I'm sorry. The LKZ. Would you agree that the definition I gave earlier is basically what you guys are calling adaptation? Or maybe you didn't hear it.
Yeah, Lion, you should change your name. Lion. Nobody can
Lion?
change your
Okay,
name.
sorry.
Well, you guys keep using examples of adaptation as evidence for evolution.
I'm reading. Well, I read a definition for evolution. I looked it up after, and it's basically what I said. Evolution, in a nutshell, is the process by which living organisms change over time, passing on these changes to their offspring. Is that sort of what you guys are calling adaptation?
Yeah, it is evolution, right? And if you look up the word evolution etymologically, I have no problem with evolution. But you guys have hijacked that word, and now it conveys this idea of us coming from a single-celled amoeba.
And gaining new information. That's the issue.
Yeah, like
I think
there's
you guys
nothing
are-
wrong with the unraveling of the genome, right? Like somebody else brought up, like if you crumple up a piece of paper, right, and then you spread it out. That's how I see genes, right? They're just spreading out. They're expressing themselves. But the information's already locked inside the genome now. Now that expressive potential can only go so far, right? It has a limit. It has an extent. And beyond that extent, it's not going to go, like, you can't get a new species.
So that's the part I think we would disagree with. But everything up until that point, I think we're on the same page, and that there's changes in your genetic material, and that you basically change over time based on environmental pressures. I think you guys would agree with that.
Yeah, but is upregulating and downregulating genes going to get you new species and genus? And
Maybe not that
orders?
specifically, but I mean, if you will expand what you'll allow, like a change, like a very, very large all-encompassing word. Any change in the characteristics that's passed on to your offspring. That's sort of the definition. No, that's the
So
definition.
you can express and carry on epigenetic methylation, for example. That's just regulating gene expression of genes you already have. How is that going to get you new species though? Like you're just regulating the genes that you already have, and yeah, you can pass that on. That's fine.
See, but,
You're not gaining
that's
new.
the thing is you're straw manning the position. The position is not to gain new information or however you put it. It's to have it. It's to literally to change. That's
Oh,
what
I don't know
read.
how they ever got all these different organisms. Then eventually you'd have to gain new information for sexual and asexual reproduction.
Are we back to the
Things
You
like
know,
that.
evolution is about trade-offs, right? It's based on environmental pressures.
Eventually you'd have
other
to gain new
functions.
information there, right?
You gain different information. If that's what you mean by new, then yes. The information
Okay.
doesn't come out of the ethos, right?
New
It just
functions,
changes.
new information. Yeah. So
Yeah,
like
have
the
you ever had an
information for bones, for example, the information for osteocytes and osteoblasts.
have you
That's
ever
new
updated
information that would have had to evolve over time
have
in
you
the
ever
evolutionary timeline.
have you ever updated your cell phone? Like you've gotten into like a firmware update from Apple? Your phone
answer
didn't
is
get
yes.
bigger, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't change the hardware.
Yeah.
Right,
So
your phone didn't get bigger.
So you
It
got
got better.
natural selection. Hold on. You got natural selection, right? You got selective breeding, survival of the fittest. There are all factors in evolution, and I don't disagree with any of those. Like I know selective breeding is a thing. I've done it myself with plants, right? We know that these things have you can pressure an organism over time to change its genetic expression, like whether it's breeding dogs, breeding horses, right? This is a fact, right? But you're never gonna get, even if you use selective breeding, natural selection, and survival of the fittest, you're never gonna get a new species.
Well, what you said was evolution. You defined evolution.
Right. I believe in evolution to an extent, but it's called microevolution.
I mean, we
That's
evolve
fine.
throughout our lifetime as
Add-
we age, you know? I mean,
Add
that's just
up a bunch of micros. Eventually, you get something bigger. That's all.
how do you know?
The problem I've seen with it is, and it's been quite a while since I looked at this sort of stuff, and I generally don't get involved in these discussions. You may have noticed, but the problem that I've seen is you have in nature observed fully functional systems, any part of which, if were not fully functional, the whole would not be fully functional. How does something evolve that requires the entire system to be working together in order to function for the creature to live? Those are questions that I've never seen answered satisfactorily. And if you know what I'm saying, like there's a beetle, there's a beetle that has two pouches. Remember that the beetle has two pouches, and in one pouch there's a chemical, another pouch there's a chemical, and to defend against prey, it will shoot both of them out at the same time and create a chemical compound that poisons or whatever the enemy. Now, I would like to know how that would evolve pure chance, two separate chemicals and two pouches in its hind.
Yeah, that's a great question. Pure chance, huh? Or it was created that way.
To that one.
Thank you.
There's many more like that one.
Sure, but when people talk about irreducible complexity, what they're usually saying is something can't lose any parts and still function the same way, right? It doesn't mean that it has no function or some different function necessarily. There's
No,
plenty of
irreducible
examples where you had.
complexity
Sorry?
Right.
is that you
No.
need multiple parts for it to function at all. One part in and of itself will not function. So quit straw
won't
manning. If
function
you're gonna say,
as
"Oh yeah,
the thing you're
we turned off
expecting
this
it to
one
It's right.
function as,
It's okay.
but it can still
Different.
function as something else,
You need multiple parts for it to function.
as what it
all
is.
No, irreducible complexity means it won't function at all. Like
Then
we're not
there's no
talking about what you guys call vestigial organs, or like if you can lose a kidney, right, or lose your tonsils or your appendix, that you could still survive because your body's resilient. We're not talking about that.
there's parts in your body that if you go back to evolutionary lineage are completely indispensable. You cannot survive without, you cannot function without them.
Function as a human, but you
At
can
all.
function as something else.
At all.
I'm putting my turn in. I'm putting
Go
a
ahead.
request. I have turn to speak. Okay, so whenever you say irreducible complexity, they're going to respond and say, oh, yeah, we have shown irreducible complexity. They're going to say, like a flagellum, for example, they've turned off one of these side proteins that are required, or one of these side proteins for the flagellum, and say, yeah, look, it still functions. There's like irreducible complexity debunked. So you just got to be careful with that term. What you need to mention is like integrated systems, multiple systems that need to be in place for the cell to function, things like that, because they're going to use some like cop out example and be like, yeah, we can show it. So you just got to be careful with that.
So what you explained sounds like what Lion was saying, that you can lose something and still be the same thing, still function as the same thing. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is that you can not have all of these specific systems involved and be something else, fully functioning, different thing than you would be if you had all of those components intact and functioning together.
I see
So
what
you
you're
need
saying. I see.
multiple different systems working together for a cell to work, for example.
As a cell, depending on what the cell, the kind of
Yeah,
cell.
every form of life is made of cells, by the way.
So
Cell is the
so the
smallest unit of
so
life.
the idea then is that the things that we observe that function as a whole could happen differently. We're just unaware of it prior to what we have observed is a function as a fully formed function. Is what
I
you're
think I
saying?
missed the bulk of that. You kind of roboted.
Hold on, I'm not sure if I can repeat it. Hold on. What you're saying is that we observe, for example, the beetle with the two pouches. What I think you're saying is those two pouches could have had different functions prior to us observing them in today's beetles,
Yeah.
right? And so then that allows you to say then that it could have had a different function in the past, and therefore my objection, based on the idea that it would have to function fully as a whole, otherwise it can't function at all, is possibly invalid due to the fact that we haven't observed it function in a different way in the past.
Right. So off the cuff, if I had to guess, it could be that it had a single pouch that had a completely different use in the past.
Gotcha.
And then it somehow developed a second one, or it split the first one into two, and then one of them changed into a different. I have no idea the beetle you're talking about, but
Right. No, I can't remember it, and I'm not by my computer. But I did say earlier that I haven't found explanations that are satisfactory. I really appreciate that answer. It's still not satisfactory for me, so I'll keep digging. But I appreciate that answer. That's a really good. It gives me food for thought. So that's really, it was good that you give that. Thank you.
Have you guys looked into the neck of the giraffe? How complex it is?
That's one
Incredibly
cool
complex.
Yeah.
They're gonna say, "Oh, some nerve that acts weird around the giraffe snake, and it goes around its heart. Why does it do that? It must not have been intelligently designed." Yeah.
Have you guys heard of it though? I mean, I don't remember the
No.
exact details, but the giraffe was designed in such a way that its arteries or its veins, I forget the technical definition, but word. But the way that his neck works, dude, it has a system in place that like cuts off the blood supply in a way that still supplies oxygen to his head, but doesn't allow all the blood to. Because we gotta understand when the giraffe puts his neck down to the ground, all that blood's gonna fall down to his head. The giraffe would pass out. But it has a system in place with a sponge right near its neck stem, where the sponge allows us like a cushioning to the blood flow, and also, dude, it's insane. I don't know all the details, bro, but just
That's
look into it.
amazing. I have not heard that.
it's the
That's just
laryngeal nerve.
that's wild. Ha ha ha.
Look it up. To travel, the signal starts at one place. It has to get about 2-3 inches away, and it goes the entire length of the neck and then goes back to deliver that signal.
There you go. Told you.
That's just.
Pretty sure we have a similar nerve in the human body. I can't remember which one it is, but we have unearthed it.
Is that evidence against intelligent design?
It's evidence against evolution, or for evolution, excuse me.
Evidence for evolution. It's evidence against
Yeah.
intelligent design, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, well then it doesn't
But,
matter.
but I'm pretty sure. Well, it's a vestigial. It's not vestigial. It's just it just doesn't really have a suitable explanation for why we would have a nerve that we could get hit wrong, like a football practice, and die. Right. I was
It's
just
not
saying that
evidence against intelligent
I was just drawing
I think
the similarity that there's something in the human body. I know that I've heard this. I haven't looked deep into it, but I'm pretty sure that that there's a similar nerve that we have, that giraffes have, that go up, and it doesn't really serve a purpose as to why it comes back down. That's all I was saying.
so. The two different perspectives on this is when you see something incredible like the giraffe's system that stops it from passing out. If you have a wholly naturalistic explanation for everything, it seems quite remarkably unlikely that should develop by pure chance. But if you have a spiritual perspective, you believe in God, then it's easy to say that is how it was designed. But both sides are going to look at the other and see the other side as less than rational, because if you say that it's naturalistic, it does seem a really big stretch to say that it happened by pure chance. But if you don't believe in God, it's a really big stretch to say that God did it. So there is where the conflict is, and it's an interesting one.
Are you still talking about the giraffe thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, or just in general.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have an explanation of why that happened.
Okay.
I don't know what the corollary would be, but
Yeah, explanations are great, but that wouldn't prove anything.
no one said it did.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really good point, and it's not necessarily a matter of proving things in this case. It's a matter of just seeing it. If you come from a naturalistic position, then you're constrained to come up with explanations how it happened naturally. So it isn't unreasonable, and it shouldn't be the position of someone who is spiritually minded to view that as unreasonable or something that you should mark or sort of put down as a point of view, because it is reasonable to say those things and to have those positions.
In fact, I think it's so reasonable that literally someone who is visually impaired can get the message. Like, there might be people who visually can't see the evidence, but just hearing the justification and the reasoning and the sound logic behind it, yeah, I agree. You can come to a conclusion of a creator.
Can I ask a little bit bigger picture question, I guess? What is it about evolution that is? I know that this was kind of touched on earlier, but what is it? Is there anything specifically that contradicts something biblical that is the greater reason for why it's not allowed to exist?
I personally, I wouldn't say that it isn't allowed to exist. I wouldn't go that far. Like I said, I generally don't get involved in these conversations, but everyone's been very calm. So I thought, okay, let me jump in here because not everyone's yelling at each other. The problem, I think, it seems to me, the problem is each side sees the other perspective as a threat. So the naturalistic perspective sees the spiritual viewpoint as science denial, and then the spiritual people see the naturalistic viewpoint as God denial. Both are seen as a threat, but both are reasonable. If you have that perspective, they're both reasonable, and I don't think either should be viewed as a threat. And I can prove that by the mere fact that, for example, you have Christians in the sciences who believe in God and believe that God created the heavens and the earth and everything in the universe, but are also scientific-minded people working in the hard sciences. So you can't really say that a religious or a spiritual viewpoint on science is leads to, or is inevitable, or gives rise to inevitable science denialism.
Great point.
I saw a survey that I posted on my Twitter that says that most scientists are not actually atheists. The majority of those believe, in some sort of like higher power of sorts. They don't necessarily get into specifics of what religion or God, but most scientists from the survey that I've posted are not atheists.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
that's a good point. And of those, do you know how many of them are evolutionists, so to speak?
No, I don't think it went because they looked at all the different like STEM majors. It didn't just like talk about biology.
That would
It
be
was
an
just saying
interesting
which
way.
ones believe in God, which ones are like how many atheists are there, et cetera, et cetera. And it was like the majority of them were not atheists.
I would be surprised to learn that any significant margin of quote unquote scientists are against evolutionists or against evolution.
I know people who are. They're just scared to speak out. But it's
I'm sure there are. I understand to a significant degree. That's just my hypothesis.
Don't even question it. That's the issue. You don't question it. You don't look into the science that actually shows it's real. It's like just something you're supposed to accept.
No, I that's what I said. That's why I prefaced it as a hypothesis. And you didn't have the statistics, so I'm just putting it out there.
Sorry. If you do want to see the scientists that have already are already disagreeing openly about Darwinism, just go to dissentfromdarwinism.org. Over 1,000 PhD holders have already signed. But to your question about the contradictions between evolution and creation, they're very stark and they're very clear. For instance, the timeline, they contradict one another. The order of creation contradicts one another. The creation of humans, death before sin, the nature of God's work.
Well,
yeah, and
that's nothing to do with evolution, though. That's nothing to do with creation. That's the spiritual matters of man's condition, not the origin of the humanity and the universe in general.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll just start with the timeline. So in a biblical creation, it's by 6 literal 24-hour day cycles. But in evolution, it's life developed gradually over billions of years, right? So there's a conflict in the time frame. And then we have also got the order of creation. So the biblical creation has earth before, and then plants, and then birds. But evolution is stars, sun, land animals before the birds. I'll post
Yeah,
the
but isn't
contradiction.
Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are contradictory in that sense?
There are two
Well,
separate accounts.
They're
There are two
no, they're
separate,
not. No, they're not.
narratives in that.
No, they're not.
I think in one, the land animals were created before the air animals. I'm pretty sure it's biblical. I'm not saying that refutes the Bible. I'm just saying that there's different accounts. Like
there's not no, there's not, dude. That's what the academics are saying today. The ones that are like not even really believers, they're trying to discredit the Genesis account and say that there's a contradiction between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. I forget what they call it. I forget what they call it.
I'm not implying there is a contradiction. I'm saying that there are two narratives. I'm not saying or implying there is a contradiction.
I think the
two narratives contradict each other.
Yeah, they can't both be true if they are written from an honest account of
Genesis went into more detail, and so just because Genesis 2 is summarizing what happened, they're like, "Oh, it's like a contradiction."
I'm not coming at you. I'm just saying that he had mentioned the land-dwelling animals and the water-dwelling animals, and I think that's probably up for discussion.
Yeah.
Let's just read it.
Again, we're in this conversation, and guys who believe the Bible, as I do, you're being very, very defensive when the chap who's talking against you or against your perspective isn't being antagonistic. So it's the tendency for us to get really defensive and just as if we're being attacked constantly. If you're reasonable, right? Exactly. If you're reasonable about it and you have, that's why I don't get in these conversations generally, because it isn't reasonable. But when it isn't necessary to be constantly on the defensive. If someone has a naturalistic explanation or a naturalistic viewpoint, it isn't unreasonable to have the perspectives they have about the nature of the universe and the timeline involved in developing the universe. That's not unreasonable.
Yeah.
The thing
it's
is,
not reasonable. Are you saying it's not? What are you on about? What are you even on about?
One last
unreasonable.
One last point. If it is primarily naturalistic viewpointed people who are going to build a telescope and look into the distant past, into the distant galaxy, they're going to see these amazing stars and amazing nebula and all the rest of it. It's not
Oh
their
my
job.
God.
It's not their job. It is not their job to give God glory for that creation. That's our job.
Did
And
you
nor
just
should we
did you
expect
just
them to do
appeal
that.
to people who have no justification for reason and say they're not being unreasonable? Is that what you just did?
I think Taylor had a good
No,
idea.
no, hold on. I don't.
We should look at the
You broke up
passages.
and I didn't get what you're saying. Could you yell at me
I
again?
broke up. I don't think I did.
I did.
Yeah, you did for
I did
me.
post a chart for you guys if you want to. Yeah, but Taylor, that was a great idea going over it, maybe, or I did post a chart so you guys compare.
So it sounded like you were a bit angry, but can you explain what
I
the
said,
problem was?
did you just appeal to reason to people who have no justification for reason?
Did I just appeal to reason?
Yeah.
To people who
He's
have
saying
no
that
justification for reason.
atheists, he's doing the precept thing.
I'm doing the transcendental argument is what I'm doing.
Genesis 2.
Okay.
Well, I'm not
You know
trying
what
to
that
be
is, Red Cloud?
condescending. I wasn't trying to be condescending. It just gets frustrating when you hear these same points, against creationists,
Yeah,
and
but
you call every name in the book for believing in the Bible. It's very old, but you're right. We
right,
should stay open-minded, calm, collected, even if we are,
doesn't the Bible
getting
say you
into.
will be opposed? I think it does.
That's fine.
So,
Yeah.
all right. So
I'm not even
It
really
says,
upset.
you'll be given to your
Sometimes,
degenerate mind. I think it says something like that as well. Are you there yet,
sometimes I just
Red
talk
Cloud?
like that.
What?
You'll be given
My
to your
grandpa
own
is a lot.
degenerate mind.
My family is a family of lawyers, and
Hey,
I have
stop
many
talking about
lawyers
each
in my
other
family.
and talk about a topic. It's like high
Right.
school in here.
Hey,
listen
chill.
to this
No, it was
fucking
good.
weirdo.
It was good.
Talk about a topic.
You weirdo.
Taylor, you were saying?
Maybe you can go away.
I was just saying I have a lot of lawyers in my family, and sometimes I feel like my tone
I'm
is
gonna tell my
different than my heart.
boyfriend on you.
My heart
I
is
can
in
see
a
that.
soft place. My tone is in a stern place, and I think I get it from my grandpa and my dad. So I apologize if that comes off that way.
Well, now you know you could probably prosecute someone. I think you've got the skill to do it, or defend.
Oh man,
Okay, so now we know why Taylor is so annoying. All right.
thank you. That was an insult. I haven't insulted anybody so far today.
You like that one? Was that good?
I haven't insulted anybody today.
Come on, Taylor, you're
That
slacking.
was the
It
first.
was an easy one, and I didn't mean it.
Okay.
It's still early, Taylor. We got a good part of the day.
Insult that gay
days.
guy that just came in and went, get a topic, meh.
The gay
But yeah,
Is it raining where you are?
Yeah, real quick. I'm on mute, but just let me get this out. So it's called the documentary hypothesis. The idea that Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are two different narratives, and that's a scholarly opinion. And academia is getting more and more progressive in their faith. Like they're starting to think that the Bible is all allegory, can't be taken literal. They're globers. They believe in evolution while still holding on to Christianity. So I don't really care what the academia has to say between Genesis 1 and 2. When I read it for myself, when we can read it together, it's not contradicting at all.
Yeah, I've already explained it. Genesis 1 is chronological. Genesis 2 is not supposed to be another chronological account of Genesis 1. They're just going into the details of the creation of man. And it's not contradictory. It's not supposed to be chronological, too.
I didn't hear anybody attacking the Bible there. You're defending yourself when no one is attacking you, man. Calm yourself, sir.
Somebody
Calm
earlier
yourself.
did say Genesis 1 and 2 are contradictory, but it's whatever.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm listening, but you guys are.
Does that creationism account for animals too, or?
Oh, yeah.
Because I think creationism makes a lot of sense, but then I see like whales, and they have like some evidence there that they kind of evolved,
Have you
Like
seen
how
the
does that
whale?
play into it?
Have you seen the animation of the whale evolution, dude?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Like
It's hilarious.
yeah.
And so Brian Miller wrote a paper about whale evolution, and he said that the timeline
wouldn't, and he's a PhD, by the way. He said the timeline wouldn't have been enough for well evolution to even occur with all those different crazy steps that you saw in the animation. Maybe I could try to find it and share it.
I mean, I don't know if like time plays a part into that, or because it seems like I've never seen something turn into something else. Like I've never seen a cat that wasn't a cat. You know, it was a lion, a house cat. They're all cat. You know.
That's
Be careful, you'll be triggering a lot of people saying that. Be careful.
I mean, there's nothing to trigger. It's just I haven't seen evidence of it. If you could show me, that'd be cool. But I haven't. I looked into it and I haven't seen anything like that.
The
Have
reason
you
it's
heard
triggering
how
is
the
'cause that's like page 1 of what evolution actually says that everyone seems to get wrong the moment before they criticize it.
You're right, C. Montreal.
Yeah, he
I
is.
told you they get triggered.
Because it's been explained multiple times.
Oh,
that
I'm not.
people get wrong.
I lean more towards creation myself. Like I have a little bit of science that I've done, you know, but like I've taken evolutionary bullshit in college, and it wasn't very convincing to me, you know.
Evolutionary bullshit 101.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that was the course. You see what he
I
just
was
said?
gonna-
man?
I was
he
gonna
just
be a
said this
marine
one thing and
biologist
you're-
before I realized there wasn't any money involved in that. For me, at least.
Yeah, there probably isn't too much money in something like that.
Where'd you go with?
Nothing.
I think you're supposed to supplement it with smuggling.
I guess so. Maybe I could get some like fucking. Yeah, I don't know.
Get
some
I did actually meet a couple who were both marine biologists, and they lived a really nice life. Like I met them in the Turku archipelago, and they lived on this very small island, and they prepared seafood for us, like a really long table. But it seems like, yeah, they figured a nice lifestyle because, of course, when you're living on a small island by the seaside, you can live being that.
Oh, I supplemented my curiosity with the ocean with a lot of scuba diving and making actual money.
That's dope.
Doing something else. I like scuba diving, so I figured I'd be a marine biologist.
Post some
But-
pictures. Post some videos. I love, like, I went snorkeling a lot. I have a machine to go snorkeling. Like, I have my own floating device that brings air down the surface. And man, that's awesome, dude.
I worked
We
at
have a hookah.
Motorola. I worked at Motorola, and one of the production managers, one of the supervisors, his degree was in oceanography. Why he was at Motorola, no one could figure it out. And more interestingly than that, his name was Gil.
Oh my gosh!
True story.
I always like the
Gil
ocean
Diaz.
because like yeah, their space is like supposedly the frontier of science, but everything interesting you're gonna see is probably in the ocean still, you know. Like that's where you're gonna meet all those. You're gonna see a lot more interesting shit at the ocean than you're gonna see in space, as far as I can tell. I can go to the ocean.
More interesting creatures. Space
Yeah,
is a
definitely more
barren
interesting
wasteland.
Yeah, why would I want to go to there? You know, like that. I'm not going to space. You know.
Yeah, but you
my grades
could.
aren't that
But you
good.
could. Yeah, you could go to the bottom of the ocean, but you can't get to space easily.
Yeah, much better odds of getting to the ocean.
You just have to make sure you go down in a submarine that isn't going to collapse in on itself.
Yeah, Miss Green, have you seen the
yeah,
videos? Have
Which
you seen
video?
the videos of the sharks with the hooks in their mouths? That they were going up to a woman, she removed the hook, and then the shark went to go get the other shark friends, and they started coming to her, and I think she removed over 300 hooks.
That's
Here's a
pretty
video
wild.
that I want to share this video I made. I went to 30 different water springs in Florida and got underwater and drone footage of them, and they're absolutely amazing. It's like the clearest water in America. So Um,
springs or
yeah, the water
visit a
springs.
spring?
They're the clearest water
I've
springs
been.
in America.
I live in Florida. I've probably been to 80% of those.
I went to 30 in 2 weeks and went and got footage of all of them. So it
Wow.
took me hours, days, weeks to make this video, and we got underwater footage and all kind of stuff. So I put it in the chat.
I will just say this: if you go to a spring river in Florida and you mistakenly think it is a hot spring river in Florida, you are in for a very, very cold surprise.
That water, that is
Yeah.
very cold water.
Very cold.
Right. Fucking very cold.
Ask me how I know.
That's hilarious.
How do you
Like,
how do you
no
know?
longer, I no longer have a visible penis. It is gone.
I lost three toes, and I'm not going to talk about anything else.
If you're
What?
in Florida, maybe
You
you'll
lost
like the video,
toes,
though.
dude?
No, not really.
Oh, I was about to say. I thought you were serious. But yo, yeah, post that footage. I'm curious.
It's this is a really amazing, honestly. Like, not trying to hype it up or nothing.
Yeah.
But
No,
I
hype
got
it up.
underwater
Hype it
footage
up.
of all these different places.
Underwater footage is always very cool. You remember
Yeah,
when Apple? Remember when Apple came out with the phone with no headphone jack, and everyone complained, but at least it was waterproof. They said it's water resistant, and if you drop it in the water, pick it up right away. It should be fine. So the first thing people do is went scuba diving with it. I thought that was funny. Just make it slightly waterproof, and they go scuba diving with the thing with no case. That's great.
So I'm actually going to make another
Well,
documentary.
okay. Well, I thought it was funny.
I'm going to another documentary in June. I'm going to like Chaco Canyon and all these different places and go and record all the polydactyl petroglyphs that are around there that talk about the polydactylism and the giants. And I'm gonna hopefully try to like interview like somebody from the Anasazi or Pueblo tribe to try to see if they can give their accounts, like ancient, accounts of the legends of the giants they had in America.
That's amazing. That's love it.
Yeah, there's many polydactyl drawings all around Arizona and Utah and stuff like that. So
I've seen some.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen them in person, but I got a gallery of them saved, and they got like really weird being-looking things. I don't know, entity-looking things.
I'm trying to ask them what they mean because I'm gonna go to one of the most ancient locations in America, like Teos, which is like a Native American tribe. I'm also going to Havasupai, which is like completely isolated from the world. It's like the Amish community of the Native Americans because they don't have any connections to the outside world. Like you literally have to fly there by helicopter to go see their waterfalls. Havasupai, they're really beautiful. So I'm gonna try to talk to them, see if they know anything.
Of course, you can ask them about cosmology.
That's a good
religion,
idea to ask them about that. Yeah, good idea.
shape of the earth. Yeah. Where we came from, where we go when we die, shit like that. Yeah.
Thank you for telling me. I gotta make a note.
A lot of them seem to have Indian tribes that people came from is it from the ground or is it from the ocean? Some of them say that they came from the ocean, right?
Mm-hmm.
The North American Indians.
Their creation stories, some of theirs actually start with the flood. It's like everything was flooded, and then life came from there. Can you believe almost every ancient culture, hundreds of them, have flood stories? It's amazing.
Yeah, that is
I think that video of the water ape where people apparently evolved from or something. I thought that was pretty interesting. You guys see that?
No, which one?
I'd have to look it up, but it's some woman made a documentary about how she thinks we evolved from basically water apes, like mermaids almost.
Haven't heard that one. Okay.
Look,
anything's possible.
I'm sure I could find it on YouTube really quickly if I just give me a second. I'll post it.
Well, the ancient Greeks had the singing mermaids, right? What were they called? The sirens? that would sing a song and men would get mesmerized and they would wash up on the shore? You guys know that one, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the Bible has something similar. They're known as screeching. I don't know, screeching owls or something like that. But it's talking about like women.
Women always get the bad rap, huh? The snake, right? It's the woman that
Found it right away. The water ape theory. Here, I'll put it in passive chat or something. Is that what it is? Which one do I post it? Text chat. Okay.
Yeah, text chat. The freaking things they come up with, man.
It's a really good hypothesis, at least. I don't know. Like, I like to speculate, and that tickles my fancy.
I don't know, why is it so obvious to me that evolution didn't happen, right? And they say themselves things, don't change into an. Why is it so obvious for me and not for other people? I don't get it. Like, this should be like so obvious.
Wait, what did you say?
So I think it has to do with how you understand turned into versus how people who think evolution happened understand turns into.
Okay, how do you square then this next sentence? A dog will always remain a dog. A cat will always remain a dog. A scorpion will always remain a scorpion. How do you square that in your head? I'm serious now, you guys.
Okay,
I'm really serious. How can you have, like, this is true dialetheism, right? I'm not trying to put you guys down, but these are two beliefs. Like, you're believing two things at the same time, two truths. How?
So I'm not an expert in biology, but how I understand it is that, are you familiar with the prokaryotes and eukaryote split?
The terminology is familiar. Like, you're saying one type split into another type, right?
Well, there were like vertebrates and non-vertebrates, or whatever.
Okay, got it. Yep.
And so something that started in one of those two splits always remains in it, no matter what happens to it after that. So
yeah, but how could hold on? I'll stop you right there, bro. See, the logic dies right there. How can there be a vertebrate, non-vertebrate split if a dog always had a vertebrate? See what I'm saying?
No.
What do you mean, no?
It's not. Well, hang on a second. I've got to take care of something here. I'll be back. But it's not a dog. We're way before a dog.
So, from what I understand, is things start more complex and become more defined and less flexible in what they could change into. And I just got a phone call.
It's taxonomy. The taxonomic rank.
Hello.
Did he just hello us?
Like this alligator that Morwand is riding over there. That's always been an alligator, right?
Are you talking about the individual animal or the species?
Whichever one you prefer. Or let's take that animal there that the guy's riding. Is that going to evolve into anything else other than an alligator ever?
Individuals don't evolve. Nobody says they do.
Okay, his group, the group of all the group of alligators. What are they going to evolve into?
It could be they changed into something else. Yes.
Not an alligator. So, I mean, isn't that like a double? Are you not double speaking there? Or, I mean,
no, because what you're talking about is the specific species. I don't know what the Latin name for it, but there'll always be vertebrates, for example. Like that's far enough back in the taxonomic rank that that's never going to change. Whatever else they become, they'll always be a vertebrate something.
I don't know, man. It's like, I don't know. It's like we're in two different worlds, really.
But do you understand what I just said, though?
Yeah, I understand what you said, but it still doesn't explain. You can't have it both ways. You
not
can't
both ways.
have
It's one
all
way.
the species never turning into another species and have evolution. Do you not understand that?
No, I don't, because
That's
whatever
the
you're saying
problem.
is
That's a
not
big
evolution.
problem,
You
bro.
started
Like,
this
that's a big
conversation by
problem.
saying they even say it doesn't become something else. So if they, the evolutionists, say that doesn't happen, why are you saying it should happen?
It's like a mini
Because from a
Twilight.
single cell, we sprang up through all these other branches. We're looking for the source of all the branches, and then we were told that it's a fish with feet.
That's pretty simplistic, but pretty much, yeah.
So a fish with feet that didn't
Yeah, you
evolve.
gotta have
It's like I'm
faith
in the
for that.
Twilight Zone.
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. SC Montreal, you gotta have faith to believe that a fish with feet sprouted man from a branch.
I don't know what to say, but Rob, I don't know, bro.
Part was.
That's exactly what it is. So you gotta have faith in either belief system. Thank you.
Did you say a fish with feet sprouted man from branches?
Okay, do you want me to explain? Like maybe you weren't here earlier when they said that we came from a fish with feet.
Yeah, and someone posted the specific animal.
Yeah, you gotta have a high level of faith to believe that humans came from that fish that we still have on the earth today. Thank you very much.
Without changing, Rob.
That
You have
that
to add
doesn't
that, right?
exist on the Earth, though. Like it does exist as a fossil, but it's not a living species. So that's just incorrect.
Rob, that fish became you and
All right,
me
fine. We
without
don't have
evolving.
them anymore. Yeah, I know, but they still think that we should evolve from that fish.
Exactly. Exactly.
But why would that be so insane?
Because they don't understand it.
Like, I used to be actually a young Earth creationist back in the day, but I kind of always intuitively understood the basic idea of evolution. Like, obviously, if there's such a thing as genes, there's gonna be some kind of evolution. Of course, you're gonna go, well, that's just macro evolution.
Micro
evolution,
adaptation. I think that's they just snuck that word
yes,
evolution in.
there's
Tell
gonna be
me, Laurie,
adaptation.
what have we seen turn into something else? Have we observed that ever?
I would actually rather.
Have we observed it ever?
I would
to
actually
answer your
rather.
question, Manufactotum, I'm just trying to think. I'm thinking about science. What's that? Really high up on that list. It's near the top.
Observation.
It's like,
Okay,
there it is.
So your
Observation.
question was, what have we seen change ever?
Yeah, I'm making the point that it's not science, is it?
It is science. You don't have to observe.
Yeah, I know that you want to make the point, but I was kind of talking and I realized you got triggered or something because, yeah.
All right, Dracula, go for it. I want to suck your
Thank you.
blood.
I'm not really in the Dracula area, but that's fine.
All right, get on with it then.
Yeah, you kind of interrupted my thought. It's late here, and I.
So did you forget what you were going to say then?
Yeah. That's
okay, no problem. Just say I'm sorry. I forgot what I was going to say. Instead of going on and on, man.
I haven't been going on and on. What the fuck is your problem now? I haven't gone on and on. What the fuck is your problem? I haven't monologued anything. What are you insane?
Somebody's got to mute Rob. Rob, we love you, bud, but your mic is just awful.
I said 2 sentences. Sorry. Okay, I'll shut up.
No, you don't have to shut up, Laurie, but Rob does, because his mic's just awful.
Yeah, and Manufactotum, your mic is really low today. It sounds fine, but it's just super low.
Yeah, I turned him up to 100. I've turned you up to 100, Manufactotum, because I want to hear what you got to say.
Sorry, I get that a lot. I don't know.
He does that all the time, every day, the same thing.
Well, it's usually the earbuds. I'm on the computer this time. I don't know if it's my. I'll fiddle with some settings, see if I can fix it.
You should be brothers with Rob. Rob does the same thing. Rob, your mic is bad. Oh, let me change my mic. But we still love you guys. Don't worry.
Is that better?
Better
You sound
than
good
what?
to me, dude. You sound good
I
when I
wasn't
turned it up to 100.
Is that better?
Fiddle with the sensitivity, but
What is better to you? Like, I mean, come on. You have a standard for good and bad?
Nah, well, no, you guys do, because sometimes I can talk and nobody complains through my earbuds, but then I'll come in sometimes and people like Andy will give me shit for having a shit mic with the same
I'm gonna
head.
give you shit. Don't you worry
Rob,
about that.
Rob,
It's just
I
we're
got
used
you,
to
bro.
it. Your mic always sucks. You're on Discord every day. Get a new mic, please.
You sound great now, Rob. Go ahead and talk it up, bro. I want a Rob monologue. Can we get a Rob monologue, please?
I just want to apologize to the guy I said was monologuing. I was just frustrated because he didn't want to just say he forgot what he was going to say and let somebody else go. He wanted to just keep talking about what had happened to make him forget what he was talking about. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
I did interrupt him, to be fair.
Rant over.
Yeah, and typically I wouldn't mind, but like it's late o'clock, and you know, I have
That's
lots
just
of
relative.
bullshit.
Yeah,
Time is relative, dude.
Backing you.
And I was kind of going somewhere, and I felt like it would have been more interesting than the question that I was going to be pushed for.
I understand.
Are you from Transylvania by any chance? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I wish I was.
Is that where Brenda's from? Oh, just kidding, just kidding.
Well, you should have heard Brenda before. Brenda came in hot, swinging. Oh boy.
I know. She was mad.
Yeah, Brenda's a big fan. Yeah.
Yo, did Planet Peterson upload that, what he did last night? Was that like live on his channel or what?
Yeah, he put specific the part we were talking about, me and him. Yeah, about the rotation of the galaxies, dark matter.
What's up with Brenda? Did he get a ladder in his tights, or?
Well, Brenda, well, he did like kind of like a ridicule video, you know? Like he comes in, oh, I know you, you're a troll, and I'm going, do I know this guy? Have I ever spoken to this guy? Apparently, he's spoken to me before, and I'm a troll. So we got off on the wrong foot right from the get-go.
We should give him a little bit of credit, though. I did ask him if he would believe in God if he was shown the evidence. He said yes. Or, yeah. So, I mean, at least he's open.
You know
I've seen some of his videos. He starts off by ridiculing the opponent most of the times before the thing.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Torah? Eden, do you know that the scripture says that God is self-evident? Like he's just evident, like there is no need for proof of God. You understand that, right?
Yes, absolutely. I can see, I kind of know why people are blind to it personally. I think what's happened is they believe the lies from the devil. And what happens is these lies take root in their fertile mind, growing into literal tree-like structures, a tree of knowledge in their mind called neural pathways. And that turn them literally blind to reality and susceptible and manipulatable. For instance, in the Solomon Asch conformity experiment and other experiments where people are manipulated.
What are the verses that says God is self-evident? There's no need for proof or whatever you said.
Yeah, you know it. Romans 1. The wrath of God is revealed. You know.
Because this is a creation, and every creation needs a creator. It's an antecedent, consequent relationship, as far as I'm concerned. But you don't have to take my word for it.
There's
No,
no, in
I
order
understand the
to.
argument. I'm just not familiar with a verse that explicitly states that. Is what I was asking.
Yeah. It says that men are without excuse in Romans. I think it's like 1:24 or something. It says it all over the place though. We are without excuse. Like it really, especially if you're going to engage in debate and you have to presuppose the laws of logic, knowledge, uniformity in nature, all those things, then you're really like Immanuel Kant and Hume's arguments, right? So Hume just went the route of paganism or whatever you want, pantheism.
Yeah,
The universe.
that's what I went, and that's how I get around all of your arguments. Is I just say pantheism, and to me that's more parsimonious. But
Except it
I
doesn't
was just
make any
asking about.
sense because the universe can't account for itself, and you're talking very vaguely. Universe. Like, what is that even?
Doesn't sound like what Romans 1 is saying.
So Romans 1:18, I'll start the verse before it. Since he just mentioned the wrath of God, I'll go ahead and start with that verse. It says, the wrath of God is being revealed from heaven against all the godless.
Start at 17.
Hello?
Start at 17.
17. Okay, go ahead. Hold on. For the gospel, for in the gospel, the righteousness of God is revealed, a righteousness that is by faith from first to last, just as it is written, the righteous will live by faith. Romans 1:18. The wrath of God is being revealed from heaven against all the godless and wicked that I just can't read right now. Sorry. The wrath of God is being revealed from heaven against all the godlessness and wickedness of people who suppress the truth by their wickedness. Since what may be known about God is plain to them, because God has made it plain to them. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Oh, that was great.
Yeah, just by creation. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made. So through his creation, we can see that God is evident.
But isn't it still talking about that which may be known is manifest in them, for God has showed it unto them?
No, dude, he's shown it to everyone, bro.
God's invisible qualities, yeah. His eternal power and divine nature.
Right, but even the reason I asked you to start there is because he says it'll be revealed from faith to faith.
That's actually in the context of that passage, it kind of ends at 17 and then he starts a new thought in 18, I would argue, personally.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Because he's not saying it doesn't matter. You don't even have a proper definition for faith. You know that language is subjective, right? Like the word gay means something different now than it did back in the day, right?
That's not true. No, it's intersubjective.
No, it's definitely 100%. There used to be songs that said, I feel pretty, oh so pretty. Yeah, I feel pretty and witty and gay. They don't have songs like that, bro, anymore.
So
How
whenever you're
the word
actually reading
subjective
your
right
ID,
now is subjective, but that's not
so
what that
verse 18 starts in a different section, and I'll just go ahead and post the verse, just so everybody can go read it. Okay, it's a completely different section.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That was
And
a
I
pretty
think
high pitch there, bro. You hit.
Yeah, that was true. Yeah. All right. Okay, here's the verse so y'all can read it.
Right, 19 it says, because that which may be known of God is manifest in them. Like that which
La 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 la
Yeah,
la
dude,
la.
it's called knowledge, bro, and
Sorry.
reason. Like, come
No,
on, dude.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's revelation. For God.
Okay, then what makes knowledge possible, bro? What makes knowledge possible?
He's mine.
Totally
He's mine,
irrelevant.
Torah.
Oh, it's in
Why
my
are you
mind. It's my
irrelevant?
preferences.
Since what may be known about God is plain to them, because God has made it plain to them.
I'm reading the King James. Right, because God has made it plain to them. That's revelation.
Yes, dude, he's revealed it to all of us. All of us can come to the same conclusion about why all the presuppositions I just mentioned: knowledge, laws of logic, uniformity in nature. You have no reason to believe you have a problem of induction in your worldview. Why should the future ever be similar to the past? You actually don't even have cause and effect. What you have is pattern recognition. You have A, then B, but you don't actually have proof of cause and effect. You have a habitual account of it. You just have habit. So the rooster crows, the sun rises. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, it's not cause and effect, bro.
I don't know what you mean. No, you rambled there.
Infinite regress.
That's not an
And
infinite
that's
regress.
fine. You can live in an infinite regress, bro. But you
Not an
can't
infinite
know
regress.
things.
That's not what that means. Can we please just try to use words correctly, at least?
Okay, so what created the universe?
Why? Who says the universe was created?
Well, your model
That's
does.
fine. You can hold that position.
Wait,
Who
wait.
says
Even
the
if it wasn't
universe
created,
was
even if it wasn't, what? How did it get here?
It just is here.
Okay, so it infinitely regressed into the past. It was never
No,
created. There's no
it's
cause.
not an infinite
No,
regress.
it's always being here.
There's no cause, I
Why
would
would
say.
it? From his worldview, he doesn't need
No
a
cause.
cause. He
No
doesn't. He
cause.
doesn't need it. You know what I
No,
mean?
the
Because
universe doesn't need a cause.
if you take the worldview of you need a cause, then he could just say, then what caused God? So it's not that. All we have to show is this man can't know things, and show the absurdity of his worldview, and then that's all. That's all that really matters.
You can't ask what caused God because that is literally the infinite regression paradox in
You
itself.
guys are like
Because
arguing with each
everything needs a
other.
cause and effect. So eventually you go back to an unmoved mover, like a cause to the effect. The
You
effect
guys are
can't be
doing
the effect
great
itself.
without me.
So
That's
asking him to say
convincing
that
to
God
a
is paradox.
believer. That's a
guys have
convincing argument to a believer, but
you
not
guys
to a
are
non-believer.
chatterboxing. Dude, instead of telling me what I believe, just fucking ask me. You
Oh,
constructed
we know
Do you
what you
believe?
believe.
entire set of
Do you
straw
believe
men.
there's a God? Do you believe there's a God or not?
I'm uncertain of that. I'm fair certain there's no such thing as the biblical God, but I don't know if there's no God at all.
Oh my god! So you're in between agnostic and atheist. This is tough.
No, I'm an atheist agnostic. Proto-deist.
Doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't.
You're
You're
so
not.
clever.
If you're
You're a
Why
either,
did you
retard.
ask me if it doesn't matter?
yeah, it doesn't because you're either suppressing the truth or professing it. And right now, you're doing suppression of the truth.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to have a normal conversation, and I'm finding it taxing with you.
You know
you
the
guys are being a little
transcendental
dogmatic,
argument, don't you,
no? You're
Manufacturer?
forcing him, like, kind of deal.
I didn't hear either.
No, yeah.
Like Andy's got the
just want him to
pitchforks
give
out
me
or
a good
something.
reason.
Andy, what happened, bro?
Well, yeah, to the willfully ignorant, I usually give him the horns because he knows better. You know what I mean. But some people, I think they're too clever for their own good.
You haven't
Andy
even
went from like
understood
an
my
Eckhart
position yet.
Tolle New Age person to a staunch Christian somehow.
Yeah, no, I'll defend
He wanted
Christianity
to win.
over secular humanism any day of the week.
He wants to win arguments, Osco, don't you?
Didn't he say he's somewhere between an agnostic and an atheist? And the guy responded, "I'm an agnostic atheist."
Agnostic, atheist, proto-deist. Yeah.
Well, that's what he just said you were.
No, I said somewhere between an atheist and an agnostic. Those two can coexist. Not one or the other.
I mean,
He's a half and half. How would
Not
you
even
classify
half.
me,
What did I
Andy? I'm
just
curious.
say, Essie?
How would you
Not
classify
even
my
half a
belief?
second. Those words were out of my mouth. You're
An
already
agnostic
misrepresenting me.
theist.
Did I cut you
No,
off?
you
I'm sorry, bro. I didn't hear you.
No, you just immediately misrepresented me like you usually do.
So what he's
I
saying
was talking
is
about
he's
myself. I never said anything about you. What's wrong with you?
he's anti the Jewish God, right? That's definitely not a thing. But it could be some form of God, but definitely not Yahweh or anything like that.
Yeah, just a non-revelatory God. Yeah, that makes sense.
A non-personal God.
That makes absolutely no sense. He created persons, bro.
Says you. I can accept a prime mover kind of thing, but not a personal God who answers prayers or lays commandments into stone.
Okay, so it was basically a god how many years ago then? Like the evolution narrative, like 400 and some billion years ago?
If you're putting it like way at the start of the universe, yeah, that's about no, that would be the beginning of Earth. Did you say 4.5?
I don't know, 400 or something. I don't know what it is, dude.
It's like 14 billion, I think, is the
Why not? Why not 13.9? Why not 15.1? Why is it 14? Seems arbitrary.
It's not exactly 14, of course. I'm sure you knew that.
Yeah, is it 15? Why not 15? Why not add a billion? What's the big deal?
Because that's not what the evidence shows.
You have to keep adding them, dude.
What evidence, bro?
What
The
evidence?
faith, yeah, the faith and confidence you have in the scientists that told you this.
Confidence, I wouldn't say faith.
Y'all Christians are on one today.
They are, aren't they? Except all they have is laughter. I don't know if I felt like
It's funny, dude.
and then it just swerved into the beginning of the universe
You
somehow.
still haven't, you have not given a reason for what makes knowledge possible.
The fact that the universe is consistent.
Okay, and why is that?
Why is the universe consistent? No
Yeah,
idea.
hold on real quick.
Brute
In
facts.
philosophy, there's no such thing as brute facts, just so you know.
Oh, good thing we're not doing philosophy.
What are we talking about? If we're not talking epistemology when I ask you what makes knowledge possible?
All right, that's fair enough. Yeah, I guess that is epistemology. Wait, what does that mean in philosophy? There's no brute facts.
It's not my opinion, it's philosopher's opinion. You can't have brute facts in philosophy.
Yes, you can.
Reject that.
Subjective.
Wait, isn't God a brute fact?
You can reject the premise. That's fine. It doesn't mean the premise is wrong. You have not given a reason.
Tora, what evidence do you have to believe that God is a personal God opposed to a non-personal God?
The Bible.
What about the Bible proves that God is a personal God versus a non-personal God?
Like we are image bearers. We're made in his image. He breathed into man. He has given his law to man. He talks to us through prophets. He sent his only son to relate to us, to heal us.
So you're saying the story in the Bible, not the actual Bible itself.
I don't look at that as a story in the Bible. I look at it as history.
So the Bible, but not personal experience.
Let me tell you why I think God's personal. Because first of all, can a creation be greater than its creator?
Yes.
I think
yes.
A creation can be better than its creator. So I can create something greater than I.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wouldn't I be making it have model capabilities that I have?
Absolutely not, Taylor.
No, you can. Yeah, I don't know why these guys said yes. Give an example. When you say yes, now please present an example.
Well, can you, with your free hand, can you draw a perfect circle? Or can you devise a little mechanism that will draw a perfect circle? Better than you can do.
Circles can imitate things that we can do.
Okay, and what scale are you rating it's better? Like, because that's the other thing. Once you invoke better, you have to have a standard of good and bad and all that stuff. So it's like, it's not really relevant to the unbeliever.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking for the evidence to convince
my
me that it's a
question
personal
is, can
God
we
versus
be
a
greater
non.
than God?
Okay, go ahead.
Can we be greater than God? Can God give us attributes that God himself does not have? This would be the crux of the question.
Yes.
I can lie, can God?
Okay, so the answer is yes or no.
See how he thinks lying means better. See how
Well,
unbelievers are?
I can do something God can't.
What does that mean, bro? Congratulations. You could be a contradicting asshole. Great.
We
So
can
there-
lie.
What is-
We
what
can
is-
lie. We're
where does
Can I
capable
hear
of
the end of
lying.
Taylor's argument for how we know it's a personal God, please?
Just real quick, because he started
Trying to
laughing. I
get
find
there.
that laughable. We can lie, which means it's greater of us when we choose not to.
You're
God has
lying.
no
I never
choice.
said
You think lying is great,
That's
bro.
actually, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I never said that like God could not lie.
Well,
like if he wanted to. Now if it's in his nature or not, that's another story.
Oh yeah, God can't
Does
lie.
he lie is another
Just then,
story.
if he could lie, he wouldn't
See,
be
you
the
guys
God.
cannot even get your story straight.
So
Oh, good tactic,
God
my
has,
brother. Good
God has
tactic, buddy.
restrictions
Yeah,
that I
buddy.
don't. So
Thank
God
you,
has
buddy.
restrictions that
Is
I
Tora
don't.
drunk today or what?
Okay, well, let me give you my answer either way if you don't want to play along with the little side experiment. So I do not think that a creation can be greater than its creator. I don't think that we can have attributes that God himself doesn't have, because I think we're made from God, and so we would be having attributes that he would have in and of himself to even give us that ability. Same thing for a robot drawing a circle. Like we can draw circles. Now we're going to make the robot draw circles, right? So we're trying to make it imitate us, but a robot in and of itself could not create itself to do that, nor would it know what to do or how to program itself. So the statement I'm making is that, we can't have abilities and attributes that God does not have. So if we're created with compassion and care and all these other attributes to give us a personality and make us personable, then that's how I know that God is also has these same attributes, because we have them and we're his creation.
Does God know everything that's going to happen?
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Just humor me.
Does God know everything that's going to happen? I don't know.
Wow.
Nor does it
Alright.
matter for the purpose of this experiment.
It does. It's not an experiment, but if
Well,
my
the
understanding is
thought
that he does
experiment,
know
shall I
everything that's going
say.
to happen. So my next question would have been, but you ran away from the line of questioning. My next question would have been,
You
can
ran
God
away
ever
from my
be
line of
surprised?
questioning.
I
You wouldn't
really
play
did
along with
not.
mine, so why would I play along with
All
yours?
right, what was yours? What was yours?
Wait, are you
I asked
granting the
the
God
creation.
Hold on.
worldview?
No, shut the fuck up a second. No, go ahead, Taylor. What was yours? Maybe I missed it.
Well, no, my question was that can we be greater than God? Can we have
I
attributes that
said
God does
yes.
not
I
have?
didn't run away from anything. I said yes, and I was trying to demonstrate that right now.
And you said with
You didn't want to
lying.
answer whether God can what?
You said with lying, can God lie, right?
No, I asked, can God be surprised? Was what I was going to ask.
So we can't know the future, so either way, we still wouldn't have attributes greater than our creator.
We're capable of being surprised, which I would say leads to being capable of exhilaration, for example. So we have attributes that God doesn't have.
Why do you know God can't be surprised?
That's why you
God can
believe
be
that
God can be
God
surprised through the
surprised
Trinity.
you.
Yeah,
God is
because you
all
have
knowing.
Jesus. Yeah, this is the reason you need the triune nature of God, bro. Yeah, Jesus, he was surprised, bro.
God is all
And
knowing.
he exists outside of his life too.
I mean, that depends
Or
which
like his
story.
lifetime. That's like the part of the Holy Trinity.
Wait, Tori, you affirm the Trinity now?
The God that I follow is a triune God, yeah, because in order for something to be true, you have to have the account of two witnesses. This is why Christianity is so unique in its position.
So
Can you
I mean, I don't
define
want to get into
triune?
this thing. Is
Yeah, God the
Jesus
Father,
triune?
God the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Why does he have to be triune? Can he
Because
be
it's
a
only
quadrinity?
no, it's on the account of two witnesses that you can record truth.
But you think the Trinity is co-eternal, co-equal, just to be clear?
Yeah.
Also, I still don't understand what God's justification for knowledge is, Tor.
What do you mean is justification for knowledge? If we just agree
Yeah, you're
that
you're asking us.
God is the
You're
ultimate
asking us
source.
what our justification is for knowledge, right? What's God's justification for knowledge?
Yeah, I'm just saying God is the ultimate source for intelligibility.
So if I say that I'm the ultimate source of my own intelligibility, would you accept that?
You would just attribute all the attributes of God, of the scripture, to yourself, yeah. So you would have to be omniscient, omnipotent, all that.
So basically, God's justifications for knowledge are just as arbitrary as me stating that my justification for knowledge is me.
Yeah, the difference is you're not God.
Oh, so the difference is just your special pleading, right?
Yeah, you could call it special pleading if you think you're God. I would just say you're delusional.
Why would he have to be God?
He
Yeah,
made
that's
the
what I don't
argument
understand
he's
either.
God. He just made the
No,
argument.
I asked, what's the distinction?
The difference is you're a contingent being. You depend on your mother and father. Mother and father depended on their mother and father. Their mother and father depended on their mother and father.
Wait, so if contingency is what's required for knowledge, right? Then does that mean that God is contingent on something else?
Because
That's
I
what
don't.
makes God separate. He's not contingent.
My
That's what
my
makes him not
question.
fall into infinite regression.
Oh, so knowledge is not.
No,
So
hold on, hold on, dude.
Knowledge
You asked
doesn't
me.
require contingency.
You asked me something, okay? You said, does knowledge require contingency? Okay? No. My question is, what makes knowledge possible? I've given you my worldview. Now you don't have a worldview that makes knowledge possible, okay? That's the problem, dude. So if you want to just continue analyzing my worldview, you can do that. That's fine. But in the end, you have not given anything to the conversation.
So far, it just sounds like God's justification for knowledge is God, which is arbitrary.
So you can't justify it,
God.
Maxim. Can you justify your?
Who gives a shit?
Who gives a shit? Exactly.
Yeah, you're retarded. Yeah, no problem.
Hasn't it already been given? Like, what about God makes him the basis for knowledge? Like, it sounds like you said the fact or the qualities of being
Because he's God. That's it. It's fucking arbitrary.
Yeah, but why specifically the omnipotence?
Can you guys define God for me? Would you define God as the highest being out of every being or no? Can you imagine there being a higher being than yourself or no?
In the sense
I
that
can
Taylor
define God
asked
for you.
earlier, yes.
An
So you
imaginary
do,
being.
hold on. Manufactotum answer. He said yes, he could imagine a higher being. Well, therefore, you can imagine a world where God is. So then you already accept it and you can see it being a possibility. So you are without excuse, sir, just like Romans said.
So I want you to look
Yeah,
up the
yeah, that
definition.
kind of goes in the direction that I was going to. An imaginary being.
Yeah, okay. You want to, so love, hope, all of these things are just imaginary, right? Do they exist?
I didn't say those were imaginary, just a being.
Oh, so show me love.
Okay, so you are now agreeing that love doesn't exist? Or
No, I
that's your
think
argument?
no, because I believe in transcendentals. It seems like you're having an issue
Okay,
with
but
them.
you were seeming to make an argument that because I cannot show you love doesn't exist. That's your argument, right?
Now that's from
why
your
you're asking
worldview.
me.
No, that's
why
your
you're
worldview.
asking me.
Sir, that's
No,
your
you don't
worldview.
get to dictate what my
Lori,
worldview is.
that is your
You don't
worldview, bro,
get to.
because you told me that God is something you imagine, okay? So then at this point, I do an internal critique of your worldview and showed you, okay, love is also something that's imagined. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist, because in your worldview, to stay consistent, you would have to say, yeah.
That's not an.
I wouldn't have to say yeah, so that's a total straw man. Thank you for
Okay, well then
admitting
you're
that you can only make straw
contradictory.
man. I'm not contradictory.
You
just
have
because you make up.
contradictory logic, because if you are saying that God is imaginary and love is imaginary, but one of them exists and the other doesn't, you're going to have to give a reason for that.
Just because you make up a straw man doesn't mean that I'm contradictory. That means that you're contradictory.
I didn't. Okay, point out what I strawmanned you and define straw man while you're at it.
Into his worldview and called it an internal critique. That's exactly what a straw man is.
Wait, Manufactorum, can you respond?
Yeah, I said that he injected his presuppositions into Lori's
No, I didn't.
worldview and then called it
No,
an
I didn't.
internal critique.
Lori, can you respond on what the straw man was?
What'd you say? I guess she does. She wants me to make her mac and cheese. Yeah, and the dishes before I leave.
Is that a hot mic or what's going on here?
I think so. I think this is our code.
TK.
Sure.
Lori, can you
I
respond?
can do that.
What the straw man was?
Yeah, what was
his
the straw man?
His straw man was that to me love has to be imaginary, which doesn't follow.
Do you think love is something that we can physically see? Or that's real?
No, we cannot like physically see it, but it's real. In the same way that some other things that we don't see are real. For example, we don't see wind.
Yeah, like God.
God, yes, I'd agree. God is real as a concept. Like we talk about God, so in that way he does exist. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're without excuse as well. Okay.
Yeah, and without excuses as to admitting that God is imaginary.
What does the without excuse do? Is that send you to hell or something?
It's just I'm just saying they're
he's
admitting that they're
he's
admitting the
basically
possibility of God and then suppressing the truth in unrighteousness.
so
Because
basically he's saying that we're going to hell
what happened?
because
No, I'm not
now we
saying
have
that at
been
all.
yeah.
I'm not the judge of your soul, sir.
That-
So I am not saying that. What I am pointing out here specifically
if you're
is
not saying that
you
then you're
can
contradictory.
dude.
Then I saw into your worldview. You have to say that we are going to hell or you're contradictory.
No, that's not correct, sir. I'm not the judge of souls at all. If you read the scripture, you would know no man can judge you and judge your soul.
Then
bro.
why are you
Yeah,
judging
because
people?
I could be suppressing the truth now, but doesn't mean like I'm not going to repent later today, right? So potentially
Exactly.
people are currently suppressing the truth, but they could come to the realization, oh, now I want to change my life. I want to be reborn. Thank you.
It has to be. It has to be at their core, though. You know, like it's not. There's no set values of like oh you got to meet these parameters, and then you just fill that parameter right before you die. It's like no, you're gonna sit down with God according to Christianity, and it's gonna be like the real stuff. You can't pretend like oh I'll just be a Christian at the very end of my life. Like that's not gonna fly.
You're
That's
gonna
right.
repent and
You don't even get that time because there was something called the parable of the great banquet.
yeah, you're gonna repent and want to change your ways with this realization of a God, because what it does is it humbles you and makes you accountable.
So how
And
can
then you're
love
going to be
exist?
sent to hell for eternal suffering.
Laurel, how can
No.
love exist but God
It's not
doesn't?
that.
I don't get it.
You can't. God is love. You
Yeah,
wouldn't have love
Oscar,
without God.
Oscar, you want the argument for how do you know God is personal? Well, if God created persons, he would be, by definition, a personal God.
Why?
Because what is an attribute of being personal?
You're saying creating persons is an attribute of being personal?
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Cats.
So if I create a robot, do I have the attribute of a robot?
No, not at all.
You.
If I create a painting, do I have the attribute of a painting?
Is that you're switching it the other direction though, right? God created person.
expression of you.
Therefore, he
Okay,
is personal.
If I make a painting, that painting has the attribute of being a person.
No, therefore you're an artist.
And the artwork has the attribute of an artist, a person.
Yeah, definitely. The artwork has an attribute of artistry. Yes.
Okay, so I'm conscious, and I make a piece of artwork.
Hey, how do you know that?
Piece of
How do
artwork
you
is
know that
therefore
you're
conscious.
conscious? Wait, how do you know that you're conscious? And please define it.
Are you trying to take me down this conversation tree and not answer the actual question?
Yep.
No, because I don't grant that you can know things.
Hard pivot.
That art is not going to be greater than you are.
I can agree that the art is not greater than me, but you guys are saying, or at least Cora just said, that anything that I create, that thing that I create must have the attributes that I have, which is obviously ridiculous. No one believes that. He doesn't believe that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Okay, if God created persons, he would be personal. Okay? He would be something that's personal, right? That's like associating with persons is what being personal is.
No, that doesn't follow, right? Because you're saying that when someone says God is a personal God versus a non-personal God, they're saying he's an individual who has experiences, emotions, opinions, so on and so forth. He's an individual entity, right? And just because
I'm not saying that.
Okay, so you don't think that God is an individual entity with feelings, emotions, thoughts, so on and so forth?
I think he has triune nature. And yeah, I think he has feelings and thoughts and all those things, but I wouldn't describe personal to mean what you're saying.
That's what it means when someone says a personal God versus a non-personal God.
Let's just get a dictionary definition of
if
personal.
someone is a pantheist, they don't believe in a personal God, i.e., a God that has feelings, decisions, thoughts, emotions, so on and so forth.
Okay, personal, of affecting or belonging to a particular person rather than to anyone else, of or concerning one's private life, relationships, and emotions, rather than matters connected with one's public or professional career. Like, where is your definition fitting into these definitions?
Just Google personal God versus non-personal God.
The second one was pretty good.
Yeah, personal, like a friend of yours. Somebody give you a ride to the airport.
Yeah, like he created you, right?
No.
My
They
friend
think
said
God
he
can give
created
us
me.
attributes that God doesn't have.
A deity who can be related to as a person instead of as an impersonal force.
Yeah, so he can give you a ride to the airport.
Exactly, and so like I think it's completely coherent. In fact, more
God does
coherent.
give you a ride to the airport, bro. How do you think you got there? You think you did it on your own volition? You're the one keeping yourself breathing, blinking, all that stuff?
The point being, just before Tora
Uber.
goes off on a rant, like the point being is that like just because we're conscious, that doesn't mean that God is conscious. That doesn't make sense. Just in the same way, because I make a painting and I'm conscious, that doesn't mean that the painting.
Define conscious.
You just said back and you just did reverse on the painting. So that you'd say basically, if the painting was conscious, that means that we couldn't be conscious. Keep like the same standard. Because you just like held the painting to our standard, but you wouldn't hold us to the God standard.
No, the point being is that like just because I create something, we don't have to have the exact same attributes.
Amen.
And can we have
Yeah,
attributes
nobody
that
said
God
that.
does not have? How could he create something he doesn't possess?
A painting has attributes that I don't have. Yes.
Okay, so can God create something he doesn't have and doesn't possess? How would he create it?
God isn't a he. That's the entire point. It's a
Doesn't
non-personal
matter.
God, in my
Can God
opinion.
create something that God doesn't have?
Wait,
Like,
how do you
again,
know
sorry,
that
that was
God
the
isn't
question.
a he? How do you know that God isn't a he? Was that right revealed to you?
No, that's my argument is that it's more parsimonious to assume a non-personal God versus a personal God, and you guys are
How?
asserting a
Yeah,
personal
why?
God
Yeah, give the argument.
because
How did
God
you
is
know? Because God revealed it to you, or like what? How do you know
no,
that?
because like people claim revelation, people claim that God's answering their prayers, but there's essentially no evidence for it. At the very least, if millions of people pray to God, maybe one person gets their prayer answered, you know. And so there's no reason to believe that thousands of people have written books claiming to have revelations from God, but you just pick and choose one to say, well, that's the true revelation.
No reason to believe does not give an argument against it. Wouldn't that just be an
Yeah.
argument from ignorance?
No, it's saying that it's more parsimonious not to think that God is part.
What about it is more
No, hold on
parsimonious?
real quick. Hold on real quick. When you say God isn't answering, if the answer is no, is that you interpreting God isn't answering?
Not necessarily, but the point being is that like people do not actually interact with God. There's no evidence that people interact with God, unless you
No
just say,
evidence
well,
is
the
not
Bible must
counter
be
evidence,
true.
by the
Okay,
way.
how are you breathing right now, Oscar?
My lungs are expanding and extracting.
Okay, and why is that happening? Because of just chemical reactions in your body?
I don't really know, but
I
probably
know,
something like that.
that's the bottom line. You can, if you want, go to a materialistic, naturalistic view of the world, and everything is just a chemical composition. That it's just all just acting in just this beautiful way that evolution basically acts as a sentient being to get us to this beautiful uniform state that we're in. And you can hold that worldview. There's no problem with that. Just enjoy, bro. I'm not here to convince you of anything. I'm just here to show you that you can imagine a world where God is the creator of the world and you're denying that world.
I'm not denying that world. I'm denying that it's a personal God, and no one has presented an argument that's at all compelling to say it's a personal God versus a non-personal God. And when I say personal God, I mean someone who is conscious, sentient, and an individual who has individual experiences, i.e., emotions, thoughts, you know, disappointment, etc.
You haven't presented an argument against that other than that there's no evidence.
Yeah, that is the
Tor,
argument.
can
It's
I
more
can I help the
parsimonious.
Okay, so
atheist
no
out here?
evidence does not make it an argument. That's just an argument from ignorance.
Incredulity is what
What I
it
was
is.
about to say.
Incredulity is him not being able to comprehend it, which is also true, but you haven't given any real evidence against it.
Yeah, if you're, I want to say, if you're gonna try and like debate Christianity in particular, you're not gonna get anywhere with these overarching sort of arguments. You're gonna have to criticize the scripture itself because that's the one piece of like tangible evidence that Christians will always lie on. So if you just give them these platitudes, it's like we're all just gonna say, okay, well, you don't know any better.
Well, yeah, I know. I've had countless conversations with Tora, and I've had a number of conversations with Taylor as well. Like, so I'm not arguing about scripture at this exact moment. Like, Tora knows me, and I kind of know him. I'm asking for the reason why I should believe in a personal God opposed to a non-personal God.
Because God can't create things that he doesn't possess, like
Why?
personability,
No, like that. You're just asserting that, but like that's not something that is at all proven. I.e., the paintings.
i.e. the paintings. So what attributes do the paintings have that we don't? They're not even conscious. They have much
So
less attributes than we have.
did God create ants? How personable are they?
Doesn't matter. God
I mean, they
created
do
us.
kind of look like us. They got
I know, it
heads,
doesn't matter.
they got eyes, you know.
Okay, so let's
They all
talk
kind
about
of
the
look the same.
superior types of creation like humans. Does God create something that he doesn't have? That's the question.
Well, I mean, I think someone like when someone brought up the thing of like humans can be surprised, right? Because God is, we don't know what's going to happen in the future, but your God can't be surprised because he knows everything that's going to happen always. I think that that's an example of an attribute that we have that God doesn't
I
have.
never said that he can't be surprised. He did create us with free will.
Okay, so he's not all knowing then. That's
He
not
can
the Christian God.
optionally go between it, you know, like he regretted the creation of Babylon in Genesis. It says the word regret.
Was remorseful.
So God's not all knowing now.
It's the Trinity, man. The Son is much
What?
closer to its creation.
One way I've heard someone explain this is sometimes God chooses not to consult his omniscience.
Yes.
He could
'Cause he
still
wants an
know what we're
authentic
gonna. He could still
relationship.
know the future without like controlling us, though. Like we could still have like free will, and
So
he's
God
not
limits.
necessarily controlling it, but he could still know the future and
So
whatever we
God
choose to do with
limits
that
his
free will.
attributes.
Huh?
So God
Yes.
limits his own attributes.
Yes.
I don't
To
know
have
what
an,
God
have an
does. But I
authentic
don't. I wouldn't say
relationship.
that God cannot be surprised either way. That's a
Why does
positive claim.
why
I
does
don't necessarily know if God can be surprised or not. It seems like in the Bible he was surprised about some things.
yeah, shocked in fact.
Either
Yes.
way, God cannot create stuff that he doesn't possess.
How do you know what he possesses?
Well,
Because
that's
it's
what we're
revealed by
discussing. So because
Scripture.
things are evident with
Yeah.
us,
They gotta attack the
because
scripture, man. You can't just keep asking questions like that.
Well, I'm not
because
But
we
attacking.
have
how do you know
personability.
that it's revealed by Scripture? Because Scripture says so.
Well, you're
Yeah,
the
you
Yeah.
one
just said
You
telling
that
gotta
me.
you
God
gotta
can't
You're the
prove
one
the
create.
telling
scripture
me not
wrong.
scripture.
Exactly.
You're
You
the
just
one
said that
telling me
God
I'm
can't
assuming.
create.
Told scripture, please.
Does anybody here have a personal relationship with God or with the scriptures?
I know I
I'd
do.
like to think so.
Yeah.
I don't know what it
Like,
means to have a
I
personal
mean,
relationship with Scripture.
Well, if you use the scripture for
exactly.
toilet paper, that's a relationship.
So
Oh, that's fair.
Hey, 1 second, guys. I'm back for a moment. There's been a request to have two conversations going. Maybe one is biblical and the other is scientific, so they're not stepping on each other. So if somebody wants to have a different conversation than what's going on in the room right now, I would encourage somebody to go down to one of the other VCs and and you could start a parallel conversation there.
Okay.
Great idea.
Okay.
Thank
I
you,
can
Andy.
I can throw the atheist argument a bone here. So Matthew 24 verse 34. The pages before that, Jesus describes the end times, the trumpets, the second coming, all these horrible things, false prophets. And Matthew 24:34, he says that all of these things will happen in this generation. And as a Christian, that's concerning to me. And I did a little bit of research, and Christians don't really have the best explanation for that. It does, in fact, mean the current generation of that time. There's not a incorrect interpretation there. I don't know if the atheists have done that much reading or they know that much about the Bible, but that's a good one to challenge for sure.
It's pretty clear that like the early church and the followers of Christ thought that he would be returning in the end of the world would happen within their lifetime, and that did not happen. But I'm not arguing for atheism. I'm arguing for pantheism, which is different.
Christ
Yeah,
did
but
return in their
in
lifetime,
that
by the way.
in that
So, but
passage,
I do want to ask one more question before we move on. Is there any evidence against the personal God other than, oh, there's no evidence for a personal God?
We say that in a mocking tone, but my argument is the rule of parsimony.
Can you explain your argument?
There is no evidence for a personal God, so why would I believe in it?
That's not really evidence against it, though.
Exactly.
Okay, so you're just saying there's no evidence for it. I could
yourself.
say there's no evidence against it, so we just draw a stalemate.
Yep.
If somebody says there's an invisible unicorn in my garage, are you going to turn that garage upside down or just keep walking?
If you turned it upside down and you did all the stuff you can do, you'd figure it out eventually.
Yeah, but
Or
why would you bother?
Because
or let's say someone didn't know their biological mother or father
Because
they died, right? To say that they didn't have one, you'd probably call them that idea ludicrous, right? Even though they don't exist or they're not nearby, it doesn't follow that there wasn't a father or mother.
that unicorn analogy, it's like the human experience is so constrained that if you're going to use that analogy, you all have to also say that we are in the basement with all the lights off and the locked door, basically like unable to do anything. So it's like we're so far constrained from even knowing even closely if God exists that it's like, okay, you can argue both sides. It's not really going to matter.
No, I don't. That doesn't follow because the majority of the world believe in a creator. You've got the Muslims, the Christians, and the people from the Judaism. So I mean, atheists here are essentially the flat earths of society.
No, God definitely exists.
I'll give you
God
another
100% exists. We're arguing the Christian part, right?
I'll give you another analogy. I go to the psychiatric ward and 18 people come up and tell me they're Napoleon Bonaparte. Which one should I believe?
Okay. I mean,
yeah, the same
you are at a mental institution.
Should I investigate it? Should I investigate any of this?
Absolutely. Similar like flat Earth. The majority of the world says the Earth is a globe, but with a little bit of investigation, you could find out otherwise.
All right, you tell me which one is Napoleon Bonaparte. Then get right on it.
Nah, man.
How is that analogous, though? It's not even analogous. Just don't.
Yeah, but it's just Occam's razor. I'm just like surprised that I'm getting pushback on this. It's like if there's two explanations for something, the one that takes the most assumptions right and doesn't rely on like evidence that doesn't exist, you take the other one. Like it's really not that complicated.
To assume we're just a big accident, life just formed on its own. That's definitely making more assumptions.
No, it's not that we're just a big accident, right? It's that God is not a personal God, right? You're saying that God is listening to my prayers, that he gets upset, that sometimes he decides to flood the world, that he's like mad and so on and so forth. And I'm saying there's no reason whatsoever to believe that. Even if you accept, which I do, that there is some sort of supernatural force to the universe.
So to say that God created us with attributes that God does not have is an extra assumption. So Occam's razor is against you.
I mean, what kind of supernatural forces do you believe in, man? That's interesting.
Well, I don't know. I just think that there has to be some sort of supernatural force to existence.
Right. And something's got to grab a hold of that power vacuum,
Yeah, I mean, I think that there has to be a supernatural force, especially to the origin of the universe, if there is an origin to the universe, and even if the universe or reality has existed for all of eternity, right? Like, still, in some sense, that it would be supernatural, right? I'm just saying there's no reason to believe that that supernatural force is, getting mad at me and upset at me and sad and giving some people blessings and other people miracles and damning other people. Like, there's no reason to believe that whatsoever.
Yeah, but even a supernatural force must use some mechanism by which it, affects matter. what mechanism would a supernatural force use? That's just a natural force.
I mean, maybe if it's on the fourth or fifth dimension, but if it's on the fourth dimension, that means whatever that power is omnipresent because it can see all of time physically, and that would fit the God narrative.
I have a question. What would be the purpose of creation? If there's no purpose and there's no personable God, I'm just curious.
Great
I
question.
don't know. I don't think anyone knows. It just
Wow.
happened.
You don't think anybody knows? Really?
That's an assumption.
How could you possibly know? I guess would be my question back to you.
So the same God that took all of the time, energy, and effort and intelligence to create this universe, I believe that there is a purpose for it. To say he did it for no reason, it just doesn't follow with me. And then also, like, that God would create all of this and not tell us why we're here. I mean, I don't know how that makes more sense in your head. It just doesn't in mine. That's fine. I know it's not an argument, but I just want to know your reasoning for why we're here. You know, why do you think we're here? It's all
The
meaningless.
way that you frame that presupposed a personal God, and I have no reason to believe in a personal God that's answering my prayers.
What's the purpose of creation? Like, then, what's the purpose of all of this creation?
Maybe it doesn't have a purpose. Maybe you just want it to have a purpose to feel good about yourself.
It's God doesn't care either way, and he's not even involved. Like, whatever. Okay.
Did I hear correctly, Taylor? You said you knew what the purpose was?
Well,
I never
I would have a feeling.
Well, I never specifically said that. I asked him what he thinks the purpose is.
Right. Do you have an
Are you
opinion on
asking
what
me
the
what I
purpose?
think what I think the purpose is? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the purpose is to build a personal relationship with God. You know?
And serve
God.
others.
Yeah, exactly.
But
If I was God personally, I would definitely want some compassion, relationship, company, you know,
Yeah, but
some general love. Because I think God is love and he wants to share that love with others and experience the love back.
right, but
And
that's
There's your
not a
answer.
purpose,
meaningful
right? Like you
relationships.
don't know that that's the
Now you got
purpose.
your answer.
Okay, he asked me a question of what I think.
Right.
And so I'm answering. And so I asked him, why does he think we're here? He doesn't know. That's fine.
Right. But I'm asking you, do you think that that's what everybody thinks? Is that the
No,
purpose that
obviously not. You don't
objectively
think that.
right? So
Yeah,
what's the difference between
total.
you having
Oh,
a
go ahead.
belief in what it is and him not knowing? Like
Yeah, so
nobody
you have a
knows.
belief
We
that
all have different beliefs.
you have a belief that the purpose is to build a personal relationship with God. Do you think you fulfilled that purpose and you have a personal relationship with God?
Yep.
And what is the I'll just use the word evidence, but just the what is the evidence for that personal relationship?
What evidence will be
Think
sufficient?
you know the answer, man. It's the Bible. Gotta attack the
Purge
Bible.
answer.
You're
Purge
just going in a
answer.
loop, man.
No, but the funny
Evidence would
thing,
be
Oscar, you
sufficient.
said there's no reason to believe, but you labeled, I think, 3 or 4 reasons that you don't believe. But so there are reasons. It's just those reasons aren't strong enough for you.
Well, yeah. I've never heard an argument that's strong enough to make me believe in the Bible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Have you looked into it?
Yeah.
Yes, I've looked into it. And when I hear people say they have a personal relationship with God, it's indistinguishable from people in other religions or other spiritualities that have a quote unquote personal relationship with God. So there's no reason to believe that they got the correct, God right and someone else didn't get the other correct God right.
Can you give me an example of another religion?
People all the time, like in spirituality circles, will say the universe spoke to me. It did this, like I prayed this, and then someone walked past me, or so on and so forth. Like, are you not aware that people have religious experiences in other religions and spiritualities?
Yeah, that's fine. So you're saying they're talking to God and they're getting a reaction.
Yeah, a personal relationship with that personal God.
Whenever, in terms of these spiritual circles that you're talking about, I asked them as well, who is God? Why are we here? And like the New Age, the ones that just invoke source, they also claim that there's not a personal God. But then they want to talk to him and they say that he responded. So I don't get it. How would the universe hear you if they're not personable, if they don't hear? If it's just a background energy, then why are you even praying to him?
That's kind of the point, is that people connect with the universe or quote unquote God in a million different ways, right? And you're just one of a million different ways. And to say that you've got the correct God, I don't really see any reason to believe that.
But wouldn't all of them assume a personal God if they're praying to the God?
Not necessarily, but
But then in
I
what
mean,
cases is God responding, but they claim there's no personal God?
they would say that their like consciousness is resonating at a quote unquote vibration or some shit like that,
So what's the point of praying?
to make their consciousness resonate at a certain vibration or something like that.
So if
Like
God
a low,
responded to
a
them,
low
though,
level meditation.
it's contradicting yourself because if God responded to him, that would show a personal God, by the way. Anyway.
Not necessarily. Like I could like say like the universe or reality is like fundamentally conscious instead of fundamentally material, and like I get my consciousness in a certain state, and like that somehow like alters reality itself, right? That doesn't have to be a personal God. It just could be like me interacting with the universe or reality itself.
So is God conscious in this unpersonal God hypothesis?
I have no reason to believe that God is a conscious individual. No.
Then whoever's praying, you need to go ahead and tell them that God is not personable. They shouldn't be praying at all.
You're not
No,
talking
someone
about
could
prayer. It's
pray.
not like
Just not.
meditation.
How can you pray to a God that's not conscious or aware or responding?
Well, I think I explained it. Maybe I didn't explain it well. But if someone is praying or meditating in a certain way, and they think that they're aligning their consciousness to like the ultimate source reality, that doesn't like necessarily entail that that ultimate source reality is a personal individual.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter anyway. If God is not personable and there's no consequence, there's no meaning, then really there's no point in praying.
Yo, Taylor, what if they're not praying to ask for something from God? What if they're just praying to connect with God?
I would say Christians do the same thing.
Okay, so you
there's
shouldn't
a
have any problems with it.
No, I'm just saying it. Why would you pray to a God that's not personable? They can't hear you. I mean, it just seems contradictory.
I I know I have an answer to that, and there's a very popular book. It's called The Secret, and it's where people kind of like think that whatever you ask for, you get, and you kind of like align. Somebody's really hot miking, it's really loud, but you kind of align what your desires are, and so it's someone, like it's not a personal God, but they are kind of doing this act of internal prayer meditation towards a goal.
The law of attraction. Oh, sum up.
Yeah, that's one.
Okay.
Do what thou will.
How does stuff like that work without saying the name Jesus in your model?
What?
So people get like all kinds of benefits from doing different meditations, manifesting, whatever, however you want to call it, right? So when we go into deep states, our subconscious is capable of lots of things, and most people don't say, "Please, Jesus, can I get that?" when they're doing these meditations, and they usually have more profound experiences, like with like different types of meditations, transcendental, whatever you want to call it, Kundalini. I mean, they come back and they're like they're changed. And when someone goes to pray to Jesus, they just kind of think, okay, when is something going to appear that I asked for? And then it doesn't rain the next day, and they're like, oh, Jesus, talk to me.
Okay, so how do people get responses from meditation? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in your model, why does it work better when people don't say Jesus and they do longer, deeper work?
Do you have any evidence that it works better without saying Jesus?
That's
Yeah,
true.
totally. Remote
viewing,
like scientifically, remote viewing is used like in the CIA. Like the government
agree with remote
uses
viewing, I
our
know it's real.
subconscious like powers like to do things. So yes, and I've also done these things. So this is
Okay,
obviously
so-
hard to prove, but people don't say, Jesus, what is happening like over there? No, they do remote viewing, which is like a deep meditation and a subconscious like access.
So the Bible says don't be like a spiritist or a medium, right? And these things are real things that can happen. In my opinion, I believe remote viewing is real. Meditation, yeah, your mind is very powerful. I do believe that. But at the end of the day, who is your God? Because if you're trying to get into the kingdom of God and you're relying on yourself, then how are you going to enter that kingdom? So I'm
But
not
didn't
saying that meditation doesn't have effects, but
God you
you're
make it?
claiming that, it works better to not invoke Jesus. I would need to see evidence for that one.
Didn't your God make the remote viewing mind that we have, the capabilities that we have? Why wouldn't He want us to use the thing He made?
Yeah, we have a soul and people are misusing that ability. And they're being a
You're
spiritist and a medium.
how
They're
are we
relying
missing?
on God.
They leave their body and they travel too far. What if they can't get back? Right? There's some
Oh
sort
my
of break
God,
in
that's
the connection.
childish, dude.
Amen.
What's the difference between
Where's the person like what?
and a
So people in
prophet?
comas or something?
No, I've had an out of body experience, so I know what I'm talking about. But I'm saying, let's say if I travel too far, because initially when I left my body, I wanted to go to the city, but then I had this instant thought, no, get back in my body, so I did. This was
You're talking
before I
about
was.
talking about astral projection. That's not out of body experience.
Guys, what about praying to Muhammad? What if you pray to Muhammad instead of Jesus?
What about it?
Like, is your prayer going to be answered?
Muhammad didn't even claim to have access to the Father, so I don't know why they'd be doing that at all.
I've prayed to Krishna before.
Amen. I've prayed to Buddha before. You know,
Buddha
it was
doesn't claim to
actually
have power and authority. That's the
it was
Yeah,
problem.
think of
Buddha's,
it like this.
it was
Think of it like
Buddha's
this.
birthday on May 5th.
Truth seeker, think of it like this. You're in the U.S. military. You can call your captain, you can call the general, or you can call the president. Who's going to give you more power?
The president, sir.
There you go.
So where's the power that you guys have that your daddy gives you guys? Because you guys are just in here at VC with us making bad arguments. Why doesn't he give you better
You're
arguments at
just
least?
being insulting.
What?
You're just being insulting.
It's not insulting. It's I'm just
Well,
Nor
saying
have you
your
refuted
argument's
our
bad.
You're
arguments.
sounding
So
like
you're
a voter right
assuming
now,
that they don't
whoever you
have
are.
power.
It's the most
You're
It's a
sounding like
false
cliche
assumption.
atheist response I've ever heard.
I'm like the most spiritual person here. You just call me atheist?
You calling it
You're
cliche,
also the most
God Daddy. Like, all right.
Yeah, they literally picture
Take that
God dead.
seriously.
Do you guys picture your God with hair? That's a God Daddy.
What if he's kind of balding a little bit?
No, but he doesn't bald. He needs sandals so he doesn't rub his feet too hard, but he doesn't bald.
So what do you guys think about
you
Satan
said-
worship?
See,
Do you
it's
guys think
the
people
surface
who are
level
Satan
criticisms
worship-
like that is why people
Truth
are
is
mostly not
veiled.
atheists.
What about Satan worship and demonic possession? Do you guys ever research that?
It's just within
I've
the
looked
Christian
into that
paradigm.
for a while.
Wait, who's researched it?
Truth Seeker has.
Anyone else? I know truth seekers are truth seeker for sure, but anyone else? Okay, guess not.
No, a lot of people research that. So what are you saying?
How many hours have you researched the paranormal?
Bro, who cares about research, dude? Everything's freaking paranormal. Like, what are you talking about research?
Okay, so are you familiar with demonic possession?
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
And you've come to that conclusion through your hours of research, it seems like. Okay.
You don't research things to find out about reality, bro.
PhD, Ali, let me ask you a question. You said that you're a spiritist. Who is your God?
Sorry, I'm queue up. Who did you say me?
Yeah.
Who's my
You said
God?
you're not
I
an
don't have a
atheist,
God.
but you're
So,
spiritual.
we're all gods.
Everybody knows Q-Op's belief. That's Q-Op.
Yeah, so I kind of have like I
know.
believe like like there's like it's like a masculine like God, like I would say like there's a masculine and feminine, like I think I think we're all like soulmates, but I think we're all gods. So I don't appeal to like the God that made me, you know what I mean? It's just like a cycle. I don't
Who's our
have to
creator,
ask him
though?
for things. What?
Who's our creator in your worldview?
Yeah, I believe in a creator too, like an initial creator probably.
So do you think that creator would ever interact with man and tell us over here?
Yes, all the time. We all interact with him, and we don't have to say Jesus to interact with him.
So what if I said that that's your daddy? Would you like that?
It's just not like I don't picture him like human. You guys picture him like actually like human, like you're
Oh,
actually.
what up, Q up?
So,
I think you're just
Yo.
misinterpreting all the Renaissance paintings, man.
So Bending Space on the chat asked the question: can God make himself stop existing?
No.
No, sir, that's impossible.
Yo, Q up.
No.
You said you said everybody's God. Q up.
Yeah, for sure.
Everybody.
Everybody, bro. Even the ants. Even the little
G.
Even
little.
even
It's a cycle,
Caitlyn
bro.
Jenner.
Like a new
Yeah,
working
fractals,
definition
it's
of
a
God or
fractal-
something.
It's a fractal
Hold
cycle.
on. Even Caitlyn Jenner.
Unfortunately, yes, bro. She's not gonna be, or he's not gonna be Caitlyn Jenner for that much longer.
Even Brenda is God, dude.
What,
Unfortunately.
Lion?
Do you
What's
know,
that
dude? Do you
passage?
know the definition of God? I'm just wondering.
Lion, hang on a minute. Hang on. Can I just ask a clarifying question? Lion, what's the passage in the Bible where Jesus says something? Where he's like,
Ye are all gods.
Yeah, he said, "Didn't I say you were gods?" or something like that.
Yeah. You're
Little
right.
G.
What does he?
Little
What does he
G.
say?
Matthew.
What does he say exactly?
So
Ye are not written in your law where I said ye are Elohim.
Oh, here we go, dude. So he's
You know,
actually
I-
quoting. He's actually referencing the Old Testament. He could be quoting
Right.
Psalms 89 or just the Torah in general, because in the Torah it mentions deities, right? Ye are gods, right? Well, he's
No.
because yes, it says you shall have no other gods before me, right? So he's mentioning other deities, and they're accusing him of blaspheming for simply calling himself the Son of God. So when he says even in the scriptures it says ye are gods, he's not saying that the Pharisees are gods. People are misinterpreting, have problem with reading comprehension. They think that he's saying that the Pharisees are gods. That's not what he's saying at all.
Like everyone is Elohim. Everyone is a man after the image of Yahweh.
No,
That's
you gotta
what
read the verse, dude. You gotta read the. You gotta. No, if you
he did it. He did not say,
Yes.
"Oh, they were
I
persecuting
rebuke.
him for calling themselves the Son of God." They said, "We don't persecute you for raising the dead, healing the sick, giving the blind sight. We persecute you for being a mere man, making himself Elohim." And he responds, "Is it not written in your law where I said ye are Elohim? I said that you are what you're persecuting me for saying I am." That's what he said.
Oh,
Yeah,
Psalms
the
82.
way-
Let me read the
Go ahead.
verse.
Go ahead, Taylor. Go ahead.
It says, I have said, this Psalms 82, I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High.
Yep.
Okay, so we're acknowledging the Most High. We are not the Most High. We are children of the Most High, as he's referencing in Psalm 82. And that's what he was quoting. They were getting mad at him for calling himself the Son of God. And he's like, wait, in your Old Testament, doesn't it say that ye are gods and you are children of the Most High? So
Thank
that's
you.
exactly why he said that.
That's the correct interpretation. That's why you need reading comprehension, not exegesis, which is what you're doing.
Yeah, it sounds like to me it sounds in the nature of. That's what it sounds like to me, like son of a bitch, right? In the nature of.
No, you're children of the Most High.
That's the problem when people keep translating gods, because Elohim doesn't mean gods, plural deities. It doesn't mean that. So when you go through the scripture and you find out what Elohim means, you'll find out that Elohim is a shape and form that Yahweh appears as. So when he's saying that you're Elohim, he's telling you that you are Yahweh in shape and form. Not that you are the sum total of Yahweh, all of Yahweh at once, but you are made from Yahweh, exist within Yahweh, come forth from Yahweh, and you bear his image. You are Elohim.
Dude, that's not what he said at all. But thank you. That's not what he said, though. I disagree, dude.
Fine, you can disagree all you want, Lion.
He never once did he even call himself God, right? Even though I do believe Jesus is God, he never even called himself God. He said it indirectly, right? A lot of times, but he never said I am God. You won't find a verse that says I am God. But yet you're telling me that he said the Pharisees were God, dude? Come on now, dude.
He was here to tell us who we are. We were supposed to identify him by that. He told them who they were, and they should have identified who that was, possible and capable of telling them who they were. But they crucified him. They didn't recognize him.
Dude, I don't even know why people they're so eager to interpret that verse that way, unless they have some type of ulterior motive, ulterior bias, where they're trying to not actually read the scripture for what it says, but instead are trying to say that Jesus said that the Pharisees are God. He's not saying that the Pharisees are God, dude. For you to say that, you have to have a strong bias where you're deluding yourself to believing that's actually what Jesus meant. That's not what Jesus meant there, dude.
Again, you both read that verse as the Pharisees saying, you as a mere man, make yourself the Son of God. That's not what they said. It says, the Jews answered him, saying, for a good work we stone thee not, but for blasphemy, and because that thou, being a man, makest thyself Elohim. And he said, Joshua answered them, is it not written in your law where I said, ye are Elohim? It's exactly what I'm saying, dude.
And in the law, it says that we're children of the Most High. And then it says in the next verse, but ye shall die like men.
Yes, Elohim is a title, is a reference to the Son of Yahweh. So if we're children of the Most High, we are Elohim. Elohim is a title for the Son, not the Father's position.
No, dude, you're wrong.
Okay, you can say that all you want, bro.
I can show you in scripture, right, where it talks about ye are Elohim, right? He's not talking about us. Nowhere in there does he say that we are Elohim.
The Messiah is quoting the Old Testament and using it as a reference to those who are speaking to him in front of him.
No doubt.
You may want to not see
whether it's Psalms 89, right? If it's Psalms 89, we have a second witness that my interpretation is correct, and you can actually find the correct interpretation, which lines up with my interpretation. And there's a Dead Sea Scroll fragment. It's called 11Q13, the Melchizedek document, and this is the Zadok priesthood themselves interpreting Psalms 89. And in their own interpretation, they agree with me that in Psalms 89, the word of God, Messiah, is rebuking the divine council, which aren't human beings. They're divine principality in high places, not kings and queens or anything like that on earth, but instead princes in high places, principalities in high places. And they shall die like mortals. They shall die like men. That means they're not regular men.
He was speaking to regular men when they accused him about to stone him. And as they said, we persecute you. We are about to stone you because you're a mere man calling yourself, making yourself Elohim. And he responds, is it not written in your law that I said, where I said, ye are Elohim? You may want to avoid and obfuscate that context of what's being said all you want. But it's a direct response to them saying, you being a mere man maketh yourself Elohim. His direct response to that is it not written in your law where I said, ye are Elohim?
Right. So this all comes out to reading
This is not a place for a theological debate.
But he's simply rebuttaling them because
dude, try to get on listen, coming to a clarification of scripture. Quit that shit.
Bro, but he's calling himself the Son of God, right? And they're mad at him for calling himself the Son. They're mad at him for calling himself the Son of God, and he simply quotes. He simply quotes the scripture where it says, "Ye are gods."
Pull up John 10:33 and read it and weep.
Regarding
him for being the Son of God, they don't accuse him for that. The direct verse says, we accuse you for you being a mere man, making yourself Elohim. It doesn't say the son of Elohim, the son of Yahweh. It says Elohim.
No, I understand that they accuse him of blasphemy, but contextually within that chapter, he's calling himself the Son of God. Like he came forth from God, which would have made him a deity, right? An Elohim of sorts, right? Because there's many Elohims. We have the highest Elohim, the Most High Yah, and then there's demigods that are also in the Torah, in the canon, are referenced as Elohim. And him being a son of God would also equate that he's also Elohim.
Again, he is Elohim. He is the begotten image of the Father. That's what makes him Elohim. That's what Elohim is, the begotten image of the Father. That's what the Son is. Everybody there is made in the image and likeness of Yahweh Elohim, the begotten image of the Father. That is the image you are made in. That's why you can be told that you are Elohim, because you are literally the direct image of the Father manifested.
Whatever, bro. I'm done.
Look at John 1:36. He says, I am God's son. He says, what about the Father set apart his very own and sent into the world? Then why do you accuse me of blasphemy because I said I am God's son? That's in verse 36. A couple verses later.
Can we jump back to like a Christian versus like non-Christian debate? You guys are like
Okay,
debating
yeah,
each
let's go
other,
back because
circle
I don't think
jerking.
it's a good
Weird.
place to have a theological debate.
I mean, they
Anyway.
were telling us God wears, like, we believe God wears sandals or something. So this is a
Yeah,
little more
dude.
interesting to me.
This is stupid.
Yeah, no, the lion has told me that God sits on a throne and like he's given like foods and stuff like foreskin. You guys don't want to talk about that probably, but
No,
he
I
does.
no, I have, dude. Stop, bro. Stop.
You said
No, but
he has a
we can
throne.
have
You
no,
said he sits on a throne.
no,
You
we
said
can.
he sits
If
on a throne.
no, hold on, dude, real quick. Just wanted to respond. Now we can talk about whatever. I don't know. It's Omni server. I'm sure he allows for theological discussions and debates. I don't think he hasn't told me that we can't have biblical discussions here. But if it's overwhelming, like if we're talking about it for hours, we can change the topic. Whatever you
Bro,
guys
I just
want.
got in here.
No, I'm saying if the group wants to change the topic, I'm with it, dude.
We haven't done this in a while, Lion.
People try to run away different ways, man.
I'm not running away, bro. It's just unbearable listening to you, dude. Because
No, I
you
didn't
just
You
you're not
think it's
taking
unbearable talking to
Me or Yahweh.
Imagine what it is to talk to a man who doesn't know, thinking you don't know.
Yeah, right.
It's actually irrelevant to the conversation we were having.
It's actually not, because y'all don't know how to describe the makeup of Yahweh to atheists, where they just look at it as being some sky daddy, some physical sky daddy. What Q-Op said is more close to the reality of Yahweh than anything you Christians are professing.
Oh shit! Facts.
So I can back up God being physical all day.
No, you can't. Go look up Hebrews 11:3, bro. For we by faith know that the things that are made were created from things that are not seen. So you can't tell me that he started off physically and he exists eternally physically. No, everything started off as unseen.
Okay, what I want you to do, bro, is go look up the definition for physical right now, because I know this what happens when people. That's why it's important that we define terms before we debate. But if you go look up the word physical right now and its definition, tell me what's wrong with God being physical. Go ahead.
Bro, I understand your
permanent.
recollection, your reconciliation with physical. For me, I understand the physical is just spirit materialized. So even what people think physical is, I don't hold to.
Yeah, but it's in an
Even in
impermanent
that sense,
form.
I have a,
It's in like a vibrating impermanent form. That's not very godly.
He's greater than the form. The first thing he did was took on a form, because in order to create things that have form, he first has to give himself a form.
Why is he so
But he's
special
greater
if he
than
can
form.
incarnate into Jesus just like us and die and like stuff? Like, what is the difference?
Wait, what?
If he can incarnate as Jesus, a human who died and shit and everything like we do, why is he so special and we're not the same?
I never said you weren't the same. Drop the egotistical, misdirected personality.
So we
and you're
agree,
in the
except
same place.
so we're pretty much in the same like camp, but you just call him Yahweh for some reason, and I don't know why you do that.
Because I know that Yahweh's real. Like, you talk about the power, right? Like, every time I call on Yahweh, when it comes to things, like, it's
How old is the Hebrew language? How old is the Hebrew language?
Yahweh's not a Hebrew word, bro.
Oh my god.
No, really, it's a divine name. It's beyond Hebrew.
No, it's
Oh,
not.
you're one of the Yahweh guys that breathing sounds like.
It's dude. Honestly, bro. I mean,
Supposed
we're
to breathe
gonna
with your
disagree,
nose, bro. It doesn't make any noise.
The original Ivri.
The name of Yahweh permeated heaven before the earth was brought forth. So it's not tied down to any nationalistic language, period.
The 22 alphabet of the original Ivri is the heavenly language. It is the language of heaven.
You're the one who believes vibrations occur in heaven, when vibrations are part of physical reality, a created creation. He exists before this creation where vibrations exist. In his perfect state, there's nothing to produce vibrations. He's beyond that.
So,
sure, bro.
Language is something that was given to us. We didn't just develop it over time. Like, yes, now languages have the chance to develop, but the original language was given to us. And it was a heavenly language. It's the same language that the angels speak, that Jesus spoke, that Yah spoke. It's the same language that's being spoken of in heaven right now.
That's the claim.
No, I mean, I got scripture to back it up. I mean, but that's what problem. We're having a theological discussion.
Scripture doesn't prove itself.
That's
You
fine.
mean English or like?
No, not English.
language?
Ivrit.
Do they have vocal cords?
Yeah.
Our language is based on the fact that we breathe in and out.
Yep.
All the noises we make are just us breathing out. So you think God breathes?
Yeah, he does. He's got a breath, absolutely. That's where we get our breath from.
How come when you leave your body on DMT, no entities ever speak with any vocal cord noises?
I don't know, man.
They're just telepathic. They don't. They just they just transfer information instantly. It's like you're inside their brain, basically.
That's exactly how Yahweh operates in that state.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have a name like Yahweh. You would just know who that is.
Well, no, because you have multiple forms of communication. One does not negate the other. Just because he can, yes, hypothetically, telepathically send information or images to your head, doesn't mean all of a sudden he's incapable of speaking vocally.
So you think
Hold on, dude. Wait, I'm almost done, dude. I'm just gonna end it on this. Let me end it on this. We know scripturally, right, that he spoke on Mount Sinai from the top of the mountain to the point where the Israelites were like, please make him stop, because his voice was thunderous and it scared the shit out of him.
You know why they were scared? They all heard that voice in their head at the same time. That's what made it scary.
Exegesis. That's what this guy does. Exegesis.
I don't care
Doesn't say anything in the Bible about that.
Or you're just quoting some text with no understanding.
You're saying that it was all telepathic now, dude? Come on, bro. That's not scripture.
I'm saying that when Yahweh speaks, for one, no one has ever heard Yahweh's voice nor seen his face, as the Messiah says.
He never said no one's heard his voice, dude. He never said no one's heard his voice.
Oh, yes, he did. He said, no man has seen his face at any time. You have neither seen nor heard his voice.
You said you've seen him. You said you've seen his face, bro. You've told me you've seen his face.
Of Elohim, Yahweh is pure spirit. Just like you were talking about. You can't see
Elohim just means God. Yahweh is your God. It's the same thing. What are you talking about, bro?
Well, let's say that it was the mediator that they heard, right? That could be the case. That could be the case. But the idea that it was all telepathic and there was an actual like perturbation in the air when God spoke on Mount Sinai, you don't know that.
Yeah, it's the same way that Paul on the road to Damascus, when the group was with him, they saw the great light that appeared, but they did not hear the voice of Yahweh. It was happening within Paul.
Okay, that's that one example though. You can just.
I have a question. Can we like so Moses, right? Why did God gives like Moses powers, but why does Moses need like a staff to use those powers? Like, why can't he just give him powers?
The staff represents the pattern of the rod.
It represents something, or is it just technology?
It represents something.
So it's just okay, cool. Everything is just represents something in the Bible. So like the foreskin thrown at his feet, representation. The staff representation, the Ark of the Covenant just represents. It's just symbolical. So why do they do anything if everything is symbolical and God could just make things appear?
Again,
why does he have to ask? Why does Yahweh have to ask armies to go invade places?
Gosh, dude, you guys listen. Can we stick to one thing at a time, or are you just gonna keep asking questions? 21 questions, dude. Like, what's going on? Can we stick to one question?
When they went into Canaan's land, Joshua the son of Nun, went before them and slayed all the enemies. The children of Israel actually didn't slay anybody. They didn't have to let any blood.
Yeah,
That's why
they were scared.
They were pretty much naked. That's what it said. They were to go in.
They were scared.
Move around them.
They were scared of the giant.
I'm out, dude. I'm out.
Yeah, I know.
Peace.
Yeah, and then your Yahweh said, because you're not gonna do it, I'm basically gonna let you all fucking starve in the woods or whatever.
No, he fed them.
He fed them? I'm pretty sure it says you just let them starve.
No, he fed them. He rained bread from heaven, and quail would appear every morning. They got enough food for the day every single day.
Where does it say that?
That's in the scripture, bro. While they were in the wilderness of Sinai for 40 years, manna, bread, rained down from heaven, and quail appeared every morning out of nowhere. And they got their fill every day, but it wasn't good enough for them. Even though they were fed every day, their clothes didn't fall apart. It didn't get any, no matter how rough they were, their clothes didn't fall apart. None of that. But they still complained like it wasn't enough. That's why they all died. Everybody who came out of Egypt died. Only their descendants who were born in the wilderness and such went on. But everyone that came out of Egypt died, besides Caleb and Joshua.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different time that Yahweh ordered them to go invade a city, because I guess that happens a lot in the Bible.
No, there's 4 primary nations that get taken out, representing the third of heaven that was cast out, because Canaan's land is a symbolical heaven. And so just like in heaven, a third of the angels were cast out, there were 12 nations up in Canaan's land, 4 tribes, 4 nations makes a third. And if you look at their actions, it shows forth the same thing that occurred in heaven. That's what Yahweh was displaying. And he's the one who slaughtered them.
I don't think Yahweh likes it. I mean, during the flood, like he did some plagues and stuff, but usually to take over different areas, he sends like armies for some reason.
Yeah, he sends an army before him, but he's the one who does it all.
Well, no, the armies do the killing, right? So he wouldn't have to send them if he was doing it.
Nope, they're like the cleanup crew for what he did.
Cleanup crew? The cleanup of killing is cleanup now?
Yeah, there was, after the battle was won, there was things they were to do, either with the people or with the property.
Who won the battle, though?
Yahweh did.
Oh. Then why did he have to send people with weapons?
It's symbolical of the angels of Yahweh going into battle, but it's Yahweh who's the provider. It's Yahweh who's the one who.
I bet when they were fighting, they didn't think it was symbolical.
I'm not saying that the action is symbolical. I'm saying the action occurred, but the action is not the permanence. Like spirit is greater than the creation, so everything the creation shows forth is typifying spirit, not itself.
It's like when Jesus is crucified. It happened, but it's also symbolical. Is that am I getting you right?
Absolutely. You know why he had to be put on a cross like that? Because he stretched all the way to the beginning and all the way to the end.
You sure it wasn't because he was a lay stace? You sure it wasn't because he was a lay stace? Because he literally says, "You're treating me like a lay stace, and not that you're treating me like the Son of God." He says, "Why are you treating me like a lay stace?"
What?
That's what the Greek word. So the Hebrew word, I'm not sure. Probably in English, it's thief.
Well, I'm not sure what you're reading.
I'll find the verse. So it's the one that he says, you're bringing swords and treating me like a thief, basically.
Okay. What about it?
Well, that word is translated incorrectly. It says, so have you come out as against a robber with swords and clubs? Blah blah blah. So that word robber, thief, that's leistes in Greek, and that's where the translation came from. And leistes doesn't mean thief, right? So thief has another word. There's another word in thief for in Greek for thief, which is barbanos or something like that. Leistes means child trafficker, and that's why he was crucified next to 2 other leistes, or they call them thieves now. Once they retranslated the word to mean something different, even though there's a word that means thief in Greek already, so they changed the one that meant child trafficker to thief, even though there's already a thief word. And then you realize when you look at the Greek why these people are crucified, right? So Jesus says, "You're treating me like a robber. Have you come out as against a robber with swords and clubs?" And he's also crucified next to 2 thieves, right? So they're all crucified for being thieves, according to the Hebrew translation. But in the Greek, it says leistes, not barbanos, I believe is something like that. And then it makes much more sense because Rome didn't crucify thieves. They crucified child traffickers. And then you realize why he was having his disciples watch in the Garden of Gethsemane to make sure no one was coming when he was with the young naked man who ran away when he got arrested.
I thought
They didn't crucify other people who went against Caesar?
Sorry, what?
Are you claiming they didn't crucify anyone who went against Caesar?
That literally they did not crucify thieves. That's just so I don't appeal to history usually, but when I debate Christians, they assume history is real because a lot of history needs to go along to prove these things. So as history as we're told, Rome did not crucify thieves. They crucified child traffickers, which
And who
which
else?
is what
Who else would they?
Rome didn't crucify him.
Who else?
What?
Who else did they
Rome
crucify?
didn't crucify him.
They crucified lots of different people, but not thieves.
No.
Being a thief was not a big enough crime
Yeah,
to be
but
crucified.
the judgment wasn't passed by Rome. It was passed by the Jews.
Yeah, and what other crimes did they crucify people for?
Why do I have to look that up? I'm just saying that the word lay states literally means child trafficker. Caesar literally used they use that word in a book in Greek about Caesar, and he was literally trafficked when he was a child. That's Caesar's story. So that word is used specifically for him.
The only Greek I can find for that word, or only translation I can find for that word, 1, robber bandit, 2, pirate buccaneer, 3, revolutionary insurrectionist guerrilla. I can't find
Yeah,
child
and look. Yeah, well, because they changed the word, and if you look up what
I know the root word for barbarian.
Yeah, so Barabbas is the Greek word for thief or robber. So if they're translating laestes to mean thief or robber, when Barabbas literally means thief or robber, and the word laestes is being used in other Greek texts before the Bible was translated into Hebrew, and it's used differently then, and basically up till then, after that, then that's when we get like now people use the word laestes for thief because it's been changed. Just like linen, our word linen literally comes from the Greek word linen, and then you see the other word sorry, what's it called? Sindon is also in the Garden of Gethsemane story, and that's also translated wrong because the word linen comes from the Greek word linen. So they have a word that means linen, and now the Jews are telling you when they translate this Greek incorrectly, they call the Sindon, they just say it's linen, even though Greek word for linen literally is linen. So all these words are translated wrong. So your Bible says something way different than what you guys believe.
I agree with that. It's definitely plenty of wrong translations, but I have yet to find child trafficker as the root for it is to plunder. So I understand the idea behind like a barbarian, Barbados or Barabbas or something like that, for a thief and a robber and all that. But it's the context. Like it's the same as how we have different words that all mean the same, but we use the different word depending on the context.
No, but we know specifically when we look at older texts that these Greek words are being used for these specific reasons they were made. So there's so many words in Greek, bro. It's like the Hebrew language, I believe it's like 60,000 or something like that, and then Greek is has 600,000 or more or something crazy. Like there's all these specific words that are being translated and watered down by the Hebrew translation. And
no, Greek doesn't have 600,000. English has the most, and English only has like 250,000.
English has 600,000.
So it says ancient Greek, 200,000 to 500,000 distinct word forms, and there's also ways to make new words in Greek. So it's honestly pretty much like infinite, but definitely doesn't compare with Hebrew. So that's why they had to water down the Bible so much because they changed it to Hebrew, and they also purposefully tried to hide what's in the Bible. So there's a problem because the Hebrew isn't sufficient to even translate the Greek, but also that they wanted to water it down.
Wow. It's actually the Greek language has 5 million words and 70 million word types. That's crazy.
Yeah, and they don't make
what you got. Only 600,000 Greek words are used today, though.
Yeah, so there's no reason for them to make the word thief twice. They obviously make they have all these specific words because of all the complexity of their language.
Oh, I get that, but you'd have to understand that Greeks aren't the ones who wrote it. So it's like
Well, that's
how
another.
extensive is your vocabulary? Like we could both write a sentence about the same thing, and depending on how extensive your vocabulary is, you'd be able to use different words to do it. But you got to remember the scriptures were written in Hebrew first. So a lot of the times the words that are being picked from Greek are to best match the connotation of what's written.
What's funny is that Lion actually sent me in the Septuagint the word I actually can't read Greek, so I can't actually read what this says, unfortunately. But I believe it might be this sindon thing. He basically shows like even in the Septuagint, there's two the word that's translated to mean the same thing as this other word in Greek. There's a part in the Septuagint where the both of the words are used in there, and they're obviously for different reasons.
I mean, that's why I say, bro, nobody can read the scripture and come to an understanding because it's so manipulated and twisted.
Like even
I mean,
the Greek word, even the Greek word Christos was turned into Messiah and anointed one, right? And you know where the word Messiah is literally the same word in Greek. So Messiah, like Messiah,
Christos was
Messiah
never
has
there.
its own word, and they literally combine Messiah and anointed in the word Christos, which literally just means basically like oil, like
Yeah,
like
Christos wasn't originally there when talking about the Messiah. The Greek word kurios, which is translated into God, they would shorten that as KRS, and I'm almost certain that's where Christ got inference into it because the name of Yahshua is what's used, and so they wouldn't change a name into a title like that if they were doing good translation at the beginning.
So there's just a lot of stuff with Jesus drinking like snake venom, right? So on the cross, so first of all, in the Garden of Gethsemane, he's begging God to take the cup from him. I think that's the cup he drank in the Last Supper, full of snake venom,
He's not
purple
begging.
drug mix. So when he's on the cross, what are the drugs that they give him?
They give him gall and vinegar.
And
gall and vinegar. It's a vinegary mix. It's like a painkiller that they put in his mouth.
Okay, and what is gall from? It's a substance made from myrrh, right?
No, I'm not absolutely sure.
I'm 100%.
I couldn't start talking on that.
I'm 100% sure.
Okay.
And then so you got vinegar, and then you got myrrh, and I wish I had these in order, but it's once you do the research, it becomes very obvious that this is literally Galen's like an ancient Greek like treatment for snake venom bites. So now we have all these things with him telling his followers they can with your hands you can pick up snakes, and if they drink any deadly thanasimon poison, it will in no way harm them. So this is another word in Greek, thanasimon, that doesn't just mean deadly, which they just translate to mean deadly. Thanasimos is literally is just a mix. It's basically a drug mix, like with snake venom and other like things like it's like a cocktail basically that basically makes you trip balls. And
yeah, I'm aware of the theory that you're going through right now.
It's not a theory. It says in Mark 16:18, Jesus says you can pick up and drink snake venom. So with their hands,
they will talking about physical snakes.
Okay, it says with their hands they will pick up snakes, and if they drink any deadly thanasimon poison, it will in no way harm them. So how else am I supposed to take that?
Because you know how, like you just said, a mixture of poisons that causes you to trip balls, that's paramount to a demonic doctrine. A doctrine that's so crafted.
It's all just metaphorical?
No, a doctrine? Like I'll put it this way where you can see it. The way the Christian church, how it has all these doctrines and it's twisted and contrived. It sounds so good to them. They can't see out of it. That's a poisonous a venom. That's almost exactly the type of venom you're talking about, where it's like a mixture of different lies and it causes you to trip balls or have this grand imagination. Yeah, that's what he's talking about. You can go in front of people. I can talk to you about DMT and all this stuff, and nothing you say will
It's just
poison you.
interesting. It's just interesting, right? Because like Jesus is there in the Garden of Gethsemane, just like really having a bad time, begging for the cup to be taken from him. You would say it's metaphorical. I would say he actually drank poison. And then on his cross, they give him myrrh and vinegar. It is. I'm just going to read this. It was believed by the Greeks and that the Greeks and Romans, it was an effective treatment of snake bites, using myrrh. Also, vinegar is also a medical. They claim in the historians say in the Middle Ages vinegar was used on snake bites. So all these things are just things that you give to someone that's basically drank thanasimos, snake
Do
venom.
you know that what happened was prophesied 1,200 years ago? Psalm 69:21 is the prophecy of them doing that. They poisoned my food of gall and gave me vinegar to quench my thirst. Like he said they would do this.
Okay, that doesn't refute anything I said, so I'll take that as a W, because I know Christians aren't going to say, "Oh my God, this is so crazy! I can't believe they drink snake venom." You're right.
No, again,
They also changed the
poisoned
word
him.
They changed the word pharmakia in the Bible to mean basically magic spell, which obviously pharmacy they are reusing it to mean what it used to mean again.
Okay, I don't have a problem with all these inconsistencies and
You don't care that Jesus
misinterpreted words in the
wasn't
scripture.
actually like as like special as like they want us to think, and that really he just took DMT basically. He's just basically taking a near-death experience, thanasimos, death inducer, to have a near-death experience, and then taking an antichristos, which you guys turned into some ridiculous religious like idea, ad hoc thing, and it was just
You guys
to
changed it.
alleviate
You
the
guys,
poisoning so that they can have the near-death experience vision without dying.
Forget about all the sinning and all the teachings of Jesus and the parables of Jesus, I suppose.
That's definitely not a response to what I'm saying. So and then there's another interesting one, right? Parthenos. Parthenos is a Greek word that means virgin, right? And you guys will say that the church is the virgin that Jesus married, right? It's all metaphorical. But if you just take the literal meaning of the Greek word Parthenos, it just means a virgin girl. So Jesus might have also, if we're not taking the Bible to mean all these metaphorical things you guys claim and this watered down Hebrew version, then if we take it literally, is what the Greek says, Jesus was a child trafficker. That's why he called his disciples young children. He got crucified while he was tripping snake venom DMT mix, and he married virgins.
none of that fits in the context of the entire story, bro. Like again, you're using
Yeah, no,
words
of course,
that don't
in
have
your
one
guys'
definition in
version,
Greek.
of course not.
No, but some of the words you're using don't just have one definition in Greek. Like even the one where Christos means an oil, like an oil salve that you put over your eyes and whatnot. Yeah, it does. But it also has other meanings.
In Corinthians 11:2, Paul uses Parthenos figuratively to describe the church as the bride of Christ, claiming that he wants to present them as the Lord as a pure virgin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and
the
then
bride is referred to as a chaste virgin. What about it?
it's just interesting because like it's just so mistranslated the Bible, and then it's just
I agree.
There's no
that
other
it's
way to take like
mistranslated.
marrying a virgin as like marrying the church. Like it's just.
Bro, I agree that it's mistranslated so heavily that I state to people, nobody can go
listen to this.
Matthew, an understanding about Yahweh.
Matthew 25:1. Then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins, Parthenos, which is the word that you guys are calling church now, which took their lamps and went forth to meet the bridegroom. 10 virgins in heaven. That sounds like the Arabic thing, right? How
Where
many
is it in
virgins do the
heaven?
Arabs claim?
Where is it in heaven? They're talking about 10 virgins on earth waiting to go.
No.
To
It says
the man they're gonna marry.
It says then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins, Parthenos.
Liken unto. So this is an analogy in reference to the kingdom of heaven, in other words.
I'm curious how many virgins the Arabs think they're gonna get. 72 oh, they think 72. All right, so if it was 10 like this one, I would be like,
Ali G, doesn't that mean that just mathematically that Islam is better then because they get 72?
Yeah, they get more virgins. Yeah.
Shit.
I don't know. It depends if you want little boys or not. That's what they also get.
Well, yeah. Jesus liked little boys too. Like, so I mean, he washed little boys' feet. He got a young boy. Nianiskos ran away. They turned it to young man running away naked in the Garden of Gethsemane in the Mark version, because it's not the Garden of Gethsemane story is told 3 different ways, and only in the Mark is there a young man that runs away naked. But funny,
He does not run
in
away
the actual
naked.
Greek, if you translate the Greek correctly, Nianiskos isn't young man; it's little boy, prepubescent.
Yeah, the little boy wasn't naked. The little boy had a loincloth on him, like men
That's
wore
the
back
problem.
then.
That's what I was
Hold
saying
on.
before. That
Men
doesn't mean
wore
linen.
back
It means
then.
sindon. It means bandage. He had a medical bandage on that fell off. He was completely naked.
No. Again, it says that the guards reached for him and the boy ran off. But when they reached for him, they grabbed his loincloth,
That
and
does
that's
not say
why
that.
he ended up being naked.
Does not say that.
What
Yes, it
part was
does.
bandaged?
His dong.
Do you want to try undermining repentance then while you're at it?
Mark 14:51, and a young man followed him with nothing but a linen cloth about his body. They seized him, but he left the linen cloth and ran away naked. Doesn't say that they grabbed the cloth. Sorry.
They seized him.
Yep, they didn't. Doesn't say. You just said they grabbed it. They did not say they grabbed it.
That's how it got left behind. When they seized him, it got ripped off when he ran away.
You guys, I'm fucking.
Why don't you try targeting repentance now?
Okay, I don't
Try
want to
to
do any.
undermine
I don't want you to try to convert me to.
Guys, I'm busy. I can tell somebody to say that.
What the hell is that? Why is my Mac? That was weird. What server was that coming from? Yeah. So sindon doesn't mean. What does it say here? Sorry, something. Yeah. The word that they changed to cloth doesn't mean cloth. That sindon means bandage. That's why I said linen literally comes from the Greek term linen. It's basically written exactly the same. Sindon is seen in many medical texts in ancient Greek medical texts, and it means it's used as bandage. And they actually say that's not even like a theory. They basically just say sindon means linen and bandage, but they say linen also means linen, so it's just a mess.
Next,
So
let's
are you-
undermine Satan. While we're at it, let's make sure Satan's not real too. Do you want to try?
I mean, he's really trying to convince us that Jesus would touch little boys. Like, do we really believe that?
I mean, it says that Jesus, cleaned their feet and weird stuff like that. So.
And you try to undermine Satan now.
I don't believe in Satan, so I don't know what you're trying to do, but I'm not really interested in having the Christian yells at me and tells me to repent thing. Like, that's not really part of this debate.
No, it seems like you're trying to dismantle Christianity in the Bible. So why don't you dismantle Satanism? But you don't have to.
It's a completely different topic. It's kind of weird. Red herring.
Seems like you've been bringing up a few topics, except this one. That's kind of weird.
He worships Satan. Satan is his god.
These conversations go to wake you up unfortunately. You guys are spiraling. I guess I'll just.
Oh
Yeah,
wow,
probably
we
good
mentioned
enough.
Satan, and he wants to stop all of a sudden. Why is that? That's kind
so
of weird.
gay. That's so gay, dude.
Oh, here we go.
Do you really think that's a good point? Do you think that what do you? Because I don't want to.
No, one's
No,
forcing
I
you.
don't even know
find
what
it
you mean
weird.
by
But
Satan.
no,
What
it's
do you
not
mean by
weird. It's
Satan?
actually really.
I don't want to. No,
the
I don't want to
Bible
get
tells
pulled
us
into
why.
this debate about Satan. I don't even know what Satan is. Like, all I know is it comes from the word Saturn.
You
Do
seem
we
to
know
know a
what
lot
Greek
about
god
the
Saturn
Bible,
is?
but
No, I don't
don't know
care.
a lot about Satan. That's really. I don't find that weird. It's actually the Bible tells us why this is happening. The Great Delusion.
The Bible doesn't tell you anything. It's mistranslated. You're just reading it wrong.
Okay, so now what your understanding of it and your understanding of the translations is wrong. So
You want to respond? Okay, before I let you take us down like a completely different path, like, do you want to respond to anything I said directly?
I think some people here were offering great responses.
So that's a no. Okay, what did you want to talk about? Am I a Satanist? No, I'm not a Satanist. I don't even know who Satan is. I don't even know what the word. All I know is Satan somehow has something to do with Saturn. That's the only thing I can figure out. What did you figure out that Satan is?
It's Sataniel. Satan comes from the word Sataniel, which means the other god, El god, the adversary god.
Okay, was there a point? I don't get, like, why did he like start yelling at me about like Satan? Like, it's just that's a bad. Does that, you guys think that looks good when Christians do shit like that? He disagrees because he's demonically possessed.
Well, that's a little presumptuous, but I was just trying to see. You seem to have such fun enjoying to dismantle the Bible and Christianity. I thought maybe we'll help you and see if you wanted to try Satan.
Try what about Satan? Try what about Satan? What does that mean?
Debunking Satan in the Bible.
It doesn't even say that
You don't
Satan
have to.
means like a
Okay.
demon in the Bible. I don't even. What does it even say about Satan in the Bible? I don't know.
Okay, well, maybe if you want to debunk, well, I recommend before you engage in some sort of theological debate, you kind of want to catch up on what you're debating against.
I mean, I'm not. I don't know. I'm more interested in Yahweh. He's like the one that's doing evil. Satan, like you mean the serpent? Like, he just tells Adam like to learn things, like to not listen to Yahweh and go learn things and probably take a psychedelic.
Well, perhaps we should discuss why Yahweh even created the serpent to begin with.
Yeah, if Yahweh created the whole situation, why'd he set up a trap with an apple that gives you information and a serpent that's convincing?
He didn't. No, the way people conceive of what happened in the garden.
This is not even my debate. Like, so I guess I just won that debate, and you guys are gonna talk about like some other, like, I don't know. That was weird. I would have rather done.
I'm just at work at the same time, so I had to say something to my client.
As a general rule, participants in debates don't get to declare when they want it.
Well,
Because
if no one responds to anything,
fatuously, both sides will declare that they want it. Now, you can claim that nobody was in the process of responding to you, or nobody wanted to respond to you. Quite frankly, your position, the position you just claimed, is unfalsifiable, right? So it's all according to God's plan. God set a trap for some people whose actions
that's not what the debate was, bro. You're coming in a little late, bro. But I'm not interested in having any other random.
So your claim was that it was a trap, right? You just said it's a trap. Did you not just say that?
Yeah, I was just asking. That wasn't the debate I was talking about. Kind of just like something we just got into for a second there.
So you said something else. Nobody responded to the something else unrelated to the debate.
That wasn't the debate I was talking about.
You've won the debate.
Yeah. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. Okay, you're kind of late.
Okay.
I'm kind of like sad. I'm like satisfied with like how that went, so I'm just gonna probably go do something else.
Okay. Good luck.
I mean, it seems like to me like that guy's satanic. He always strawmans the Bible, pretty much.
Does that make you satanic? Sorry about that,
Tony. I have a question for biblical literalists in the chat. Why did God not accept Cain's sacrifice?
Because it was before due time.
So if you have if you have two children, and each of you are bringing you a picture from school, are you going to turn to one of the kids and say, "Well, screw that! I don't like your picture. You're crap," and then lavish the other one with praise? And given that this is what inspired the first murder, What was to prevent God from saying these sacrifices are both fine? Thank you.
No, like I said, Cain sacrifices before due time. The lamb comes before the harvest. So the harvest can't be accepted before the lamb sacrifice. And that's
whose
why
rule is that? So are you saying that God is subject to external rules that he can't break?
yeah, he subjects himself to those rules. That's what makes him so great. He could go outside of them. He could make an alternate, totally brand new reality, dissolve everything. But he's so great, he sticks to what he sets up.
So
Thank goodness
he
that Yahweh.
he kept to this rule, even though he knew that it led to the first murder and Abel's soul being stuck in hell for thousands of years. He decided that that was a good thing to do.
Abel's soul wasn't in hell.
Yes, it was. All souls prior to Christ's arrival were in hell. That's what the harrowing of hell was all about. Do you not know about the harrowing of hell?
They were in the grave.
No, that's not true. There's you clearly haven't read your Bible. I can't remember. I think it's in the letter to the Ephesians, where they describe that when Christ died on the cross, before he rose again on the third day, his soul descended into hell to ransom the souls of all of those who had died prior to his arrival. You're not familiar with that?
This is where Q up gets credence on some of the stuff he says. Like the word hell is a Greek rendition of the idea of Hades. It was never in the scripture. The word was Gehenna or Sheol, which means the grave or the inferno that they would dump the trash pit outside of Jerusalem. So the word that's commonly translated into hell that's actually there is the grave, the tomb.
Okay, but regardless of what its meaning was, that's where his soul was for thousands of years.
It wasn't until the mystery of Yahweh was, which was through the Messiah, and that's why he was on the cross with his arms stretched out, because he stretched all the way to the beginning and all the way to the end, and it's all within him.
That isn't responsive. That isn't responsive to the question. Is it? You're claiming that it is moral for God to have inspired the first murder and to have trapped Abel's soul in perdition, let's call it, for thousands of years because of a rule that he was unwilling to even explain to Cain. He didn't even explain to Cain, saying that just wait on a second, we'll wait for the first one and then we'll do yours. He just rejected Cain's sacrifice.
That wasn't it. They both made their sacrifice. It was rejected because it was before due time. Why did Abel know to sacrifice a lamb? It wasn't because he was just a shepherd. But why did he know? Because he saw what was to be. He understood by his father's actions what he needed to sacrifice.
Where in the Bible are you quoting now? What bit of the Bible are you quoting here?
For what?
For what you just said. You have made a statement about what Abel knew and how he knew it. Where in the Bible does it describe that?
Did Abel sacrifice a lamb or not?
You're not responding to my question, sir. Where in the Bible does it describe what Abel knew and why he did what he did? And you're not answering because you know that the answer is that it doesn't say that in the Bible. You're making shit up.
No.
Yes. Otherwise, you'd be able to point to the bit in the Bible where it does say that.
How is Abel a man of faith?
That's not a response to my question, sir. Where in the Bible does it explain what Abel knew, how he knew it, and what his mindset was?
When it calls him righteous, there's a precondition for that.
Is there?
Yes, there's a precondition for righteousness.
And where is that explained in the Bible?
All throughout.
Okay. That seems so. Abel was supposed to know about the rest of the Bible before it was written. Is that what you're
I didn't say
saying? Sorry,
I didn't say that.
Cain was supposed. So how was Cain supposed to know? So hang on. Let's step back. So God gave Abel the gift to know what was righteous, but he didn't give it to Cain. Is that what you're saying? And therefore, Cain deserved to be punished. And therefore, Cain deserved to be punished, and Abel deserved to be murdered.
No, Cain knew what to do, and even before jealousy sprung up in him, his brother offered him to take part in his lamb. His brother offered him a lamb so that he would be in favor, but he went to jealousy, and when that spree of jealousy sprung up in him, the dragon got in him and murdered the brother. That's what it
When
is.
does it say that? When in the Bible does it say that the dragon got in him?
In Revelations, where it says that the woman travailed in birth, the woman of 12 stars above her head, the woman
Is
clothed in the sun
Cain
with 12 stars
mentioned in
above her
that
head.
passage? Is Cain mentioned in that passage, sir?
Yes, that is John seeing Cain's birth. Yeah.
You're
woman clothed in the sun. The only woman that's been pulled out of a man was Eve. She was clothed in the sun, and her first child she gave birth to was consumed by the adversary, and that's what it says in Revelation. It says that the woman.
So you're claiming that somebody's interpretation of a previous portion of the Bible should count as Cain knowing. So I'm sorry, you this isn't rational. Surely you can see this. I mean, you're saying that God is all powerful, and at the same time he is bound by petty regulations. He can't just explain to Cain, wait on a bit, I'll accept your sacrifice in a moment. He just refuses to engage with Cain and rejects the sacrifice, and is then apparently outraged that Cain is jealous.
Jealousy wasn't the issue. The murder was.
Yes, and what was the motive for the murder, sir?
Jealousy.
Okay, so jealousy. So without jealousy, the murder wouldn't have occurred.
Without jealousy, there wouldn't have been a path for the adversary to jump into him.
You're just making statements as though they are fact, and quite frankly, a lot of them aren't in the Bible. Your claim about the outstretched arms being Christ reaching to the beginning and the end of everything, that's not in the Bible.
Yes, it is.
Where?
In the 7-branch lampstand, they had a fillet from the middle, and the oil went to the first 3 branches and the last 3 branches, which represents the Messiah and his salvation being poured upon all flesh from the beginning.
What has that got to do with Christ, sir?
Just told you.
No, you didn't. You cherry picked two bits of the Bible, two completely independent bits of the Bible, and said they're connected, and said that they are connected symbolically.
No, is he called the light of the world?
Yes, so is the sun, sir.
Huh?
The sun is also called the light of the earth. The light.
Absolutely. What day was the sun put in the heavens according to Moses' vision? The 4th day.
4th day,
Messiah
yes.
came 4,000th year. It testifies to his coming.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely.
That's an assertion. There's nothing in there that references. There's nothing in there that says Christ is going to come in 4,000 years. That's you making a bizarre post facto reinterpretation of something that is factually incorrect, sir. The earth is demonstrably, Christ did not come demonstrably 4,000 years after creation. That is false.
No, he came the 4th day, just like was prophesied by Moses' vision of the sun.
He was killed on the Friday. He was killed on the Friday. He was in the grave on Saturday. He came back on Sunday. That's not even 3 days. He wasn't in the grave for more than 48 hours. That's not 2 days.
When he was on the cross, there's an occurrence that occurred that people don't know of. And it's when he said it was finished. The sun in the heavens gave up its light. There was no light on earth for 3 hours. And a day is from morning, or from evening to morning. So when that light goes, the sun comes out, and then comes back, that's a day within Friday.
No, it isn't, sir. You can talk to Jewish scholars, sir. They do not count solar eclipses as beginning. They do not count solar eclipses, total solar eclipses, as beginning a new day. If they did, it would be catastrophic for their religion.
I am not talking about an eclipse. I said,
but an eclipse. So during an eclipse, does the sun cease to shine on that portion of the globe?
The entire universe went dark.
Really? Because that isn't recorded by anyone else in the entire universe, is it? There's no historical record whatsoever of that happening. This is something the Chinese kept very scrupulous records of solar eclipses, as did the Babylonians, as did the Egyptians, as did the Greeks, and absolutely none of them mention this occurrence. Why is that?
Again, you keep bringing up eclipses, and I don't know why. I never said an eclipse happened.
Because the entire world would have noticed this 3-hour-long darkness event, whatever you want to call it. They recorded them routinely, right? They recorded much shorter events scrupulously. So why did no one, apart from one gospel writer, not all the gospel writers say that this happened, just one does. Why did the other gospel writers not include it? Why did nobody else in the entire world include this?
Just because it's not known doesn't mean it's not included or spoken of. You can go back and I just told you about it. You've never looked up any records for any archaeological evidence or any written claims where the sun went out for a period of time. You've never looked that up because you've never thought that would ever happen.
Absolutely untrue, sir. That turns out to be absolutely untrue. Because I have looked at historical records of darkness periods, because they are related to changes in Earth's rotational speed. The timing and location of earthquakes, solar eclipses and darkness periods, gives us an insight into whether or not Earth's rate of rotation has been changing through time. So in fact, sir, yes, I have looked through eclipse records, and I have read papers, don't interrupt me, sir. I have read analyses of these records. So your claim there is just false.
Again, you're looking for records of the sun movement and things like that. I'm talking about things that are considered myth. And you said that there's no record of anybody ever recording the light of the world going out for a bit of time. Yes, there are. Yes, there are. Spread around the world.
Where, sir?
They're just called myths because people don't believe things like that happen.
Okay, but people were keeping very strict historical records of celestial events at the time. The Chinese were, the Babylonians were, the Egyptians were, the Greeks and the Romans were. So why did none of them record? You're claiming that this isn't a myth. You're claiming that this happened, that everybody could see it. Why didn't anybody else write it down like they did all of the other darkness events?
What do you mean see it? When it happened, nobody could see anything. There weren't stars, there wasn't a moon, there wasn't a sun, there was nothing. They stood in pitch darkness as thick as you could cut it. Same thing that happened in...
And nobody could light a candle in that, right? And nobody could see. No, you're claiming that they're in the darkness, but nobody could see the darkness. So what? Yeah. Which is one of the stupidest attempts at a rationalization I've ever heard, because you can only see darkness, right? So why did none of them record it? Why did none of them after the event, when they could see their paper again, go, oh, something weird just happened? You know,
darkness isn't something you see; it's the absence of.
Distinction without a difference, sir.
Darkness is a definition, the absence of light. It isn't a thing of its own.
And if I could interject,
That's a distinction without a difference again, sir.
Tony, thank you so much, PhD Tony, for your expertise as well, and you too, Yahweh. I'm just finding something here. What are your thoughts, PhD Tony? It says Thales, the historian, mentioned the darkness here. It says through the reference by Julius Africanus. Thales, in the third book of his histories, explains away this darkness as an eclipse of the sun. Unreasonable as it seems to be, because a solar eclipse cannot occur during a full moon. So, and I think there's another one, Greek historian. I'll post it here, and you guys can see if it's true. And thank you.
So what you're talking about there is somebody commenting on trying to explain the gospel narrative in naturalistic terms. So that is not them recording the event independently. They have read the gospel and they are trying to explain the contents of the gospel. What I am asking for is why did no one else record the event? Why did nobody outside this particular gospel say this occurred? Because it would have been obvious to everyone, and it would have been quite significant. Because as you say, solar eclipses can't occur during the full moon, and solar eclipses generally don't last 3 hours. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm just like, again, I told you, you're looking into historical records for celestial body movements, and I'm telling you that you're gonna find the records of it in myths, not in accounts of things actually happening. Because
But
when
why?
you
You're claiming that it actually happened.
at least give the same respect of not interruption that you asked for.
Okay, fair point.
And I concluded.
Okay. But you claim that this is a historical event. You claim that it isn't a myth.
Absolutely.
Okay, so why aren't there historical records of it?
Well, it's the same reason why we don't have historical records of the last time that the Pacific Rim went off, the Ring of Fire. Where we find the records for it are in the myths of the Native American, the North American natives on the West Coast. That's how we came to understand the last time that the Pacific Rim went off. So there are plenty of historical events that we only have evidence of them happening in correspondence in myths, not actually what we consider like historical.
But that is an event that is being observed and recorded by a non-literate society. Many of the societies impacted by the darkness were literate and were keeping very scrupulous records of celestial phenomenon. So they would not have recorded it in myth, they would have recorded it in writing.
I have a quick question, because you said you checked like for the Chinese wrote down, etc. Did you see the records of the Emperor Guangwang, or whatever he's called? Did you look into that?
I couldn't remember the guy's name. Can you spell that? But this,
It was something like Guang Bu or something like this, and here's like some. I don't know if this is like legit or something. I just found it now because I was curious. And he has like some written records that go to around 31 AD. And he recorded something. I don't know if that's legit or not. That was all. Thank you.
Yeah, but regardless if you accept the explanation or not, because I mean, with the same kind of veracity, you'd question the entire narrative of it. But I'm just sharing with what occurred. That's where that third day comes from that you look for, is the understanding that there was a phenomenal day that occurred within that Friday.
under no definition of a day does that qualify. Under the Jewish definition of a day, it does not qualify. Under the, they would not accept that as the end of a day and the beginning of another. And their entire religion is based around extremely careful delineation of what is a day and what isn't a day. nor does it count as a 24-hour period.
I agree.
So there's absolutely no interpretation. There's no suggestion whatsoever. And this seems like a really weak attempt to rationalize something, and especially given that it's only in one of the Gospels. You would think that if this had such enormous theological implications, it would be in all of the Gospels. It isn't. It's something that somebody put in one Gospel.
So in Genesis, in the first chapter, what qualifies a day?
That's a very interesting question, and it's one that you have to answer rather than me. I don't believe that Genesis can be taken even remotely literally. So you're the one who has to explain that.
That's not what I don't believe it happened the way people interpret it either. I know what Genesis is saying. It's not that it took 6 days to make the earth or anything like that. It's a 6-day vision given to Moses. And it all happened instantaneously. That's why in chapter 5, you get the record where it says, "This is the record of heaven and earth in the day that they were created," because they were created in the one day instantaneously. But the 6-day breakdown in the vision.
Eden is spamming the chat with stuff that exactly qualifies for what I just described, which is people looking back at the gospel account and trying to explain it. It does not qualify as people at the same time suggesting that it is. And the quote and the various quotes that Imperius has shown up, I'd like to see. You can look up a list of solar eclipses actually.
Yeah, like I said, that's not my claim. I'm not using those materials to make my claim. I'm trying to
So here's my issue. Okay. Everybody tells me that Christianity is a single religion, right? That it is unified in belief, that the central tenets of it are united. So I'd like you guys, so Imperius and Eden both have different interpretations of this than you do. They say that it could be they're citing sources that say that it could be an eclipse. You're asserting for a fact that it isn't an eclipse. So I'd like the Christians in the chat to decide on which interpretation of their holy book is correct, and then come back and tell us.
No translation out there is correct. The only account for scripture that's true is the account of Yahweh himself. And if a man doesn't know it, he ain't gonna learn it from reading the book. That's why you have so many doctrines.
Sorry, could you repeat that chain of reasoning for me?
I said that because it's so twisted, because it's so convoluted, no one would be able to know what it actually says or means unless the author of it explains it to them for himself.
Okay, why did the author write it in such an impenetrable fashion if he wanted people to accept it?
He didn't. It was written in a mystery.
Okay, isn't that in an impenetrable manner? Like, you just said it's in a mystery. Like, why is it in a mystery?
Because there was a time.
What's the point of it being?
All the information.
I beg your pardon? Sorry, I genuinely didn't hear you.
But there was a time period for the information being withheld.
Without explanation? What? Without what?
There was a time period for the information to be withheld. There was a purpose for it. Okay. Yeah, withheld.
Okay. And you're claiming that subsequent to that, there has been some clarification that all of the impenetrability of the Bible is now gone. That that people can read the Bible and agree on its correct interpretation?
I mean, if the people know the understanding of it.
So if people agree with you, their interpretation is correct, and if people don't agree with you on your interpretation, they're wrong.
No. If they agree with Yahweh, they're correct.
Okay, do you agree with Yahweh?
Yep.
Okay, so if they agree with Yahweh, they agree with you, right?
Pretty much.
Okay, so if they don't agree with you, they're wrong, right?
Well,
if they don't agree with you, they don't agree with Yahweh, therefore they're wrong, right?
They'd be mistaken.
Okay,
I don't
mistaken and wrong. Are mistaken and wrong synonyms in this case, or is there a distinction?
Well, I don't take the state like wrong is eternal. Mistake means you can be corrected. It's like you know when you take a test, you can be marked wrong. You got no chance at correcting a mistake. I believe that people can be corrected, and I believe people are in a state that they don't know that they don't know that they're wrong. So I can't put any onus on them for being wrong.
But God can.
Can I jump in for a minute, or is this a one-on-one or something?
He doesn't put any onus on them either.
So, but if they die while they're mistaken, what happens?
Every single human being that passes away, whether they've ever heard of a Bible or not, Yahweh Elohim appears unto them on their last breath, and he reveals to them all the truth. Fact.
Okay, does he judge them at that point?
Everybody's being judged while you walk in the flesh. That's not something to come. That's something you're in right now.
Okay, but does being mistaken count as one of the things that he judges?
No, unless he has given you correction and you refuse it, then it's willful ignorance. You're not mistaken or wrong. You're willfully choosing to be wrong.
Okay, but didn't he create the people who are rejecting him? Like, didn't you know? Hasn't he sort of shaped them through their experiences and through their, like? Sorry, this is probably very boring to everyone else, and I should shut up.
No, you're good.
Well, you know,
Like
I think that you know, everybody else might want to talk about something else.
Well, I'll tell you this to finish it up. It's impossible for you to reject the truth when it's point blank shown to you. It's impossible. Yeah, it's impossible.
All right.
So by that, yeah, he's the one who hid himself from himself to reveal himself to himself at an appointed time.
Okay. I mean, you know, and my point is not to suggest that. My point here is not to suggest that anybody should abandon their faith. I'm very happy that people have faith. I think it brings them a lot of comfort. Yay, you know, it certainly brought me a lot of comfort when I was a Christian. I was a Christian for 30 years. But the problem, well, okay, but the problem comes when you say things like, you know, if you can't reject the truth, and if you have rejected the truth, that, you know, if God has revealed himself and you've rejected that, then that makes you a bad person. I'd prefer to be judged on whether or not I'm a good person by the actions that I do or I don't do. If I try and help those around me, if I do my best to be charitable towards other people, and I know I'm a cranky old fuck, so there's a limit to, you know, there's that against me. But you know, I prefer to be judged on what I do rather than whether or not I accepted you know, divine revelation from a rather impenetrable book.
Exactly how you're. It doesn't say anything about judge the other way. It says you're judged by the deeds which you do while you yet walk in the flesh. So
Right.
while you're in the flesh, the deeds that you do are what you're judged by. Regardless, your knee will bow and your tongue will confess the Messiah. That's what it says. Every knee will bow, every tongue will confess Yahshua the Messiah to the satisfaction of Yahweh. If that occurs, you're going to accept it anyways, but you'll be judged by the deeds done, and you are judged every day as you do those deeds right within yourself.
Yeah. So just looking at I was just checking the The list of eclipses for Macau. Sorry, this was something that was brought up. Yes, there was a total eclipse in 30 AD in Macau, apparently. But that only partially, solves the problem, because that seems to have been a local, normal solar eclipse. It doesn't seem to have been global. The Greeks, the Romans, and the Babylonians have no record of it, and they're right next door to Jerusalem. So I don't see how that can explain your problem.
The whole thing that I understand is when it occurred, it lasted for 3 hours. But when the light
Yeah.
came back on, to them it was like it was a couple minutes. How can you put a time frame on 3 hours of blackness that you can't cut, that you can cut with a knife? You
Okay,
don't have
well,
any light passing in front of you. You have no time passing. So
Okay,
they weren't
my-
even aware it occurred like that. All they did was stand still, and they had to accept within themselves that that truly was the Messiah.
Well, but they didn't, did they? So the Jews of Jerusalem didn't accept that that was the Messiah, and the Romans no, they didn't. The Romans didn't accept that that was the Messiah. The population of Jerusalem didn't accept that. And I mean, sort of, if you're going to go in gospel traditions, there's a gospel tradition of the resurrection in the Gospel of St. Peter, where Christ appears in front of the collected population of Jerusalem, and is acknowledged as the Messiah there. That book isn't accepted in the Bible, and which gives us reason to believe that just because somebody wrote gospel on something, doesn't mean that everyone should accept everything in it. And I'm afraid that I don't think that this paraliteral, you're looking at things. I would ask the question: if it only appeared to last a few minutes to all of the observers, then how did the author know that in fact it lasted 3 hours?
Because all of the scripture, the autobiographies that were written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were given by inspiration of the Spirit. That's how come they knew what he prayed in the Garden of Gethsemane, though no one could hear him. It says all the disciples were a stone's throw away. They were out of earshot. They didn't know what he prayed. But the Spirit revealed to them what he had prayed, and they recorded it.
Okay, or it's a story, right? Is that not another possibility?
No, for you, not for me anymore. I'd be lying if I said it was.
Okay, but do you see that I have very little information on which to suggest it isn't a story?
Yeah, I'm with you there. Like, you would have to have substantiated proof that Yahweh is even real for you to consider what's written in the scriptures as being more than a story. I agree with you.
Okay, all right. Well, again, I think I'm boring everybody. So I might let somebody else take over.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe next time we can actually get into a conversation of what evidence I have for that Yahweh is real.
Okay. Well, if people want to hear that now, that'd be fine. But maybe.
I got a question that I'll be heard.
Sure.
Sure. So yes. Okay, I just want to make sure I can be heard because I've chimed in a few times and.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I just want to say that I disagree with the guy that you can't read the scripture and it be trustworthy. I thought that was like the whole foundation of Christianity was like the Gospels. So the Greek New Testament alone, not including the Latin or any others, there's 5,000 copies. Out of those 5,000 copies, they're 99.6% accurate, and they're written less than or about 100 years after the event happening. So when it comes to other manuscripts, like the Greek manuscripts, you'll find like 15 copies 500 years after they were written down. So you can say that Jesus didn't walk on water, he didn't heal the sick, he didn't raise the dead, he didn't raise himself from the dead. But to say that he didn't exist as a historical figure, you'd have to throw out like all of history. I mean, if you're the type of person to say that you don't trust history, I'm completely fine with that. But if you're going to say that Alexander the Great existed because of the evidence, but this guy calling himself Jesus of Nazareth, who was a carpenter, he didn't exist, I would say that's cherry picking. Thanks.
Well, I would suggest that there is a qualitative difference between the two in that there are contemporaneous archaeological remains consistent with the stories we have of Alexander. You know, people made engravings, people made statues, people commissioned pieces of art, etc. And none of that is contemporaneous with Jesus. That being said, I am skeptical of the mythicist position. I don't agree with the mythicist position that Jesus didn't exist. I think that I think that it is probable that he did, and I think it's even quite likely that he was crucified. But that's where the story stops being plausible to me. You know, I don't accept the resurrection, and one of the problems is if you look at sort of the early 2nd and 3rd century pagans criticizing Christianity, one of their complaints was this is just the same as all of these other mystery religions that we've got. It's exactly the same. It's got the same stories. Yes, he raised people from the dead. He had a miraculous birth story. He went around healing the sick. He did all of this. He did all of this fabulous stuff. But that's exactly the same as these other stories that we've got, and they seem to have been quite fashionable at the time. There's a guy called Apollonius of Tyana, who has much of the same life events and miraculous abilities of
Somebody in a metal shop or something?
Jesus. Sorry?
Somebody in a metal shop?
Somebody was
complaining about the background noise because I want to hear what you have to say.
That was me. I muted up already, though.
Thank you.
Okay, so there was a guy called Apollonius of Tyana who existed at about the same time, and his story has a lot of the common elements, raising people from the dead. There's another guy, Asclepiades, who existed at the same time. Yeah, it could be Asclepius. But he also has stories of raising people from the dead at around the same time. There are a bunch of these. There are a bunch of very similar stories that emerged at around about the same time, and to the pagans, it seemed silly. Like all of these stories are basically the same. You're just swapping the hero out in and out. And
where's their churches?
I beg your pardon?
Where are their churches? Apelius or whatever he said his name was? Where's their church?
Asclepius and Apollonius. Well, the worship of Apollonius in particular was particularly targeted by the Christians. They in particular. So Apollonius was worshipped by the mother of one of the emperors. She was very heavily into his worship, and I think he was sort of the last anti-Christian emperor. Is his name? I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But he sort of came a little bit after Constantine, and he was a pagan emperor, and he tried suppressing Christianity and reinstituting. He tried rebuilding the temple in Jerusalem because he thought that would harm Christianity. And ended up dying sort of in a military campaign against the Persians. He was worshipped, and this is why we have his stories. And the interesting thing about his stories is that, from the stories, he did all this stuff. He visited Rome, he did all these miracles, etc., etc. But there's very little reliable evidence outside the stories that he was ever anywhere near Rome. He was born in Turkey, and he seems to have stayed there as far as we can tell. So it sort of the taking the Gospels and saying, look, we should interpret these without reference to the other historical documents around, like the criticisms of Christianity and the responses to them, I think is sort of taking it out of historical context.
Who's doing that? Because I'm asking, where's Alexander the Great? Who's doing that? Because I'm not. I'm asking, where's Alexander the Great's followers? Can you point them out to me?
Alexander the Great did have worshippers, actually. He had a mausoleum, and there was an attempt to sort of institute a cult to him. Like there were many divine images of him. So he did sort of have a basic worship. I mean, like the point that I'm trying to make is that there are a lot of religions with a lot of worshippers. One of them was going to come out dominant. It happened to be Christianity. That doesn't make Christianity special. It means that Christianity. It means that Christianity was the one that won.
Well, not only that, real quick, Tony, if you don't mind, to get to the heart of what the objection is going to be, is that if you're taking it based off of the fact that a particular religious belief has ardent followers and grows rapidly at any particular given time in history, then you would also be more persuaded to believe in Mormonism and Islam, because they are rapidly growing in followers. So I don't exactly think you want to die on that hill of, oh, just because X particular religion is growing in popularity at any given time, therefore it's true.
Yeah, that's an extremely good
what
point.
Did I say that, or is that something that you said?
No, so your point is that none of these other your point seems to be, sorry, I may be speaking for you and I may be putting words in your mouth. Your point seems to be that Christianity was successful and Christianity had a lot of worshippers, therefore there must be some believability, some credibility, some reality to the Christian stories. Is that your point?
No, my point is simple, like this. Eastern medicine has worked for thousands of years, right? So there must be something to it. Now, I don't know about Mormonism or Islam or anything like that. I'm just saying that there are no followers of Alexander, so we're not going to take him very serious.
I'm not sure what Alexander. I was talking about Apollonius of Tyana, and you're right. There are no followers. There are no followers of him anymore. But that's because they were rendered extinct by the Christians, right? And Christianity, so if I ask you what a Valentinian Christian is, would you know?
No, I just know about followers.
Yeah, okay. Do you know what a Donatist is? A Maronite?
Nope, no idea.
Okay. You don't know these things because they have been wiped out. They have been erased, largely erased from, and the church doesn't talk about them at all. But in the early church, there were extremely violent disputes over points of theology and politics. And this has all been sanitized now. You've been presented with sort of a monolithic story with no deviations from it. And told that this is how it is and this is how it always was. But unless you actually do some research into what was happening with these early Christian cults, any of which could have ended up successful, you've really got no context in which to sort of interpret the rise of Christianity. Why did it rise? Why was it successful? What could it have been? I think these are important questions for you to ask, because sort of Christians now, they've got 2,000 years of the church, of mostly the Catholic Church, sort of hunting and persecuting rivals into extinction. And so, of course, it's easy to look back and say, you know, there was no real competitor to Christianity. Christianity was always destined to be successful. It was destined to be successful because when it got in charge, it was pretty ruthless about wiping
Yeah,
out
but
its competitors.
that's kind of absurd claim, right? You're claiming Christianity is the reason for all wars. It's like what?
No, I'm not.
Territory, it's power, it's land, it's the kings. They just fought for wars. You could remove Christianity, and you'd still have the same exact fights. So you're making an argument saying Christianity set out to kill everybody that wasn't Christian.
I didn't hear Tony say that.
That's actually not what I'm saying.
That's what he's.
Actually,
That's what.
no,
Okay,
no, it
so
isn't.
you're not saying the Christians
No, it
wiped out
isn't.
the other religion.
No,
That's
no,
not
it
what he
isn't.
said.
No, it isn't. And you know, and you're quite right that the same is true of other religions, right? This is not unique to
No,
Christianity.
I'm saying it's not. It's not exclusive to religion. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, and that's and I was about to say exactly that. It's not even it's not. There are other ideologies that inspire the same thing, and indeed, this is part of the interplay. But when I use the term extinction, that is a bit misleading, because most of what the church did was not kill people, but they did kill people. I mean, they killed a lot of people. But it wasn't exclusively by killing people. It was by educating. It was by taking over education. It was by vicious propaganda campaigns against religions they didn't like, destroying temples. They did their best to try and render them extinct, using every technique to book. When it was necessary,
the rulers of these kingdoms, countries, whatever, they used Christianity as a tool for war. Is what you're saying? Not that Christianity or the church created.
Christianity also used the rulers, so they used one another. So the rulers used Christianity to say, "Look, God has chosen this person to be in power. This is God's choice. You should worship them." The rulers said, "Okay, you're now tax exempt. Everybody's got to make donations to you, and you're the official religion of the state." And the Christians said, "That's great. We need you to make other religions illegal, and we need you to pass laws that we can use to persecute our rivals." And the rulers said, "Okay, but you need to back me up when I declare war on our neighbors." That's sort of the interplay between religion. Each of them used the other. It was mutual exploitation for their benefit.
But your general view was more that there was a lot of infighting in the apostolic church, right? So like, obviously, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, we are talking about theological differences, right? So the Arians or something, obviously, they had something to happen. But that is, I would say, to be expected, right? If someone is very devout, and they will obviously push their idea as maximum. And according to our, like, let's say, like our understanding, we say the church is led by the Holy Spirit. So, as a Catholic myself, I can say everything worked out as it should have according to God. So,
Okay, if I could just get in just for a minute. So you pointed out 2,000 years ago, but that's the time when Christ came about, right? But if you look what Rome was doing before that, Rome kind of kept on doing what Rome was doing. But because Yeshua came about and said, "I'm setting apart a kingdom that is separate from all secular kingdoms, whether they declare to be under God or not," right? This messianic uprising defeated Rome. And Rome got to the point during a battle where they had to make a choice. Either beat them or join them. And they couldn't beat them, so if you can't beat them, you join them. So what Rome did is they said, "Look, I'm just trying to consolidate power. I don't care if Christ is God or the Son of God. It doesn't matter about this Arian conflict." Then all these people said, "We're going to go follow this Catholic thing." And then anyone who didn't get under the unified religion, they were persecuted, like the Cathars, etc., etc., etc. So Rome was doing what Rome has always done. Christianity was just speed bump in the road where they had to adapt and adopt and had to mix paganism with Christianity to usurp both religions.
That's a rather garbled version of what in fact happened.
Yeah, that's not really true. Like,
That's
there were
not an
like
accurate.
different churches in the
What about
beginning
saying it
that
was
were all
untrue?
working
Was there a
together.
messianic
Okay.
uprising?
There was a messianic uprising, but it had nothing to do with Christianity.
A messianic uprising had nothing to do with the Messiah? Say
Yes,
it again.
so it had nothing to do with your Messiah.
Wait a
There
minute,
was
you're telling
another,
me
the Bar Kokhba uprising, which in 70 AD, which is what led to the destruction of the temple. That had nothing to do with Christianity.
But when they were conquered and enslaved, didn't the Christians get spread into the corners of the earth?
No, that's not how it worked.
No,
They
that's
already
not.
left in all
So they
directions
were all
before that
killed then.
happened.
I beg
Because
your pardon?
the thing about Christians is, in order to get them to shut their mouth, you have to kill them. So they killed them all, and Christianity didn't spread. Is that what you're arguing?
Sir,
they are both
you're completely misrepresenting what anybody has said, and you don't seem to be listening to any of us. You really need to read. You really need to read A History of Early Christianity, because your recollection of it is extremely garbled. You've got some points right. Yes, the Emperor Constantine did recognize Christianity as a tool for effectively governing a large and disparate population, and this was why he put great effort into standardizing church beliefs and calling councils and getting them to agree on things like what books are in the Bible, what creeds distill Christian belief. Constantine did all that, and he did all that with the aim that this would make the empire more governable. But that was in no part due to any sort of defeat of Rome on any level. There was no messianic uprising that defeated Rome ever.
Why are you skipping over Nero and going over to Constantine? Because Nero was the emperor that was killing all the believers. Like, he murdered them, thousands upon thousands of them.
Well, the historical evidence for that is rather more tenuous than you might think. But Nero is not the only one. This was so the whole tension here. The Christians are saying you should abandon all of your old gods, and you should leave their cults and come over to worship this new God. And so whenever anything bad happened, the old religions would say that's because we're not doing the old rites. We're not worshipping the old gods in the right way, because these Christians are coming in and they're screwing everything up. So they would react violently towards the Christians. This wasn't exclusive to Nero. This wasn't exclusive to Rome. In
Started
fact,
under Nero. The believers, yes, because the instruction was for any centurion who came across a professing believer, one that was professing that religion, was that person was to bow down and be asked if they worship them. If not, they would be put to death right there on the spot. Like, that was, they looked at the
could you please provide a citation for that? Because that wasn't as far as I can tell, ever Roman law. In fact, the only time when it became permissible to execute someone over their religious beliefs was when Christianity was the dominant religion.
The point is that Nero started it because it was a threat to Rome, just like the other guy was saying. And the fact that Rome treated it like a threat to begin with, but then joined it or took it under their own wing, it became Papal Rome later on, is what the guy was testifying to or saying.
But that's not really true, though. The Bishop of Rome that existed literally shortly after Jesus died, right? So we have like Peter and then Clement of Rome. So like there were Christians in Rome the whole time, and they did not get mass murdered immediately. So it's
Bro,
not
what are you talking about?
it's not that black and white as you think. Like, sure, they did get killed because of but as
Peter was
Tony actually
crucified.
said,
How was he the Pope?
what do you
How was
mean?
Peter the Pope if he was crucified? Have they crucified any more popes since Peter?
That's not the point. The point is that
That's
people
my point.
went
That's
to
my point,
Rome.
sir. That's why it came out of my mouth.
There were Christians in Rome. That's the point. Because the apostles moved in all directions, right? Like, it's very easy. So, and they built churches everywhere where they went. So, and one was in Rome, obviously with Peter, and then Clement, etc. So the fact that Peter had the successor in Rome itself shows you and that it kind of worked.
So did they crucify any more popes after Peter, or are you just going to run from that question?
No, Peter was the only one, I believe.
So
Okay, so they crucified him after they made him pope. Is that how it works?
so there's a so you're accepting as historical something that is only recorded in the Bible. So do you accept that St. Thomas went to India and founded a Christian church there?
Probably.
Because the Indian Christians certainly do say that, and when people say there's no historical evidence of Thomas going to India and establishing an Indian church, their response is, you show us the evidence for St. Peter being in Rome, we'll show you our evidence, and we'll show you our evidence for St. Thomas being here, which is to say that both sides have a story that was written down after the event. There is not any independent historical verification for the claim that St. Peter actually made it to Rome. That's a claim that the Catholic Church has made, and it may even be in the New Testament. But the independent verification of it, it's not there. So this
the
is
church fathers do definitely agree that he was in Rome, so we should definitely.
yes. Yes, I think they agree that he was in Rome based on the fact that it's in Acts or something like that.
No. We have writings from the church fathers earlier than the Gospels, so.
No, Peter was never in Rome, but yeah, Peter was never in Rome. But I'm really curious at how you're hand waving away the decrees of Nero to make it to where any believer had to worship incense or give a sacrifice to a Roman god and deny their belief in the proposed Messiah at the time. Like, I'm wondering how you're hand waving that off when Tacticus and other Roman historians outline what Nero did.
Okay, in fact, so there were many members, even under Nero, there were many members of Roman cults who were also Christians. There were priests in Roman temples who were also Christians. So the claim that that Christianity was being persecuted, we've got very high-ranking Christians holding Roman citizenship, you talked about myth earlier. There has been a lot of mythicization around Nero, and the state of affairs there. But if you look at it more objectively, yes, the Christians were easy scapegoats whenever anything went wrong. They were easy, right? If something's gone wrong, it's because of those pesky Christians and trying to convert people away from our state religion. They're to blame. Let's get them. The large part of the city burnt down. Let's blame it on Christians. Doubtless that happened. Nobody is denying that.
It was before the burning down that the persecution occurred.
Well, no.
Yes.
So I picked a random example. I didn't say it was the only example, nor did I say that it was the first example. So I don't understand what your criticism is in aid of.
You're hand waving Nero's persecution of him.
I am not hand waving Nero's crucifixion away. Nobody is hand waving anything away.
No, you're mythicizing Nero.
Your dog is very excited.
But you can go to what was it, Dionysian, the emperor that came next to it, not. But
Diocletian is an emperor.
yeah, there's other factors, but I'm really wondering why you think a small sect of believers that aren't really believers but just go along with the Roman idea, they're like fake ones, count as them not being persecuted. Like those ones in Rome were the beginning of papal Rome. It was those Romans who were taking it. But I mean, even the term Christian is an evidence from the time of persecution because none of the believers called themselves that. That's a mocking term by the Romans that made it through history. They still call themselves a term that the Romans mocked them under. They didn't call themselves that.
No, but you don't say, I don't understand what the point of your interpolation is. Nobody is saying, I have said several times that the Christian were used as political scapegoats and suffered physical violence. What I am disputing is your characterization that they were under risk of execution, because they weren't unless they were doing something additional that carried the penalty of execution, like fomenting rebellion.
That's what their whole movement was considered, and that's why they were persecuted, because their entire movement was considered consenting
Clearly
rebellion.
not, sir. Clearly not. Because there are plenty of Roman citizens who held Roman citizenship and were openly Christian. So
that's fine, because Roman citizens had laws that all other citizens didn't. They had rules that they had to treat Roman citizens under that they did not have to treat everybody else with. And that's what you even get with Paul. Paul was a Roman. He was part Roman, and that's why he was able to get a hearing before the court when Jews couldn't. They had to give him the right
that's
of a Roman
according to
citizen.
your own book. Again, not particularly well historically attested.
The historicity of Romans having special rules, Roman citizens having special rules over the people in which the area they conquered, that is historicity, bro. That's historical. That isn't
Historicity, not historicity. And I'm talking about the historicity of St. Paul being a Roman citizen, not the rights of Roman citizens. But furthermore, you could not be a Roman citizen unless you were willing to acknowledge Roman gods.
Or you were born by blood.
Even then, your Roman citizenship could be taken off you.
Rarely.
Yes, rarely so. But the fact that there were plenty of Christians who were also Roman officials, Roman citizens, Roman priests even, shows that this was not a group that was subject to the reflexive and large-scale persecution that you like. Again, this is mythologization. The beginning of the church has been mythologized, and you're just reciting the myths to me.
History has an estimated 100,000 believers being killed during the time period. 100,000 people.
Really?
Yes, that's the
please cite me your historical source for that.
Yeah, I can do that. It would be cited on David Henge, Numbers from Nowhere, 1998. Die Zahl de Martyr, bis 313, 1944. Estimated 100,000 were killed between 30 and 313 CE. Yeah.
I think that's around the time of St. George, right, from England?
Yeah, but that's got nothing.
Okay, yeah, never mind.
There's
Sorry,
different.
No. Carry on. Sorry, I was.
Yeah, there's so many sources right here. I'm gonna figure it out. Which ones to give you?
Will you post a few of them?
Yeah, here
Well,
I'll
you
copy.
can you can just. I'm sure that most of this is just is covered under the Wikipedia page, right?
No.
I'm sure that you're judging the book by its cover.
Here, what I'm
Pardon?
actually posting is actual source material.
How are you going to judge his source without even looking at it first?
Sorry? Who are you talking to?
Howard, I'm talking to you, sir. How are you going to judge his source without looking at it first? And then even if it did come from
Have
Wikipedia,
I
that would be a
judged
genetic
his source, sir? Have I judged his source?
Is it from
No, I
Wikipedia?
haven't. So why don't you shut up until I do the things that you're accusing me of before criticizing me for them?
Control your emotions.
Well, that's typical right-wing troll behavior. You accuse me of something I haven't done yet, and then when I get angry about it, you say you're being emotional. Well, you're being a fuckwit.
Yeah, but at least I'm not hogging the mic, right? If I say something, I'm going to let you respond, not just like keep talking over you so that you can't respond. So you say that I'm right wing because I've never been a Republican, never will be a Republican. I've always been anti-authoritarian. You know what that means? It means I'm a libertarian.
Yahweh, your mic's hot.
Oh, sorry.
To-
Sorry, I muted.
Hey, Tony.
Yep.
Just so you know, hearing you say that is never going to get old.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
So, was it from Wikipedia, his sources?
I'm not saying that Wikipedia sources are necessarily bad, right? Wikipedia is a great place to go, get references, and then check the references. Right? That's not a criticism of anyone's research capacity.
Yeah. So, do you accept the citation?
Sorry, which citation is? Sorry, I'm way back in chat. And now my computer's screwing up. Sorry, where was it? I don't see the citation.
Omnipresence text chat.
Okay, yep, I was in the wrong text chat. Is this Eden's stuff? All I can see in the omnipassive text chat, is that the one that I should be in? Or omnipresence chat? I can't see. Sorry, can you share? Tell me which chat and share it again, please.
What's he looking for? What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the Yahweh is Kings reference.
Omnipresent text chat.
Omnipresence text chat.
Yeah, revolt of 68 to 73 CE.
What time was that? So it's now 36
8:32.
past the hour for me. Pardon?
32 minutes past the hour.
Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So 68 to 73 CE, those are Jews, right? So that doesn't count. Revolt of 115 to 116 CE, 220,000 people. No, you can't just.
Was
You
preached to
can't
Jews
just say that
7
Jews are
years.
Christians.
No,
You
again,
can't
for
just say that
7
Jews are Christians.
again, for 7 years, when the gospel was first being given out. The first 7 years it was only to Jews. So Rome would have assumed them as just being Jews.
So you're claiming that a military campaign aimed at Jewish people was in fact targeting Christians, and that all the people who died during it are Christians and not Jews. Those are your claims. Look, this is, yes, I know that there is such a thing as a Jewish Christian. I know from the early church that there were Christians who also considered themselves Jewish, and indeed this was an important theological point over which much ink was spilled. But that's just silly. You cannot seriously tell me that the Roman military campaigns against a Jewish target because of Jewish rebellions. The Bar Kokhba rebellion had nothing to do with Christianity, and the claim to the contrary is just silly. I've got to go, but thank you for the conversation.
You too.